Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. There were houses, some were destroyed. The guy opened his mouth with his eyes closed. Standing in the middle of the street, he said that the monsters had had enough. Walking on the ground, he looked to the left. Opening his mouth, he asked why he was complicating everything so much by running so far. Coming up, he saw the guy on the ground. There were monsters around him. He screamed. Blood came out of his eye. The main character had previously ordered him to live a long time. Standing near the monsters, he bowed his head down. They began to look at him. Everyone had their own numbers. Sighing, he asked if it was possible to turn off the function of naming each monster. Opening his mouth, they began to scream. They began to approach him. Oliver looked at them while they were running towards him. Taking the sword in his hands, he activated the addition and multiplication skill. His eyes glowed pink. He began to strike them, killing the wolves. The gates were closed. It was daytime. Knocking on them, he ordered them to open. Opening the doors, Jake came out, who was waiting for him. Looking at him, he said that he was already losing his nerve and whether it was possible to send someone else. The guy replied that no one else could do it, and also what about the person who escaped. Opening his mouth, he was surprised because he was eaten by scavengers, although he played on high difficulty. Waving his hand, he said that when he came, he saw 3 rank monsters. They were enjoying a meal. Looking surprised, he thought about the monsters. Imagining them, he thought that high difficulty players are not so strong, but even one rank monster can compare with such in strength, then asked where he saw them. Opening his mouth, he said that he killed them. Walking further, he said that he was hungry and would go to the dining room. The main character calmly watched until he was asked if he was playing on low difficulty levels. Spreading his hand, he said that this was nonsense and there were a lot of other players with him and they made their way through the labyrinth together and what he could ask others. He also spread his hand and said that they all died, and those who survive sometimes appear, but die from their wounds a couple of days later, so it turns out that he was the only one left alive. There was also smoke in the destroyed houses. He asked how a light player could survive here. Even normals have a hard time here, so his calm was suspicious. He embarrassedly asked why he was so strong, because he was hard, but he couldn't compare. The main character looked at him and initially kept silent. When he went, he said that they were all lazy. Jake understood that he was at it again. There was a dining room in the tent. People were passing by it. Looking at what they gave him, he was embarrassed because there were potatoes again, although you could grow sweet potatoes or corn. Jake, eating potatoes, said that they were cheaper and also easier to grow, and they have distribution restrictions. With his mouth full of food, he asked why he hadn't learned the skill for fast growing. Oliver replied that it was easy and where did he get such a skill from, and besides, wherever they went, there was food everywhere. Near the tent, they were shouting to cool down and that it was not true. Looking at this, Oliver said that it looked like someone had returned from cleaning again. Squinting his eyes, he said that he would probably be arrested and get off with a reprimand for disturbing the peace. Holding a potato in his hands, they called him because there had been a fight. People were injured, the wall was broken, and someone was also shouting that they shouldn't lie to him, because this couldn't be planet Earth and after the last raid, everything should have ended. Clenching his hand into a fist, he asked if this was a prank and asked not to try to push this nonsense on him. Taking hold of the curtain, he asked where one of the people was. They answered that he was on reconnaissance. A man came up and explained that this was really the Earth and while he was in the labyrinth, the world had changed a lot, and also asked him to calm down. He hit him with his hand and asked him not to lie anymore. Jake, holding a potato in his hands, wished him luck. Oliver understood that he was freaking out and also said that he would eat his potato before returning, then he would kill him. Holding a happy potato, his face changed dramatically. Coming up to him, he said that this was really so and humanity was threatened with extinction. The guy asked him not to lie. Oliver asked if he was stuck. The main character was silent. Chuck said that this could not be and did he even know how many players there were in this game and they would not have stopped a bunch of monsters and in general this was a lie. Most of the players who returned to the Earth after the labyrinth went crazy because they could not accept the new reality. This happened often and it was impossible to get used to. Sighing, he realized that in this case there was one way out. Opening his mouth, he said that he would have to give him a slap so that he would understand that he was not being trifled with, then asked him to give his name and challenged him to a duel. Chuck said his name and asked who he was. Spreading his hand, he asked if he was the same one who wrote in the general chat, shitting on him. Spreading his arms now with both hands, he said that he found it funny because the challenge was difficult, then asked if he knew that the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Showing a thumbs up, he asked him to close his mouth and fight, and if he beats him, he will show him the real reality that he was looking for. Chuck bared his teeth and was angry. Taking the sword in his hands, he said that he would regret it and if he kills, it is not his problem. A flame appeared near the sword because he activated the increased skill and the attack power increased by half and also activated concentration and a strong blow. The sword was burning. Behind them they said that he was strong because the skills were good. There was an explosion. Running up to him, he struck. There was an explosion because Oliver activated the skill to reset the first blow and the enemy was unable to strike. Anxiety was visible on his face because he did not understand how this could happen. There was smoke near the sword. Holding the knife with 2 fingers, he asked if he was done. Trembling, he thought why his blow did not work and what kind of ability this was. He held the blade of the sword with his hands because he was trembling. Having made a fist out of his hand, he began to strike because now it was his turn. Having hit the stomach, a notification came that Chuck had activated the skill of Fortitude and the damage was reduced by 50%, but the main character's skill bypassed any defensive skills of the enemy. Holding the sword in his hands, he shouted because his damage was 49. Oliver reached out to him and also understood that he could not overcome the difference in statistics between easy and difficult. His hand caught fire, then he asked if he had 10,000 health. Squeezing his hand, he added a boost, also added a multiplication and activated the last vessel. Opening his mouth, he asked to stop. Oliver, looking at him, asked to accept this. He put his hand on the guy's head. Suddenly, the ground broke under him. It was a big blow. Chuck screamed because the damage was 9,604. Opening his mouth, he asked if he now understood that this was really the Earth. Kneeling down, he asked to stop joking with him. Crying, he asked why the world had become like this and if he had known, he would not have gone to clear the labyrinth. Once upon a time, there was peace on Earth. One day, the heavens opened up and hordes of monsters rained down on the Earth. People hid behind cars so as not to be killed. They were also given a choice. It was necessary to choose their difficulty level and after choosing, the players entered the labyrinth. They could return to Earth after clearing it. The monsters were different, but they all walked around the city. The home planet was found in a state of devastation, teeming with monsters. The main character said that they should try to save the world together. It was light. Oliver was called a good man. A comrade approached him and said that he should see him in action. The main character said that he talks a lot. People held Chuck because such news was always hard and even complicated. Grabbing a potato, he asked what was special about teaching him a lesson. After taking a bite, he said that it had cooled down and therefore did not want to get involved. Jake asked where he got the multiplication skill from. Opening his mouth, he continued that the last trial, against which low defense did not help, but where did he get them, and what kind of cheating skill is zeroing the first hit? Holding the last piece of potato, he said that it was hard work. Folding his arms, he said that today, apparently, a new player had arrived. The main character said that he did not think so. A girl was walking near the people. It was Agatha, who held her hand near her cheek. Oliver looked at the skeleton of an animal attached to the ceiling. Humanity was about to come to an end, and so he was looking for decorations for the interior. Looking at the vase, he said that today he has a love for all kinds of luxury. Monsters walked the streets, but she managed to convey the picture without a single scratch. Looking at the picture, he said that the girl was the only one who quickly cleared the labyrinth. He looked at her and asked why the girl was the strongest. The girl was sitting on a pink chair. Putting her head on her hand, she asked that she could find a hobby for herself because in such times it is useful to be interested in something. Looking at her, he said that it would be better to talk about it later when she had free time and also why she called him. Agatha also asked if he had taught the newbie a lesson. Looking at the screen, she said that a player with a low difficulty level was teaching a player with a high difficulty level. Her level was 258th and she was also in a state of anxiety. Squinting his eyes, he asked if she wanted to brag. Showing her achievements, he said that she was just bragging in front of a pathetic player. His level was 57th and was at rest. Opening her mouth, she said that he was really pathetic. Putting his hands on the girl, she said that he had very decent stats for a low difficulty level. The labyrinth was divided into 4 difficulty levels. When the player went through the labyrinth, his growth stopped. It was impossible to become stronger in any way, so the difference in statistics was huge between the difficulty levels. Most of the complex stats were thousands of times stronger than Oliver's. One of them could not withstand his blow because there were special skills. The hand lit up, asked to stand still. In one of the hands was an object. She also activated the increase and doubling. Swinging, she activated the skill of perfect accuracy. Running at the guy, we see that her accuracy was 100%. Also, skills could be earned regardless of the difficulty level. Looking at her, he initially stood. The attack passed near him. Squinting his eyes, he looked at the girl. Putting his hands in his pockets, he asked why she did this, then activated the skill of zeroing the first blow. Opening her mouth, she said that she just wanted to for fun. Touching her defense, he said that she had about 230 skills. Holding her hand, she said that she saw in his example that they should have studied the labyrinth more thoroughly while they were there, because they needed to focus on getting as much power as possible, and not rush to clear the labyrinth. Looking at her, he said that this was already in the past. Getting up from the chair, she said that he was incredible and if he had chosen the solo difficulty level from the very beginning, then victory would have been guaranteed. Oliver frowned and looked at her. The skills were high level, but the effectiveness of almost all skills depended on the level of certain statistics. The guys were crying because he chose the wrong difficulty level, because he could not use his unique skills even at half their potential. Bringing his hand to his face, he asked if maybe they would not make empty things out of nothing. Sitting down on the couch, she said that she returned from patrol. Opening his eyes, he was shocked because there would soon be a new wave. His eyes remembered how there was a monster behind him. Smiling, he said that they would not live. By wave, players mean a massive attack of monsters, and with each wave, people lost territory and many fighters. In the first war, the city of Seoul was lost. In the second wave, half of the Hards perished. In the third wave, the territory shrank to one small city, and now the fourth wave was approaching. Folding his hands, he asked how many monsters there would be. Agatha answered that 2 S-rank monsters, dozens of A ranks and hundreds of B ranks, and also one apostle. Putting his hand on his forehead, he thought that 2 S-rank monsters would be a problem, and besides, they had few Hards that could cope with A-rank monsters. The girl showed 2 fingers and said that they needed to try and take on 2 S-ranks. Standing next to him, she said that she needed to deal with the apostle, and he was the only one who could compete with the S-ranks. Taking hold of the door handle, he said that she had gotten to him and at least gave him a chance to prepare himself mentally and whether he wanted them to die at all. Smiling, she said that maybe it was for the best. They would have time to enjoy life at least a little. Taking hold of the door, he said that he didn't think so. Agatha looked at the animal skeleton. Smiling, she said that he was strong and could lead them to victory. Her eyes were gloomy. Her hand lit up because she was a coward. He sat with his head on his chin. People were crying because this day had come, but that didn't make it any easier. Oliver came up to him and asked how he was. Jake said that he had resigned himself, because if you look at it that way, they had held out in impossible conditions for quite a long time and they had lived longer than many. Looking to the left, he said that he himself would die. Chuck walked near the people who were crying. His face was calm. Looking back, he said that he had been through so much, trying to survive and get through the labyrinth, return to Earth, but that same day he would find out that he didn't have long left. There was a storm in the sky. He said seriously that he thought he would be furious because humanity would not have lived a day without what he had done. Sitting on the fence, they looked at the city. There was a stone on the ground. Monsters began to crawl out of it. They were all different, but they all had red eyes. Smiling, he asked how many monsters he had to defeat. Oliver answered. Sitting, he asked if he would wait for him in the afterlife. The guy answered in the affirmative. Then he began to slide off the fence, activating a long jump. A bright glow appeared near him. He flew up. He activated total surveillance in the sky. He looked at the map on the screen. There were red dots in it. These were monsters. 2 larger dots were his monsters that needed to be killed. Having landed, he saw terrifying creatures in front of him. Looking back, he asked if they were happy to see him. While the monsters were looking at him, a test of mental stability and self-control was carried out. Slightly bending his head and taking the aura in his hands, he passed the test. A sword appeared in his hands. He had unshakable confidence. Standing on the ground, his body became invulnerable. He stood on the ground near the monsters, seriously said that they should die, seriously looked into the distance. There were 2 creatures near him. Bending down with a sword, he thought that none of them seemed defensive, then activated full observation. One of them had tentacles. It was defensive. In the middle there was an eye. Then he fell to the ground and became smaller. The protagonist looked at it. The creature's eye looked at him. With a sword in his hands, he said that he had 148 million health and would not neutralize him for an eternity, then activated movement acceleration. There was also another creature near him. It was attacking and also had only 1,200,000 health, so that it was doable. One of them started to advance on Oliver, but he had no example on them. Suddenly, there was a blow. He ran along the monster and made attacks. His face was serious. The attack on the tentacles was also reduced. Looking at the head, he realized where to hit. One of the tentacles used the skill. Then the other tentacles did the same and attacked the main character. Closing one eye, he activated the zeroing of the first blow. Standing in a stance, he thought that this monster attacks with tentacles and they are so fast that it is almost impossible to dodge them. Looking seriously, he realized what could be done. Trying not to get caught in the blows, he understood that he needed to predict the trajectory, and if he determined it incorrectly, then trouble could happen. Falling below, he activated the acceleration skill. Oliver began to attack because he could not waste time. Having made a blow, he inflicted 48 points on him. Gritting his teeth, he struck with a sword. The tentacles glowed. He also activated the zeroing skill of the second blow. The monster was shocked because he was hit. Then he looked up with his red eyes. The main character was flying towards him. Another monster decided to activate. Looking at him, he realized that he was trying to protect his comrade. He touched the other one with his tentacles, and Oliver thought that he was protecting because he saw that the other one was in danger and they were specially sent in pairs. Smiling, he said that he was caught. Having hit the body, he forced the enemy to accept the fight. A dome appeared that protected. The octopus tried to remove it. Oliver stood next to the other monster because for 1 minute only he could attack. Squeezing the sword in his hands, he activated the doubling skill. An aura appeared near him, then he activated the multiplication skill and also the last judgment skill. Remembering the girl, he understood that the protective monster could not harm her because she would first deal with the attacker. The monster opened its mouth and tried to attack, and no matter what the monster was, offensive or defensive type, any blow could kill it. Holding the sword in his hands, he activated the reboot of the specified skill. He did the same with the skill multiplication. Seriously looking, he activated it and the attack power increased fourfold. He struck the creature because he could only rely on skills. Having hit it in the mouth, he understood that 9,604 times 4 still did not reach 100 million. Having opened his mouth, he activated the skill copy and the attack would have been dealt twice. The creature began to glow. Having hit the last time, he dealt a lot of damage. An explosion occurred and the monster was defeated. Standing next to him, he sighed. But he dealt the last blow before his death. Starting to disappear, he activated the skill stamina and the fatal damage was cancelled. Standing on his feet, he almost fell. There was a small explosion because he spent everything on zeroing attacks and there was stamina left for one time. He started to hit the monster differently. It was hard and tedious work. Looking up, he realized that there was one problem. He had 21 mana left. Smiling, he thought that he had no more skills and would have to kill him with normal attacks and he had to hit him 25,000 times, but he understood that he couldn't. Explosions occurred during the day and smoke came out at night. He had already done half of the blows. Closing one eye, there was even less left. Taking the sword in his hands, he had 125,410 left. Opening his mouth, he decided to catch his breath. Oliver went on the attack again, screaming. Something was glowing far away. He was in a state of complete concentration and his consciousness and body were one, which is why he received the skill concentration height. His hands were shaking. He was told that the skill was cancelled because he was not in the labyrinth. The monster was covered in wounds. The main character beat him, telling him to die. Squinting his eyes a little, he killed him. Leaning on the sword, he decided to catch his breath and the gods of all dimensions could not contain their admiration for his feat. All sweaty, he thought about how long the battle lasted. It felt like a whole month. He got up and went back to the base. Blood remained from him as he walked. Looking at the radar, he saw one dot. The houses were destroyed, smoke was coming out of them. Dead people were lying on the ground. Idea was holding their hand near them. Different guys were lying, but they were all killed. Idea was talking about why only he remained, and all the difficult players died. Remembering his friends, he continued, why should he return if everyone died? He got up and saw two guys. One of them was Jake, who, as promised, went to the next world. He looked at him with his mouth slightly open. He remembered how the guy gave him potatoes. His face was sad and tired. There was also another body nearby. It was Agatha. She was sitting dead near a stone. She was the strongest in the world, the only one who passed the labyrinth on the solo difficulty level. There were tentacles near her. Coming closer, he saw a monster, from which something with an eye grew. It was an apostle who said that his death was near. Looking at him, he sent him because the intimidation effect was reflected. The monster looked at him in surprise. He hit him with the concentration skill, bared his teeth. Opening his mouth, he asked him to come to him. Fatigue was visible on his face. The city was destroyed, the sky was dark. He stood near the monster. Baring his teeth, he kicked him. Suddenly, he was pierced. Pressing his lips together, he thought, is this the end? The guy started to fall. His health was 0 and the skill fortitude was activated, due to which an invisible force kept him alive for 1 minute. Lying on the ground and coughing up blood, he thought that they wouldn't even let him die in peace. He couldn't feel his legs because the monster pierced him through and through both his heart and his spine. There was a monster next to the girl. He thought that fortitude only delayed the moment of death, but didn't heal. Looking down, he realized that he would die in a minute and it seemed that the monster knew it. He lay trembling and looking at the ground. An eye appeared in the sky. He wanted to be able to choose a difficulty level that wasn't low. Claws began to emerge where the eye had looked. Oliver, remembering his little self, wanted at least a normal level. Touching the ground with trembling hands, he called them useless freaks. Looking down, blood was dripping from him. Remembering the dead partners, I thought that they were all to blame because they did not even try to level up. More carefully passing the labyrinth, flew out of there like a bullet and were happy. Then I remembered how I was with them. I also remembered how I stood next to my friend and wondered how they could be such weaklings, although they passed on a normal and high difficulty level. Knocking on the ground, I said that if they had at least tried like him, it would have been different, remembering my friends. Grinning my teeth, I understood that they could. I looked down. Falling to the ground, I understood that it was all over. Smiling, I thought that it was all in the past and he had made his choice and it was useless to blame others because humanity was going to end anyway. A stone was glowing in his hands. Looking at it, I wondered what it was. This object was in Agatha's hands. Looking at it, I realized that she was protecting some object. Trembling, I tried to crawl to it. When suddenly, the monster saw this and began to get angry. Crawling activated the last chance and now could use one skill without restrictions. Closing one eye activated the skill of simple time stop and in a radius of 100 meters was left. Touching the object, decided to see what it was. The lying stone controlled the cycle of life in the universe and a single use returned one person to the past. Taking it in his hands was surprised and did not understand why the girl did not use it. A paw began to appear from above. Looking at it said goodbye to it. The monster decided to attack him. At that moment the stone lit up. Sitting on the floor, little Oliver was called a worthless fool. Looking at himself, little understood that before he was needed by his parents only to take out their anger. He believed their words, no matter how terrible they were, believed in the worthlessness of his existence because of this weakness, chose a low level of difficulty when he was faced with a choice. Covering his face from the light, he changed because he knew that he was not worthless at all and that he had abilities. Oliver woke up on the floor next to the phone. His mouth fell open because he was surprised. Around him lay bottles and empty food boxes. A lamp was glowing above. He picked up the phone and was surprised. It was December 31st, 2012, and he had actually returned to the past. On January 1st, 2020, people were happy walking around the city because no one could have imagined what would happen at the dawn of the new year. Suddenly, a portal appeared in the sky. This was the beginning of the destruction of humanity. He picked up the pizza and began to eat it, because it was the taste of luxury. Eating it, he thought that after the apocalypse they had nothing to eat except potatoes and monsters. Oliver ate the entire pizza box. Remembering the girl, he was surprised that she had such an item. Calmly looking, he did not understand why she did not use it herself. The door opened. He also thought, because as far as he knew, she would have used the stone and disappeared somewhere. He went out onto the balcony with the phone and looked at the city. Looking at the time, he saw that there were 2 minutes left before the apocalypse. People all over the world were happily counting down the minutes until the new year. They were giving each other gifts because they expected that everything would get better in the new year. They were also looking at their phones, but unfortunately, at 12 o'clock at night, the world would turn into something. Suddenly, a portal appeared in the sky. People began to wonder what that strange sound was and maybe someone was putting on a show. Turning around at 12 o'clock at night, he asked what it was. A portal was shining very brightly above the city, from which a monster was crawling out. The main character calmly watched while people were screaming. At that moment, he was also very scared, but now he knows that it was just a B-rank monster and did not pose a danger to hardcore. People were surprised and opened their mouths. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of their faces. People ran while they were greeted on the screen and told that their world was in danger of destruction due to the invasion of hostile creatures and any weapon that was invented would be useless against them. A helicopter was flying near the monster. A girl from there told about it for television. He was huge, some glowed on the body. Then he sighed. On the screen they wrote that a merciful deity had taken pity on them. The fire began to spray fire, which began to burn. Others tried to run. One of the girls ran. On the screen they again wrote that the deity decided to give them a chance. The child walked alone and cried. The girl sat next to the young man who was crushed. Many people gathered near the fountain. On the screen they said that they would be given a choice and having made it, they would enter the labyrinth. The girl sat and cried, while the others screamed and asked for help. The guy walked, while the others ran. On the screen they explained that they needed to clear the labyrinth to gain strength. A notification came, which asked to choose a difficulty level and most likely the deity wanted to see a spectacle. From a small child made a confident man. The boy looked at him. The guy said that it was time to choose. An easy difficulty level was implied by an abundance of food and also safe places, and even weak players will be able to pass at this difficulty level. The normal difficulty level was less saturated with food and safe places. It was much more difficult to survive, but if you did not despair and tried your best, then it would work out. The high difficulty level implied severe trials. Food and safe places were critically few. Monsters would fight with all their might and until their last breath to kill them. If you do not find a safe place, then death is threatened. The difficulty mode is a single. At this level you will not meet anyone from people, only monsters and NPCs. The guy reached out to press. A notification popped up that his abilities, luck will be subjected to impossible tests, and at this level the probability of survival is 0. Oliver reached out through the screen, seriously looking at him. They sent him that if life is dear, then it is better not to choose this level. The thunderstorm was getting stronger. Smiling, he said to wait for him. The main character walked towards the bright light because he chose the difficulty mode of a single. He teleported to the city. Looking at the houses, he felt a little nostalgic. I closed my eyes and smiled because so many years had passed and I was here again. They had already written in the chat and asked where they were, and they were. Poking at the chat, I thought that I didn't know who it was, but I figured it out quickly. He wrote him good luck. The chat was the only way for him to communicate with people who had chosen other difficulty levels, and with the help of the chat all players could share experiences and ask each other questions. So people helped each other out. Having removed the chat, he understood that there was no point in communicating yet. As he went, he remembered how he was asked about the NPC. Looking at the girl, he explained that they were programmed for phrases and then asked if she had any others. Agatha answered positively. Looking at him, she explained that they had intelligence and moved freely like real people. A man was sitting near the entrance. Approaching him, he remembered that at a low level he was an ordinary white-haired old man. The guy asked if he had arrived yet. Oliver was surprised because the NPC thought that he would drag himself along for 30 days. Looking at him, he asked, "Is this just a gatekeeper?" Taking hold of his neck, he congratulated him, then called himself the gatekeeper of the labyrinth, and his task was to bring him up to date. The protagonist asked if his name was Thomas. He said that those who died at this difficulty level without going through the labyrinth became the gatekeeper. Folding his arms, he continued to say that he thought that he knew what had happened in his world and that going through the labyrinth was an opportunity given by an almighty being. Looking at him, he asked why they needed such mercy, and if humanity had simply been destroyed, it would have been at least painless. Looking, he realized that he was talking as if he had gone through all of this himself. Scratching his ear, Oliver thought that the NPCs in single-player mode were real people and former residents of destroyed worlds. The protagonist looked and was silent. Looking at the guy, he thought what was wrong with this guy because his world was being destroyed, but he was calm as a stone. Looking at him, he continued to say that he was thinking about giving him a slap and only then explaining, but he was unlikely to react. Pointing to the entrance, he said that in front of him was the gates of the labyrinth, but someone called it a tower and could call it whatever they wanted. There were 100 floors in the labyrinth. Every 10 floors had a different atmosphere. Also, food and water will have to be found by yourself and also with any information. The main character asked if it was all true. Opening his mouth, he asked as if he needed to be told everything, and in general there was a merchant in the labyrinth for this. He remembered how Agatha complained that the gatekeeper was rude and if he expressed dissatisfaction, he could beat him. His finger glowed with a blue flame. Looking at him, they told him that they would give him what was due for the first time. He began to wipe the stick, as suddenly a spear appeared in his hands. Oliver was surprised. Thomas took the spear and aimed. Then he decided to hit the man. The main character turned away from him. They looked at each other. Putting away the spear, he said to take it. A rusty sword appeared in his hands and also a worn leather armor appeared. Oliver, looking at it, said that it was made of bronze. Thomas asked if he didn't like something. The guy answered negatively. He put his hand on his chin and began to think. Oliver, holding a sword in his hands, asked what was going on, and they told him everything was fine. They threw a leather bracer into his hand. It had been in use for a long time and had lost its properties, but it could save him from a monster bite. Looking at it, he thought about what it was because Agatha hadn't mentioned it. Pointing his finger at the entrance, he said that he had received a couple more skills and something else, so let him look when he went inside. Oliver went, and they wished him luck. He began to think, because the guy was smiling, as if he wanted to get into the labyrinth as soon as possible. Oliver smiled when he went. Also, during his time as a gatekeeper, he met many geniuses on the solo difficulty, and none of them managed to get through the labyrinth. The main character walked because he was different. His face was serious because it was not about talent, but about something more fundamental, namely the will to live. Sitting on the ground, he said that it would be good if he survived. There was a shadow on the wall. The guy looked at the screen. In ancient times, the labyrinth was created by a great magician, and they said that anyone who goes through the labyrinth will have any wish fulfilled. The guy looked at the star. The world was isolated. Terrible creatures moved silently and killed all living things. Everything in this world was against them. If you go through a deep and dark hell, then their eternal glory. The guy put his hand on his head. On the first floor there were monsters that died from stabbing blows and were not as strong as they seemed. Smiling, he asked whether to start. Walking through the labyrinth, Oliver received notifications that there are many secret places in the labyrinth when clearing the floor. The reward depends on the number of secrets explored. You need to kill the boss of the first floor and go higher. The reward for this will be a potion to increase random statistics. Looking at the lamp, Agatha asked if the main character had a merchant on easy difficulty, to which he replied that this is not the difficulty on which he is not. Holding the mug in front of him, Oliver noted that he was simply buying potions from the merchant. Surprised, Agatha said that this was not the case in single-player mode and the merchant had a huge selection. She showed the bracelet on her hand and said that it was a black bracelet, a very strong artifact that reduced damage by 50%. Confused, Oliver asked if the merchant sold such things. She introduced the man who stood in front of the equipment and said that there were many more interesting things there, but she could not afford it. She did not earn that much gold. The protagonist's face was serious. Standing in front of the door, he recalled Agatha's words that if he bought everything that the merchant had best, he would become stronger than her. Oliver opened the door and noted that he did not attach any importance to it then, but now it directly concerns him. Smoking a pipe, the man clarified whether the protagonist had arrived yet, after which a message popped up that he had met the Lost King. Oliver calmly examined the merchant. The old man extended his hand and greeted Oliver, calling him a well-mannered young man. Standing in front of the counter, the protagonist asked if the old man was a merchant. He looked away. Looking at the merchant, Oliver said that he did not see anything on the shelves. The man grinned and said that if he were to display his goods, he would not have enough space on the entire floor. He was sitting behind the counter. Closing one eye, the merchant said that he did not intend to show the protagonist his treasures. Looking at him, the protagonist asked why he was there then. The man frowned. He slammed his hands on the table and cried out that he was not there of his own free will. He had lost everything because of this madness that had happened to his world and was forced to vegetate there. Sitting opposite Oliver, he noted that this was why he was not going to show his treasures to such an ignoramus. He held his pipe in his hand. The merchant pointed to the passage and said that if the protagonist showed him what it was made of, then everything could change. Oliver stood in front of the passage and heard the words that he must return from there alive and then he would see his creations. The protagonist looked at him and clarified if these were all the conditions. The man looked at him silently. He noted with a puzzled look that Oliver was an oddball. Sunlight was shining through the window. Standing in front of the counter, the protagonist asked if he needed to clear the entire labyrinth to buy something from him, to which he received a negative answer, after which he said that he would go then. While the protagonist was walking towards the passage, the merchant reflected that usually people look at the descent into the dungeon and shake with fear, not daring to enter, but he is very confident in himself. Oliver calmly walked down the stairs. The man stretched and said that in any case, the protagonist will not return. Torches hung on the wall. Moving along the dungeon, Oliver thought that it was just a corridor, and at the end of the room, the first floor is arranged exactly the same as on the easy difficulty level. So far he does not see any danger. The protagonist paid attention to suspicious sounds and said that he was wrong. In front of him in the darkness stood a monster with glowing eyes. The rat stepped on a human skull. She rushed at Oliver. The rat wanted to bite the protagonist's leg, while he thought that on the low difficulty level there was a large rat, the boss of the 5th floor, and here it was an ordinary mob. A slight purple glow came from Oliver's eyes. He imagined how a group of guys surrounded the rat and noted that it had a low level of defense, but such speed that it was constantly lost from sight. Even altogether they fought with it for a long time. Oliver thrust the blade into the floor. The protagonist frowned. Squatting, the protagonist noted that she was as fast as he remembered her. He remembered how he and his comrades stood in front of the monster and said that on the easy difficulty level they had been chasing it together for a long time until it was exhausted. Looking at the projection, Oliver emphasized that now he was alone, and his stats were even lower than they were then, so logically he would not be able to defeat it. The protagonist imagined Agatha hiding around the corner from the monsters and noted that she said that everything was so bad that she ran away from the enemies. Oliver imagined how angry rats ate a man and said that none of the solo players fought the big rat on the first floor. He remembered how he stood in front of the merchant and with a satisfied look declared that now he understood how everything was arranged there. Oliver swung his blade. The rat bit his leg. The protagonist was able to deliver a powerful attack to it and told him that the principle of rewards in the labyrinth is simple. If the player achieves what others do not achieve, or performs a feat that will cause respect, then the reward will be appropriate. A powerful aura enveloped his body. Oliver thrust the blade into the ground in front of the monster. The rat managed to jump back, and the protagonist thought that he could not catch up with it, so he just needed to predict where it would run. The monster began to tremble with fear. Watching the monster, the protagonist emphasized the fact that this is a living creature, and any living creature can be studied. He noticed how saliva was dripping from the rat's mouth and noted that now it was time to attack. The monster dodged the attack. The rat was sweating, and Oliver read that the large rat was scared. Its thought processes were becoming slower. The protagonist studied her and thought that now it would be much more difficult for her to react to what was happening. Now he was covering his ankles from her attack, so she would look for the easiest and most vulnerable target. She did not jump high, so the closest target for her would be. The monster's gaze fell on Oliver's hand. She rushed at him. The rat tried to bite him. He caught it and declared that the monster was finished. The protagonist pierced her body with a blade. The protagonist returned to the merchant. The man was shocked by what he saw. Oliver was holding a bag in his hands and said that he was back. The guy stood in front of the merchant while the protagonist read negative messages about this man. Agatha looked at him with an angry look. She clenched her hand into a fist and wrote that she even wanted to hit him, but she knew that she could get it for it. The stunned man asked if Oliver was alive. The protagonist put the bag on the table and asked if the merchant wanted him to come back. The man looked at the meat of the big rat and the skin and saw that it was of high quality. Oliver asked with a serious expression if he was buying this from travelers and how much he could get for it. The puzzled man began to think that indeed, this was the meat and skin of a big rat and of the highest quality, which meant that he had acted very precisely, without multiple and chaotic blows. The protagonist was some kind of newbie and he was doing this. The protagonist's face was calm. Putting his hand on the table, the merchant said that Oliver had passed the test, so he would show him his goods and he had everything, he only had to say what he needed. Raising his hand, the protagonist asked if he had a siege shield. Oliver stood quietly and noted that he needed the largest shield he had, and the merchant asked why he needed a shield. The protagonist imagined how he had attacked the rat and said that he realized that he wanted to crush his enemies with it. The merchant grinned and touched the wall with his hand. The wall began to glow brightly. Oliver watched, surprised. The man held a shield in his hands and asked if the protagonist liked it. The protagonist was taken aback and noted that this was all above expectations. At a low difficulty level, equipment of this quality could only be obtained on the 7th floor. The merchant looked at Oliver and said that the shield cost 500 gold, and the guy thought that he had just over 200 coins. He needed almost as much more and would have to come back later. Turning around, the protagonist emphasized that if he killed 7 large rats, he would buy a shield and said that he needed more gold. The merchant threw him the shield and said that he was giving it to him for free. He began to take out potions, saying that there was something that Oliver would have enough money for. The protagonist was shocked by what he saw. Various vials of potions were flying at him. Looking at the table filled with items, the protagonist noticed that everything was not at all as Agatha had told him, after which he clarified why the merchant was helping him so much. Frowning, the man asked if he could give him a gift already. Pointing his finger at Oliver, the merchant asked to consider this as an investment. He looked at the table and asked to choose any of these potions, because they were affordable for him. Examining the bottle, the protagonist thought that most of the goods he was offering him were potions now, some of them temporarily increased strength, speed, etc., all of which were very necessary when going through the labyrinth. He imagined his body being enveloped in bright energy. Standing in front of the table, Oliver emphasized that at the moment he needed something else. The protagonist imagined Agatha drinking a potion and noted that he had heard that in solitary mode, potions were difficult to obtain and they were saved for the higher floors. Holding his chin, Oliver came to the conclusion that there was no need for them now. Moreover, their purchase could backfire. He had another priority. His gaze fell on the bow and he read that it was a simple bow. Its shooting accuracy was 20%. It was inconvenient to use and its cost was 200 gold, and simple arrows were something shaped like arrows, priced at 10 coins. He imagined himself standing on a hill and declared that he definitely needed a long-range weapon. If he had a bow, he could avoid many unpleasant situations. The protagonist poured the coins into his hand and asked how much he would get for the rat skin, to which he received the answer that for such quality he would get about 70 gold. He squeezed the money in his hand and said that he was selling the skin and would take the bow and arrows from the merchant. A grin appeared on the man's face. He held the bow in his hands, and a puzzled Oliver wondered what was wrong with him. The man handed him the goods and asked if the protagonist knew that health does not restore itself in the labyrinth. The merchant introduced an oasis and said that on the 1st floor there is a place where you can restore health. It is called a living spring. You can heal with it as many times as you want, but only while Oliver is on the 1st floor and he shows him. Looking at the screen, the man said that he marked this place on the map, but it is guarded by an old tyrant, but the protagonist will not have problems with him. Agatha stood and listened to the man's instructions, and Oliver noted that she was also told about the source, but the merchant seasoned it with a portion of abuse and a wish to hide there or die of hunger. Leaving the room, the protagonist wondered why the merchant was talking to him completely differently. He introduced Agatha and emphasized that she was unable to kill a large rat and ran away. Covering himself with a shield, Oliver added that he was able to do it and returned unharmed. He killed a rat. The monster's corpse lay on the ground. Holding the shield in front of him, the protagonist read that the otherworldly interference skill had been activated. Oliver remembered how many notifications had popped up in front of him. He began to read them and said that when he killed a large rat, in addition to the basic skills, he also received skills that he received on the 20th and 40th floors at a low difficulty level. The surprised protagonist said that he did not know that he would get such skills on the very 1st floor. Oliver began to read on the screen that the soul skill otherworldly interference allows each time his soul wins, it will steal the enemy's power. While the protagonist was fighting monsters, a message appeared saying that he entered a state of complete concentration. His body and consciousness are one, a miraculous power was imprinted on his soul, he received the otherworldly interference skill. Oliver was taken aback when he saw the message that since he was no longer in the labyrinth, the skill acquisition was cancelled, the skill otherworldly interference was closed. He remembered how he held the sword in front of him with an exhausted look and emphasized when he fought that S-rank monster, and with great difficulty knocked out more than 1,000,000 health points. The system window opened. He was too exhausted at that moment and did not pay attention, after which he wondered if the skill opened because he was in the labyrinth again. The protagonist presented an hourglass and noted that although he returned in time, it turns out that he saved his skills. He did not know the answer to this question and it was the same there, he just needed to go to his goal. Moving along the labyrinth, Oliver said that the source of life should be at the end of this corridor. A large rat with glowing eyes appeared in front of him. The protagonist looked at it and came to the conclusion that it was impossible not to meet anyone in the long corridor. The rats surrounded Oliver and he received a notification that he was in a difficult situation. The protagonist's eyes were shining brightly. Oliver stood calmly between the animals. He examined the rats and thought that although he was bigger than them, there were 3 of them. Even with their small brains, the rats understood that 3 of them were stronger. However, the protagonist held a shield in his hands. He began to run at the rat, swinging the shield. Oliver noted that he had no right to make a mistake. He had seen too many times in his life how strong players were destroyed by indecision. The protagonist looked at the rats that were running at him from behind. Swinging the shield, he threw them aside. While beating monsters, Oliver thought that successful checks and stat increase. Now he can easily catch rats in reaction speed and catch them. The protagonist stood over the corpses of rats and received messages that he defeated 2 large rats and increased his level. He stood in front of the last monster and read that the large rat was scared and its consciousness was clouded. Watching it, Oliver asked it to start attacking. The monster ran at him, swinging his shield. The protagonist thanked it for not wasting his time. The protagonist opened the door. Oliver's face was serious. He arrived at the oasis and received messages that he entered the safe zone of the labyrinth. Enemies cannot enter there, and it is so safe that he can get lazy. He saw the beauty of a living source for the first time. Approaching the water, Oliver received notifications about the bonus of opening a new place. The intelligence level was increased by 1 and the mana level by 2 units. The protagonist drank water and reasoned that the labyrinth was almost entirely teeming with monsters, the exception being the merchant's shop and the spring of safe places. Light energy hovered around him. Surprised, Oliver noted that this water was refreshing. Fatigue was melting away, as if he had slept long and soundly, but he really needed to sleep, because mental fatigue would only increase if he continued on his way. The protagonist wiped his mouth with his hand. The plot took us to the next day, when Oliver was sitting on the grass and saying that a day had already passed. He would check for an hour and probably they had already written something. He touched the blue screen. The guys were standing in front of the projections and discussing that they shouldn't go into the labyrinth because no one who entered responded. Oliver read the chat and thought that he knew it. Most of the messages in the chat were from singles. At other difficulty levels, people have the opportunity to communicate with each other directly, and singles only in the chat. The protagonist was suddenly surprised. A smile appeared on his face. Agatha wrote messages that she did not know what to do. He imagined her with a scared look and noted that it was strange to see the always confident Agatha so confused. Sitting by the wall, Oliver added that when she showed her stats, he saw that despite her behavior, she was worried. Maybe she was a coward who skillfully hid under the mask of confidence until the very end. The protagonist continued to study the chat and reasoned that only a day had passed since the labyrinth opened. Solo players would not begin to arrive in larger numbers for at least a month. Now humanity is still mostly alive. He began to type something on the keyboard, thinking that the rewards for solo players corresponded to the difficulty level. Although she missed a huge number of rewards, she defeated the last boss faster than anyone else and thus became the strongest among humans. The players suddenly received notifications. On the screen was a message from Oliver, which said that the first floor was being cleared in the usual way, after which he said that if he were them, he would not trust everything written on the wall. The protagonist began to warm up and said that even if they believed, he did not know how they would act, and out of 10,000 solo players, only Agatha would survive. He looked at his hand and noted that it was time for him to move. Oliver washed the rat meat in water. Looking at it, he noted that he would try to think about the goal, maybe then it would taste better. He put a piece of meat in his mouth. The protagonist winced from its taste. He fell to the floor and received a message that he was poisoned. The protagonist drank water from the oasis and thought that food poisoning constantly takes away health points for 2 days. If you do not drink antidotes or health potions periodically, you can die. He imagined the guy lying among the skulls and emphasized that for a beginner, poisoning is just a nightmare. Oliver wiped his mouth and added that this is why people who have experienced this will write in the chat that food cannot be eaten without heat treatment. The protagonist tried to eat another piece of meat and noted that food was very rare in the labyrinth, and you can buy a road ration from the merchant, but it is wildly expensive and there are few of them in stock. Oliver cut off another piece of meat and noted that the monsters of the labyrinth will be the only most accessible food. Having bitten off a piece of meat, the protagonist received a notification about poisoning. Drinking water from the pond, the protagonist said that sometimes the player is forced to eat raw meat in situations when he is in danger, and then this is the worst situation. His body was enveloped in a light aura while he thought about the fact that he was almost full. Oliver got to his feet and read that he had developed immunity from the poisoning he had experienced. He received a skill that is activated under certain circumstances for a long time, immunity from diseases. Raising his hand to the projection, Oliver read that he has immunity to various diseases. At the moment he has immunity from food poisoning. The protagonist began to enter the water and stated that he would receive another skill, and in his mind noted that as his mastery of this skill increased, it would increasingly protect him from food poisoning. But constantly getting sick to improve the skill was not the best pleasure. Standing in the water, the protagonist said that he did not want to do this. He dove into the water. Closing his eyes, Oliver thought that it hurt, but he had to endure it. He opened one eye and added that he did not remember from whom, but he heard that death by drowning is one of the most terrible and painful. Oliver emerged and received a notification that he held his breath for so long that he almost died. He received a skill that activates under certain circumstances. Breath holding. He felt the proximity of death and received a skill that activates under the circumstance death line. Coming ashore, the protagonist tried to catch his breath. His face was serious. He adjusted his hair and stated that he hoped everything worked. The protagonist squeezed water out of his clothes and thought that with this skill he could pump up the time he could hold his breath. It would be very useful to him in those parts of the labyrinth where the air was poison. Few would understand how to get this skill, because to do this he had to be underwater and almost suffocate, but it also came with the death line skill, so it was all pluses. He was surprised by the message he received. The screen said that with the death line skill he could feel the approach of death. The skill was activated in the most dangerous places, after which Oliver clarified why his mastery of this skill was 54% at once. Taken aback, the protagonist wondered how it was possible that he had inherited this skill from himself before time travel, and whether it was because this was a skill that affected his mind, not his body. He adjusted his collar and said that he did not understand anything. The protagonist held out his hand and reasoned that there was much that was inexplicable in the labyrinth. He couldn't afford to sit and think about everything. A blade began to appear in his hand. He began to walk away from the pond, saying that there were many skills that had not yet been unlocked and that he shouldn't stop. Ben looked at the screen and asked if the protagonist had gone crazy. He read Oliver's messages with a displeased look, saying that the main rule is that nothing ventured, nothing gained, and if the risk was small, Ben wouldn't have gotten anything. Holding his head, the guy wondered how he could do it. Oliver closed his eyes. A blue aura surrounded him. The protagonist stood still and thought that combinations of conditions and circumstances played a huge role in obtaining skills. If you use a skill in a certain situation, you can unlock another skill. He moved quickly with the blade in his hands. The protagonist began to hit the wall. He emphasized with a serious expression that using holding your breath while stationary and in combat were completely different. Oliver continued to punch the wall. A drop of sweat was running down his face. The protagonist opened his mouth and tried to catch his breath. He lowered his head after receiving a skill that allowed him to hold his breath in combat. Wiping the sweat from his face, Oliver read that he had been awarded the title of skill player. The protagonist said with a smile on his face that it was not bad. The protagonist imagined how he and the other guy were fighting rats and emphasized that it was similar to how he predicted the movements of a large rat. He could apply the same to a person. With the help of attacking while holding his breath, he would be able to be unpredictable for his opponents. He opened his characteristics and said that it was an excellent skill that helped him during the previous passage of the labyrinth. While studying the stats, Oliver asked if Agatha had said that her agility was 13 after the first floor, noting that his was now 21 and much higher. The protagonist left the room with the oasis and noted that he could now begin to build his main skills. As Oliver walked down the corridor, he reasoned that the main skills usually cost 10 basic ones and allowed the player to overcome a huge difference in statistics with the enemy. He imagined his body being enveloped in an aura and gave as an example increase in multiplication, or last judgment, bypassing the enemy's defense as well as zeroing the first blow or stopping time, which acts in a certain radius around the player. The protagonist walked further along the labyrinth and noted that these were all main skills that gave huge advantages over other players. He stretched out his hand. Looking at the cloud of energy, Oliver assumed that therefore the methods of opening these skills were specific. For example, full observation could be obtained if you pumped up the skill insight twice. The protagonist turned around and wondered what if on the first floor there was an opportunity to open a main skill, which would be more difficult to open on subsequent floors. In front of him stood a large rat. It rushed at Oliver. The monster began to gnaw the protagonist's leg. The protagonist watched it calmly. The beast latched onto his leg. Raising his head, Oliver thought that it was gnawing on his leg very vigorously, thinking that he could not respond. He looked down when he saw many messages about the damage received. The rat was biting him, after which a message popped up saying that the protagonist was on the verge of death. Oliver calmly noted that he needed to wait a little longer. He hit the rat after being notified that his life was in danger. He kept a close eye on the rat. The protagonist covered his leg with a shield. The monster rushed at him. Oliver reflected the monster's attack. The beast's corpse lay on the floor. Holding the shield in front of him, the protagonist read that he had received the active skill block and noted that it was a good skill that nullified damage no higher than a certain threshold, but he did not need it. Oliver reflected the monster's attack again. He imagined how a person concentrates energy in the body. He swung the blade. Oliver imagined a picture of a destroyed city, after which he noted that the skill stamina resets the blow that was supposed to finish the player and subsequent blows for some time. The protagonist imagined a mountain of monster corpses and emphasized the fact that he was the only one who thought of this skill. The guys looked at him and asked how Oliver got this skill. The protagonist was sitting on a mountain of corpses. He imagined a knight and told us that there are several ways to learn skills in the labyrinth, learn from another person or do something that others could not. Oliver calmly noted that you can try to reproduce an effect close to the skill. Looking at the rat, the protagonist thought that he held his breath, and so he got breath hold, practiced strikes using breath hold, and so he got attack while holding breath. Standing in front of the monster, Oliver wondered what he should do to get stamina, which would nullify a fatal blow. He answered himself with satisfaction that it was simple. He would block attacks that would be fatal for him. He reflected the monster's attacks, after which messages popped up that he had blocked several attacks that could be fatal for him. He had received a skill that was activated under certain circumstances for a long time, stamina. There was a smile on the protagonist's face. He killed a rat. Oliver raised his fist above his head and noted that this skill saves lives. The guys listened to him attentively. Closing her eyes, Agatha said that she knew that the protagonist was just crazy. Oliver approached the pond and emphasized that nothing could be gained in the labyrinth without risk. He began to drink water. The protagonist was kneeling. Sitting on the ground, the protagonist asked what else he could learn. Closing his eyes, Oliver noticed that he had a couple of skills in mind, but in his past life he had as many as 200 skills, so. The man cried out with a satisfied look that there was already someone there. The protagonist was taken aback by this. Looking at the stranger, Oliver came to the conclusion that this was an NPC, since monsters have no way to the living source. Holding his beard, the man asked if Oliver was a traveler. The protagonist asked again about the traveler, and the stranger answered that this is what they call those who undergo trials to pass the labyrinth. He remembered how he sat with Agatha at the table, who told him that when she was resting at the living source, some grandfather knight appeared and, it seems, he is a servant of some god. Taken aback, Oliver thought that he did not remember what happened next and he should remember as soon as possible. The man rushed at him. He asked with a satisfied look to repel his attack. The protagonist was taken aback by his speed. He was in shock. Oliver looked at the fist in surprise and thought he was going to die. He pulled out a shield in front of him. The opponent hit it. The protagonist parried the attack. Gritting his teeth, the guy thought it was a strong blow. The man grinned. He continued to hit the shield. Oliver pulled the shield back and the system reported that he had withstood incredible force. The opponent pulled his fist to his face and asked how he felt about that. The protagonist looked at him in fear, thinking that he wouldn't have time to dodge. What kind of techniques were there when he had such power? Ralph threw him back. He looked at the wall seriously. Swinging, the opponent said that it was amazing. The guy narrowed his eyes. Oliver lay on the rubble of the wall, listening to how he thought he would deal 100,000 damage, but only 30 came out. The protagonist covered one eye and wondered if he had really broken the wall of the labyrinth with one blow. What was that? The gatekeeper was also very strong, and in solo NPCs, solid monsters. The man walked up to him with a smile and said that in addition to this, but he was surprised. He remembered how the guy created a shield and said that at the last moment he put it in front of himself and then let go of it to reduce the force of the collision. The protagonist sat on the stones and answered that he couldn't stand rooted to the spot. Ralph raised his hand, saying that he didn't even think about killing him. That's why he used a non-lethal blow. He shook his hand with a smile, saying that even without it he would have survived, didn't think it would be a problem for him. Clenching his fist, the man said that he fought for his life like crazy. It impressed him, and he distinguished himself with skills. You see, with such statistics he was able to reflect his blow. Oliver put his hand on his chest and thought that he knew that NPCs here were not bots, but individuals. But did he really know about skills? Agatha hadn't told him that. Ralph looked at the labyrinth room and said that, to be honest, he thought the guy was weak, but he was glad that he was wrong. He gave him a full pass. The man smiled and said that he was glad to meet him. This is a real miracle. He is a seeker of God. The protagonist imagined how Agatha happily looked at the reflection. She cried over the lake, saying that these rats got her. The girl was kneeling in front of the man and saying that at least here it was safe. Oliver remembered how she turned around. Agatha looked in surprise at the approaching fist. Ralph stopped his hand in front of her face. He pointed his finger at the girl and said that she turned out to be a coward. The guy imagined her sitting there confused and thought that she was saying that the knight looked at her with disdain and left, and Agatha never saw him again. Oliver turned away from the laughing man and thought about what to make of this. Stretching his hand out to the side, the guy asked why he was suddenly attacking people. Did he really like to hurt the weak? Ralph put his hand to his beard and answered that of course not. He was a paladin, why would he hurt the weak? Closing his eyes, he said that this was a simple test for visitors to the source. The man raised his finger and said that he was checking if they had the will to fight for their lives in the labyrinth, and whether they were worth his attention because he was irritated by people who knew nothing about themselves. Crossing his arms, Oliver thought that this explained a lot. He judged people by their confidence in their abilities, at least he knew that he would not be his enemy. Ralph put his hand on his chest and said that his heroic father gave him this name. The protagonist looked at him seriously and asked what kind of god he was looking for. The guy imagined a deity on a throne and thought that there were many gods in the labyrinth. He imagined different girls, thinking that they were very different, testing and rewarding players. Imagining Agatha in front of the gate, Oliver thought that most players did not care about the gods because they could only be found in single-player mode. The protagonist remembered how the girl opened the door, thinking that she told him a lot about how evil and disgusting the gods were, so he knew a lot about them. Ralph smiled and said that the more people knew about the goddess, the better. Introducing the girl, he said that he served the goddess of love. Her name is Levia. The man remembered praying on his knees and saying that they worshipped her, loudly praising her name from dawn to dusk. She was a wonderful goddess who connected with those who loved her. There was no goddess more beloved in their world than her. Ralph stood in front of the guy and told him that unfortunately, his world was destroyed and he was the only one who knew about her. Clenching his fist, he said that he really entered the labyrinth for her sake, but so far he had not found a trace. Oliver looked at him carefully and thought that he knew this goddess thanks to Agatha and even knew what floor she was on. The protagonist remembered the girl's displeased face. He imagined her standing over Levia's corpse. The guy remembered his girlfriend texting him and thought about what she said about finding this goddess brutally murdered. Frowning, the protagonist thought about how disgusting it was that even Agatha, who had seen a lot, almost threw up. Should he talk about it? Ralph put his hand on his side and asked if he could learn something from him. He extended his hand and asked if the guy was in a hurry to get out of the labyrinth, to which he replied negatively. The man clapped his hands. Smiling, Ralph said that it was just great, he could teach him the skills of the goddess Levia. Oliver looked at him calmly and agreed. The man raised his hands in surprise and said that he had no doubt, he expected him to at least think about it. The protagonist looked seriously and thought that he had met an NPC of such power that it was impossible to even imagine. Naturally, he wanted to know all the skills he knew. The guy looked at his hand and asked what he wanted in return. Ralph bowed his head and replied that it was an apology for the sudden attack, although it was for the sake of testing, but he used violence against him, a stranger. He was a paladin, and he should apologize for that. Oliver smiled and asked if maybe he should have just not attacked. The man hit himself on the chest and said that it didn't work that way. He was apologizing to him only because he thought it was worthy, otherwise he would have just spat in his face and left. Ralph patted the guy on the shoulder, saying that an apology in words was worth nothing. He thought that since he was a traveler, he would definitely want to enrich himself with skills. The protagonist looked at him seriously and thought that it was still better to learn a skill through a non-lethal attack than to really risk his life. Looking at the broken wall, the man said that it was time to begin. He stretched out his hand and asked to try hitting him with a flimsy shield first. Ralph imagined weapons in the ground and said that there were many skills in the labyrinth. Those that could be easily obtained were basic. He remembered the guys with different weapons and said that if there is a sword, you can master the skill of wielding a sword. If a person has a shield, he will master the art of wielding a shield, and if a spear, you can master the art of wielding a spear. The man remembered how he looked down sadly and said that such a skill can be obtained by acquiring a weapon. As the skill level increases, knowledge about using a certain weapon also improves. Ralph imagined how he sat among the swords and said that it can be said that, in fact, any player has such a skill. Remembering how he looked at the goddess, he said that there is a skill that combines all the basic skills. The man imagined how he cried in front of Levia and added that although it is not a throw, it can well claim to be the most useful skill. Ralph looked at his palm and said that it is called the art of wielding an air weapon. Even the goddess personally praised him. He wants to teach him this skill. Oliver desperately looked at him and said that he understood. The guy looked at the happy man and said that the fact that all the skills were combined changed absolutely nothing. Putting his hand to his chin, he thought that maybe the skill would be useful if it included the main skills, and not the art of wielding weapons. No matter how you combine them, it will be useless due to errors in the system. The protagonist stood in the clearing and said that he had one additional hit, and it was basic. Ralph pointed at himself with a smile and said that this must be the basic damage from the shield. Let him attack. The protagonist swung his shield and asked if he was so determined that he would use the skill. The guy hit his opponent on the head. Grabbing his head, the man asked if it was necessary to hit him on the head like that. He pointed his finger at his chest and said that this time he should use his fist. Oliver decisively swung his fist. He hit the man's armor and the system reported that he had dealt 4 units of damage. The protagonist pointed at his fist and asked if he really wanted to show that damage varied depending on the weapon. Raising a finger, Ralph said that he was quick to catch on. That's why adventurers used one weapon. For example, you could put on a glove for 50 damage and take a sword for 20 damage. He pictured the guy hitting a horse with different weapons and explained that when attacking with a sword, only the weapon's damage would be counted, and when hitting with a glove, only 50 damage would be used, so 70 damage would be impossible. Oliver pictured the guy in armor and said that it was obvious, if it were possible to add up damage from equipment, all players would already be hanging themselves with weapons. He looked at the thoughtful man and said that's why they used one weapon and tried to perfect it. Ralph spread his hands and said that it was inconvenient. Let him think about it himself. During combat he could only use one type of weapon. A stupid rule. Imagining the man killing the monster, he said that during the battle you inevitably have to risk your life, obviously. The process requires the strain of the whole body. Sometimes you have to use not only the weapon, but also your arms and even shoulders. Ralph raised his fist and said that he did not like this religious order serving the goddess Levia. His body is his weapon, and his weapon is part of his body. There should be no difference in their possession. Smiling, the man said that therefore, after numerous searches for the exit, he was able to develop the skill of the art of wielding an air weapon. Its action in the labyrinth is a complete combination of basic skills and the addition of damage from the entire attack and equipment. The protagonist looked down in surprise and clarified whether the entire attack. Ralph imagined the guy fighting the monster and replied that he understood everything correctly. If there is a sword for 20 units and gloves for 50, it does not matter what he strikes with. The total damage will be 70. The protagonist stood in front of him in shock and said that it turns out that there are more options for striking. He imagined himself beating up a rat and said that it didn't matter whether he hit with his hand, shoulders, or foot. The total damage would still be 70. Oliver grinned and thought about what was happening. The body became a weapon. With this skill you could use the entire inventory, which was previously considered useless. The guy imagined the man sitting in front of the chest and asking what the ring was for if it wouldn't even help when fighting a monster. He remembered the long corridor and thought that it might not be that useful now, but the further you move through the labyrinth, the better the equipment becomes, the faster the skill takes on new colors. The guy crossed his arms and said that it was an amazing skill. He smiled and thought that its value was almost equal to the value of the main skill. Ralph raised his finger and said that maybe it wasn't that surprising for him, but ordinary adventurers wouldn't get such a skill in their entire lives and asked if he wanted to master it. The protagonist looked ahead confidently. The man extended his hand and said that he had no doubt. He put his hand on the guy's shoulder and asked him to relax. Smiling, Ralph told him that this skill was different from other skills because he had acquired it through his own experience, so he could easily pass it on to him. The man filled him with mana and said that, moreover, he had mastered it 100%, so he could adopt it without any pain. Sparks appeared from Oliver's eyes and he thought that this was a strong flow of knowledge and information. He did not even imagine that he could adopt the skill so quickly. Energy surrounded the guy and the system reported that he had received the skill from the creator of the art of wielding air weapons. The man held his hand on his shoulder and notifications appeared that he had mastered a top-tier skill. Due to a lack of mastery, damage losses are possible. Ralph smiled and said that he advised training every day until he mastered the skill perfectly. The man extended his hand with a ring, saying that it was still not good to get drunk and forget about everything in the world. The protagonist looked at the ring happily, thinking that in the past he would have simply thrown away this trinket, but now this ring is like a rusty sword. Ralph put his hand to his beard and said that he seemed to have conveyed everything he wanted, but he still couldn't achieve much right now. Raising an eyebrow, the man asked if he wanted to practice with him. He raised his hand and asked if he should maybe test the skill before using it. The guy created a shield and said that he saw no reason to refuse. He put the shield in front of him. The man directed a stream of mana at it. Ralph rushed towards his opponent. The guys were actively fighting and the protagonist thought about how in the labyrinth, leveling up depends on any actions taken. Oliver jumped with the shield. He dodged the blow, thinking that no matter how useless the location was, if you thoroughly comb it and find something, then the detection skill will increase. The guy parried the blow with the shield, thinking that if you constantly block the enemy's blows, the shield skill will increase. A vortex of mana appeared around them. The protagonist waved his shield and decided that this made sense to fight a strong opponent. He looked at the wall of the labyrinth. Oliver fell on the grass. He brought his hand to the screen and thought about how they had been training for 2 days. He never thought he would get such a skill. The guy lay in front of the screen, thinking about how this skill allowed him to fight an S-rank monster for several days. It can only be obtained in battle with players, so he gave it up in solo mode. Ralph stood over him and said that he could not believe that such skills belonged to such a young and inexperienced adventurer, and he really was good at understanding people. Smiling, the man asked if he thought it was enough. The protagonist happily sat on the grass and answered that it was enough. The man sat down next to him and asked him to promise him 2 things. He looked at the serious guy and said that since he had mastered his skill, he could pass it on to someone else, but he might run into a pathetic and useless player. Ralph looked at him seriously and said that he should never teach him. If he broke this rule, he would kill him. The protagonist looked at him calmly and said that he understood. The man smiled and asked that if he learned anything about Lady Levia, let him tell him. The guy sat in front of him on the grass and said that the chance that they would meet again was very small. Ralph smiled through his tears and said that he did not expect anything special, only hoped for a miracle. Oliver looked at him calmly, thinking that if he could find the goddess, then either Levia would have survived, or they would have died together. Imagining the wounded girl, the protagonist thought that, therefore, if Ralph did not have time to find her, she would obviously be killed. The protagonist put his finger to his lip and wondered if he should tell him. He was confused. The guy looked at the man and asked if he wanted to know where his goddess was, to which he replied that this was his main desire. Oliver looked at him seriously. Ralph was taken aback when he heard that he knew where she was. The man looked at him in shock and clarified what he had said. The protagonist stood in front of him seriously and said that he knew where the goddess Levia was. Ralph frowned and said that this was not a funny joke. He remembered how he walked up the stairs and said that he had combed through the entire labyrinth, but had not found even a clue, and he, who had just entered the first floor, knew where she was. The guy stood tensely in front of him and thought that he did not believe him. This was a completely natural reaction, but he had an answer to this too. He put his hand on his chest and said that the man could trust him. He had an object that described the labyrinth. The protagonist stood in front of the indignant man and said that this map does not refer to the entire labyrinth, but only to a certain creature. Ralph looked at him in shock. He raised his hand to his face in alarm and asked if this was a divine summons. The protagonist held his hand on his chest and said that this item can be obtained in the labyrinth. It shows the location of the deity. There is information about his family. He remembered the location of the gods. The guy remembered how the girl put the horn and said that he should take a look. She will tell him, because she simply cannot help but share. Agatha sat with him at the table and said that she received this item on the 89th floor, but it is useless. The deities are terrible. They only laugh at her. Oliver looked at the man seriously, thinking that he assumed that it was just some kind of thing and did not even guess that it could be useful. After which he said that Levia is on the 78th floor, in the library, in the 24th secret room. Ralph looked at him, dumbfounded. He started crying and replied that the library was indeed there. He hadn't checked it yet. It was definitely there. The man happily grabbed the guy by the shoulders and said that it was more than enough. The protagonist looked away. Ralph squeezed his shoulder and said that he had never been so grateful. He smiled and shouted that he was now in his debt. The man spread his arms and said that he couldn't hold back his emotions. Ralph put his hand to his beard, saying that it was a bit difficult to get there. The 78th floor was quite large. You need to prepare yourself so as not to get into trouble. Closing his eyes, he said with a smile that he thanked him again from the bottom of his heart. It was hard to express his gratitude in words. The man put his hand to his beard and said that he would like to repay him. Ralph held out the ring in his hand, saying that it would be useful for such a skilled loner like him. The protagonist examined the ring on his finger, thinking that in easy mode he needed such an item to get to the 30th floor. The man put his hand on his hip and said that he would not give it to the player on the first floor, but he thought he deserved it, hoped that he would not regret his decision. Oliver smiled and replied that he did not have time to relax, so he should not worry. Turning away, Ralph said with a smile that he was glad to hear it, then he would go get ready. He stretched out his hand to the guy and said that he finally found what he was looking for, so he could not idle away. They would see each other again. The man joyfully stretched his arms up and shouted that he would soon see the goddess. The last one who remembered her was already very close. The protagonist watched him go and listened to laughter. Oliver imagined the girl hugging Ralph and thought if he could find the goddess, if he could, she would survive. The protagonist imagined Levia's corpse lying on the man and wondered if she was already dead. In any case, they would not meet him anytime soon. The guy looked seriously into the distance. The protagonist reached for the screen in the labyrinth and said that after some time spent on the floor, his agility had increased to 25, so catching a large rat would not be difficult. He looked away in surprise at the notification that it was impossible to obtain resources from the victim. Oliver looked at the rat's corpse. Putting his foot on it, he thought about what it meant. If the difference was too big, there would be no improvement. It was a pity, but it was expected. The protagonist stood with a shield and said that he had squeezed the maximum out of this floor. It was time to move on to the second. He looked around the corner, saying that first they needed to go somewhere. The guy looked at the overgrown door and thought that there were secret rooms in the labyrinth. Imagining a man with a chest, he thought about how there was one on each floor, and whoever managed to find such a room would be generously rewarded. Oliver imagined jewelry, thinking about how a magic staff, a ring of levitation, and stat-boosting potions were items that would give him a serious advantage in the labyrinth. Imagining the guys fighting, he thought about how only one person could get into a secret room, so there was serious competition in easy mode. Oliver touched the wall and thought about how he had missed many such rooms because of it, so it was not skills that mattered, but luck and experience, but this was a solo mode, so he would be able to open all the rooms. The protagonist opened the door and asked if there would be the same layout. The guy looked at the empty room and thought about how, of course, the map of the labyrinth changed depending on the difficulty of the mod, but the overall structure was the same, so all the secret rooms were similar. He smirked. The protagonist stood in the doorway, thinking that there was only one entrance, and the room itself was empty inside. Oliver imagined people walking past the door and thought about how this room seemed useless, so many players just walked past. Looking at the floor, he thought that secret rooms were usually found in places like this. The guy put his hand to the wall. He looked at the ground. Tapping his finger on the wall, he thought about how at first glance these were ordinary bricks, but by tapping each one, you can find a secret room. Oliver closed one eye and said that it would take some time. The protagonist took bricks out of the wall. Raising his hand, the guy thought about pressing, turning, and pushing. The protagonist sat down on the ground. Pulling out a brick, he thought about how if it doesn't work, then you need to try with the next one. If this one fails, then you need to take the next one. He took the brick with a smile and thought that it was fun, much better than surviving in the room for a week. Oliver took out the brick and the system reported that the detection skill was increased by 5%. A passage opened in front of him. The protagonist stood in front of a chest in the room and was told that here it was, the treasure of the secret room. Looking around, the guy said that it seemed like you could just go up to it and open it, but most likely there was a catch. He cautiously entered the room. There was a rat sitting on the floor. The protagonist stepped on it. Oliver picked it up by the tail. The guy threw the rat forward. The protagonist looked ahead carefully. The rodent pressed the tile. The rat screamed from the arrow that flew in. The protagonist crouched over the corpse and said that arrow traps were quite expected for the first floor. It seemed that they were not so scary. The guy stepped on the tile, saying that he would take a look. He deftly caught the flying arrow. Raising his hand, he said that he was stronger than most of the players on the first floor, so he could do it if he focused hard. Oliver stepped on a tile again, saying that he had about 7 arrows. 2 projectiles flew towards him. Smiling, the protagonist said that he would take some. The protagonist smirked. 2 tiles began to glow. He caught the arrows in mid-air. A projectile came towards him from behind. The guy dodged and said that it was getting harder. The protagonist stepped on another tile, saying that it was not worth buying arrows from the store. Oliver grabbed 2 arrows and said that you can grab some for free here. He looked at the glowing projectiles and said that they were kind of weird. The guy turned around. Spreading his arms, the protagonist said that it was better for him and maybe he should go back to the first trap. Many arrows flew towards him. The protagonist held them and said that everything was repeating itself, even funny. Oliver looked at his inventory and said that 100 arrows should be enough. He walked to the chest and thought that now was the main course. The guy frowned. The protagonist pushed off the ground. The protagonist knelt down, thinking that he would try to just break through. He needed to deflect the arrows with his shield and have time to run, but this was a labyrinth. Looking at the flying arrows, Oliver thought that he needed to show his best side. He deflected the arrows with his feet and mentally counted them. The guy quickly grabbed the arrows. The protagonist crossed his arms. Stepping on a tile, the protagonist thought that the next one was on the 9th brick. Oliver looked at the many arrows and thought that it meant he should expect 9 pieces. He rushed forward and the system reported that the attack in one breath was activated. He gets the opportunity not to breathe for 10 seconds. The guy's eyes began to glow. The protagonist ran past the arrows, thinking that 3 in front, 2 on the left, 3 on the right, and 1 below, it would be difficult to dodge. Frowning, the protagonist looked at the notification that he had increased his susceptibility to the limit. Oliver ran under a barrage of arrows. He deftly caught 2 arrows. The guy looked at the red arrow and thought that there were 5 more. The arrow changed direction and the system reported that he had activated the reflection. The protagonist looked away and decided that there were 4 arrows left. The protagonist ran towards the sparkling arrows, thinking that he could withstand such damage. Thanks to the reflection, there was even more space for movement. Oliver looked at the twisted projectiles, thinking that all the remaining ones were flying in the same direction. He caught the arrow. The guy jumped with a smirk. Stepping on the tile, the protagonist thought that this was the last trap. The protagonist frowned and thought that according to the rules, it should shoot 10 arrows. Oliver looked ahead in shock. He watched as many arrows rushed towards him and wondered if there were 15 of them. The guy bared his teeth. The protagonist caught 2 arrows. Grabbing another projectile, the protagonist thought about how there were more of them than he expected. He was not sure he could block them all. Oliver frowned as he caught the arrow and thought that the more of them, the more confusing the trajectories. He put his hand under the blow, deciding that he could not dodge. Drops of blood were dripping onto the ground and the system reported that he was in critical condition. Biting his lip, the guy looked at the notification that he was losing blood and his health was decreasing. The protagonist took the arrow out of his hand and said that it hurt a bit. The protagonist bandaged his hand and thought that thanks to the skill, he felt less pain, but it was almost not mastered, so he could not get rid of it completely. If he had not experienced it before, he would have already been unconscious. Oliver looked at the lever in the wall and thought that even though he was crippled, he still got the skill. He didn't want to get into something on the way back. He pulled the lever. The hole in the wall started to glow. The guy was opening the chest. Looking at the glowing staff, the protagonist thought that he hoped that he had disarmed all the traps. It was time for the reward. The main character looked at the chest in surprise, asking if the items were already appearing. Oliver took out his weapon and said that even in hard mode, it started no lower than the 10th floor. Was it really a club in the shape of a staff? He picked up the staff and the system reported that it was used by novice wizards. It could generate the basic magic fireball. Imagining the sorcerer, the guy thought about the fact that the Staff of Flame was significantly superior to other magic items. Was it really due to the solo mode? The protagonist remembered Agatha and thought about how she didn't really hunt for secret rooms, so there was no point in comparing. The protagonist stood at the entrance, deciding that everything should be much better now. The rat hissed furiously. Oliver threw it aside, thinking that he could only use one hand now, but that didn't stop him from handling big rats in no time. He stood in front of the squeaking rat. The guy looked at it calmly, and the game informed him that despite being in a crippled state for a long time, he could perform various actions without any problems. The protagonist clicked on the notification that he had received a special active skill, Unshakable Will. The protagonist crushed a big rat. Oliver was leaving the labyrinth. He drank some water from the lake. Sitting down on the grass, the guy said that he needed to see what skills he had received. Notifications appeared that he had 2 special skills that allowed him to resist pain and enhanced his senses. Pressing the screen, the protagonist thought that these 2 were pretty good. There was no particular point in them now, but the higher the skill, the more effective the skills would be. A window popped up with information about the Unwavering Will skill, which allows you to ignore wounds for 10 seconds. Raising his sleeve, the protagonist thought that this was a great skill for reducing pain. It was certainly not easy, but it was worth it. Oliver picked up the staff, thinking that, as expected, it was the most valuable, and the system reported that it creates a fireball that deals damage to the target without resistance. Stretching out his hand, the guy said with a smile that he had nothing more to look for on the first floor. It was time to move on to the second. He imagined himself with monsters in a labyrinth and thought that the construction of the labyrinth was simple. On each floor there was a staircase guarded by a boss, so to advance, the player needs to defeat him. The protagonist approached the doors and said that it would be nice if the boss fight ended in a jiffy, but then the difficulty of the solo mode would not justify itself. The doors swung open. The protagonist entered a room with a large rat. Oliver walked towards the huge rodent and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The rat opened its mouth furiously and the system reported that a huge rat had appeared. The guy pulled out a shield and asked if this was really the boss of the first floor of the solo mode. He remembered how he stood with a sword and thought about the fact that in the easy mode he was on the 10th floor. I wonder how many souls suffered from these paws. The protagonist stood in front of the furious monster and asked if this was surprising after everything he had been through. The protagonist looked seriously at the enemy and said to attack. Trembling, she held her hand, because the giant rat could not be defeated by the player of the first floor, and so Agatha had to cheat, deciding to use the information. The boss of the labyrinth was in a restricted area. She was sitting next to him. She had to fill the room with oil and set it on fire. Standing in the passage, she spread fire around the room. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that being the last player, such a strategy was close to ideal. Holding a staff in his hands, he thought that the labyrinth was not designed for such a fight. There was a monster next to him who was trying to kill him. Raising the staff, he activated the fireball spell. Starting to beat the monster, he understood that in order to become stronger, he had to demonstrate impressive abilities. Then he dealt 14 units of damage. Opening his mouth, the giant rat received burns. Holding a bow in his hands, he understood that the burn deals 1 unit of damage every 10 seconds, but much more is needed. There was a mixture on the arrow. Starting to shoot, he dealt 7 units of earn. The poisoning status check began, but there was an error and it was not poisoned. Taking aim, he said that he was not going to stop there anyway. The rat screamed, shining with green flames. He was paralyzed and could not deal damage for 10 seconds. Taking the arrow in his hands, he thought that they were bizarre and interesting. Taking them in his hands again, he decided to start a real game. Fighting, he dealt damage and poisoned the rat. Shooting from a bow, he realized that thanks to the arrows he deals more damage. The monster was lying on its last legs. Taking the shield in his hands, he thought that the fight was boring rather than difficult. Having hit him, he received a notification that the rat was weakened and would receive more damage. His face was serious. Suddenly, the monster began to scream because this method also had its limits. Looking at him, he understood that everything was very soon. He remembered how the rat kills people. Her eyes began to glow, and when health decreased to less than 20%, the berserker mode was activated. Trembling people were perplexed because paralyzing arrows did not work. The guy also looked at her while the others tried to run away, but she caught up. The giant rat was furious and went into berserker mode. Seriously looking, he understood that the second phase had begun and the fight was becoming more difficult. Suddenly, she ran. The main character began to defend himself with a shield. Gritting his teeth, he tried to defend himself because with his current strength he was too tough. Looking at the monster, he realized that his strength barely reached 11, and in order to inflict serious damage, he would have to bet on the best characteristic, namely dexterity. He hit her on the paw with a shield while she looked. The rat looked at him. There were huge teeth in her mouth. He realized that he needed to run now and ran, inflicting 7 units of damage. Opening her mouth, she began to scream. She pounced on Oliver, who was trying to defend himself, taking 5 damage. Having hit her, his combat endurance increased by 1. He tried to prevent her from biting him because it was already becoming difficult to breathe and his body could not withstand it. He hit her face with his shield. Holding a sword in his other hand, he activated shortness of breath and could easily catch his breath for 10 seconds. Laughing, he held the sword with both hands, dealing 8 damage. He began to hit her, dealing 7 damage each. Oliver was near her head and wanted to deal the final blow, but received 24 damage. Opening his mouth, he thought that if this continues, he will not endure even a couple of blows. Having run at her, he decided to use reflection and endure about 8. At the same moment, he was dealt 25 damage. The main character hit him on the body with his sword. Running to his face, he thought that he would finish before the end came. Having hit him, he successfully completed the counterattack and the enemy received significant damage. Holding the sword was serious, as suddenly he plunged it into the rat's body. Holding the sword in his hands, he struck another blow, reducing its health by 20. The rat raised its head and screamed in pain. Having struck the last blow, he walked away from him. Putting his hand to his chin, he said that it was easier than he expected. Looking at the notifications, it was written that a strong blow was activated, strength increased by 2 and dexterity by 3. Smiling, there were white lights near his fingers because his level had increased and reached a better state. He pissed off the boss of the first floor, receiving 1 potion to increase a random characteristic. He also found an item from the first floor of the secret reward. Vials poured into his hands because before, even on the 5010th floor, he rarely received such a thing. Sitting on the rat, he drank 1 vial. It was a potion to increase a certain characteristic. Looking at the screen, he realized that this potion increased strength. Looking at the characteristics, he saw that he had increased strength by 3 times. Smiling and laughing, because such characteristics already and only on the first floor and as soon as not suffered in easy mode to get it. Scrolling the screen, I realized that I had received a new skill. It was written there that the counterattack skill and deals much more damage than usual and is useful as well as reflection. Lying on a dead monster, I stretched because I checked everything I needed. Looking, I remembered something. I began to enter that the basic strategy of the first floor of the single mode. Having stood up, he said that he published his strategy and did not expect much. Scrolling was surprised because something happened. One of the guys raised his hand and asked who could send a route to the source of life because he was afraid to go there. The other replied that each player has it in different places, so all that was left was to follow the merchant's instructions. Putting her hand to her chest, she told him not to give up because the source will be safe and if he stays here, it will be worse. The guy replied that this is catch up with death. Opening his mouth, he said that they have every chance and it is better than just dying in ignorance. Poking at the screen, the guy wrote that he reached the source and thanked for the support. Oliver congratulated him and asked to be careful. Michael wrote with trembling hands and asked for help because he was eaten by rats. Emaciated Jerry said that he did not want to die of hunger, but he did not see the point in such a life because he could not anymore. Walking along the corridor, he understood that in the end, people despaired so much that there was complete silence. Sitting on the floor, the girl wrote if there was anyone. Smiling, he looked. There Agatha asked where he went, because after that message she did not see him anymore. Everything was gradually changing. The guy stood near the stairs down. Putting on his sleeve, he asked himself whether to go in. The gloves gave +1 to the attack and protected the hands. They could inflict an additional blow to the enemy. The seller, spreading his arms, asked if he was sure he wanted to buy this, then asked if a crazy old man taught him the art of air weapons, and both of them are rotting here. Walking up the stairs, he thought that he was not going to sell anything because there was a use for it. Exhaling, he said that he understood him. Walking, he understood that he wanted to find a blacksmith. He forged a sword and was a blacksmith of the Hearth and Labyrinth. Agatha said that without his help she would not have gone so far. Putting his hands in his pockets, he said that he could find it in the depths, so he decided to hurry. Clenching his fist, he understood that this place was further than the water in the labyrinth and anyone could be reborn there. With a calm face, he said that the creatures living there were not so strong. Oliver went to the quest of the second floor. He needed to defeat the boss. Looking at the notification, he was told that the reward would be a weak potion to increase mana. There were too many notifications, which is why he remained silent, and there was also an unread message. Looking there, they asked if he was here. In the chat, people wrote and asked questions and were glad that he was alive. Opening his mouth, he thought about who to start with, and one of the guys sent a request for a private conversation. Closing one eye, he said that he was not writing anything. Scratching his head, he said that he wanted to convince them that their savior was alive. Oliver did not expect that people placed in an unknown world would risk their lives because of some posts in the community. Extending his hand, he said why he rushed here so thoughtlessly after reading the post. Starting to cry, he said that he had no choice and everyone was at their limit and they could only grab at any chance. Putting his hands down, Oliver thought that without entering the labyrinth, he would not get food, and the people who entered the labyrinth had no choice and the hunger was getting stronger. Raising his hand, he asked the guard if he had any. Lying on the ground, he hoped for food and also poked at the screen. Surprised, he got up and saw that the solo mod had cleared the first floor and they always needed this post then. Opening his mouth, he said that Agatha went first and then the others joined in. Oliver remembered that she often poured out her feelings in the community before. Putting his hand on his shoulder, he asked how many people managed to kill the big rat. They answered that too. He smiled. The main character thought that apparently in his past life he died in some stupid fight, but since he was able to defeat the big rat, he is not inferior to Agatha and decided to consider him lucky. Looking at him, he said that he will soon stumble upon a strange old man looking for a goddess. He attacks, but if he reacts well, he will receive something useful. His attitude towards him will directly depend on his actions, so you need to be careful. Raising his finger, he asked if he was okay. Putting his hand on his chest, he said that he is trying too hard for them and appreciates this help, but they are going through the same labyrinth and therefore rivals. Clenching his hand into a fist, he said that he was weaker now, but if he continued to spoon feed him, he could surpass him, but that didn't mean he was going to do anything. Giving him a flick, he said he was talking nonsense again. Looking at him, he asked who he called his rival. It was evening. People walked on the earth and rejoiced, but they were the ones who faced the destruction of the earth. Showing a finger, he said that the reason he shared everything with him was because he didn't want him to die in some dangerous place. Scratching his head, he was asked what he thought, that he could keep up with his success thanks to a couple of tips. Closing his eyes, he said that he hadn't even cleared the first floor yet and probably overdid it. Oliver replied not to give up. He moved away a little and started to stand. Remembering himself from the past, he understood that it was the same then. He was asked what was happening in the community now. He was told that they were communicating with players from other modes. He closed his mouth and said that many were looking for a fight, but he had not paid attention yet because he did not understand the reason. Sitting and reading the chat, hands reached out to him. He opened his mouth and wished him luck. He was on the ground again. He was walking in solo mode on the second floor. He said seriously that the first floor was training and they said that the real labyrinth began on the second. Monsters with knives were sitting on the ground. Opening the door, they began to look at him. They were goblins with shields, swords, and a bow. Taking out an arrow, he said to attack. They were standing near the main character. Looking at them, he realized that it was easy to deal with one of them. The monsters ran at him. The guy swung his sword, but he understood that their weak intelligence was becoming much more difficult for them. They opened their mouths and ran at him. Oliver shot his bow straight at them. One of them was shot in the chest and was paralyzed, while the others tried to defend themselves. The goblin began to hit the main character while he defended himself. Smiling, he said that it was a good try and that it would be better for them to try to block with their shield. Oliver hit one of them with his shield. His face was on the ground and thus dealt 3 units of damage. Saliva came out of his mouth and he dealt 4 more units. Taking his sword, he said goodbye. He was also screaming under the shield. Looking dissatisfied, he understood that this was pointless. Looking up, he saw 2 goblins. They jumped on him while the guy was holding a sword in his hands. He looked at his hands in surprise. He held a long sword in his hands. Having created a skill, he decided to hit them. In his hand was a staff from which flames blew. As suddenly, everything in the building caught fire. Holding the sword in his hands, he saw that it had attack power +2 and could be used profitably if desired. Ida said that it was better this way and would be much more convenient than with a shield. It was compact, but quickly broke. The door was open. The eyes glowed purple. Surprised, looking, he decided to go. Entering, he found Rick's altar, and for this he received a bonus and increased his intelligence by 1 and his mana by 2. Standing near the altar, he understood that all the gods of the labyrinth were very different, and some gods were hostile, some were friendly, some behaved arrogantly, some, on the contrary, with compassion. Looking up, he understood that most of the gods considered players toys, then asked if this was the god of death and discord. His eyes were red. It was notified that the altar was created by Rick's followers and servants, and this gate opened the way to the deity. Looking at him, I understood why Agatha had run away. There was a red aura near him. Taking the sword in his hands, a notification came that Rick wanted to check the one who came to the altar, and if he accepted the quest, he would be tested. A reward was given for completing it, and it would be determined by God himself. Smiling, he said that he was not a coward and therefore would accept. Something began to appear near him. Arms and legs appeared. The guy covered his face because it was bright. A creature in a helmet appeared near him. Holding the sword in his hands, we understand that this is Rick's servant, namely an illusion, and it was necessary to defeat him. Looking at him, I thought that it would be difficult because I needed to find a place to attack. Extending the sword, Oliver thought that the enemy was damn strong, as suddenly the enemy decided to attack. Running up to the main character, he hit the shield, inflicting 25 units of damage. Trying to hold on, he realized that the blow was strong even when trying to block. Hitting the sword, he said that there was no point in using the sword. He took 2 swords in his hands, namely a rusty one and a slightly rusty one. Crossing them, he said that he had not used 2 swords for a long time. Jumping up, he ran at the enemy himself. He hit with 2 swords, and the enemy moved back a little. The 2 swords trembled while the guy tried to remove the servant's sword. The enemy recoiled, but the protagonist tried to strike. Looking at him, he realized that there was not a single scratch. Opening his mouth, he thought that he was stronger than him and there was no point in continuing the fight. Oliver jumped away from the enemy. Then he decided to run. The servant followed him, trying to catch up. Stopping, he said that everything was fine. The two ran at each other. Approaching the enemy, he said that he was faster than him. He held the enemy with one sword and tried to strike with the other, inflicting 12 units of damage. Looking at the sword, he realized that it was stuck. He hit him with his fists, inflicting 4 units of damage. I remembered how the man said that he owned the art of air weapons. Finishing off the servant, I thought that I needed to distance myself from the enemy and disrupt his strategy, because I had already used this tactic many times and thought that it would work too. Moving away, I realized that it was easier than I expected. Bringing the sword to my face, I said that he was only on the 2nd floor and everything should go well, and besides, Rick was the god of death and discord and probably wanted to witness a brutal fight. Looking into the distance, a notification came that the radius of Rick's power had been reduced. The servant stood while restoring intelligence and illusion. The protagonist was surprised looking at him. The enemy straightened his hand holding the sword in his hands. His eyes were angry and looked at the man. Oliver also looked at him while meeting Rick's servant. The protagonist looked at him seriously. The monster bowed his head. He began to pull out a sword from his stomach. In his hands, it shone with a pink aura. Crosses from swords began to appear on the ground. Watching, he understood that he was no longer marked as an illusion and the general atmosphere had changed. Oliver stood with swords in his hands. Opening his mouth, he thought that the enemy had now acquired consciousness and his tactics might not work. The servant began to attack. Eyes were visible from his headdress. The blow was strong, causing him to take 24 units of damage. Watching him, he did not understand what was happening, because he was now moving completely differently. Suddenly, the servant struck and Oliver flew. He hit the wall, receiving minus 25 units. Grinning his teeth, he thought that he had perfect swordsmanship and was acting like a truly experienced knight. Standing up, he thought that he was encountering this for the first time. His eyes were burning with a red flame. He held the sword with trembling hands and understood that he could not control it. Wiping the blood near his lips, he wanted to become stronger. Standing next to him, he thought that in the labyrinth, every movement was assessed and based on the assessment, a certain title and skill was assigned, and this was perhaps the most valuable skill of all that he could receive. There was a blue aura near the main character. His face became more serious because he wanted to learn. Holding a sword in his hands, he said that the enemy was clearly superior in swordsmanship. A staff began to appear in his hands, and at the same time he said that with only swordsmanship skill he would not be able to defeat him. Suddenly, a ball appeared and flew at the servant. The enemy began to defend himself, cutting the ball. Looking at Oliver, he did not see it. His eye was glowing. Behind the enemy, he shouted that he was here. Hitting his back, he dealt him 6 damage. Suddenly, the servant began to turn. His sword was trying to hit Oliver. Smiling, he said that it was pointless. Trying to make a blow, he activated division and the next attack would be divided. The blow was made, dealing 15 damage. Holding a weapon in his hands, he activated the skill in one breath. Having started to fight, he dealt damage to him. Having made a ball, he received the skill of a consecutive attack. The ball hit him and dealt 13 damage and the burn was successfully completed. Holding his chin, he said that his mana was running out and that he had 5 units left and 70 health. The servant knelt down, thinking that if he retreated, it would only get worse. Sighing, he thought that there was nowhere to run. Both ran at each other. Blows began to happen. Taking swords with both hands, he tried to inflict damage. Straightening his arm, he also tried to hit. When suddenly, he was pierced. The sword was completely in him. With blood on his face, he activated zeroing, due to which the fatal blow was cancelled. Straightening his arm, he decided to deliver the final blow. He hit him and the damage received would be reduced to 0. Through the helmet, he struck him in the neck. Oliver screamed and pressed on them. When suddenly, his head was gone. The helmet began to crack. Kneeling down, he decided to catch his breath. The man in the helmet said that he was brave. Putting his hand on his chest, a notification came. It was written that he defeated Rick's servant. Having stood up, the whole aura left because the god was pleased. Yupav said that it was unfair to change the quest so suddenly. An aura appeared near him and a notification came that he was in better condition and had defeated a strong opponent alone and spiritual enhancement had also been activated. Having started scrolling, he wanted to see how much stronger he had become. It was written that the characteristics had increased by 17, mana by 5, and endurance by 30. Looking at the screen, a notification came that he had passed the test and was receiving a reward depending on the assessment. Having stood up, he went and began to say that he had almost died and Rakita's zone of influence was decreasing. The wounds began to heal and he received a ceremonial sword. Having taken it in his hands, he was told that this was the sword of those who worshipped Rick. The red color was a symbol of absorbed blood. He rubbed his eye and said that this was some kind of unusual loot for the second floor. Holding it in his hands came that he had passed difficult training and would be given an additional reward. Received a passive skill, namely the Trace of the Struggle. It could be strengthened in battle. Looking up thought that it would not be superfluous. Stones began to fall. He understood that something else would happen. Oliver looked down. His eyes became bigger. A notification came where Rick offered a contract of the Apostle. Crossing his arms, the hero asked what the contract of the Apostle. Looking at the notification, he said that there was not even any explanation and how he was offered to make a choice. The protagonist sat down on the floor in thought. Looking to the side, Oliver thought that this time. Lowering his head, he added that it seems that when the gods want to influence the player, they undergo certain hardships. It seems that he wants to make him his disciple so much that he is ready to endure punishment. But the hero stood in front of the monster. The thought appeared that even if he accepts this as a good gesture, he is still a god. A hand hovered over him. It was said that he had already created chaos and confusion. Was it profitable for him to accept his offer at all? No. What if he became his slave forever? The protagonist, with his eyes wide open, said that he declined. He clicked on the notification. It was said that he declined the offer. The contract was not accepted. Putting his hand on his side, Oliver said that it was good that at least he did not get angry because of the refusal. A notification about an additional quest appeared in front of him. The hero closed his eyes and said that he did not want to accept it. He deceived once, he will deceive twice. How can he trust him? A message appeared that he declined the additional quest. The protagonist looked closely at the message. It was written that an additional quest, after a successful battle, he wants to arrange another test for him. The conditions: let him kill all the enemies of the second and third floors and return here. The reward will be determined by his decision. Frowning, Oliver said, "Okay, I guess I'll have to accept such a simple quest." Rick smirked. Messages appeared that the additional quest was accepted. Rick was satisfied with his choice. The man was sitting at the table. Looking at the hero, he asked that he had already returned, to which he replied that he needed to buy something. Frowning, Ethan asked what potions. Yes, but why did he need them now? To which the protagonist replied that he thought he would need them. Looking down, Oliver thought that he had not intended to buy anything before, but if the quest became difficult again. A glow appeared around the weapon. The hero looked in surprise, hearing that this was a sword. Looking at his weapon, the merchant asked that he got it from that bastard Rick. It seems he spent a lot of money on it. Looking at the merchant, the protagonist asked what he had heard about him, to which he replied that of course, because of this crazy god more than one head had rolled, he does whatever he wants. Oliver's eyes widened, thinking that Rick had been doing this for a long time, and then asked if he could ask something, what an apostle's contract was. The merchant winked and clarified that Rick had offered him an apostle's contract. He shook the ashes from his pipe and heard that yes, but he had refused because there was no explanation, to which the man replied that it was an excellent choice. Such decisions cannot be made spontaneously. Frowning, the man asked what Rick's contract was, how long it had been going on. Looking at the hero, he said that he should forgive him, but he could not help him. The merchant raised his hand and said that for him he was just a merchant in a shop. The terms of the contract did not allow him more. Looking away, the protagonist asked about the agreement, to which Ethan replied that it was because of him that he was hanging around here and he didn't understand he could go if nothing else was needed. Taking a step forward, Oliver said that they would see each other then, to which he replied that if he was going to the shop again, he should come to the other floor. The protagonist walked straight ahead. Looking at the notification, he said that it seemed like now was the time. Standing in front of the people, the protagonist asked why they were here, to which they said hello, and he asked that they had already met the night. The guy smiled and said yes, but he didn't look at all like he described, to which Oliver asked what he was talking about. He covered one eye. Looking at the man, the guy said that he simply spat in his face and left. The man turned to him. It was heard that he did not reflect his attack. How can it be blocked? He could not move. He just confused him. Lowering her head, the girl said that she also met him. Nothing helped her to move from the place, to which the hero asked what she was doing, grabbed him. The guy grabbed the man's leg. It was heard that well, of course, but he told him to fuck off. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist thought that it turns out that he reacts only to those who respond to his attack. Well, the gnomes and Rick behaved the same way, and then asked what and where they are now, to which Ben replied that he is hunting big rats. The girl struck the rat and said that she decided to level up a little before going further, to which Oliver asked what about the others. Raising his hand, the guy said that a few more people had started hunting small rats, but he thought they would need some more time, to which the hero thought that they were still trying to get used to this world. He thought he would tell them about the second floor later. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said okay, let them listen carefully. They looked at him in surprise. The guy gritted his teeth when he heard that before heading to the second floor, they met a giant rat boss. Her health was about 200, and she dealt a blow that even blocking wouldn't save her from, to which he asked how he dealt with her. Oliver raised his hand and said that they should think about it themselves. He couldn't tell them everything. He thought that after some thought, he would find the answer. The girl grinned when she heard that they should tell the other players so they wouldn't die, to which she replied that it was good, thank you, and Ben said that they would give it their all, good luck. Looking at the notification, the hero said, well, he conveyed everything he wanted. Looking to the side, he added that it was probably time to start the quest. A view of the dungeon opened up. The protagonist unsheathed his blade. He raised his hands up. The goblins behind him screamed loudly. The monster in the tree exclaimed. Suddenly, they rushed towards him. Extending his weapon forward, Oliver said that he would try out new skills. He began to strike the monsters. A notification appeared that he had activated a trace of struggle. The hero stuck his weapon into the goblin. Grinning, he said that his head was clear, no worries, great, this state heals and increases all stats. Extending his shield to the side, the protagonist said that there were no restrictions. If this continues, he will be able to fight forever. Looking straight ahead, he added that great, such a skill can become his main skill. The blood of the monsters flew up. The goblin fell to the ground. Oliver looked to the side and thought. The entrance opened up. He heard that he didn't remember such a door in the labyrinth. The hero looked into the room. Looking at the warrior's grave, he asked what it was. The protagonist looked down. He was standing behind the stone. Notifications appeared that he had discovered the warrior's grave. A bonus for finding. His intelligence was increased by 1. His mana was increased by 2. Oliver put his hand to the stone. White smoke began to fly around. A glow appeared above it. Suddenly, the animal's tail appeared. Grinning, the creature said hello. The hero opened his eyes in surprise. Standing on the stone, the spirit said goodbye to him. The protagonist froze in bewilderment. He put his hand to the stone again. The creature waved its hands and said that it was nice to meet you, now bye. Oliver looked at it in amazement. He put his hand on the stone. The creature flew out of it and asked what he was doing. Suddenly the hero grabbed him, and he shouted that he should go away. Frowning, the protagonist said that he should stop these things already and give the quest. The spirit flew up and asked that he dared to ask for a task. Yes, he knows who he is, to which Oliver asked that he is the ghost of a fallen warrior. Who else? Looking at him, the ghost replied that everything is so simple now, you don't need to risk your life to find out something. It's great when the system reports everything to him, to which the hero asked that the system didn't work before the appearance of the labyrinth. Sticking out his tongue, the spirit said that no, it did. He raised his hand. A thought appeared that what was wrong with him. His aura was different from the aura of those NPCs that he had met earlier. Looking at him, Oliver said that he should shut up, so he will give the task or he is just an object, to which the ghost said that he perceives a person as a thing. What a rude person. He closed his eyes and added that, well, okay, he's a ghost, he's hanging around here to give out quests. The hero frowned when he heard that he didn't share quests with random weaklings, to which he asked why he was on such an early floor then. The ghost started flying in a circle, saying that how could he know? Damn labyrinth, why was he even placed on such a floor? In general, let him go, maybe come back when he gets to at least the 30th floor. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that he was unlucky. This useless NPC is not worth humiliation. Raising his hand up, the spirit said goodbye to him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in surprise. A glow appeared from the weapon. It was heard that a minute, this weapon, this is Rick's weapon, where did he get it from? Walking straight, Oliver said that he completed his task. Looking at him, the ghost asked that he completed the task of this capricious idiot. Grinning, he added that he changed his mind, he will give him a mission, to which the hero asked what and who he is. The spirit began to fly around him, saying that he would have immediately said that he deserved to receive the quest, let him come up. He would explain the conditions of the task to him, to which the protagonist replied that he did not want to, and he added that but he himself asked, let him listen. The man raised his sword up. It was heard that he was once a glorious fighter. People believed that he would be the first to reach the end of the labyrinth. The guy was lying on the ground. It was said that in attempts to break through into the depths of the labyrinth, he met a strong opponent and returned to the 10th floor to rest. Looking straight ahead, the ghost said that there was almost no health. Although low-level monsters could not break through his defense, he fell into a deep sleep, but the boss of the 10th floor had a weapon with an automatic attack. The man held the weapon in his hands. It was said that he also killed him right in his sleep. He swung his sword. The ghost clenched his teeth and said that the hero, who was able to clear the very depths of the labyrinth, died because of some bot. The hero looked away. Looking at the spirit, he heard that he had only one task for him, let him kill the boss of the 10th floor. Lowering his head, the spirit said that after that he would give him a reward. Looking at the notification, the protagonist thought that the reward depended on the decision, which meant that if he got angry, he might not give anything. Well, that's the task. Raising his head, he added that it turned out that it would be a long quest, to which the spirit asked what he accepted, and he replied that yes, he accepted. Oliver walked straight. The spirit rushed after him. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked what he was going with him, to which he replied that of course, go ahead. The ghost started circling around his head and asked how he would know that he had killed him. He couldn't stay by the grave. And to be honest, he was already bored here. Even though it was still a long way to the 10th floor, he thought it would be fun. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that he would have to drag this drone all the way to the 10th floor. Waving his arms, the ghost said that but when he managed to set up an automatic attack, he, of course, relaxed his vigilance. Flying forward, he added that weapons with an automatic attack appear much later. The monster of the 10th floor simply couldn't have such a thing. How do you think he got it from? To which Oliver replied that he didn't know. Maybe he'd keep quiet for a bit, to which he added that okay, he accepted his task, so he should be ready for anything, and the hero asked what he should do. He shouldn't have accepted it. Looking to the side, he asked that he was a fighter, he says, and what did he do before entering the labyrinth? To which the ghost asked why he should tell, to which he thought that he needed to find out as much as possible. Turning around, the protagonist said that he should not tell if he did not want to. The ghost closed his eyes and said that okay, if he begs so much, then he will tell especially for him. To which he replied that he said that he could remain silent if he wanted, to which the spirit added that he was a descendant of the great royal family of the Karvat Empire. The guy was sitting on the throne. It was heard that he was the eldest son and the future heir, but that's not all. He pulled out his sword forward. It was said that he was incomparable, he was an excellent swordsman, he was smart, there were no equals to him in the entire empire. Every young lady hurried to his ball. The guy looked to the side. Looking up, the ghost said that the good old days, to which Oliver thought that his manner of speech was more like that of a street thug. A sword was thrust into the guy. It was heard that but then the end of the world came, and he came to save everyone. But the hero closed his eyes and said that he died, fell asleep on a low floor and was killed, to which the spirit replied that he should not bring him out. Gritting his teeth, he added that yes, he had failed at the very end. He could not save the world. One mistake cost him everything. Now he will calm down only when his killer himself ends up in the grave. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked what the last thing was, and the ghost clarified that he was even listening to him. Flying above him, he added that look, modern travelers have no manners at all. Goblin stood behind the door. Extending his weapon forward, Oliver said that once a shot flew at the monsters. The hero swung his weapon. He hit the monster. A notification appeared that he dealt 10 damage to the goblin. The goblins standing near him screamed loudly. The protagonist looked at them. Lightning flew around the monsters. Looking at him, the spirit asked what he was doing, said that he was shooting paralyzing arrows and hitting, repeating the same thing, and aiming at the same goblin. He had a special hatred for him, to which Oliver replied that he would do it again. Looking at him, the spirit asked that he was trying to get a skill, to which the hero replied that he was quick-witted. The ghost flew up and said that being quick-witted was not enough, forgive me, but he was messing around, so he would not get a skill, to which he replied that he would, and what a skill. The hero frowned angrily. The spirit began to fly around him and asked how many floors he thought he had passed. 85, he knew everything. The protagonist grabbed the goblin and asked him what they would bet if he didn't get the skill. He would become his slave, do whatever he told him to do, maybe even kill himself. Looking straight ahead, the spirit heard that if he won, he would have to answer all his questions honestly, to which he replied that he was brave, he had just gotten into the labyrinth, and he already wanted to find out who was smarter. Frowning, he added that okay, we have a deal, he would show what the great heir of the Carve-Out Empire was capable of. If he could win, he would answer any questions honestly, but if he won, he would become his slave. Oliver grinned and said okay, he took him at his word. Ash stretched his arms out to the sides and laughed loudly. The hero was on his knees, and he was shouting that he should crawl on all fours and was addressing him as you, got it. The ghost closed his eyes and asked what else he could think of, said that he could have fun until he died. Looking at the hero, the spirit asked what maybe it was time to give up, he couldn't buy himself off, to which he asked what he heard about the battle skill. People were fighting each other, it was heard that and what not to hear, it was a basic skill. Ash crossed his arms and said that when two people enter a fight, other players are forbidden to interfere, right? Frowning, the protagonist said that he could just get something like that, to which he asked what nonsense. Lightning flew around the goblin. Oliver raised his sword and said that bingo, notifications appeared that when facing a large number of enemies, he continued fighting with a single opponent, he received the active skill forced battle. Ash exclaimed in surprise. The battlefield appeared, a notification about the active skill appeared, and the hero called it. Looking straight ahead, he thought about how continuous damage, poison, confusion, intimidation, and so on were the basic skills that had different effects, and then said that he finally got it. Frowning, the ghost said that this was nonsense. It turns out that even if he was stuck in lava or in outer space, this skill would help him survive. Is it really possible to get it by doing such nonsense? To which the protagonist replied that this is probably why many people don't have it. Raising his hand up, he added that in fact, these are not the worst conditions for obtaining the skill. A thought appeared, what did he do to get other skills at all? Looking to the side, Oliver asked, well, what, have you forgotten about their argument yet? The spirit frowned angrily. Flying forward, he said okay, they will consider him the winner, he is different from other characters, there are no restrictions in his storyline. Who is he anyway? Let him listen, skills do not mean anything yet, so let him not get too cocky since he managed to get a new skill. Looking to the side, the hero asked what he was babbling about, said that he should just answer his questions. Gritting his teeth, Ash said that he was a little rascal. Sighing, he added that forced combat is, of course, a good skill, but there are others in the labyrinth. He heard about the jump, to which he replied that yes, but why just a jump? He did not study the huge jump. The protagonist opened the door, and the spirit asked what the huge jump was, to which he replied that he did not study it. Looking down, Ash said that okay, he admits he is good at skills, but for the labyrinth this will not be enough, asked that he knows that his life depends on his actions and findings, and what is he doing. Looking at the wall, he added that the secret room seemed to have some difficulties. Oliver looked straight ahead. A bright glow appeared, a notification appeared that he had gained a strong premonition. The hero pulled out one of the bricks. The ghost looked at him in surprise. Grinning, the protagonist thought that it was all thanks to the detection skill. When the mastery reaches 20%, the necessary information is automatically revealed to him, and then said that it was great, to which Ash asked that he had also mastered detection. He no longer said anything about the skill level. Looking at the ceiling, Oliver asked that this time there were goblin traps. Looking at him, the ghost said that the traps were set randomly, so it would not be so easy to break through, it seemed better to go back. The spikes shone brightly, the thought arose that arrows first. There was a hole in the floor, the thought arose that then a trap. The hero's eyes lit up brightly. The chest was shining brightly, the thought arose that, finally, the moving walls. The ghost looked in surprise. The protagonist ducked and thought that he was no different from the easy mod. Suddenly, he rushed forward. Looking at him, Ash exclaimed. Particles were emitted from his weapon. Oliver deftly jumped over the pit. The spirit watched him in surprise. The protagonist ran forward rapidly. He looked to the side. The protagonist clenched his fist tightly. Suddenly, he swung his hand. Oliver abruptly broke the wall. The ghost opened his eyes in surprise. The hero lowered his hand down. Sand was pouring out of his hand and he thought that this wall was not part of the labyrinth. It was made by goblins. Its strength was not so great. It would be easy to break, and then said that everything is the same. Looking at him, Ash thought, okay, it is better to remain silent, and he added that great, he did well, I wonder what the reward will be. The protagonist looked at the ring and asked what the mono ring was, said that it was just in time, the item's characteristics appeared. Looking at him, the ghost said that he should allow him to ask something, who he was anyway, to which Oliver asked again. Ash froze in bewilderment, hearing that he would understand if he repeated it twice. Looking at him, he asked what twice, to which the hero replied that if he did not understand, then he should forget, and then thought that it seemed that he was completely out of the loop, which meant that to get to the boss, you need to overcome more than 85 floors. The protagonist looked away. He frowned. Looking at the notification, Oliver thought that about 10 days had passed since he entered the labyrinth. Looking away, the guy asked how he dealt with the big rat, and the other said that you just need to practice, to which he was told to run into it a couple of times, learn to predict its movements, then he will understand how to strike. Looking straight, Ben heard how he did it, to which he replied that for him, it is nothing compared to the guy who went much further than them, and the girl said that there is some kind of anomaly. Looking at the screen, the hero said that great, now is the time, to which Ash asked what it is, what he is doing, and he added that he does not know about the community page. Taking a step forward, he said hello, and people exclaimed in surprise. Looking at him, the guy said that he usually opened a private conversation, and today he went to the general page, something happened, to which the protagonist said that he thinks it is time to share the news, asked how he is doing. The guy raised his weapon up. It was heard that it was difficult to say, of the people who reached the source of life, about half managed to cope with the rat. Looking at the people, Oliver asked what in the two of them, to which Ben replied that he ran away as soon as he saw the boss, made a blow, and almost went crazy himself. Agatha sighed and said that she too, her strength will not allow her to resist such a monster, so he is looking for another way. He will have to work hard, but it will be safer, to which the hero replied that well, it seems that he has everything planned out well. The protagonist put his hand to his face. Looking straight ahead, he said that he came to tell solo players about skills. Raising his hand up, the guy asked that they are very important, but why now? To which Oliver replied that now is the best time, because skills, although not the only, but a very effective way to get through the labyrinth, if he had done this earlier, then he would have put the cart before the horse. Putting her hand to her face, the girl said that when they first entered the labyrinth, they still wouldn't have understood what to do even if they had been told about the skills. The guys looked surprised when they heard what he was going to tell them now, let them listen carefully and then explain to the others, to which they replied that this was very valuable information, as expected from Mr. Oliver. Raising his hand up, the guy said that thank you very much, they will not forget this kind gesture. The hero crossed his arms and said that it would be better for them to listen first and then thank him. The people looked delighted when they heard that so, the easiest skill, he would tell them how to get pain relief. Raising his hand up, the protagonist said that they should plunge the sword into their hand. Looking straight ahead, he asked that they all had a rusty sword, so he said that they should take it and stick it deep into their hand. It should reach the bone well for it to count, so they should not doubt and not be afraid. The people looked at him in fear. Standing in front of him, the guy asked that he seriously wanted them to impale themselves on their own swords, to which he replied that yes, the source of life is right in front of them. What's the problem? The protagonist raised his eyebrows and said that, and also, if they were to fight a large rat in this state, he would be able to unlock unwavering will, a skill that would allow them to fight while ignoring any wounds, so they should definitely defeat at least one. The rat wounded the man. The guy frowned and asked that he advised them to commit suicide, and the girl asked that besides that, would he be able to obtain other skills that would appear later. Oliver raised his hand and said that he would continue. Let him listen carefully. The next skill is holding his breath. They can get it if they jump into the source of life and hold their breath until the last second before death. If they use this skill at the very limit, swinging a sword, they can get the skill attack while holding their breath. People looked at him in fear. It was heard that this was also a call to suicide. The rat bit the guy. It was said that the next skill is endurance. It nullifies the attack that is fatal for them. While he has 1 unit of health, you need to block the attack of a large rat about 30 times. This risky game is quite feasible. People closed their eyes. Crouching down, the guy asked that skills can only be obtained by going this far, and the other said that he can't. How in his opinion should he do such absurd things? It was heard that they need skills, but this is a bit too much, and he is about the same. He will not be able to do such a thing. Turning around, the hero said that he was not going to force them. He had no reason to do so. The choice was theirs, and then thought, well, their reaction was obvious. They were all people who had recently lived in the idle present. The people were sitting at the table, and he added that the war was only an echo of history, and the famine was far, far behind. The guy laughed loudly. A thought occurred to him that while they lived like this, they had never risked their lives for anything, so their attitude was unlikely to suddenly change just because they got into the labyrinth. Standing behind him, the girl asked if there really was no other way, to which the hero replied that let him forgive, but no. The people lowered their heads. The protagonist turned around in surprise. Ben gritted his teeth, hearing that well, since this is the case, he supposes he will just have to try, and the girl said that she seemed to need to do something completely crazy. And the guy asked if they were crazy, seriously going to try this nonsense. It could all turn out to be a lie. Oliver raised his eyebrows. Putting her hand to her face, Agatha asked what and why Oliver would lie to them, and the guy said that he was doing just fine on his own. Why would he lie, and why were they fine then, even though they had used his attack methods? The guy clenched his teeth. The hero smirked slightly. Looking at the guy, he heard that he wanted to try the safest of the skills first. Holding his breath seemed not that dangerous to get, to which he replied that he would be fine if he got out of the water as soon as he noticed the system window. but it would be very difficult to suppress his instincts, so he would have to suffer a little. The people looked at him in surprise and asked if he was really going to do that. Turning around, the protagonist said that they should work hard. He would tell them about the rest of the skills when they were ready for them, to which he was answered that they would try. Thank you. Looking at him, Ash said that he had been wondering what he was doing. It was clearly something useless. It didn't matter what advice he gave, they were still destined to die in this labyrinth. Looking straight ahead, Oliver said that even though they were on the edge, they could still escape, to which the ghost replied that it didn't matter if he was finally done. They would quickly move on, they had already arrived, and he had decided to chat about strange topics. For some reason, he almost died of disappointment. Standing in front of the entrance, he added that it was time to hunt the boss. Entering the room, the hero asked if this was really the end of the second floor, to which the spirit asked that yes, wasn't he going to get information about the boss out of him, even after he had won the bet. Stretching his hands forward, the protagonist said that there was no need, he wanted to ask him about something else. Grinning, he added that now they would go. The monsters stood in front of him. Notifications appeared that the Goblin Commander had appeared, the Goblin Defender had appeared. The goblin held a staff in his hands and was casting a spell. Rushing forward, the monster screamed loudly. Oliver blocked his blow. Looking around, Ash said no, let him stop, now is not the time for this. He frowned, the thought occurred to him that it was too late. A bright glow appeared around the monster. Looking at the hero, the ghost said that he might know the skills, but he did not know about the attack methods. First of all, he needed to attack that guy. Did he not see that he was up to something suspicious? To which he replied that he should not worry, he could see perfectly well. Looking to the side, he added that for him this method was the most correct. The goblin extended his staff forward. Particles flew around the protagonist. He closed his eyes. Oliver looked straight ahead. He froze and asked what this place was. The monster raised his hand. Looking at them, the hero heard that because he chose the easy mode, they all died. Why was he the only one saved? It was all his fault. Because of him. All because of him. The protagonist frowned. The monsters reached out to him. He heard that why the hell he was born. It was all his fault. That useless bastard. Oliver looked away, hearing that he was just trash. It was a shame to waste food on someone like him. The girl sat on the ground and turned to him. The hero frowned, hearing that why he did not come for her. His eyes lit up brightly. Reaching out her hand, the girl asked why he left him to die alone. She sat among the monsters. The hero clenched his teeth tightly. He closed his eyes. Suddenly, the protagonist looked away. Frowning, he said that he could forgive him, but something like that would not work on him, so he should shove them back. Looking straight ahead, the ghost exclaimed. Oliver lowered his head down, and he said that he thought that he had finally left the grave after all this time. That's why he should have listened to him. The goblin raised his staff up. A sphere appeared around the hero. It was heard that his revenge was not destined to happen again. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he said to put it back. He raised his weapon up. A notification appeared that thanks to his iron will, he was endured. Ash looked at him in surprise, asking that he endured this. The goblin standing in front of him exclaimed. Oliver smirked slightly. A glow appeared around the monster. The hero raised his hand up and said that it would not work. Understood. Notifications appeared that the Goblin Commander went berserk. No check needed, ignored with iron will. Looking straight ahead, the goblin screamed. The protagonist frowned and said that unfortunately for him, he never loses when it comes to mental attacks. Messages appeared that the Goblin Commander activates a curse. No check needed. A glow appeared around his feet. Oliver raised the monster up. A message appeared that he had withstood several mental and magical attacks. Pulling the weapon up, he said that since he had gotten everything he wanted, then a notification appeared that he had received permanently active skills, mental resistance and magic resistance. The ghost looked at him in surprise. A glow emanated from the sword. A thought appeared that he had withstood a mental attack purely on an iron will. Even he could not do that. The hero lowered his head down. Looking to the side, he thought that he planned to control his further actions, leaking him some information, but he turned out to be a psycho beyond his imagination. Who the hell is he? The protagonist held a potion in his hands. Messages appeared that a low-level mana increased potion. His mana was permanently increased by 10, a low-level thief's lockpick set allows him to disarm traps and pick locks. Oliver smirked and said that who would have thought that he could get such items as a secret reward. Thanks to this he was able to get the trap disarming skill so early. Looking at him, Ash said that seriously, he does not skip anything on the second floor before moving to the next one, to which the hero asked what and what is the matter, why is it so upsetting to him. He took a step forward and heard that he was already dead. He thinks he will be happy that someone from the living is doing well. That's it. Well, it's not his problem. To which he replied that and now it's time for the third floor. There were messages that the third floor quest has begun. Looking at him, the merchant said that he finally returned. Smirking, Ash said that this is an old senile man, more stubborn than a donkey, right? Still alive or something, to which he asked that so he took his quest. Ethan, looking at the ghost, said that he was an ordinary noisy loser. he should not allow him to influence him in any way. To which he replied that what impudent words from an old geezer who only knows how to pray for such an old man to also give advice. The boy is very dear to him, it seems. The hero raised his hand and apologized, and Ash asked that maybe he should fool around with the boy. He wants to see how the old man will jump with anger, to which the merchant clarified that he thinks that such a pathetic spirit can do it. The protagonist closed his eyes, listening to the fact that if a dead soul is full of determination, then everything should work out, so why not? It seems that he wants the last remnants of his soul to be destroyed. Suddenly, they looked at the objects in surprise. Stretching his hand to the side, Oliver said that they should stop arguing and pay attention to the person they are talking about. He is selling all this, asking to show him something useful from his goods. Gritting his teeth, Ethan asked why so many, how many monsters did he kill? The protagonist put gloves on his hands. A bronze shield appeared in his hands. Looking at it, the protagonist said that it looked pretty good. He put on accessories and said that as he thought, the best things, with this he can kill a goblin in just 2 hits. Looking in surprise, the ghost shouted that this is a scam, and the man said that this is a damn art of air weapons. Looking at them, Oliver said that they should both stop, he is already moving out. A view of the dungeon opened up. Walking forward, he asked why they had such a terrible relationship, to which the ghost asked how one could love this insidious and feeble-minded old man. Looking straight, Ash said that he should also be afraid. This bastard treats him well only if he himself needs something from him. At any time he can turn against him, let him not trust him, he is just an old man. The man looked at him angrily. It seemed that for people like them, he was an enemy, let him remember it well. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that it all started when he was still alive, and then said that he would keep it in mind. A creature suddenly appeared in front of him. The goblins rushed forward. The protagonist looked at them. Suddenly, a blow flew at the monster. The goblins looked surprised. Oliver kicked one of them. Looking at the battle, the ghost said that this floor was not fun at all. Suddenly, an explosion was heard in the middle of the floor. Grinning, the ghost asked, "What do you mean? This place is usually very difficult." He knows in general, in each pack there is a goblin with a staff and mental attacks, so even he died. Looking at him, the hero heard himself thinking, is there any point in rushing so much? To which he replied that the 3rd floor is definitely easier for him than the 2nd. He took a step forward. Looking at the protagonist, Ash asked him what he thought. There was no point in killing everyone and everything now at his current level. Experience was not dripping much, so why not rush forward? To which he replied that maybe so, but he had a quest here. Oliver looked straight ahead. Flying above him, the spirit asked what the quest was, did he receive any others? To which he replied that it was Rick's quest. He said to kill all the monsters on the 2nd and 3rd floors. The hero looked at the notification. Ash looked surprised and asked what kind of quests he gave out. He had also passed his test, but this was the first time he heard about it, to which he replied that yes, so he had a question for him about it. Frowning, the ghost asked how much he knew about the apostles' contracts. Sitting on a stone, Oliver heard that who would have thought that he had heard of them. Apparently, he even offered him an apostles' contract. Sitting on the hero's head, the spirit asked, so, where to start? To which he clarified that he would explain everything to him just like that, without unnecessary noise. Flying around him, Ash said that he had already died. He had forgotten. He might be bound to this place because of the laws, but there were no restrictions in information. It was okay if he started from the beginning. Raising his hand up, he added that each god ruled his own territory. People looked at each other. It was heard that someone was responsible for victory, others for defeat. Just like Rick was responsible for death and conflict, some were responsible for 2 or more aspects. There were gods of design that ruled only a certain concept, or gods of religions that were born from the faith of people. There were a huge number of options, all shapes and sizes. Looking up, the hero asked what it meant to be a god here, to which he was told that they were the ones who helped build the labyrinth itself. Frowning, he asked again. The ghost stretched his arms up and asked. He remembered the system window that popped up as soon as he entered the labyrinth. This labyrinth was created by a great magician long ago. There is a legend that whoever passes through it will be granted one wish. Looking down, the ghost said that even for a great magician it was too difficult to create the entire labyrinth from scratch, so he sought out the same enlightened ones to carry out his plan. The man grinned. It was heard that his wish was to create the greatest labyrinth, a tower that gradually descends into the abyss, so he summoned countless warriors and heroes at his own risk. People fought with swords. It was said that he told them about the challenge he had thrown down, about battles not for life, but for death. The guy was lying among the skulls. It was heard that as well as their untimely death, did they really want to see this too? Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that it seemed that the gods really liked this idea. People were standing around the magician. It was said that he thought they just liked it. They were jumping for joy and joyfully supporting the magician. Stretching his arms out to the sides, the ghost said that this is why, after an infinitely huge amount of time spent by the gods, this place was built. This very labyrinth. A long staircase appeared. It was heard that the gods took their places in the labyrinth they had created, deep below, right on the ground floor. The girl touched the man. It was said that from there they began to single out some people who got into the labyrinth, testing them and giving them attention to determine their value, and to those they were really interested in, they made an offer. This is the apostle's contract. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked what was so bad or good. Looking at the weapon, Ash said that if he becomes an apostle, he will receive many abilities. As many as the god favors him, they can reward them beyond what they received and help them. The protagonist looked at the spirit and asked what are the disadvantages then, to which he replied that firstly, his soul will belong to the god, and other gods may dislike him for this. The girl closed her eyes. Rick smirked. It was heard that in the end, in the labyrinth there are a lot of gods and they all want different things. Stretching out his hand forward, the ghost said that Rick, for example, has a lot of enemies. There are quite a few who do not like him. They consider his actions a real shame. If he goes lower, perhaps they will try to cause him all sorts of inconvenience. Sitting on the stone, Oliver heard that there was something else. He would have to follow the orders of the god, since he was giving him his power. Even if he considered it unfair to himself, he could not refuse, to which he replied that so, after all, there were a couple of pitfalls. Looking away, the protagonist thought that it seemed like he should refuse the opportunity to become someone's apostle. However, it is said that the one who passed the labyrinth is guaranteed to be given a wish. An image of a girl appeared, and he added that by victory they apparently meant clearing, but he had never heard from Agatha about a wish fulfilled. She closed her eyes. A thought arose that he could be what she wished for. Sitting on the stone, the protagonist thought that, but if we talk about the Agatha he knows, instead of rewinding time, she would have chosen something else. Oliver grabbed his head, thinking that somewhere in the first point something does not add up. If you collect together the stories of the ghost, then the adventurers arbitrarily challenged the labyrinth in the hope of fulfilling a wish. People ran away in fear. The thought appeared that, but what then are the people from Earth? The protagonist frowned. Lowering his head, he added that he still does not know many things. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked what they will go, to which Ash replied that of course, and this time they will quickly clear them all and move on. The thought arose that now he needs to focus on what he can do at the moment. A glow appeared. A message appeared that the trap was successfully disarmed. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked what happened. He walked forward, saying that he thought he would have to spend about 100 attempts to get it, but it turned out to be easy. He did it in just 10. Messages appeared that he got the skill trigger trap disarm, mana consumption 1, mastery 1%. Sitting by the wall, the protagonist heard that he used trap disarm. The check was started. He turned around and thought. The ghost frowned. A notification appeared that the attempt to disarm the trap failed. Sitting by the wall, Oliver said that the fuss, to which Ash asked that seriously. He was able to discover the secret room in one go, but he was wasting time on a useless skill. What is he doing? Looking at the hero, he added that even though he had slightly increased his skill, nothing had changed much. He could simply fly through all these traps using his physical strength. Like last time, he had done it and flown through, to which he replied that he was not sure about that. As he could see, he did not know that much about this place. A labyrinth appeared, and it was heard that if he was trying to clear a place he knew almost nothing about, then the more trump cards he had up his sleeve, the better. The ghost frowned angrily. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that he did not know when, where, and how he would need it, so he would better take everything he could. That was his path. A message appeared that his skill in disarming traps had increased by 1%. Interference appeared around the spirit. Looking straight ahead, he thought that, yes, he was the one who could not follow this rule. The hero stretched and sighed. A curved ring appeared on his hand. He heard that his skill increased by about 7%, and he also received a reward. He supposes that this is the end of the secret room on the 3rd floor. Putting his hand to the wall, the protagonist said that so, only one remained. Grinning, he added that the boss asked, well, they will go. Oliver stood in front of the door. Looking at him, the ghost asked that this is the goblin floor. He should already have a rough idea of what will appear there, right? To which he replied that he knows. Goblins were painted on the wall. Frescoes with monsters appeared. The protagonist stood in the middle of the room. Frowning, he said that everything is pretty obvious. You cannot even look. The monster opened his mouth wide. Jewelry hung on his neck. Suddenly his eyes lit up. A notification appeared that the goblin leader had appeared. Looking to the side, the ghost said that he should just look at him. It seems that he knows that he killed all the goblins in the area. He is definitely furious. The goblin raised his staff up. The protagonist rushed to the side. A notification appeared that the goblin leader was attacking with a wave. He looked to the side. Oliver ran towards the boss. Grinning, he said that he was not the only one here who could swing a staff. Suddenly, the hero struck the boss. Notifications appeared that he activated confusion. Confusion is being checked. The boss closed his eyes. The protagonist struck him again. A message appeared that he dealt 21 points of damage to the goblin leader. The check failed. The goblin's eyes suddenly lit up brightly. He swung his weapon sharply. Suddenly, the boss struck. Looking to the side, Oliver thought. Touching the goblin's weapon, he said that he really is slow because of his size. The hero frowned. Suddenly the boss swung his weapon. The protagonist jumped up sharply. He struck the monster. The ghost yawned, looking at the battle. Raising his hands, he said that he expected this. At the moment the goblin leader is no longer his opponent. Usually it is so hard to deal with him. How boring. Oliver looked straight. The monster gritted his teeth. Suddenly he fell to his knees. The hero stood on his back. A message appeared that he defeated the boss of the 3rd floor. Many notifications appeared behind him. He opened the potion. A message appeared that the basic reward, he received a basic survivability increase potion. Looking at the staff, the protagonist asked what it was the first time he saw such a stat. Looking at the weapon, Ash asked what a magic staff, he received it, its impact is just beyond the bounds. Looking at it, Oliver asked what it was, to which the ghost clarified that it was a staff that allowed him to use magic. The protagonist looked surprised to hear that he could enhance the magic he had already learned with the staff, to which he asked that he should wait, magic could be learned. Frowning, the ghost asked why was he pretending not to know about it, how could it surprise him when he had already met monsters that used magic? Looking up, the protagonist mused that he thought that in order to use magic, one had to be limited to what was in the staff. Even Agatha had never used magic on her own, and then asked what and how he could learn it. Covering one eye, Ash replied that either he discovered a new concept himself or learned one of the two from someone else. Oliver put his hand to his face and thought that the first option was on the verge of impossible, so he would leave it for later. I wonder if there was an NPC here from whom he could learn magic. People were walking down the street. The thought occurred to him that this made sense. Only the solo mode had good NPCs. The girl stood with her back to the mage. The thought occurred to him that this NPC was probably hidden somewhere, so Agatha didn't know about him. This explained why no one on Earth could use magic. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that in any case, this meant that at the moment he couldn't learn magic, and the ghost said that it was time for the 4th floor. Hurry up. Looking away, he said that since he had finished the quest, he would first go back and go to Rick. Looking down, Ash asked what was going on, what happened, and the protagonist thought that it was a reward for leveling up, a bonus for spiritual qualities, a reward for clearing the 3rd floor. Oliver reached out for the notification. Frowning, he said that there was no secret reward, and then thought that there was something else hidden here. The ghost frowned and exclaimed. Looking at him, he said that he cleared the secret room, killed the boss, asked what it could be. There were 2 secret rooms. The hero walked straight. Looking at Ash, he asked what he thought about it, to which he replied that he couldn't even find the secret room of this floor. Looking straight, the protagonist thought that he would waste too much time if he searched the entire 3rd floor again. No luck. Should he really give up and not collect the secret reward this time? Oliver looked at the images of goblins and thought that the images on the wall were looking at one point. Looking down, the ghost asked what goes where. This is a completely different road. No. The hero put his hand on the wall. A notification appeared that he activated the disarming of traps. He was standing in front of a rift. Frowning, the spirit asked what he had just done, to which the protagonist replied that only this part of the wall was made of the same material as the trapdoor in the secret room. He had simply believed in luck and he had been lucky. Oliver's eyes widened in surprise, and he said what they had hidden in the depths. A statue stood before him, and a notification appeared that he had stumbled upon a former goblin lord. The hero's eyes widened, and he thought that this was the first time he had met a monster with a name, and Ash said that something was wrong about this. He couldn't find out why someone of the lord class was here. The ghost looked indignant. The goblin reached for the sword, and it was heard that he knew something about this. He took hold of the weapon, and it was said that lords, they are the kings of their race, judging by the name. Particles appeared around the weapon, and it was heard that only one can exist. They surpass all limits and ideas about their race. The monster calmly said that he bore them no malice. Looking straight ahead, he added that they were also just toys that they had dragged here. However, he was just a creature that was given the role of a monster here. So, suddenly, the goblin swung his weapon. The hero looked in surprise, hearing that he would kill him. The columns were cut off. The protagonist looked straight ahead. Gray smoke was flying in the air. Oliver ducked and activated the reflection. Turning his head, he wondered that if he had no reflection, he would already be on the verge of death. What kind of attack was that? The hero looked to the side in surprise. The goblin swung his sword sharply. The protagonist rushed forward sharply. He clenched his teeth tightly. The monster looked forward furiously. Looking at him, Oliver wondered where this incredible power came from. The monster swung his weapon sharply. He held the sword out to the side. The protagonist clenched his teeth tightly. He pulled the sword forward and thought that now his strength indicator is 37. On easy mode it was enough up to the 50th floor, but now he can barely hold on. The ghost looked at them carefully. The goblin raised the sword up. Frowning, the protagonist thought that the lord's weapon was a two-handed sword, which meant he should have an advantage due to agility. Oliver abruptly rushed forward. Holding the weapon in his hands, the monster said that it was not bad, but did he really think? He raised the sword up and added that he was the only one who thought of this. The hero looked at the weapon in surprise. He clenched his teeth and exclaimed. Suddenly, a blow flew at him. The protagonist rolled his eyes. Notifications appeared that he had received a powerful blow. All his actions were postponed for 10 seconds. Oliver kicked the ground. He clenched his teeth tightly and thought that in this state he could not even retreat. He needed to hold on for these 10 seconds. The goblin sat in front of him. Frowning, the hero thought that it would be impossible to react to the attack now. That meant the monster reflected his blow. Notifications appeared that he had activated parry. He would automatically counterattack the opponent's blows. The boss smirked slightly. He raised his sword up. 5 seconds left. The protagonist closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. He flew to the side from the blow. Oliver fell to the ground and thought, damn, his position was broken because he was too focused on dodging the sword. He looked to the side. The hero dodged the blow. Notifications appeared that he had activated reflection. The goblin activated a powerful blow. Sitting on the floor, the protagonist wheezed. A message appeared that he had received 46 units of damage. 0 seconds left. Oliver fell to the ground. The monster was sitting on the throne. He looked to the side. Looking at the hero, the ghost said that he could not cope with someone like him yet. Now it was worth letting go and moving to the next floor. He could return when he became stronger. The hero looked down. Ash asked again. Hearing that no, he would continue as is. Flying down, the ghost asked that he had not forgotten that this was a lord. This was not a creature that an adventurer from the 3rd floor could handle. Raising his hand up, he added that it did not look like this monster was going to go anywhere. The protagonist breathed heavily and said that if his priority was safety, he would not get anything. As soon as he left the 3rd floor, his reward would decrease sharply. Jewels fell down. It was said that they could freely move between floors in the labyrinth. However, as soon as he stepped onto the next floor, the reward of the previous floor would decrease. He would earn 5 times less experience and gold, and special rewards would disappear. Standing on one knee, Oliver thought that therefore, if he wanted to get everything from this floor, the ghost stretched his arms out to the sides. He closed his eyes and shouted that he was too overconfident and reckless. He had worked so hard to increase his skill percentage, and now he was suddenly rushing into such an adventure. Crouching down, the protagonist said that he had no idea what he was talking about. Everything he did was to cope with this. Taking a step forward, he added that he collected all the rewards and destroyed all the monsters, not to avoid danger. Lowering his head, the protagonist thought that it was not for the sake of survival, rather, he was putting his life on the line in this fight. Looking at him in surprise, the ghost turned. The hero's hair fluttered in the wind and he said that he was acting for the best rewards. Everything was for the sake of increasing his chances of success. A glow appeared around him. Notifications appeared that no check was needed. He was facing an enemy that could not be defeated. His consciousness was unshakable and his fighting spirit increased. His willpower increased. All characteristics were increased. Oliver frowned. There were reports that during the battle he would be unshakable. He received eyes that could detect the enemy's weak point. The goblin held the weapon in his hands. The thought came that they would not place an invincible enemy on the 3rd floor, so there is definitely a chance to do so. The monster sat quietly. The thought came that if you think about it, he has never gotten up from the throne, perhaps that. Looking straight, Ash said that he is the same, to which the hero replied that he is right, he has no legs. He began to turn his head and thought that from what he understood, he is the previous lord. In any case, he cannot get up from the throne, then he has a chance. The goblin lowered his head down. He looked at him angrily and said that he was a brave warrior. He respected that he did not retreat, then he would go against him for real. Turning his head, the boss asked, so how would he approach him this time? The protagonist activated breath hold. Suddenly, he swung his hand. Oliver hit the wall. Cracks began to appear on the bricks. Stones began to fall from the column. The goblin looked away and said something. He sharply raised his weapon up. Sitting on the throne, the boss said that he used his head, asked that however, the debris would also fall on him, right? The hero pulled the weapon forward. Notifications appeared that he had activated confusion. A check was in progress. The monster turned his head. The protagonist looked at him angrily. Sitting on the throne, the goblin said that he wondered if they were really flying at him. He frowned. A notification appeared that the check had failed. Gritting his teeth, the monster said that he couldn't hurt him with something like that. The goblin swung his sword sharply. He opened his eyes in surprise. Looking straight ahead, he asked that he was able to dodge all the debris. But how? The hero was standing behind him. Peeking out from behind the throne, he said that the skill was forced combat. No one but him could stop him. Looking up, the protagonist said that this also applied to the debris. Even if they fell on them, only his weapon or what he threw at him could stop him. Stretching his hand forward, he added that but this throne. A sphere appeared in front of his fingers and Oliver said that he wondered if he would be an exception. The hero activated forced combat. Turning his head, the boss laughed and asked that he used skills like this. Grinning, he said that it was impressive. The protagonist raised his head, hearing that he was thanking the gods that his last battle was with him. Ash watched the battle, he felt it. The hero was running away quickly. Oliver, whom he was watching, used only his characteristics to win. The ghost raised his head. It was said that therefore the ghost was in anticipation of meeting a strong opponent, and then thought that if it was him, then perhaps. The boss swung his sword sharply. The protagonist rushed towards him. He extended the weapon in front of him. The ghost flew away from the place of the explosion. The goblin fell to the ground and screamed. Looking at the hero, he said that it was great, but if he could not get close to him, then he would not be able to deliver a decisive blow. What would he do? Raising his weapon up, the boss added that he would make sure that he did not take a step from there. The hero's eyes lit up brightly. Frowning, the ghost asked what he was planning. Beams flew in front of Oliver. A blow suddenly flew at him. The hero spat out blood. Notifications appeared that he had been dealt 462 points of damage. He activated endurance. The protagonist angrily clenched his teeth. The boss swung his sword and asked again in surprise. Extending his weapon forward, Oliver said that the effect of endurance would nullify a fatal attack. Frowning, he added that, well, he would rephrase a little. It meant that he would be invulnerable for exactly 1 second. Suddenly, the hero swung his sword. A blow flew at the goblin. The protagonist abruptly opened the potion. The boss grabbed his hand. He struck back at the protagonist. Oliver clenched his teeth tightly. He plunged his sword into the boss. The goblin looked at him in surprise. The hero froze, looking at him. Grinning, the boss said that he was impressive. The protagonist looked at him. A notification appeared that he had defeated the goblin lord. He frowned and said that it was finally over. Standing in the middle of the room, Oliver said that he had received several bonus skills due to the difficulty of the floor and had leveled up twice more. Notifications appeared in front of him. He opened his eyes in surprise. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist asked that he was able to obtain the Lord's skill using the soul quality enhancement. What kind of skill was that? Putting his hand to his face, he added that it meant that the damage increased proportionally to the mana spent. He didn't think he could get such a skill now. A notification about the skill trigger appeared. The protagonist grinned and said that in his past life, he would have hardly been able to get such a skill even if he tried very hard. That's why the battle with the Lord was so fierce. Looking at the potion, Oliver said that he was wondering what the secret reward would be, and it turned out to be a skill enhancement potion. Very good. Thanks to this, you can rest in the coming days. Looking at the ghost, he asked what and why he was so quiet, to which he replied that yes, nothing. The characteristics of the necklace appeared. The characteristics of the protagonist appeared. Clenching his fist, he said that at this rate he would surpass his characteristics from his past life. When he was on the 5th floor of the solo mode, in an instant he became stronger, as he thought, this is the answer. Looking at him in surprise, Ash said that then he closed his eyes. Looking straight ahead, the ghost said that nothing. If he was done with the hunt, then they would quickly go further, to which the hero replied that yes, but first they would finish the quest. A view of the stairs opened up. The entrance to the room appeared. The protagonist stood in front of a huge altar. Frowning, the spirit exclaimed, and he asked why he was so scared. Oliver put his hand to his face. Notifications appeared that he had passed Rick's test. He was very pleased with his battles and wanted to bestow an appropriate reward on him. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that Rick knew for sure that the Lord was hiding on the 3rd floor. Despite this, he gave him such a test. Closing his eyes, he said that he had said that he would not accept, to which the ghost asked that he should wait, then Rick, and he added that, however, it did not matter. Particles appeared in front of the hero. A message appeared that Rick's range of influence had decreased. Looking at the notification, the protagonist saw that he had received an indestructible shield as a reward. He had received a permanent trigger skill fortification with an indestructible shield, to which he asked again, and the ghost said that he had seen such a skill for the first time. Notifications with characteristics appeared. Putting his hand to his face, Oliver thought that he thought it was like a second health bar. As long as it was active, his health would not be spent, then that might be possible too. Red beams appeared. A message appeared that Rick was looking forward to the next meeting. Looking up, the hero thought that the fog had disappeared, and Ash said that damn, he didn't think he would be so afraid even after he died. Looking at him, the protagonist asked what and still, doesn't he need to hide already? To which the ghost clarified that he thought his opinion might change after he learned the truth about him, but he replied that it was possible. Oliver went down the stairs. Notifications appeared that the quest of the 4th floor was starting. Let him defeat the boss of the 4th floor to go further. The reward is Ash shoulder pads. The secret reward is unknown. Lowering his head, he thought that the 4th floor. Agatha said that this is the orc floor. Putting his hand on the door, the protagonist thought that each of them is quite strong, and their intelligence is not far behind their physical form. Usually these are entire tribes of warriors. It is curious what awaits him here. Looking into the room, he said that, but first of all, looking at the altar, the protagonist thought that everything is as he was told. He put his hand on the altar. It was said that this place is connected with God. Here believers in him built an altar for him. He can exert his influence from here. Lowering his head down, the ghost said that the god of victory, it is difficult to say whether he is evil or good. It would be more correct to call him neutral. The altar lit up brightly. Notifications appeared that the god of victory wants to test the one who visited his altar. If he agrees, he will be offered a test. He will cope and receive a reward, to which Oliver said that of course he agrees. A glow appeared. Notifications appeared that the god of victory was enjoying his decision. He was studying the experience of his battles. The hero narrowed his eyes and asked what he could study, to which the ghost replied that well, since he was the god of victory, he would read his memories and decide if he was worthy. The protagonist turned around, hearing that the god of victory was offering him a worthy challenge. Frowning, he asked what again. He had just recently received it from Rick, to which Ash asked that well, what was the point in this, otherwise how would he like it? Looking at the hero, the ghost said that everything was fine, he could accept it. For the current him it would be easy. Gods usually hate breaking contracts. Rick was a black sheep among them. The spirit looked at him. Clicking on the notification, Oliver said okay, he would take the quest. A notification appeared that the god of victory was very pleased. The hero raised his head in surprise. There were messages that the radius of the god's influence had decreased. He had received the consent of the inhabitants of the 4th and 5th floors, 20-1. The protagonist opened his eyes in amazement and thought that the 4th floor was changing. Suddenly, stones began to fall from the ceiling. He looked up in surprise and asked what the hell was going on. The island flew up. The gears began to spin rapidly. Another island rose up. Raising his head, Oliver asked what ended, to which the ghost replied that he had never witnessed anything like this. The hero suddenly rushed forward. His eyes widened. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked what was that. Looking at the rooms, he added that the labyrinth had turned into a straight passage. Flying forward, the ghost said that well. Frowning, he added that the god of victory was one of those who created the labyrinth, so it was difficult to pass, but perhaps asked that he was already on his way. Oliver approached the door and said that it was unlikely that anything would happen if he just stood there and stared. It was better to check everything right away. He entered the first room. An orc armed with a sword appeared in front of him. The orc pulled his weapon forward. The thought occurred that the monsters here were the same. The hero raised his blade up and thought that if so, then he immediately started the fight as soon as he saw it. It seems that now he understands the meaning of the recent boat. The monster swung his sword sharply. The protagonist parried the blow. A notification appeared that he received 4 units of damage. He swung his weapon and thought that his health was normal. The indestructible shield suffered first. Oliver struck the monster. The orc looked away. Frowning, the protagonist thought that in his past life he would have already died by this moment, but this time it was more difficult. What happened? Looking at the monster, the ghost said that it seemed that he must have understood the essence of the test of the god of victory in one-on-one battles until the end, until he achieves victory. The protagonist stretched his hand forward and activated a strong blow. It was heard that well, and he also strengthened them well. Suddenly Oliver plunged his sword into the monster. The orc grinned and exclaimed. A message appeared that he was satisfied with the glorious battle. The monster fell to the ground. A message appeared that he had defeated an orc armed with a sword. Looking away, the hero said that it was not that difficult, to which the ghost replied that there was no point in starting with difficulties. Most likely, stronger orcs would appear further. Grinning, the protagonist said that there were still 9 rooms left. Great, will he break through the rest? A view of the rooms opened up. The monster fell to the ground. A notification appeared that he had defeated an orc armed with a sword. Oliver crouched and said that so, 5 rooms remained. They looked impressive, but it turned out that he was afraid in vain. His level was growing, and with it the shield was growing. A message appeared that his level had increased. Reaching out for the notification, the protagonist thought that the shield increased proportionally to health. It was not clear yet, but everything would become clear soon. The protagonist entered the 6th room. He stood in front of the orc. Oliver looked at the monster in surprise. The hero suddenly activated the reflection and began to automatically counterattack the enemy. Looking at his weapon, he thought that the difference in statistics between him and the orcs was quite large, but he could not crush them with one blow. This is due to the difference in skill. Oliver lowered his head, thinking that these guys do not just wave their weapons, they have some kind of systematicity in their skills. He began to wave his weapon. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that as he thought, just copying will not work. Taking a step forward, he thought that in order to get this skill, he needs to learn from someone, and the ghost asked that he lacks skill in handling a sword. The protagonist looked away in surprise. Looking at the ghost, he asked what and why he did it so suddenly, to which Ash replied that it was nothing. They would quickly go to another room. Oliver fought a monster in the 7th room. He moved to the 8th room. The smoke cleared in the 10th room. Walking straight, the protagonist sighed. Stopping in front of the door, he asked if it was the boss's room. Throwing the doors open, the protagonist asked that if he thought about it, how would he find the secret room of this floor now? To which the ghost replied that who knows, it was the first time he saw something like this, so he had nothing to help him with. Standing in front of the monster, he added that it seemed he would have to look around every corner in the area after the boss. A notification appeared that an orc fighter had appeared. Pulling his weapon forward, Oliver thought that the boss was exactly as he had been told. There were probably no risk factors, which meant the hero opened his eyes in surprise. The man was kneeling and asking for help. The girl was crying, saying that everything had happened so suddenly. Ash frowned and asked why she was here. Was she still alive? To which the protagonist asked that he knew her. Turning around, Lily asked what warrior. She jumped up sharply and told them to save her. The girl opened her eyes wide and screamed that the labyrinth suddenly changed and she was thrown here. When she came to, she found herself standing right in front of the orc. That one. Grinning, the ghost asked why he was so unlucky with his roommate. He knows that it was because of him that everything changed here. To which she asked what, but it looks like he just entered the labyrinth. No. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that it seemed that the essence of the reward from the secret room would be with this NPC, and then said that he would first deal with the orc and come back. Let him wait here. Looking at the ghost, Lily asked what a lone adventurer against an orc fighter was, to which he replied that everything would be fine, let him just wait here. Pulling out his sword forward, the monster grinned. Frowning, the protagonist thought that this brute did not even look at the girl, which means his target is him. Rushing forward, he added that he would respond in kind. A notification appeared that he had activated acceleration. The monster swung his weapon sharply. Oliver struck and activated a strong blow. The orc looked at him in surprise. Suddenly, he entered berserk mode and shouted. Beams from the blow appeared. The monster counterattacked. The hero grinned. A notification appeared that he had activated acceleration. The orc raised his weapon up. The protagonist swung. A message appeared that he had activated a strong blow. Suddenly, he struck the monster. The girl looked at him in surprise. Oliver clenched his fist. Messages appeared that he had defeated the orc fighter. He had defeated the 4th floor boss. His level had increased. Lily's eyes widened. Putting her hands to her face, she said that this was nonsense, asked how an adventurer from the 4th floor could defeat an orc fighter so easily. The protagonist looked away, hearing what he was. Looking at her, he asked what she thought, said that the player, of course. Bending down, the hero said that is for her. Who is she? Lily looked at him in surprise and hesitated. Kneeling, she said that she was Lily, the one who summoned magic. Looking straight ahead, she added that she came here to learn more about the great secrets. The protagonist looked at her in amazement. With his eyes wide open, he asked again, to which the girl clarified that he must have come from a world where she did not exist. What a strange world. Stretching out his hand forward, the girl said that not everyone can learn magic. It is an innate talent. She does not have talent, but she wanted to learn it more than anyone else. Rays appeared around her hand. Looking up, she said that this is why she came to this place, the labyrinth. Here she can achieve her dream. They looked at the starry sky. The hero looked carefully at the stars. Lily smirked and said that in any case, thank you for saving her, but she has nothing at all to repay him. Let him forgive, to which he replied that no, there is a way. The protagonist turned around. Hearing that she was really completely broke, she understood. All her catalysts, and ingredients too, to which he replied that the power that she had. Sitting in front of him, the girl heard that magic. He wanted to learn it. She looked away and thought. A blue glow appeared. Lily looked down and said that let him forgive. But she studied it, putting her life on the line. She was really grateful for saving her, but she was afraid that it would be difficult for her to fulfill his request. Looking straight ahead, Oliver thought that so. He was refused. To some extent he expected it. Should he start persuading? And the ghost asked why she did not teach him. Looking at him in surprise, the girl asked again, to which Ash replied that as she said, she had nothing but magic, so although he understood how much she valued him, but in a global sense it was nothing. Lily's eyes widened, hearing that saving her life was not worth it. Looking away, she said that it was, but to which the ghost said that there was a benefit for her too, asked how many floors she had already passed. Putting her hands to her face, the girl said up to the 9th, to which she was told that, as he thought, with his skills she would not pass higher. The hero looked at the ghost, hearing that but this guy would continue to storm the labyrinth, not to mention that the gods themselves recognized him, and it was because of him that the labyrinth had changed so much. He was going down the stairs. It was heard that so he would definitely reach the very depths, and perhaps save those in the abyss. Frowning, Ash said that therefore this would be an opportunity for her to learn magic, which she could not even dream of before. The girl exclaimed in surprise, hearing this. Stretching his arms out to the sides, the ghost said that he thought it would be a very profitable exchange for both, asked what and what they thought. Their opinion did not change. Grinning, the girl said that now she had rethought everything a little. Great, she would teach him. Looking straight ahead, she added that moving forward together would be much more fun, right? Closing her eyes, the girl said that but because she was dragged here against her will, she would not be able to teach him right away. She understood. The hero crossed his arms when he heard that since the 5th floor was also an orc floor, it would be the same shape as this one. He would go to his place in the secret room on the 6th floor. To which he replied that of course. The girl put her hands together. She smirked, looking straight ahead. Looking at her, the ghost heard that they would see each other on the 6th floor then, to which he replied that he had been wondering how she would get past the 5th floor, but it turns out she could use such magic. Looking to the side, the hero thought that he didn't feel anything. She could really hide her presence completely. That's what magic was. Raising his eyebrows, he said that okay. Looking at the ghost, the protagonist asked what and why did he suddenly help him, to which he asked what, can't he be nice sometimes, why does he complain when he helped him? Ash frowned, thinking that he was sure his attitude had changed after he defeated the Lord. Why was he like this? Flying forward, the ghost said that he should think that he just saw potential in him. It was also related to his redemption, to which Oliver asked again. Raising his hand up, Ash said that he should forget about it. From now on he would help him, asked that he was lucky, and he thought that he definitely would not answer even if he asked directly. Well, it does not matter. The hero sat down on the floor, hearing that he should hurry up already and finish this test, to which he replied that yes, he understood, let him eat first. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that it seemed that Agatha and Ben had passed the 1st floor. It was a bit of a pity. They could have acquired more skills, but except for those two, no one else tried, and the ghost asked what was delicious at all. Oliver put on the Ash shoulder pads and thought that it was worth sorting out the received items. A view of the engraving scroll opened. Having opened it, the hero thought that he was lucky that finding Lily counts as finding a secret, and the secret reward is good. As expected, a notification appeared that he activated the engraving scroll, applied it to Rick's sword. A glow appeared around the weapon. Notifications appeared that the attack is +5. When attacking, there is a chance to throw back the enemy. Grinning, the protagonist said that bingo, considering that it was completely random, he thinks he was lucky to get it. He went down the stairs. A notification appeared that the quest of the 5th floor had begun. Let him defeat the boss of the 5th floor to move on. The merchant was sitting at the table. A message appeared that the reward was a dazzlingly decorated blade. Looking at the hero, he asked what was what. He had already returned. Chaotic noise was heard on the floors. Another test. Sitting at the table, Ethan asked what he would buy, to which the protagonist replied that he would first sell what had accumulated, and then a coupon to expand his inventory. Oliver looked away in surprise. There was a potion on the shelf, and the thought occurred to him that it couldn't be. Why was it here? Pointing at it, the hero asked if he could look at that bottle. A glow appeared around the bottle, and a description of the item appeared, that the pollen that was collected from the wings of fairies. Rumors had it that the one who used it could receive a blessing. Looking at the hero, the merchant said that, well, as it was written, it bestows a blessing, but no one knew if it was true. Raising his hand up, he added that there were those who tried to bathe in it, but they slipped, while others dipped their weapons in it, but it only began to shine. Looking at the ghost, the protagonist asked if he knew anything about it, to which he replied that he had no idea, never bought it. The thought arose that so, it is something that no one knows about. People were standing at the shop. The thought arose that in a past life, many were attracted by the promises of blessing. They bought it, but since no one ever added any effect, the pollen began to be considered garbage. Smirking, he added that it was so until he found it. Looking at the man, Oliver asked how many he had in total, to which he replied that he bought them cheaply, so only 3, and what? The man froze in bewilderment, hearing that he would buy them all. Putting the bottles of pollen on the table, he said that even considering that it was a rather useless but expensive thing, well, here, let him keep it. Looking away, the hero said that they would see each other next time and thought that the dust of blessing, its effect, minute control over chance. Looking straight ahead, the merchant said that yes, let him come back quickly, to which the ghost asked that well, he was not going to tell him why he bought it. Walking straight ahead, the protagonist answered that he would see it soon enough, he would be able to check it himself. He looked at the notification and thought that the god of victory was a veiled reminder that he needed to quickly clear the 5th floor. Oliver frowned. Lowering his head, the ghost said that he was quite an impressive guy. The gods were willing to cut their zone of influence since they granted him favor, to which he asked that interfering with the zone of influence was really so important. Ash looked surprised and asked what was so important. He was seriously asking such a question. The gods only care about their influence. People prayed. It was said that they would never cut their zone of influence for the sake of the believers who worship them, and the gods only grant minimal rewards, passing it off as something worthwhile. Looking at him, the hero heard that he finally understood how highly the gods valued him. Frowning, the ghost said that so he can be quite proud of himself. The protagonist opened the door and said that it was interesting. He only does quests because they give him a reward. Looking down, he added that no more and no less. Oliver stood in the first room of the 5th floor. An orc fighter appeared in front of him. Swinging his sword, he said that so the boss of the 4th floor appears here immediately, but it does not matter. The monster parried his blow. A glow appeared around the weapon. The monster looked in surprise. The thought occurred that it was open. Suddenly the hero dealt him a strong blow in successive attacks. The monster leaned back and growled. Their swords clashed. The protagonist jumped aside, and the orc growled. Oliver grinned and said that he was lucky. Suddenly, he activated a strong blow and defeated the orc. Raising his weapon up, the hero asked, which is not bad, said that although he was as strong as a boss, he was still able to defeat him quickly thanks to the scroll. He opened the door and added that since the first room had such a strong monster, it meant that the boss in the last room promised to be insanely strong. The stronger the enemy, the more he gets. The protagonist grinned and said that he couldn't wait. Steam was coming off the high mountain. The man adjusted his sleeve and exhaled. Oliver wiped his mouth and said that it was slowly getting harder. The board said that the 5th floor, the 5th room was cleared. The hero grinned and thought that, however, as soon as he passed this place, he would receive not only a reward from God, but would also be able to study magic. He looked at Ash and said that he only thought about it now, and how did he know Lily? The ghost asked again about that short girl. Ash looked at himself from memories and asked if he knew how the limits of maximum lifespan disappear in the labyrinth. This girl was already here when he first entered it. The girl was sitting on her knees and shaking. The orc swung sharply at her. The ghost continued to say that like the last time, she was about to die on the 4th floor, sitting in front of the orc, so, in their first meeting, he saved her because he felt sorry for her. Oliver answered that he should wait, and asked that when he first entered the labyrinth, how many years ago it was. The ghost flew over the guy and said that who knows, maybe about 100 years, if you take the time calculation from the outside. The thought arose that then in the past 100 years she was not able to go further than the 10th floor and learn powerful magic. Lily's eyes began to water, and it seemed that even though she had come to the labyrinth for this, she had not achieved even a sliver of enlightenment due to her meager talent. Ash sat on the hero's shoulder and said that he had really helped her a little. Because it had all been so heartbreaking, it was surprising that she was still alive. The protagonist frowned. An image of a girl appeared before his eyes, and he thought that those who do not live to conquer the labyrinth, but for their own reasons, there are many more NPCs here than he expected. The door creaked open. The monster turned around and looked at the stone. Suddenly, another stone fell from behind the door. The monster came out of the room, and behind it was a girl. The girl grabbed the goblin and tied his mouth. She picked him up. The monster's limbs came off the ground. A bunch of monsters lay in a pool of blood, and the girl exhaled tiredly. Ben looked up in delight. Agatha wrote that she barely managed to kill everyone, luring them out one by one. She was told that considering how long it took her to burn the boss alive, she was pretty good at this planning thing. And that thanks to this, he was able to find something too. The hand reached for the message from Oliver so that he wouldn't even think about touching it. The other gods might be okay, but he shouldn't dare mess with Rick. Ben grinned and replied that if Oliver said it, then it was worth listening to. Agatha replied that he was also pretty weird. His curiosity continued to grow every day. The girl wrote with a smile that they were able to survive thanks to Mr. Oliver's advice and the skills he told them about. The guy closed his eyes and replied that she was right. Thanks to Oliver, Sean wrote that oh my god. He grinned furiously and told him to stop fooling around. Sean looked at the board with displeasure. Ben asked again in bewilderment. Agatha pursed her lips in displeasure. Sean wrote that he was getting cringe from them. Why don't they get lost and let them stop exaggerating? Agatha asked again about the exaggeration. Sean started typing. Isn't that right? They write that it's so hard to defeat a single rat on the 1st floor, it's a normal mob. Why lie? Someone typed. That's right, stop bragging pointlessly in the general chat and even exaggerating things like that. Han started writing that he understands that they can't meet other people, but could they please refrain from this nonsense? Can they even be sure that they won't meet other people? What if they are all deceiving them? Ben frowned and exclaimed, are they serious? He clenched his hand into a fist furiously and said that he was joking. He could at least imagine how hard it was for them to gather their courage to go on. Sean smiled and answered, and who asked him to choose a solo mode, and that they themselves took it. So why are they whining now? Everyone else on other modes is quiet, but they are very noisy. They answered him that this is too much. The guy turned around and said that about a month had passed since they entered the labyrinth. He rubbed his neck and thought that now was about the time when everyone from the easy and normal modes had finished adapting. As long as they were careful, they would have no reason to die, however. The demon grabbed the guy by the clothes. A thought arose that but this freedom of action eventually becomes poison, and now they are looking for a way to throw out accumulated emotions. Instead of the numerous and immense number of enemies in the labyrinth, they choose people and solo mods as targets, which they often see in the general chat. The monster grinned and opened his eyes wide. The hero looked away and thought that but in his past life everything was not as bad as he thought, all because of this guy. Sean frowned and wrote that idiot, Oliver, what's so cool about him that he talks a lot? Are they kidding me? This guy is the worst of them all. The guy twisted his arms across his chest and wrote that the skills he was talking about. Oh my god, let him endure all this on 1 health? He was just telling them to die, why were they listening to such things? Ben spread his arms furiously and asked if he was crazy. The hero smiled and thought that he could see it perfectly well. People were watching what was happening in shock. Oliver looked up, someone asked why he kept interfering. Sean clenched his teeth in fury. He grabbed the protagonist by the clothes and screamed that he was a bastard. Oliver pursed his lips and thought that in his past life he was there to restrict him, but since he was gone now, he probably already created a guild and conquered the entire easy mode. Sean raised his hand maliciously. The thought occurred to him that in order to control the masses, he needed an enemy, so he chose people from the solo mode for that role. The guy raised his leg angrily. The thought arose that people from different modes cannot meet, and judging by the words of those who are on the solo mode, it is almost impossible to pass it. The man tensely held the wall on the normal level. Jake held his sword tightly on the hard level. The protagonist stood still on the solo level. His hands were typing on the keyboard and the thought arose that he thought that the possibility of retaliation was 0, but this guy does not know something. Sean's eyes widened in bewilderment when Ben wrote that they would see each other in a month. The guy asked again. A flash flashed on the screen. Great ran forward and said that, and now to the last room, let's go. Ash asked in bewilderment what he had just done, to which the hero replied that he should not bother with it. The door was closed. The board wrote that the boss of the 5th floor. The orc thrust his weapon into the ground. A notification appeared that the vice chief of the orcs Latran had appeared. Oliver started to take out his sword saying that so, it wasn't even a lord. The ghost replied that why would he be here now, and that his appearance was an anomaly. Looking at the huge monster, it was heard that the vice chief was not weak either, being the final mob. He was quite difficult to defeat, and many adventurers could not even put up a decent resistance. The ghost raised his paws and said that, but if it was him, then everything was fine. The protagonist turned to Ash with a smile. The tip of the monster's sword flashed and someone called the Great Warrior. The orc looked at the hero and said that he thanked him for his fighting spirit. He already thought that these things called gods were completely useless, but this one seemed to be different. He narrowed his eyes and continued to say that his comrades, of whom he was proud, had already left satisfied. Was he right? Oliver nodded his head. The bloody monsters lay on the ground. It was heard that all the orcs he fought met their death with a smile, as if they were having fun. The protagonist said in shock that they were more interested in the battle itself than in killing him. The orc frowned and replied that it was so. What was the point in just killing? They were just slaves locked in this place. The monster clenched his hand into a fist and said that having forgotten about the proud battle, they did not even know when they would be freed. The pot reached out to the hero and Latran said that however, they must trample him, the one who freed them and gave them such a noble death. He opened his mouth and continued to say that he could not allow this. Oliver looked away. Latran exclaimed sharply that he would not allow it. He must die with dignity. Warrior, let him show him his true strength. He stuck out his tongue and shouted to grant him death. The monster raised its paws with the weapon up. The board said that Latran activates the charge. Latran activates rage. The hero's target is a formidable enemy. The protagonist opened his mouth slightly. Then he swung the weapon and said that as he wanted. The orc fell to the ground and blood poured out of his mouth. The monster laughed and said that wow, the difference between them was so great. He looked at Oliver and asked what his true nature was, if he really was an ordinary adventurer of the 5th floor. The battle with the monster appeared in the memories and he said that he did not have true knowledge of fencing, but he could already use air weapons. Amazingly, not to mention his movements, they were definitely based on his personal experience. The protagonist frowned. The orc continued to laugh and say that nevertheless it was a glorious battle, a truly worthy death. Oliver stood still and listened to him step and achieved his victory. The monster in front of the hero disappeared and notifications appeared that he had defeated the boss of the 5th floor. He had successfully completed the trial of the God of Victory. The God of Victory is very pleased. Something lit up in front of the hero and the board showed that the area of influence of the God of Victory was decreasing. He received a belt of fighting spirit. A belt of fighting spirit, plus 3 attacks, plus 3 defenses. Every time he wins, restores 5 mana and 5 health. Oliver put his hand to his chin. A notification appeared that he had received a new permanent trigger skill proof of victory. Permanent trigger skill proof of victory, mastery 1%, let him choose one characteristic, and it will constantly increase. The protagonist reached out to the board, which wrote that the proof of victory was set to mana, and said that this means that every time he wins, the characteristic increases, then he will choose mana. Oliver shook his head in displeasure and refused when a notification appeared that Rick was offering him an apostle contract. The God of Victory was pleased with his choice. He was looking forward to the next meeting. The hero turned around and said that the gods really do offer good rewards. Suddenly 2 chests appeared in front of him and the hero asked in surprise that there were 2 chests. Ash replied that one seemed to have a regular reward, and the second seemed to have a reward from the secret room. Since the layout of the labyrinth was changed, they moved the rewards here. Signs appeared above the guy's head with inscriptions that the basic reward of the 5th floor, a sparkling decorated sword +5. Oliver thought in shock that it had the same amount of attack as Rick's sword. He examined the weapon. The sign appeared that the reward of the secret room, above the sacrifice, he can accumulate health and store it. Ash said that he received the secret reward of this floor without doing anything. Suddenly Oliver cut his hand. Blood remained on the tip. The sign said that health is 20 out of 100. The hero asked, "Is this some kind of potion?" and that it will be very useful in emergency situations. The protagonist looked at the cape with a smile. A notification appeared that the reward for hidden research, the robe of the dark vaults, stealth lasts for a second, recharges for 1 hour. Oliver exclaimed that this is the robe of stealth. He put on the robe, his body disappeared, and the hero asked how he was, to which Ash enthusiastically replied that if there is no detection skill, then no one will find him. The hero grinned and said that it will be very useful in many situations in battle. A staircase appeared in the ground down. The protagonist said with a smile that it was great and suggested that the ghosts go. The guys began to go down. Ash said that he changed the type of weapon and now he will walk with 2 at once. It's cool, and that his sword art was similar. Oliver asked about his sword art. The ghost closed his eyes and replied that it was a sword art that he personally developed based on the sword mastery of the Great Cavern Empire. Thanks to this he was called a sword master. The hero asked if he could teach him. He wanted to do it too. The hero was going down and Ash said that he didn't think he could now. With his current stats he would probably die if he used it. The protagonist asked again about death, and that it was definitely a sword art. His strength was currently around 150 units and asked if that was too much. The ghost looked at the guy and replied that he should just consider it some kind of high-level skill. Well, if it was him, maybe everything would be fine. But for now let him focus on diving deeper, let him become even stronger and prove his strength to him, then he would leave him everything he had as an inheritance. A swampy area appeared in front of the guys and the board said that the 6th floor quest had begun. Let him defeat the 6th floor boss to move on. The reward is an engraving scroll. The secret reward is unknown. His foot got stuck in the mud on the ground. Oliver looked around and thought that everything was as Agatha said. She said that it was difficult to get through because of the swamp. A monster appeared in the distance and the thought arose that she also said that the swamp does not affect the local monsters in any way. Reptiles appeared from behind the trees and Oliver thought that it only slowed down the players. Suddenly the monster opened its mouth and screamed. They rushed towards the protagonist. He looked back and said that it was deep, but for him it was not a problem at all. He grinned and looked at the glowing staff. The protagonist cut the air with a fiery weapon. The reptiles screamed sharply. The monsters were lying on the ground and a notification appeared that the swamp did not stand in the way of his victory. The detection skill increased to 4%. Oliver abruptly grabbed the reptile by the neck. A magical wave dug into the monster's body. Blood flowed from its mouth. A notification appeared that he defeated the Lizardman. Mana increased by 1 unit. Ash flew past and said that it increases by 1 for the victory. Some kind of nonsense. Not a skill. What is more important, how did he know that the swamp is also considered an enemy? Oliver said something like that. There was a reptile behind the guy. He turned around and asked what he was doing there and to come here. Bright lightning flew into the monster's body. The explosion illuminated everything around. The monster fell to the ground. The hero walked straight, and behind him lay dozens of reptiles. Ash flew over the protagonist and said that it was too easy, he was bored, to which the hero replied that given all the tests he had already passed, ordinary monsters were simply no match for him. The ghost sat on Oliver's shoulder and told him to look there. There was a brick sticking out of the wall and the hero said that she had simply left a mark brazenly. Stupid monsters would not have understood that it was some kind of sign, so Lily was a smart girl, really. The finger pressed the brick. A moment later, a staircase appeared in front of the protagonist. Lily happily waved at them, saying that they were already here. Wait a second, she said hello and said that welcome to her secret room. A notification appeared that they were reunited with the poor thing who so thirsted for magic. Lily was sitting on a wooden chair. The ghost looked at her and asked what she was doing. The girl exclaimed that she posed like a great magician, the first time she did something like this. The guys looked at each other when Lily suggested starting with an explanation. For example, what magic is. She raised her finger up and continued to say that unlike skills, he can't just learn magic, he has to learn it from someone or earn it. A mage appeared before her eyes, and the girl said that this is why things that cannot be done with skills are available using magic. For example, controlling fire, changing space, or overcoming time. The value of magic is simply enormous. The girl looked away and said that, by the way, since she is in the role of a teacher, it turns out that he is her student. She is right, so he should address her with respect. Ash asked why he is acting so pompously. The hero opened his mouth in bewilderment and thought that if he can learn magic by simply addressing her politely, then this is quite profitable, and called her master. The ghost exclaimed what he is doing, let him stop right now. Lily responded in shock that he is too unfair to her. Lily raised her hand with magic and said that anyway, magic, as he could already guess, is a real mystery, and asked what he sees here. In the girl's hand was burning purple fire, and Oliver answered that he sees some form of flame. The girl answered that yes, this is what those who do not have magic skills say, they only see the natural form. Well, after all, he came from a world where there is no magic, so this is expected. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes, and it was heard that finally, in order to learn magic is very simple. He just needs to make a contract with the god of magic. In her case, the god of magic himself personally found her and offered it. Ash hovered above them and said that but there are no cases where gods personally taught someone. It only happened to Lily because her thirst for magic was so great. The girl chuckled, to which the ghost said that it was not a compliment. Oliver raised his hand and said to wait, and asked that then he also needs to make a contract with the god of magic. The thought arose that he had already rejected more than a few apostle contracts, so a new contract sounds somehow dubious. The girl touched his shoulder. She closed her eyes and replied that no, he had it, forgot. The girl's hands glowed. A notification appeared that a poor thing thirsty for magic had poured magic into him. He received magic. The girl said with a smile that this is how one who owns magic can pass on his teachings to those who do not have it. You can call it an advantage that the labyrinth gives. Oliver opened his eyes wide. The board said that magic mastery is 1%. He can use magic. It seems that now he is only able to produce sparks. He received a magical gift. He received magic extraction. Fire flashed in Lily's hand and she said that this is how it looks now. The flame turned blue-violet and it was heard that it was definitely different. The hero's eyes widened and he thought that he was feeling something that he had never experienced in his past life. That's what it was, magic. Lily raised her hand up and shouted that great, the preparations were done, and now they would officially begin, and that she would teach him various ways to study all types of magic. After which the girl with a surprised face pointed her finger up and said that the easiest method to extract magic from an object that already contained it was this, because it was much easier to do from something like a magic tool or a staff. Oliver at that moment with a stone face held 2 staffs in his hands, which made the girl happy and realized that they had a couple of such things. Then she stretched her hand forward in front of the staff and began to use the magical energy that came out of these staffs, after which a system message appeared in front of us, where it was said that we began extracting magic. Oliver stood at this time, raising his hands up, which made them shine brightly with pink energy. The protagonist realized that they had turned gray, and the system messages said that he had received the beginner skill Fireball, and he was also able to receive the beginner skill Random Attack. After which he stretched his hand to the side, and the energy, along with his mother, found concentration in his palm, creating incomprehensible patterns. He looked at his hand in surprise, from which fire suddenly appeared. The girl laughed at this time and said that the protagonist was doing great, and the system message said that he was able to activate Fireball. The protagonist watched stupidly as his friend explained everything to him with a smile, and then she pointed up and said that this was the second method to learn from someone who already knew this magic, or he had to pay homage to a god to learn this ability. She said that you could pray to a god and he would give energy and strength for all this, and also the second method was only possible if he was a contractor. That's why this name option was suitable. Then she pointed up and said that if she paid homage to Oliver instead of him to learn this skill, she could teach her protagonist this ability later. And that way everything would work out, because he just had to hand over all his materials for the homage, with which he was going to pass all these floors. The girl at this time was beaming with happiness, crossing her arms in front of her, and Oliver with a stone face extended his palm forward. The friend realized that this was incredibly cool, and she would finally be able to learn new spells, and the protagonist was hurt that he would be able to learn a spell that his girlfriend could learn, and the invisibility spell would be perfect for this. The girl with a stupid face looked away, holding her hands in front of her, said that it was possible, but it also had its price. Then the programmer's girlfriend with a public face clasped her hands in front of her, while a huge hand pointed a finger at her from the huge sky. She explained that she did not learn the other spells herself, but also received them, and that is why she could not teach them to others on a whim. That is why she had to present gifts to the god of magic and ask for permission to do so. Oliver looked ahead, pointing his finger up, and imagined that he would give a tribute to a girl who would give them to their god with a smile, for which he would give a thumbs up, yes, agree to teach him the papers, and if he wanted to learn a spell that he himself did not know, then and they would need double the offerings, 1 to learn the spell and 2 to teach this spell. Then a sword appears in front of us, which was shining brightly and was stuck in the ground. The protagonist began to think and decided what he could offer as an offering. And then he chose between weapons and armor, but it had to be something valuable and special and also very unique. Then we see how Oliver with his pet on his head put his hand in his inventory and took out a huge pile of unnecessary junk, after which he found what he had been looking for so long. The girl with green hair poked her face with her finger and, sitting near the trash, realized that it could work. There was not enough new for all this even for one tiny spell, even considering that there were so many things. After which she looked forward, and Oliver pointed his finger at his necklace, and then a system message appeared. The protagonist's girlfriend said that it was just magic, and the usual amount of things would not be enough. That is why some valuables were needed for this. The protagonist, hearing this, offered to exchange the master's necklace. He grabbed the pendant in his hands, which was shining and glittering. His girlfriend looked at all this and said that this thing was an artifact of the Lord, then asked how he was able to get it, because with such a necklace you could get a basic spell. Oliver then picked up a huge red sword that emitted evil energy. The green-haired girl looked at it all with fear and said that he would probably appreciate this thing, but he had to deal with its consequences, and the god would probably give him a low-level spell with thoughts of deceiving him. The protagonist then put the sword in its sheath and said that if it was about all this, then he would not even like it. The girl with complete despondency and along with the pet realized that this was the first time she saw someone talking like that about the god of magic. The protagonist then picked up a staff and pulled it forward, after which a system message appeared in front of us, where it was written that this item was a worn wooden staff that gave +3 points to magic. Oliver held this staff in his hands, and the girl beamed with happiness, clapping her hands. She said that it would be possible to somehow bargain with the god with this item, and for this artifact he would be able to ask for spells for a beginner, and they would be able to study all this at level 1 with a necklace. After which the protagonist handed the staff into the hands of his friend and said that this was not the point, because the concept of the offering itself was different from many other offerings, because the gods loved things that were very strongly connected to both people and themselves, and they needed to use this staff for its intended purpose. Then the girl mage folded her hands in front of herself, began to concentrate the energy. Then she put her hands out to the sides and everything was suddenly covered in mana and stars and the staff began to shine brightly. They decided to study the invisibility spell, which belonged to the highest level. They did not get anything new, because at this stage it was simply impossible, and they also had to study only the spell that was currently available. Oliver looked in front of him and saw many different signs. Different signs appear in front of us, which were abilities. The girl stood with a smile, pointing her finger at a different number of abilities, which were depicted in the form of small icons. They chose between a fireball, a frozen arrow, which was similar in ability to a fireball, only their attributes differed from each other. And there was also a choice between a basic search, which could tell them how many enemies were in the next room and where they were at the moment. And there was also a choice of a concealing curtain, because with this spell he could help himself become less noticeable and not attract attention to himself. Then the protagonist's girlfriend pointed her finger at the ability with an awkward face, said that the latter was the creation of provisions, and its meaning was completely consistent with its name, because it created water and porridge, but it had no taste. Oliver looked at this ability and pointed his finger. He said that he studied the creation of provisions, which surprised the girl because she thought that he would choose a frozen arrow. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise, pointing his finger, and said that he was not limited in time and could return here at any time, to which his pet agreed, because it was much better than goblin meat, and the arrow was often found on various staffs. The girl with green hair understood everything and waved her staff and pulled a wooden stick towards herself, filling everything with her bright energy. She grabbed the staff with both hands and began to conjure, which is why everything in the room was in her energy. And then she closed her eyes and began to chant, and the eye of God appeared above her head. Eyelashes appeared from the green mist, and the system message said that the protagonist felt a heavy gaze on him. Oliver looked forward in surprise at this whole picture and assumed that he was being laughed at. Then the wooden staff began to fall apart and the energy went into the eye of God, after which the girl spread her hands to the sides in front of the staff and the green mist dissipated. Oliver looked at his hands, which were filled with energy, and many system messages appeared in front of him, where it was said that he received the production of provisions, as well as his initial spell of production of provisions, spending 5 units of mana, and it also produced a small amount of drinkable liquid and was also suitable for eating in a solid substance. The girl looked forward in surprise, spreading her arms out to the sides, and realized that God had so easily given his consent to all this. She expected that they would have to go through some difficulties and hardships to learn the ability, but to get it so easily, she couldn't believe it. The protagonist looked at his pet, who was on his shoulder, and they realized that the gods usually fussed over their choice when it came to the people they chose. And also this one went through some trouble when he tried to pull out this magic, to which his companion said that it was a little different from his case, and the number of gods who hated this guy could be counted on the fingers of one hand. The girl looked at the protagonist in surprise, to whom he said that he did not have anything to offer now, and he would come back to her later, to which she asked if he wanted to learn another spell. The girl with green hair looked ahead with a smile, said that they had agreed, and next time she would try to follow him quietly, because then they could see each other later, and the protagonist should not forget to bring her something worthwhile to exchange. Oliver, standing near the door, looked in her direction with a smile and said goodbye. Then a lot of swamp trees appear in front of us, and Oliver stretched out and climbed forward, holding fire in the sky. He stretched his hand forward and covered the ground with fire. He said that it was definitely more convenient than before. Then he thought and brought his hand to his chin, opening a system message in front of him. His friend at this time was flying in the air with a smile and saying that all he needed to do was continue to do his job, because it was quite easy, and also he just needed to continue climbing floors, and if he got a good item, he could return to the girl and learn new magic for himself. After which the friend looked at the system message, where it was written Unbreakable Shield 35 out of 35, and did not realize that his unbreakable count had increased greatly since the last time. Then the protagonist began to undress, removing his shirt from his body, and his friend with a sad face said that he should stop checking because he was going to die of boredom. But after a second, his face changed and he was shocked. Then he stepped aside in fear and asked what Oliver was doing because he took off his pants, exposing his legs. After which he fell to the ground. With a stupid look of a protagonist in only pants, he realized that he needed to get something. At this time, his comrade was depressed and lay on the ground. He could not believe that for all this it was necessary to take off all his protective equipment, to which the protagonist said that it really had to be done because he had a reason for all this. After which he looked to the side and saw a huge dragon walking between the trees, holding a huge trident in his hands. Then the monster looked to the side and noticed something ahead. At this time, Oliver stood, turned his head to the side and was all shining, because he was defenseless prey for any enemy. At that very second, a huge and ferocious dragon with a trident rushed forward with incredible screams. The protagonist watched in silence as the trident came very close to him. He then deftly grabbed the monster's weapon and dodged to the side. He then watched as the trident cut and scratched his cheek, and a system message appeared in front of him, saying that he had taken 20 damage, and that he had used an indestructible shield 15 out of 35. Oliver, standing still, waved his hand, and the huge green monster fell to the ground, holding the trident in his hands. Oliver stood with his pet, looking at the damaged face of the huge dragon. His companion realized that he took an attack that would have dealt him 50 damage, but in the end he only received 20. Then a lot of system messages appeared in front of us, and the protagonist's companion was shocked by all this because it said that he received less than half the damage, and also he was able to get a permanent trigger of the ability of durability, and also his health did not decrease from one attack, and he could also get a permanent trigger of the ability to completely zero one attack. Then the protagonist looked to the side as the huge green dragon stood up, holding a trident in his hands. He realized that when he was attacked, being completely defenseless, he would not receive damage that would reduce his health. And then the monster walked forward, holding the trident in front of him. Oliver watched with a calm face as the trident completely absorbed his body, after which a system message appeared, where it was written that the protagonist activated a complete zeroing of one attack, because he did not need to perform any stunning movements and requirements for all this. After which Oliver grabbed the monster by the throat with his hand, from which he began to grunt. Then he threw it to the side, and it flew into a tree, after which a system message appeared in front of us, where it was said that he was able to defeat the Lizardman. Oliver stood and watched all this, while his flying friend was in shock. Then he looked confidently to the side and realized that he had to thank his comrade for being able to give him such an ability with a shield. At this time, his flying friend with an arrogant face said that it was just an insanely crazy ability. After which we see how Oliver with a calm face held his aching fingers. A system message appeared in front of us, where it was said that the constant and trigger ability full nullification of one attack completely nullified one enemy attack. This ability could only be used one time per battle and only on one opponent. The protagonist looked to the side and, immersed in thought, saw how the sword began to dissolve in his body. He realized that the complete nullification of the attack was to nothing, and it lived up to its name, and it did not matter what attack the enemy used, because it would still disappear as if it never existed. Then we see how Oliver stood in front of the enemy, who looked like a huge mushroom. He understood that the point was not that the attack would be blocked or dodged, but as if this attack did not exist at all initially, regardless of the enemy, they cannot react to this ability. The protagonist and his companion looked at the system message in surprise. His friend said that if he didn't have the indestructible shield, he wouldn't have been able to get all of this, and he would have had to work hard for it. He then took the sword and held it out in front of him with his eyes closed. He realized that in his past life, he really went through a lot of trouble, and after hundreds of checks and 1,000 attempts, he could barely get all of this, after which the system message said that he used the knife of self-sacrifice and his indestructible shield was restored. He then put the weapon on his shoulder with a smile and said that he was very lucky that the shield didn't count towards his health, and thanks to this, he was able to get other abilities, and the system message said that the damage of his opponent's next attack would be halved. He then walked forward with his companion, who was flying behind him, clearing the area with fire. He couldn't understand why the protagonist was now continuing to go down. The great heir of the empire said with a smile that it couldn't be that simple, because he had zeroed 2 attacks or even more. Then he flew up while Oliver walked forward to the door. He said that it was impossible, because he had previously been able to receive 20 damage, and his indestructible shield only gave 305, and he was unable to block 2 attacks. The protagonist stood in a fighting stance while they poked him with a weapon. His comrade said that if he was hit twice, then her indestructible shield would tear off, and he would receive direct damage. Oliver, spreading his arms to the sides, took out jars of potion and said that he was fine, because he had this, after which the system message said that it was blessing pollen, which gave a positive effect, and it was also obtained from fairy wings, and there were legends that whoever uses it is guaranteed to have his wish fulfilled. Then he started to get covered in pollen while the heir to the empire looked at it all in surprise. He said that it was just trash under a beautiful wrapper. Then Oliver threw away the empty cans, opened the doors to the huge monsters. The protagonist's comrade looked forward in fear and could not believe that this pollen solved all the current problems with his volume, I think. After which we see how a huge green lizard began to attack using his spear. Oliver calmly looked at how the spear began to be absorbed near his stomach, and then the system message wrote that a complete zeroing of 1 attack was activated. The heir to the empire looked in surprise as the green monster tried to attack the protagonist. He realized that this attack was not real, but it could not be called that, because if he wanted to get a complete zeroing of 2 attacks, then he needed to miss at least 2 more and not lose his health. After which we see Oliver absorb 1 attack near his head, and the system message says that he took 17 damage. The protagonist's friend looked at this whole picture in surprise and couldn't believe that his indestructible shield had a durability of 18 out of 35. Then we see how blue particles began to fly in the sky, and the monster became very angry. The protagonist was lost in thought. He couldn't believe all this, because many checks were involved in carrying out an attack, and the accuracy of dodges and defense also played an important role, and luck also greatly affected all this. After which the monster jumped, swinging his spear, and Oliver realized that if the operation was on a consistent system, then the incoming damage had a random range of 10%. If his attack was 30 damage, then it should have a range of 27 to 33, a value that completely depended on his luck. The protagonist crossed his arms, taking the blow on himself, after which a system message popped up, where it was said that the indestructible shield had a durability of 0 out of 35. Oliver looked at his bent arm and realized that thanks to the pollen he applied to himself, it was able to apply a blessing to him and gave a control effect for 1 minute. And with all this probability, if he uses all 3 at once, he will take the least damage. Then he looked forward with a smile, holding his hand in front of him, and a system message appeared in front of him, where it was said that his health was reduced from 2 attacks, and he also received constants and a trigger ability to completely nullify 2 attacks. The monster looked forward at the bright lighting, leaning on his trident. Then he received a blow right in his face. The protagonist approached the monster and dealt a fatal blow to his enemy. He then raised his leg and looked at the bright monster moving away in the sky. He looked ahead while the great heir of the empire couldn't believe it all because he couldn't control the power of his blow and he really had to go to any lengths to get his abilities. Then we are transported to another location and we see a green heart. After that we see someone pierce the monster with 2 swords, hitting its demonic heart. After that the system message said that he defeated the Lizardman. Oliver with a dirty face looked ahead while taking out his sword. After that the system messages said that he accurately attacked the enemy's weak points and he would be able to get the continuous ability to hit a vital point. The protagonist looked ahead while folding his swords while there were many dead monsters lying around. He realized that he finally got this ability, and he realized that to get it, a lot of training was required, and he had to try hard to learn it, but due to the constant tests, he did not have time for all this. Then he looked ahead while his comrade was hitting him on the head. The system message said that the constant trigger ability of hitting the vital point had a mastery of 1%, and when he attacked the enemy's vital point, he would deal much more damage, because this ability was one of the main skills to break through the initial labyrinths, and if his mastery grew, he would be able to deal almost 3 times more damage. Then he looked ahead at the huge doors and realized that the 6th floor was slowly coming to an end, and only the boss remained in front of him, and before he entered, he had to activate the food production. Then he raised his hand up, and a glass of water and porridge appeared above him. After which he sat down behind the stone covering and began to eat the porridge. He realized that it tasted completely ordinary. Then he started drinking water and lit a fire, stretching his finger up. He realized that if he thought about the random spells and mental attacks, if he used them repeatedly, they shouldn't be trained, and he should be improving his abilities. But with the result he expected from them, the next attack should only work after he finished with one, and so it should really help him improving his abilities. Then he stretched his hand forward, holding a fire sphere in it. Then a girl with green hair appears in front of us, who wanted to ask him something. After all, here in the labyrinth, magic was considered something like an ability. She looked at the protagonist and said that it was a little different, but he was really close to the truth, and if that was the case, then he only needed a little effort. The protagonist then began to gather energy with both hands and began to create something from the scarlet flames. He then continued to pinch it and make something, after which he looked forward in surprise as the fire grew in his hands and realized that it was a sharper form. He thought as he brought his hand to his face and realized that it all changed a little. After all, he was trying to make high-level magic, and if magic could be controlled so easily, then the spell would not have ranks. After which he spread his hands to the side and 3 bright flames appeared in front of him. The system message said that he activated the fireball 3 times. After which he moved his hands forward and the flames moved forward. The fire quickly fell to the ground and began to create a huge wall of fire. The protagonist looked in surprise and saw how the flames lay on the ground. He realized that even if he could create a similar effect as he did with other abilities, he would not be able to learn his new magic. The great heir of the empire was resting at this time, watching Oliver learn fire magic in his hands. He looked, holding the flames in his outstretched arms, and realized that these fireballs did not combine together, because until he gave them an order and did not just hang next to each other. Then he looked forward in surprise and plunged into thought. He decided to test one theory. Then he stretched his hand to the side and the flame flew forward. He continued to look thoughtfully while the flame rapidly flew forward, and he realized that this sphere was different from all the others, because when it flew and when it stood still, it had different strength. Oliver looked forward with his comrade and did not understand whether his guess would work or not. Then he opened the bottle of mana and drank it, after which the system message wrote that he had fully restored his energy. Then he stretched his hand forward with the fire sphere. Then he threw it forward. The fire sphere rushed forward, and Oliver began to run after it. He raised his head up, watching the fiery flame. Then he overtook the fiery flame that was rapidly approaching him. Then he raised his hand with the fiery flame and activated another fireball. Then he stretched out his hand, and the 2 fireballs collided and mixed with each other. The great heir of the empire, who was watching all this, was shocked that he was still able to combine these magical abilities. Then the protagonist sank into thought and remembered how the green-haired girl said that all this was a little different than he imagined, but still close to the truth, because he was in a labyrinth after all, and magic here was considered something like an ability. After which Oliver ran forward while the fiery flame flew forward, and then he stretched out his hand and activated the fireball again. He continued to strengthen the huge flame, causing it to grow and shine more and more. Oliver continued to stretch out his hand and activate fireballs. Then he used his ability in his hand again. After which we see how an incredibly huge fireball flew into the wall while the protagonist was on the ground. At this time, the great heir was shocked to see this whole picture, while Oliver looked at this whole picture with a smile. He clenched his hands into fists, and the system message that appeared in front of him wrote that he was able to study the fire volley. Then a huge mouth of a red dragon appears in front of us and a system message appeared where it was said that it was the 6th floor. The protagonist immediately dodged to the side when the dragon tried to bite him, after which a system message appeared where it was written that it was a Lizardman fighter. The protagonist put his hand forward and began to concentrate energy in the form of a sphere. He began to activate a fiery explosion, after which a huge bright sphere appeared, which the red monster was looking at. Then he crossed 2 tridents in front of his head. Oliver looked at this whole picture and snapped his fingers, emitting bright purple energy around. He said that this will not happen. A second later, the dragon opened its mouth and looked at the whole picture in surprise. Then system messages began to appear where it was said that Oliver activated despair and he also activated madness. The monster closed its eyes and began to shake its head. Then it looked forward. It was extremely scared. After which a huge sphere appeared above its head and it grabbed its head in horror. Oliver stood, pointing its hand forward, and in front of it there was a huge explosion and a scream of the monster. He stood there and watched as a lot of debris flew towards him, and then a lot of system messages appeared in front of him, saying that he had activated a fire explosion, and he had also used an activated powerlessness, and he had also resorted to an activated confusion. The dragon was completely engulfed in a huge explosion, and it was said that the Lizardman had received 49 points of damage, and then 50, and a check was made because the boss was receiving a strong ignite status. At this time, the great heir of the empire looked at the bright fragments and said that it didn't matter at all what he tried to do there, because being mentally defeated and under continuous attacks, he was unable to do anything in this situation. The protagonist stood there and looked at the defeated body of the monster, and there was a chest in front of him, and then a system message appeared saying that he had defeated the Lizardman fighter. He smiled and pointed his finger upward and lit a small fire. He said that until now he had only used magic as a support and due to various restrictions, but at the current level he would be able to break through further thanks to all these abilities, to which his companion said that he still knew that there were people who achieved this on lower floors, and it was simply impossible. Then the protagonist opened the chest and began to take the rewards from there, and also many system messages appeared in front of him where it was said that he defeated the boss of the 6th floor, and his basic reward was this. He was able to get an engraving scroll, and also a secret reward for research. He was able to get an ice heart staff. This staff had plus 6 units of magic, and the mana consumption was 1 unit for each of his spells. The protagonist looked at his jewelry on his fingers and realized that the fighter's necklace had the stats strength plus 3, dexterity plus 1, and he realized that the Lord's Gorge was still the best. And he was very curious, because from what he had farmed earlier, he thought if it would be enough for him to learn a new spell if he could sacrifice everything. Then he stood up abruptly and realized that it needed to be checked, and his comrade was flying next to him and thought that they would finally go down a little lower because he was quite calculating. But there was nothing wrong with that. Then we see someone holding a necklace in their hand. A girl with green hair with her eyes closed began to concentrate and read spells out loud. She raised her head, holding a staff, and filled everything around with her mana. Oliver looked at his hands, from which blue particles were coming, and the system message said that he was able to learn the ice arrow. Then we see dry trees, on one of which there was a house. The protagonist looked at the mage girl who was smiling as she told him the information. He couldn't believe it all, because he didn't know that such small safe zones would appear after clearing each floor, and he thought it was just another room. But she was a master at finding such modest places where you could stay without any fear, and the monsters wouldn't be able to get them. The protagonist smiled and pointed at the ice arrow and decided to activate it. The great heir of the empire said that with a sentence it would be quite possible, but the girl looked at the protagonist and didn't understand what sentence they were talking about. She looked questioningly at Oliver and his comrade. Then Oliver stretched out his hand forward and released a huge fire discharge, which shocked the girl. She looked at all this in fear, while the great heir of the empire smiled and told how they had recently learned how to do this. The protagonist looked at the girl who couldn't believe that he could learn such a high-level magic, a fire explosion spell. For the last 100 years the only low-level spell she could learn was invisibility. The girl started screaming in fear, clenching her hands into fists, and said that it was incredibly difficult because the difference between spells and ranks was incredibly high, and spells for beginners only imitated magic so that they could be placed in the staff, but high-level spells could no longer be placed anywhere. Oliver looked at the girl who was crying on her knees and did not understand who he really was, to which the protagonist decided to just show her this whole secret. Then we see dry trees, and the girl with green hair assumed that the protagonist was an angel in the flesh, or he wanted to make up her teacher, but even if you tell, on the other hand, she is not sure that all this will help them much. Then she looked forward with a ridiculous face. A second later, she fell to the ground without strength. Then she jumped up abruptly, stretching her arms forward, and realized that it was too obvious, because magicians certainly never went through difficult strength training, and that was why she felt so bad. Then she clenched her hand into a fist with complete admiration and thanked Oliver for the fact that she had no idea that this could happen to her. She felt a huge difference in system judgment, and now she could test all the different methods, but she was quickly recovering. Oliver looked at her, waving his hand after her, and they decided to meet later on the next floor, and the girl also asked not to forget to bring valuables for her offering. Then we see him walking up the stairs. The protagonist with his comrade walked forward to the next floor. Then he stretched out his hand and opened the system messages, where it was said that his level was 18 and all his stats along with excellent condition. He looked ahead with a smile and realized that most of his stats were superior to those in his past life. Then a system message appeared in front of him and he stood near a bright passage. He realized that the quest of the 7th floor had begun and they had to defeat the boss of the 7th floor to move on. At this time the great heir of the empire realized that the 7th floor was their pastime, which was gradually coming to an end, and now, perhaps, it was necessary to focus on the task. Then the system message said that the reward for all this was a tattered necklace, which was a secret reward. The protagonist looked with a smile and realized that his comrade would finally teach him his skill, the art of the sword. The great heir of the empire flew in the air with a smile. Then a huge castle and traces of blood appeared in front of us. He realized that what he wanted to teach him was the art of the sword of their empire, and the Karvat Empire was a country where the authorities considered power. We also see a homeless boy being used to wipe the knight's feet. That's why they thought weaklings were useless. And it was obvious that they didn't believe that everyone else was weak, and that was their distinctive prey for the strong. Then we see a lot of people looking forward sternly. He told how he stuck daggers into the necks of those who were one blood with him and fought to succeed the throne, and he had 6 brothers, of which he was left without survivors. Then we were shown a crown and a bloody trail on the ground. Then someone picked up the bloody crown, and all the labyrinths began to wonder how he could survive in a world full of ambitious people. Then he put the bloody crown on his head, stretching out his hand forward. He decided that after all, this was his only unique world, and now even if he dreams of returning, it was extremely impossible, and even if he wants to save that world, he no longer has a single chance. We then see the boy start to fall into the abyss, after which he turned into a small white entity, and so he decided to leave a tiny trace of this world and decided to make his atonement. We then see Oliver walk forward and reach a stone room. He said that this place looked like a suitable place for him to study. He looked at his comrade, who said that anyway, since it was an art from that special world, he would specialize it with his information that was embedded in the power, and for them, there was no defense. We then see the boy attack the defending boy. The great heir of the empire said that the best defense was offense, and they used a special method of attacking the place where the opponent's sword would be in order to neutralize it. Oliver looked up and said that for all of this, there was a certain kind of attack that couldn't be blocked, but that just meant that the attack power was much stronger, and he guaranteed the protagonist that it would be much different if he decided to do all of this. Oliver looked up with a smile and said that he saw no reason to give up on this idea. Then the great heir of the empire touched the protagonist. Afterwards, his image appeared in front of us, touching Oliver's chest. He said that the growing storm scars that resembled traces of huge claws reminded him of the sword that cut the cargo, the only remaining reminder of this world. Then, many system messages appeared in front of us, and the great heir of the empire looked at this whole picture with a smile. We were told that the protagonist was able to meet the owner of the Sword of Cutting Thunder, and he was also able to obtain the high-ranking ability of the Sword of Cutting Thunder. The protagonist looked at his comrade, and they decided to go and try it all. He stretched out his hand forward and pointed to the system message, where it was said that the high-level skills of the Sword of Cutting Thunder and had a mastery of 0%. And the art of the sword, it was something that was passed on by him from the destroyed world to only one person who can learn it. They looked at the system window, and the protagonist's comrade realized that the mastery should have been 100%, but he was dead. And that was why he could only get permission when he experienced the ability of the ray, to which they realized that they would have to work on it themselves to level it up. The heir to the empire at this point looked forward furiously and said that they would ascend much further, and they had to pay close attention to this. Then he waved his hand to the side and said that it was not about blocking the attack, but more about her reaction to it. He said that only when he adhered to such a concept in battle, then it could be used. It is called the method of cutting thunder. Then the protagonist, holding swords in his hands, began to practice. He realized that when someone attacked the enemy in the chest, he should bend his arms and move to the left. He struck and realized that then, if he used the flexibility of his body, he would be able to use many abilities. He stood there with a stupid face, confused in his place, because he had no idea what his friend was talking about. At this time, the heir to the empire grabbed his head and was unhappy. He did not understand what he had to do, because the protagonist simply did not understand anything. Because if you simply explain the art of possession in words, then nothing good will come of it, and he had to offer something else in order for them to move forward. Then he began to twitch in the air and said that the usual PC one showed the other a technique, and it was even explained in the process, but it was not available to them, so everything was complicated because he simply did not have enough experience yet. After which he looked ahead in surprise and realized that this only meant one. That mastery was also a form of experience, and to master it, it was necessary to acquire many skills independently in the form of experience. Then we see how the protagonist defeated the previous goblin lord and held a red sword in his hands. After which he looked at the green liquid with a smile and remembered how he wondered what kind of secret reward it would be, because it was a proficiency enhancement potion, and he really needed it in the next few days so that he wouldn't have to work too hard. Then he looked at the potion, and the system message said that it increased the proficiency of one skill by exactly 5%. Then he drank it in the hope that it would help him. After which he looked forward in surprise and saw how the great heir of the empire dealt many blows with his sword, and the system message said that he used the proficiency enhancement potion and the proficiency of the cutting thunder sword increased sharply. Then he took the sword in his hands. Oliver's comrade looked at the protagonist in surprise. Then he deftly began to move forward, dealing many blows, and moved with incredible ease. After which he looked to the side. The great heir of the empire at this time stood and trembled all over. He took the sword in his hand and watched this whole picture with a smile, after which he pointed his finger straight at the sun. He tried to reach the top with his palm. The protagonist stood and held his sword, pointing upward, after which he delivered a slash. He looked ahead with a smile and realized that he had succeeded. The great heir to the empire realized with a smile that it turned out that it was possible to cheat in this world. Then we see an old man who was menacingly tossing coins. He did not understand why the protagonist was buying all this junk. Oliver looked at the rusty sword, where the system message said that it had an attack of +1, although he was sure that he had objective reasons for this. After that, he threw it over his shoulder with a smile and said goodbye to the merchant. Then we see how the swords hit each other. The protagonist fought a green monster, and he could not believe that he decided to buy this sword in order to kill monsters longer, because in order to understand the storm of scars, practice in a real fight was needed. The monster swung its trident. Afterwards, we see Oliver confidently looking forward and seeing how he could counterattack in this situation. He then parried the attack. The blow landed on the monster's neck. Oliver crossed his arms, after which he made a slashing attack right on the throat, and the system message said that the lizard was defeated and the skill proficiency of Scar Storm was increased by 1%. Oliver raised his hand to his head, and his comrade said that he had trained well, and they should also continue to try to move forward. The protagonist looked forward with a smile and realized that the length of the fight was much shorter, and it was all thanks to his sword Scar Storm, and it was better for him to protect the entire floor in this way. Then we see smoke billowing out in agony. The protagonist continued to fight monsters, and his comrade said that it was quite important to gain on the opponent in battle, because he should not forget about the sword pullback and names. When he turned his body to the left, he should put his left foot a little further for a successful counterattack. The great heir of the empire looked at Oliver and tried to correct him, because his movements were too clumsy and he should not retreat from the right movements. Part of his attack lay in his theory. Oliver looked forward, crossing his swords, and realized that he needed to press harder, as if he was working with a heavy weight. After that, he lit a fire and went to sleep behind the wall. The great heir of the empire looked at him and plunged into thought. He imagined that everything ended this way, but still it was quite strange. Oliver slept with a calm face, and his comrade understood that in one day he was able to fight for 12 hours and honed all his movements for 6 hours, and all the rest was sleep. After which Oliver rubbed his face with his hand and said that it was a lot of fun to do all this, because it was much better than endlessly repeating one and the same, not knowing whether he would succeed or not. The great heir of the empire realized with a smile that he said as if it was really very easy, but ordinary people did not think so at all, because he did not understand what kind of life he had before. Then he sat on his head and called him a complete psycho. Oliver was sleeping at this time, after which we see how he was clutching a piece of stone in his hand. Then he stood up and threw the stones to the side. He looked forward and exhaled. Then he struck many times, leaving a blue light. The cut stones fell to the ground. The protagonist stood with swords and looked at the cut stones. He realized that after 3 days of training, he was able to cope with this level of control and became much stronger. He looked at his swords and realized that he could now respond correctly to his opponent's movements, but he did not understand what was the matter because it seemed to him that something was missing. He looked ahead to see a monster walking towards him. He turned around and realized what he was missing. He realized that it was better to train instead of flying in the clouds. Then he silently looked away. The protagonist closed his eyes and immersed himself in thought. He stood in complete darkness and realized that he needed to move his legs one step at a time, and he also needed to clear his mind of unnecessary thoughts and follow only the sword. He continued to stand, concentrating on his energy. Then a green aura appeared, spreading forward. The monster stood and menacingly held a trident. The protagonist had to predict the enemy's actions in order to rely on his feelings in battle, because he had to attack like a real beast. After which the enemy's body was cut, leaving a pink mark. The protagonist approached and struck the enemy. He spread his arms out to the side, and behind him were many blue wolves. The protagonist stiffened his face and continued to attack. He then extended his arms forward and slashed at the monster. He then looked at the system messages in surprise, which said that the lizard had been defeated and the Scar Storm sword skill proficiency had been increased by 3%. The great heir of the empire looked forward with a smile and realized that it was one of the 2 Scar Storm swords, which was called the Wolf Fang. Oliver, releasing a lot of mana, listened to what his comrade was saying, who mentioned that there were still many swords, but he could not teach him them while he was fighting with such weaklings, and he also noted that it would be very difficult for him to teach him 2 swords even on the 10th floor. The heir to the empire spread his hand to the side and said that he tried very hard in his perfection and was able to master 1 sword. The protagonist nodded with a smile. After that, many system messages appeared in front of us, where it was said that the advanced skill Stormcopper from Scars had a mastery level of 12%, and the swordsmanship from the destroyed world could now only fully possess it by 1 person. After that, we are transferred to another place, and we see a girl eating food on a stick. She chewed it silently. She sat near the fire and with a sad face realized that it was not tasty. She sat and warmed herself, realizing that she hated the meat of humanoid monsters, but buying food from the store was too expensive for her, and she really missed the food that was on the ground. She hung her head down, thinking about pizza and corn cheese, and she also wanted to taste many other delicacies again, although she would eat anything except this disgusting food that she had now. She sadly looked forward and said that she wanted to go to the ground. Then she looked at the system messages that appeared in surprise. She did not understand why they suddenly appeared in front of her. She was surprised when she looked at the messages. Then the system messages said that a special quest return to Earth had begun, and in a week she would be able to return to the planet that she abandoned. She had to survive and return, and the reward depended on their performance, and she could not refuse this quest. In the system messages there were many names that also participated in this quest. The girl looked at her other comrades in surprise. The guys happily realized that this quest was definitely true and they would finally be able to get out of this ill-fated blue labyrinth. The guy in red armor raised his hand and did not think that this was not good news. His other comrades began to reproach him for this and did not understand why they would not be able to return home from this labyrinth. The guy looked forward and told that they initially got here because monsters attacked the Earth. Then we see monsters that were destroying buildings. The guys, hearing this, were horrified. Then we see how someone stretched out his hand to the system message, where people wrote that they were extremely unhappy because they became much stronger and that is why they had to overcome these difficulties. They hoped that at least canned food remained on the ground and also did not assume that they would be able to eat rice there. Oliver looked at the system message, which said that the entry-level magic ice arrow grew 6 mana and had a mastery of 1%. The great heir of the Empire looked at the system message and realized that he was still watching the chat while he was doing his magic. He did not understand what was interesting there, and the protagonist assumed that soon everyone would be able to get out. Then they looked to the side and realized that the place that the broken people were protecting was him. After that, Oliver threw ice arrows at the wall. He realized with a smile that his comrade knew when the time came, and from now on, he will try much harder to conquer the labyrinth even faster. The great heir of the Empire shrugged his shoulders in question. Oliver opened the chest, and the system message said that he found the secret room of the 7th floor, and also successfully cleared it. He took the crystal in his hands and the system messages said that it was a rune of agility and his agility was able to increase by 10 points. Oliver looked at the dead monsters and the system window said that the boss of the 7th floor was defeated. The protagonist adjusted his earring and his usual reward was tattered and the earring that gave 10 units of mana. Then he looked at his jacket, which gave him +8 defense and +2 agility. Then he crouched in front of the green-haired girl and the system messages said that he was able to learn new spells. It was a basic detection, the mana cost of which was 2 units, and also it was the ability to identify the area, and he could only determine the locations of objects. The girl with a ridiculous face wondered when he planned to learn new spells, to which the protagonist said that right after he was able to learn all of her spells. He then went down the stairs, looking at the chat. His comrade realized with displeasure why he was still continuing to peek into that very chat, and he was wondering what was going on there because it was called addiction, to constantly not be distracted from something. The protagonist closed the chat and said that there was nothing special there, it was just that there was no one to see the person who usually ranted in that very chat. And he also slandered all the other players. He was sure that this guy was going crazy now because he did not expect such a future at all. Afterwards, we see how the leak, gritting his teeth, held his head, and his comrade did not understand what they had to do because they were soon to come to avenge their sins. Oliver said with a smile that he wanted the next week to start soon. His comrade got angry, and he did not understand what exactly they were waiting for. Afterwards, they came out of the cave onto the island, and the system message said that the quest for the 8th floor had started, and he had to kill the boss of the 8th floor in order to proceed. There were many nests with eggs on the islands, and the system message said that the reward for this quest was a Marnia rune, which was a secret reward. Afterwards, a huge bird appeared in front of us. Oliver looked up, hearing a scream. Then, something fell to the ground. Oliver looked at the bird menacingly, and I greeted him. Then, I dealt him a fatal blow. Oliver looked at the dead bird, and the system message said that he was able to defeat the Markand, and he also said that the monsters in this place really acted according to their instincts, and so it was easy to catch them. He held a sword in his hand and said that he never thought that a swordsman's skill would lead to something against this type of animal, to which his companion realized that first of all this was created to fight against people. The protagonist pointed up and said that he planned to clear this place out much faster anyway, and it was perfect for learning something new for his arsenal. He held his hands out in front of him, looking at the explosions. He walked forward while everything was on fire. Then he looked up and was surprised. The protagonist walked over to the cauldron of water. Then a system message appeared in front of us saying that he had found Oman's altar. He looked at his reflection and realized that Oman was the god of testing, and he tested adventurers and enjoyed it when they discovered new powers and talents to overcome new challenges, and he was just the god that our protagonist needed right now. Oliver looked at the system messages saying that the god Oman was eager to test the one who came to his altar, and the reward was appropriate. The god had to decide for himself based on his result. Oliver smiled and said that there was no reason to refuse. Then water started to rise from the altar and the system messages said that the additional quest had begun and the god was preparing a strong test for him. Oliver looked ahead while he was surrounded by a wall of water. A barrier of water appeared on the island. The altar was filled with water at this time. After that, the water began to pour out onto the floor. Then a system message appeared in front of us saying that Oman's tests were supposed to prove his strength. Then a dark figure with a sword appeared in front of Oliver. He jumped back and lost in thought. He realized that he needed to keep his distance and gather much more information in order to enter the battle. The protagonist looked ahead. He stood in front of the enemy and did not understand why he was so slow. After he cut off the head there and the system message wrote that he was able to pass the first test, and as a reward for it, his agility was increased by 1 point. The protagonist looked at the altar. After that, another dark figure appeared in front of him. Their swords crossed. He realized that similar monsters continued to appear, and this monster was very different from the previous one because it was faster and stronger, but it was still quite slow. After that, he pierced its head. Oliver looked to the side, and the system messages said that he was able to pass the second test, and as a reward for all this, his strength should increase by 1 unit, and he also began to understand what kind of test it was, and he really liked the increasing tests. The great heir of the empire threw up his hands and realized that now there were tests for adventurers from the first to the second floor, and with an average level of strength. Everyone could pass this test. Thanks to the fact that there is this test, he could find out which floor his current level was suitable for. At this time, the enemy swung towards Oliver. The protagonist smiled and realized that this was great, because he himself was very curious. After he dealt with another enemy, and the system message said that he passed the third test, his intelligence was increased by 1 unit, daughter. Then he dealt with another enemy and increased his agility by 2 units. At this time, the dark liquid was on the floor, and the system messages said that he received a lot of promotion, and the shadow struck a sharp blow. After which the enemy struck directly at the protagonist's sword. He realized that at this level they were already starting to use their abilities and were strong enough. Oliver smiled and activated the ice arrow in his hand. Then he launched it at his enemy. The arrow broke through his weapon, and then it went through, cut him into 2 parts, and the system message said that he passed the 6th test and his mana was increased by 2 units. Oliver looked to the side and realized that his mana was restored after completing each test, and he would enjoy it very much because he realized that he had no limits on fights. Then he put his hands forward and exploded his enemy, because thanks to this he could try a lot of things and practice his magic powers, and he also increased his strength by 3 units. He put his finger in front of himself and realized that shadows of the level of his current floor would begin to appear now, and there was no time for jokes at all. Then the ice arrow pierced the enemy. The system messages said that he activated confusion and also the ice arrow. He smiled and realized that he had passed the 8th trial. He could be promoted by 4 units, and he was still very easily dealing with his enemies and was looking forward to further developments. Then he stood in front of the altar and did not understand why no more enemies appeared. His comrade realized with a laugh that this was extremely ridiculous. The altar was on the ground at this time, and the comrades realized that the level of the trial of the god Oman was not higher than the floor on which these adventures were located. And if he still wanted to continue the trials, he would have to pay a certain price, and it seemed to him that he was not ready to reduce his area of influence for this. Oliver looked at his comrades and realized that until now no god had said anything like this to him, and all this was because he was quite unique, and moreover, there should be a colossal gap between these gods now, and they were under enormous pressure because if he wanted to see his potential, he had to pay a price for it, but he did not want to receive any losses in his favor. Drops of water fell into the altar at that time. Oliver stood in front of the altar and watched silently. He closed his eyes and realized that it would take too much time for him, and he would rather go through the labyrinth. After that, water splashed out of the altar. The protagonist looked at the system messages, where it was said that the area of God Oman's influence had decreased, and he was offering him strong tests. The great heir of the empire began to laugh with tears in his eyes, realizing that this was a colossal circus. In front of the altar, system messages appeared, where it was written that God Oman had mixed feelings, and this was a test in which he had to prove his strength again. Oliver looked ahead with a smile. Holding the sword in front of him, he realized that from now on he could see shadows from the floors he had not yet reached, and he was looking forward to it with impatience. After that, another shadow appeared in front of him. Oliver crossed swords with his enemy. He looked ahead warily, after which he dealt many cutting blows. He cut his opponent with a sword, and in front of him appeared a lot of system messages, where it was said that the 9th trial was passed, and his strength was increased by 4 points, and he was able to activate spiritual growth, and the mastery of his ability reflection increased to 3%, and his agility was also increased. He looked to the side, standing in front of the dark water, and realized that it was very cool, but he did not understand what kind of thing it was. After that, an opponent with a bow appeared in front of us. It did not look like they were taking a specific person, but they had their own story that related to them. After which many arrows flew to the side, the protagonist realized that those who passed this trial and lost, they were quite weak. And those who had a contract with a god, in the end, those who fell down and sold their souls in order not to disappear, suffered all this collapse. Oliver stood and looked ahead. He realized that all of them were nothing more than different shadows of different warriors who were lost in the endless history of the labyrinth. He extended his finger forward, and the system message said that he activated the fire explosion. Then, he extended his hand. The fire sphere was directed towards the enemy. Oliver stood with his hand extended and noticed something was wrong. He extended his hand to the side and defeated his enemy with an ice arrow, and the system messages said that he activated the ability Frenzy. And he also activated the ice arrow twice, and thanks to this, he was able to pass the 10th trial. His strength was increased by 5 points. He looked ahead and realized that all of these enemies were not ordinary toys of the gods, and each of them had their own unique movements, and the fighting style was also different, and he remembered it. Afterwards, we see how the shockwaves hit the water dome. Oliver dodged the attack and realized that it was the shadow from the 13th floor, and gradually began to show different abilities, and it was much harder. After he defeated one more enemy, and it was the shadow from the 14th floor, he realized that when he used abilities, his shadow was too confident and it relied on everything. That is why its movements were a little strange, and this shadow was definitely easier to kill than the previous one. Then he crossed swords in front of another monster, which was the shadow from the 15th floor. He braced his feet on the floor and realized that from this stage, their stats were about equal or even higher. After that, a bright fire sphere appeared in front of them. A huge explosion was heard, which hit the enemy, and the system message said that he activated a fire explosion. The protagonist rushed forward through the fire, activating the acceleration ability as well as a powerful blow. He struck with his sword and realized that the number of trump cards he had up his sleeve was much greater than his enemy. He wiped his face with his hand and looked at the system messages, where it said that the 15th trial was passed and his strength was increased by 6. His agility was increased by 5, mana was increased by 4, and also his spiritual growth was pumped up quite well. In connection with this trial, the protagonist realized that all this gave him not only experience points, but also increased his spiritual power, which his strength depended on, and it also increased his characteristics, and this was truly incredible madness. He looked at the dark liquid and realized that if he made a short assessment of this entire event, he would say that he added about 60 stats, which was extremely funny for him. His friend threw up his hands, said that this was only possible thanks to him, and he was a big fool because his curiosity was much stronger, and all this pulled him to the end of the trial. Then Oliver slashed with his sword, fighting the shadow of the 18th floor. The enemy opened his mouth and started coughing up water. Then he pounced on the protagonist. He hugged him from behind and slashed, but Oliver used the first attack section. Then he swung his sword and realized that his enemy wanted to mutually destroy himself and his enemy, but he was unlucky because it ended in a complete failure, and he was able to pass the 18th trial. The great heir of the Empire threw up his hands and said that this update was a real cheat, and the system notification appeared only after he was already attacked with a pierced body. He said that as long as his opponents had no idea about his ability to nullify, they could not react to this incredible ability. Then a monster with a huge axe attacked the protagonist from the 19th floor. Oliver dug his feet, causing the tiles to crack. His helpers started to twitch, and the system notifications wrote that his opponent was an enemy that could not be defeated. Now he also negatively predicted the results of the battle, but he did not care about all this. Oliver stood in a stance, surrounding himself with fire, and above him appeared many system messages, where it was said that he passed this test without losing faith in himself, and he went against an invincible enemy, and was able to activate an unbiased duel, and his thirst for battle was also activated, and he was also able to use contempt for strong opponents. The enemy from the water at this time stood, holding a weapon. The protagonist plunged into thought and realized that after so many past tests, and he could simply be overwhelmed with the ability to strengthen against dangerous opponents. The name of the honest crossed. The enemy squeezed his axe, then he struck, used storm. The protagonist looked ahead and plunged into thought. He realized that this was an ability that could forcibly make his body rotate and strike at 270 deg. He had his own weakness because he could no longer stop, and his back would be open at that moment. Afterwards, he rushed forward, swinging his swords. He stabbed into the back, and the system messages said that he activated acceleration, and he also used a powerful blow. Oliver stood on the ground and understood that now he could easily get rid of him thanks to his positive effect, but he did not want and will not get into such situations anymore. He stood next to the enemy that appeared on the 20th floor. Day began to emit energy, and the system message said that he activated absolute victory. Oliver pointed his weapon at him and was also able to pass this test because he overcame the test thanks to his perseverance, and he expected such a difficulty from this test. Afterwards, they rushed towards each other. Then we see many shockwaves that were held back by the dome. The enemy ran forward, striking. The protagonist dodged them, activating his ability to reflect. Afterwards, the monster struck the protagonist. Oliver put his hand forward, and the system message wrote that he was able to activate the ability with madness. At that moment, the monster stood up, being in the red dome, and the protagonist used a counterattack on it. Oliver fell to the ground at that time. He wiped his bloody face and was lost in thought. He understood that this ability was a counter that pushed the enemy back to a distance and helped him proportionally to his characteristics. He only now realized that he himself learned this ability quite late, and yet his enemy did not have that much health left. Then he suddenly rushed forward. The protagonist crossed swords with his enemy, and the system messages said that he used the acceleration ability, and he also activated a powerful blow. The monster at that time swung his sword. Then he dealt damage to the protagonist, and the system message said that he missed 210 points of damage. He covered his face with his hand and used the ability of the robe of the Dark Vault. Then he disappeared into the air while the enemy was standing on the ground. The protagonist appeared behind, swinging his hand. Then he made a strong cutting blow. The enemy did not expect it, and his cut body parts flew back, and the system message said that he was able to pass 20 trials. Oliver fell to the ground tired, and his strength was increased by 20 units, and his agility was increased by 13. And also his intelligence was increased by 10, mana increased by 14, and he also greatly pumped up his spiritual growth. Then he opened his eyes and was extremely scared by what he saw. Near the altar there was a puddle from which another monster was climbing out. It was menacingly stretching its hands forward. Oliver looked at this whole picture in complete despair. Then he smiled silently. He raised his hands, lowering his swords, and said that they were done with this. After which the monster near the altar disappeared, and the system message said that he completed the trials of the God-O-Man, and he also thoughtfully remained silent about its results. A large system message appeared, which contained the characteristics of the protagonist. Ash, looking ahead in surprise, said that he had incredible growth and how he could defeat a shadow from the 20th floor. After which he raised his head up, watching the barrier collapse. A system message appeared in front of him that the area of influence was reduced and gives them rewards. After that he said that the strength really decreased significantly. The protagonist looked at his hand in surprise, asking what this new ring and passive skill was. He was told that he received a ring of testimony. He passed the test for the test of strength, therefore he receives additional rewards and he is offered a contract with the apostle. Oliver, displeasedly folding his hands, replied that he refuses. A second later, water from the bowl splashed on his face. Standing on a small island, the protagonist saw a system message that he promises him another meeting in the future. Turning around, Oliver thought that his current ceiling was the 20th floor. This was really useful information. He probably needed to tell about this challenge in the chat. The protagonist stretched out his hand to the chest. A system message appeared in front of him that this was the reward of the secret room, an ankle protector. Having destroyed the huge monster on the 8th floor, he asked that it had become much easier. Ash, looking at him, answered that usually people become stronger in a more adequate way, but his spiritual power, that skill and variability made him even cooler. The protagonist took out a gold stone. A system message appeared in front of him that the reward of the 8th floor was a rune that provides attributes based on the probability of using a runic weapon. After which Oliver said that it should be put aside in the inventory. He looked away in surprise, seeing a few more system messages, saying that the secret reward for finding it, he received a passive skill of touching the study every time he attacks an enemy. Part of the damage dealt will suck out a certain percentage of the enemy's stamina. Then he said that the skill was given as a reward. It will be useful in protracted battles. A second later, he got off the monster and took a few steps to the side, saying that now they have collected everything they could and whether they should speed up the descent down. We are transferred to goblins in armor. There are 4 days left until returning to the ground. The goblins rush from their place, quickly attack. One of them strikes, but the protagonist reacts in time. He swings his blade, saying that he can still easily deal with them, but who would have thought that ordinary goblins would be stronger than lizardmen? Ash appeared behind him, saying that he was sure that they were training somehow. The leader must be on the beams for this, and he thought that he could guess who it was. The protagonist, frowning, imagined 2 monsters in his head, thinking that the one he fought earlier was the former goblin leader, and the current one is now on this floor. We are transported to the goblin shaman. 3 days before returning to Earth, a system message appears that the boss of the 9th floor is a goblin elder. The mage, stretching out his staff, begins to cast spells. Oliver slowly takes a step towards him, and then grabs his cloak with his hand. A second later, He disappears, and a system message appears in front of him saying that he has activated the Cloak of Stealth. He makes a quick dash, cutting off the monster's head in an instant. A system message appears in front of him that he has defeated his opponent. Then after a while, a wall with drawings appears in front of him. He stretches out his hand towards her, activating the trap detection, after which he looks menacingly ahead. Entering the room, he sees a huge goblin sitting on a throne. He looks menacingly ahead and asks if it is he who was able to defeat the previous head of the goblins. The protagonist nodded his head, and the giant, smiling, replied that he fought against a warrior. It seems not like that he must have died satisfied. A dark aura appeared around Oliver, and the goblin added that for this he wants to thank him instead of the former head. Raising his head, the protagonist asked that he was the one who deposed him from the position of lord, so why is he doing this? The big man raised his paw, answering that in the end, he is destined to be killed. Should he leave at least something as a memory of himself before he dies? Is it not obvious that dying as a goblin lord is better than being just one of them? Oliver, looking at him, thought that in the end he did this because of his greed. The goblin jumped up from his place, stretching out his spears, answering that he knew that someday this day would come, but still it feels strange, but he just has to accept it. Frowning, he added that they will fight. Oliver looked at him silently. A second later, he delivered a strong blow. The goblin, defending himself, screamed loudly. Menacingly looking in front of him, he felt his weapons begin to cost more, and he answered that he can't even keep up with his skills. He can't resist his quick movements and sword skill. Oliver, looking surprised, answered that he was going to give up. The lord, stretching out his spear, made a quick attack, answering that no way. A second later, he, smiling widely, said that he does not care that there is no chance of winning. He will just do his best. He wants to decorate his remaining time. Illusions of wolves appeared around the protagonist, and he, dashing forward, replied that this is great, then he will also give it his all. After a while, the lord lay on the ground, lowering his head. He said that he cannot believe that he was pushed back so much, but he is satisfied. This is enough for him. The protagonist grabbed his opponent's weapon. A system message appeared in front of him that these are improved arrows, attack 10. Looking at the monster, he stretched out his hand towards it, and a system message appeared that he defeated it and received the title Kingslayer. When he fights against the lord, king or elder, his stats will increase and the reward will be increased. After which he looked at his comrade, saying that now they need to go. He appeared near the girl. She began to cast a spell, and he was able to learn the spell Shroud. After some time, he appeared at the old man, taking a huge amount of potions from him. The old man said that he can't believe that he blew half of his luck. Why is he buying only potions? Oliver replied that he will need them for something. After some time, he was going down the stairs. He stopped, and a system message appeared that the reward of the 9th floor is boots of increased speed. Smiling, he looked at the ice sword, saying that he has not changed weapons for a long time. After which he left the dungeon, answering that he arrived on the 10th floor. In front of him were small islands. Ash flew up to him, saying that almost everything was over. Approaching, he added that he remembers this quest. The protagonist, looking at the grave, remembered everything that happened to him, answering that he wants him to take revenge on the one who killed him on the 10th floor. Oliver stopped, and Ash thanked him, adding that because of him, he was able to leave a trace of his existence. Smiling, he continued to say that his world died, and after it, he, too, was already over for them, but he should at least leave memories. The protagonist looked forward when Ash said that it was a shame that he could not teach him the second mastery of the sword, but he was sure that he himself could handle it one day. He would say goodbye in advance. He had a lot of fun with him. He was still unsure of the future, so he would postpone his answer for now. Oliver lowered his head, and we were informed that the time remaining until returning to Earth is unknown. The monster's huge foot fell to the floor. He swung his paw at the protagonist. A system message appeared that the ogre of the 10th floor had appeared. Oliver grabbed his finger and then broke it. He threw the monster aside with one hand. It fell to the ground dead. A system message appeared that he had defeated the ogre, to which the protagonist said that it was easy. We are transported to a small tower, a secret room. The protagonist stretched his hand to the wall. A system message appeared in front of him that he had activated trap detection. The current detection skill level had increased to 2%. Ash flew up to him, thinking that he could have simply destroyed it, but instead he had raised his skill level. Why did he suddenly decide to bother so much? Oliver took the ring off the skeleton's finger. He was informed that he had received a blue ring as a reward from the secret room. Then he appeared near a huge door, saying that he had finally reached the boss room. Coming closer, he added that when he defeats him and enters the hidden room, he will meet the one who killed Ash. If he defeats him, he will be able to complete his quest. The protagonist stretched out his hand to the magical artifacts. After a moment, he connected them with his sword. A system message appeared in front of him that he used a rune and a scroll. The shining sword has built-in lightning attributes. When shifting, there is a small chance to slow down the enemy. Looking at his comrade, he said that this is not bad, and he is considered a creature from this labyrinth. Ash replied that technically yes, because he is dead, bound to his grave. Looking at Oliver, he added that he can only be here because of him, but his roots do not change from this. The protagonist looked menacingly in front of him. Then, smiling, he said that he meant that whatever it is, but because of the quest, he is bound to it, so until it is completed, he will continue to follow it. Then what will be their priority, him, who is bound to this labyrinth, or Ash, who is bound to him because of the quest? His comrade looked ahead in fear, asking what they are talking about. Suddenly the wall in front of them started to crack. The seam slowly came apart, and the planet Earth appeared in front of them, and the system message said that there were 0 days until returning to Earth. The ghost asked in fear what it was, and the protagonist, jumping, read the system message that the sequest had begun and he needed to prepare for a dash. A second later, he closed his eyes. He slowly began to transfer to the ground. He was in deep space, after which we are transferred to high-rise buildings. The protagonist opens his eyes, lying on the ground, thinking about the fact that the aroma of the grass here is different from that in the labyrinth, and the strong smell of asphalt, which is inherent only to this unique place. Continuing to lie, he thought that everything is the same as then, so he returned to the ground. Ash appeared in front of him, who shouted in displeasure that where they ended up. Waving his arms, he added that he had never heard of such a place. Oliver stepped forward. He opened the doors to the destroyed store. Covering his nose from the smell, he thought that it didn't smell very good here. As he expected, most of the products had gone bad. After all, it had been 3 months. He stretched out his hand, thinking that at the moment he only needed to take. A second later, he grabbed a couple of canned goods. He stretched out his hand to the pressed meat, after which he activated the fireball. Smiling widely, he said that it was incredibly delicious, to which Ash replied, why did he fry them like that? The ghost, looking around in surprise, asked that this was his world. It was incredible, to which Oliver thought that everything created and obtained in the labyrinth belonged to the lab assistant, but he could take some with him as items upon returning to Earth, so the player's property rights are a priority in the game decision. After which he went outside, raising his head. He said that in fact he was not sure, because Ash is not an object, but a living being. The ghost, looking at the cars, said that these things are square in shape. He sees them everywhere. Oliver replied that he is talking about cars, and he will understand if he says that they are like carriages with horses. Only they can move without horses. Ash replied that those tower-like buildings belong to the villains. The protagonist said that it is just a building. He raised his finger up, asking if his comrade knows anything about it. In the sky above them there was a large rift, from which strange energy was oozing. Suddenly, some kind of creature appeared from it. Oliver said that the reason he went into the labyrinth and what is destroying their world to this day. Ash raised his head, replying that he sensed a completely different force. He thinks he will be able to figure it out if they get closer. Looking ahead, the protagonist replied that maybe they will deal with identification later. Suddenly, a green monster attacked him from behind. The protagonist grabbed it by the tentacle. Ash turned around in surprise. Oliver lifted the creature above him, asking what his comrade thought about it. The ghost extended his hand towards him, answering that its energy felt completely different. Like one of them, it was very strange. Looking at the slime, he added that it must have crawled from the outside, but who needed to create such a creature, he cannot understand it. Turning around displeased, he added that he can say one thing for sure, its creator is incredibly strong, perhaps even stronger than Rakarada's. Oliver frowned. A second later, the monster caught fire, and he replied that it was clear to him. They continued on their way, and the ghost asked why he brought it here to ask such things. The protagonist answered that there was something wrong with that, and his comrade said that he agreed. Thanks to this he was able to see another world. The ghost flew up to the system message, reading that a special quest was starting. They should hurry to the city hall, after which he said that they were giving him a minimum description. We are transported to a high-rise building. The protagonist walks through the destroyed city. The ghost says that there is no one here at all, and Oliver asks what is going on here, after which he thinks about how many people chose the option that suddenly appeared in front of their faces. Most must have still decided to stay on the ground, hoping to hide and wait for salvation from the government, and this is the result of their choice. In the gateway, someone's hand was lying on the ground. The ghost saw a dead man lying on the ground. Then he flew up to the protagonist, saying that he is sure that Oliver can move faster with his current stats, so why is he taking so long? The protagonist replied that he wants to meet someone. Ash asked what he was talking about the guys he trained. He was curious to see them. The protagonist replied that no, but they would see them soon enough. Knight's armor appeared. The guy came out from around the corner. Oliver looked ahead in surprise, and someone greeted him, asked that he also received a quest to run for the mayor's office. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. The guy approached him and said that he was seeing him for the first time and it seemed that he was not from hard mode. Could he really be from normal mode? He stretched him out on his hand, smiling, and said that they had a group of survivors gathered there, and he wanted to join them. The protagonist looked menacingly ahead. Several memories popped up in his head. after which he lowered his head, answering that okay, he would go with him. The guy hugged him, smiling widely. The knight and the protagonist stepped forward. He extended his hand to the people and asked how they were feeling. The man folded his arms and replied that his comrade had finally returned. Fortunately, nothing had happened. The guy pointed at the protagonist, saying that this was Mr. Oliver and he thought he was from normal mode. He hoped they would get along. Someone said that he was seeing him for the first time. They replied that there were a lot of people on that mode. No wonder he didn't know him. The protagonist, looking menacingly ahead, thought that there were about 100 of them here, all of them from normal and easy modes. Ash replied that it seemed like they didn't see him. Oliver, looking at the people in front of him, thought that, as he expected, he didn't remember any of them. The knight hit his hand, shouting that now. Looking around, he added that everyone seemed to have gathered, so they were heading to the city hall. Someone asked what if they ran into a monster. The boy smiled widely and told them not to worry and he would protect them all. The people looked at him with a smile, saying that as they expected, he was incredibly reliable. It was a great relief that they met a knight. The boy headed forward along with everyone else. The ghost, flying overhead, asked that weren't these the players from the labyrinth, why were they so weak? He looked at the boy, thinking that only he looked more or less, but only to some extent. He doubted that he was able to go down to the lower floors of the labyrinth. Ash approached Oliver, wondering why he wanted to meet him. Moreover, he himself was going to step into this pile of scum. Suddenly, the boy stretched his finger forward in fear. A slime with tentacles appeared in front of them, and a system message appeared that a monster had appeared. The knight looked menacingly in front of him. He stepped forward, saying that he would be back soon, to wait for him here. The protagonist silently looked at him, thinking that this monster was only an F class, so even they could handle it, but that was if you looked at everything from the labyrinth standards. The knight swung his sword, cutting the monster, and the protagonist continued to think that in fact, only someone from the hard level could withstand it. The knight made several accurate strikes, after which, he turned around, raised his sword, saying that he figured it out, and they can move on. Oliver lowered his head in disappointment. Taking a few steps forward, he thought that such situations arose after. The knight continued to destroy monsters. The protagonist thought that he dealt with all the opponents that stood in his way. The people looked ahead in fear, and the protagonist thought that the rest of the group was hiding for their own safety, and if another monster appeared in the middle of the battle. Suddenly, a worm appeared near the small group. It rushed towards the people at great speed, and they screamed in fear that they needed to run. The protagonist threw the stone in his hand. The guy with tears in his eyes ran forward screaming that he did not want to die. Suddenly, he turned around in fear and saw that the monster had disappeared. There was a blood stain on the ceiling. The people looked around in surprise, saying that they did not understand what happened. Suddenly, a knight ran up to them, asking what happened to the other monsters. The guy replied that he was not sure, no one killed him, he just up and disappeared. The knight looked ahead in surprise, thinking that this could not be, no one could defeat him, he was the only one here with a hard mode. Then, turning around, he looked at the protagonist, thinking what could happen then. Oliver held the stone in his hand, and the knight, frowning, thought that most people tremble in fear when they first see a monster. But this guy is so calm, as if he knew that something like this would happen, and anyway, his name is impossible. After which he closed his eyes, shaking his head. Raising his sword, he said that they were moving on, they still had a long way to go to the city hall. He took a step forward. The protector thought that he continued to destroy the opponents, while he stepped forward to get rid of the monsters. The protagonist snapped his fingers. He secretly killed those who appeared later. The journey continued. The ghost, slowly flying over their heads, asked what they were doing. A terrifying energy emanated from him. He looked menacingly in front of him and added that even if they were weaklings, there would be no problems if they joined forces, but they did not even try, they just ran away. They were just bastard parasites. He looked at the people, shouting that where their lives were at stake, they did not even show the slightest desire to do anything. He grimaced and, showing his fangs, shouted that insignificant people like them had ended up in the labyrinth. Let them not make him laugh, this was an insult to them. Oliver raised his head and thought that for the first time his comrade was so furious, it was good that these guys did not see spirits. The protagonist, looking at the knight, whispered that no one can be strong from the beginning. They continue to risk their lives to become stronger. He, leaning towards the girl, said that everything was fine. Let her be patient a little longer. The ghost, displeasedly lowering his head, asked how they even lived to this moment. The protagonist, looking at him, answered that he shouldn't get so angry. If it comes down to it, he would be the strange one in this situation. Unlike him, it was the people who chose the easy labyrinth. Ash, spreading his hands in confusion, answered that he didn't understand what he was talking about. There was only one labyrinth in the world. The protagonist looked menacingly in front of him. He, narrowing his eyes, asked that they chat a little. Folding his hands, he said that there is easy, normal, hard, and solo. Each mode has different configurations of monsters and bosses on the level. The only thing they have in common is that the shape of the floors is the same. The height of the floor is the last. Ash answered that, in any case, the labyrinth that he knows is not divided in any way. Sometimes dimensions are broken by gods, but then they return to their original form. The ghost, having descended, asked that who created them artificially. The protagonist imagined a castle in his head, answering that if it was a being that didn't know how to design a labyrinth and just carelessly copied and pasted it, then that would explain the whole situation. Oliver glared ahead, and the ghost replied that however, given the scale, it was quite difficult to do, so why would they even bother making such a thing? The protagonist replied that perhaps whoever created it was at the level of a god or higher. He imagined various monsters in his head, thinking that if he thought about it, all the monsters that appeared were only F-class. If this being intended to kill them, then it should have sent monsters of at least a class, but it was controlling everything, as if it was monitoring them. He looked ahead in surprise, asking that the gods really liked it when mortals put in the greatest effort. A ghost flew up to him, saying that they couldn't just go straight to their destination. He hated looking at those people. The protagonist replied that they wouldn't have anything to do anyway, even if they got there first. The ghost grabbed his head, saying that if he wanted to help them so much, why not do it directly? Why hide it? He loved helping others. Oliver replied that he didn't really. The knight waved his hand, and the ghost said that he did that so often, to which the protagonist replied that he didn't help everyone, but only those who had potential, the reason being that he could make friends with them and get to the very end. Looking at the people, he added that he didn't care what happened to them, but if they died, the knight would go crazy. Frowning, he thought about what really happened. Suddenly, the knight stopped. He fell to his knees, and Oliver thought that he had also led people to past lives. Tears came to the guy's eyes, after which he put his hand on the building, and the protagonist changed his mind that when he finally reached his destination, he was left all alone. We are transferred to the street. Several monsters are slowly moving along it. The girl bites off meat. The guy, looking at her, says that the monsters taste terrible. His friend, holding a piece of meat in his hand, replied that it would be better if he looked into a 24-hour store. The guy replied that if he ran into a monster there, it was safer to eat what they brought with them from the labyrinth. The protagonist took out a can of food. He looked ahead in surprise. People approached him, asking what it was, ham, whether they could exchange. The big guy, looking menacingly ahead, asked why he didn't share. He said that he was on normal mode, then he would know exactly who he was. The guy folded his arms and looked down with satisfaction, and the people nearby said that he was the leader of the Athenian guild. Why should it be him of all people? Oliver continued to chew calmly, and the big guy added that if he did not want to die when he returned to the labyrinth, it would be better to give him everything, because he did not want to go against the guild. The protagonist, looking at the big guy, replied that he was sure that he could return there. He shoved a piece of ham into his mouth, thinking that the Athenian guild, he had already forgotten about them. Now he remembered, they were abusing their power and trying to subjugate the labyrinth. The guy swung his fist, shouting that how dare he so openly look down on him. The big guy put all his strength into his fist, preparing to hit, and Oliver thought that they all died when the second return happened. Suddenly, the knight, opening his mouth, shouted loudly for them to stop. The big guy stopped, asking who he thought he was. If it was his own business, why shouldn't he mind his own business? The knight grabbed his face, and the guy added that if he thought they would obey him in everything just because he decided to accompany them. The knight was able to lift the big guy off the ground, and he thought that he assumed that in front of him was an ordinary teenager who had no idea about anything. The protagonist turned around in surprise, and the knight, frowning, said that he knew what he was thinking, and it was his right if he crossed the line. A second later, he slammed the big guy against the wall with all his might. The guy looked ahead in fear. A moment later, the knight threw him to the ground, replying that he would throw him out that very second, after which he menacingly lowered his head. Looking at the protagonist, he said that for the first time he saw the big guy behave like that. We are transported to the evening. The knight is sitting by the fire, after which he looks away in surprise. Someone tells him that he is sure he is the most tired of all from these battles, and now he is also on night watch. The protagonist approaches him, adding that those people are afraid of him, and not just afraid that they will be left behind from the whole group. The knight, smiling, replied that he had no choice. In the end, he had to do something. There are so many of them here, but there are even more dangerous situations on the way. For their survival, he must force them to obey. He remembered how the monster attacked them, after which he stabbed it with a dagger. Looking at the protagonist, he said that thanks to him he had the opportunity to do this. Oliver, coming closer, asked that he really needed to go so far. He, lowering his head, added that if it was about him, then he could easily reach the city walls, or he was wrong. The knight raised his head in surprise, and Oliver added that he was sure that he knew it very well, because he was with a hard guard, and the people who were destined to survive would survive, and those who would not. Looking menacingly ahead, He continued to say that the probability of survival on hard mode was 1%. Therefore, having lived there for at least a little while, he gains an understanding. If he helps someone who has no chance, in the end he still dies, why is he so obsessed with people who will die? The knight, frowning, looked ahead in surprise. Jumping up, he shouted why he was saying such a thing. Then he raised his head in surprise. Looking at the protagonist, he thought that he had a strange feeling, as if he was the one who had seen countless deaths. This look, so he thought, he was definitely not from normal mode. After which his hands shook and he grabbed the sword. Gritting his teeth, he asked who he was. Oliver, looking ahead, replied that he saw him like this for the first time. After which he, turning around, replied that he did have a goal, and he would tell him later when they reached the city. The knight's face was covered in sweat. He lowered his hand and then asked who he really was. We are transported to the morning. The knight enters the building and shouts for everyone to wake up. People went outside with a smile, and he added that they would be able to reach the city in 2 hours. They needed to hurry. He looked menacingly ahead and led the group. A monster appeared in front of them. The knight shouted for everyone to stay behind, and we were told that there was something they had overlooked. First, the monster would only attack those who would try to get to the city hall. Second, those who went there on their own were either already there or dead. People looked ahead in fear. 3 monsters crawled out towards them at once. The knight turned around and shouted loudly for them to run. People immediately took off. One of the worms attacked a child, and the knight thought that he was not sure that he could handle even 2, and 3 was definitely impossible. He put up a shield in front of the child, protecting him from the attack. Then, frowning, he began to think that the city hall was right in front of them. All he needed to do was stall for a little while until they got there. A system message appeared that he had activated the attack. If he held his breath, he would be able to breathe freely for 10 seconds. He made a quick slash with his sword, cutting down 2 at once. One of the monsters attacked him, but he managed to put his sword in front of him. Then he glared at the bag that was in front of him. A system message appeared that it was a calm powder. It would explode immediately upon contact with the enemy and create a curtain. The knight cut it in half with one move. A thick fog appeared in front of him, which pushed the monsters away from him, after which he thought that he only needed to hold on for a little while longer. Then, turning around, he shouted something with a smile. He looked at the people standing nearby in surprise, wondering why they hadn't left yet. 2 new monsters appeared in front of the people. They were trapped in a ring, and the knight wondered if they were surrounded. The guy shouted with tears in his eyes, asking what they should do now. Looking ahead in surprise, he asked why they wanted to kill them so badly. Looking at the worms, he continued to think about what he should do. He had no more useful things left, and he definitely couldn't win against them. Even if he held out, they would all die. His face turned pale, and he thought that maybe he should run away alone. Then he clenched his teeth. He looked at the guy, thinking that he could survive. His strength, speed was the same as the monster's. It would be easy to dodge if he moved quickly. Then his face turned pale. He clutched his mouth, thinking that he should leave them. But these people trusted him. They had been investigating him all this time. He had brought them all here of his own free will. Tears came to his eyes. He shouted that if he was going to betray them like this, he shouldn't have thrown words around. If he wanted to protect them, he should do it until the very end. Looking at the crowd, he thought about what he should do. The people, fearfully, came up to him, asking if something was wrong. The knight lowered his head and thought that if only he could die for them, or if only he had more strength. His hands trembled, and we were told that he was a good man, but now he was not ready to sacrifice himself for others. The protagonist, looking menacingly ahead, asked that he was leaving. The knight immediately raised his head in alarm. He looked ahead silently for a few seconds. Lowering his weapon, he asked why he was reproaching him. A blade appeared in the protagonist's hand, and he replied that no, he would not blame him no matter what choice he made. He was just curious, after which he thought that he had been wondering what had happened that day. The knight lowered his shield, thinking that he did not want to run away if only he were a little stronger. He clenched his teeth, thinking that he would definitely be able to save everyone. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in surprise when someone cut the worm behind him. The knight fell to the ground, confused, and the protagonist cut all the opponents in one motion. He looked menacingly to the side, saying that this would be a little entertainment for him. The guy opened his mouth in shock. A huge monster appeared behind the protagonist. It opened its mouth wide and rushed forward. Oliver narrowed his eyes. A moment later, his opponent was embraced, and the protagonist said that now they will continue their journey to the city hall. We are transported to a large building. Someone says that they have finally arrived. A woman approaches the guy, saying that they have finally met again. She is incredibly happy to see him. The girl looks forward in surprise, saying that why are there so many people here? This is the first time such a large group has arrived here. Looking at the knight, someone replied that it seems that that person protected them. He must be from hard mode. The knight was about to answer something, but the protagonist put his hand on his shoulder. He looked down menacingly. The knight stepped forward, answering that there was nothing wrong with that, and the guy, raising his hand, said that all the new arrivals should follow him. He will see them out. The protagonist went inside, raising his hand. He thought that the city hall was already overcrowded with people, but initially the population of the Alliance did not exceed 500,000. Looking at the people, he thought that meant that about 100,000 survived. The protagonist stood leaning against the wall. Suddenly, someone pulled out a bottle of water to him, saying hello. The knight smiled and said that he thought he should greet him at least once, Lord of Solo Mode. The protagonist smiled and took the bottle, saying that he was good at using the breath hold attack. It was an incredibly useful thing. The knight replied that of course, thanks to him he was able to learn it. Lowering his head, he added that, to be honest, he wanted to learn the skill, but he did not fully trust everything that was said in the chat. It seemed to him that it was simply impossible, but he experienced it himself and everything turned out to be true, and thanks to him he avoided such a disgusting choice. The protagonist extended his hand forward, replying that he was only doing what he wanted, so it was not a problem. After all, he was the one who initially decided to protect the group and bring it to the end. Tears appeared in the knight's eyes. His body began to shake. Then he grabbed Oliver's hand, shouting that no. He lowered himself down, adding that he should accept his gratitude. He not only shared useful skills, but also saved his life. He will always follow him from now on. If the protagonist wishes, he can use it for a long time. Oliver threw a bottle in his face, replying that he should stop talking nonsense and let him act like normal. The knight lit up a little, replying that, as he expected, the protagonist was incredibly energetic. Oliver wondered what was wrong with this guy. He was quite friendly, of course, but not that friendly. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of them, asking why they were here. The guy, looking at the girl, said that this is the mentor. She, opening her mouth in surprise, answered that she came because she needs to explain something. Who is with him? The knight lit up partly, answering that this is Oliver from the solo mode. The protagonist thought that this girl is an active figure from the hard mode. He remembers her. In his past life, he also knew her. The girl, looking at the piece of paper, said that they need to go together at the moment. About 100,000 people gathered in the city hall, but among them only about 1,000 can act against the monsters. The girl, exhaling, added that all because most of them came from the easy or normal mode. And that's not all. They have little food supplies and safe places to sleep. Looking at the knight, she added that they had no idea what kind of quest would begin, but first they needed to find someone to command. The guy raised his hand and replied that it was obvious that she should become the commander. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise, and the girl added that she had tried, but the easy mode guy had gone crazy and was demanding that he be given this role. She imagined a pumped up guy in her head, said that she had made arguments that they could not be commanded by someone who could not even stand up to one monster. But he raised his voice, claiming that she looked down on the easy mode guys. Remembering how he extended his hand forward in displeasure, she added that he even captured people for this. She decided that it would be unwise to confront him so rashly, and postponed the decision. The knight, clenching his fists, asked who he captured. The girl answered that it seemed like two guys. She imagined a guy and a young girl in her head. The protagonist, looking menacingly in front of him, asked why they allowed themselves to be captured. The girl, looking at him, answered that she did not know the details, but they were connected when she first came here. Oliver thought that with their current stats, they could defeat anyone. Something was clearly wrong here. The protagonist took a step forward. The knight asked that they could not do anything about it, to which the girl replied that as of today there were no casualties. She thought they should observe the situation before intervening. Oliver replied that he did not plan to do so. The girl looked at him in surprise. Frowning, she asked what he wanted to do, to which the protagonist replied that first he needed to trample this rat bastard. Hearing this, she extended her hand, replying that he wanted to commit a crime. He should not use violence. Oliver, looking at her menacingly, replied that the world had collapsed and the laws were no longer valid. Her body shook, and she silently lowered her head. Then, looking menacingly forward, she replied that this was still unacceptable. The rules must be followed. People cannot kill each other. Oliver stared ahead for a few seconds in silence, after which he replied that she did not change. He remembered how he walked on the destroyed land, how she lay on the ground, leaning on her sword. He thought that she had always been strict in following the rules. It seemed that this was the third return until the very end, until she died. An image of the girl appeared in his head, and he thought that she was trying to save everyone and follow the rules. The girl grabbed her sword with her hand, thinking that this man was dangerous. He could definitely commit murder. He was about the same level as her comrade, so if they were lucky. Suddenly, she looked ahead in fear, thinking that she had no choice. She had to stop him. The protagonist waved his hand, and it fell to the floor. A system message appeared that she had received 22 units of damage. The knight, looking ahead with displeasure, shouted what he was doing. The ground under the protagonist's feet cracked, and he answered that he should just stand and watch. He pushed off the floor with all his might and then rushed down the corridor at great speed, looking menacingly ahead. He thought that this time too. In front of him was a pumped up guy who was looking out the window. Smiling, he said that this is what power tastes like. Sitting on the floor and folding his hands, he begged not to hurt his family. Approaching him and squatting, he handed over a sheet of paper and said that everything was written in the contract and if he didn't want to die, then he should give money. Looking out the window, he asked what that sound was. From the window, he saw a monster, didn't understand where they were from. The guy ran from the monster without shoes. The other one took the sword and killed him. Smiling, he asked if he was okay and that at such moments they should help their neighbors. Starting to get up, he laughed and agreed. Behind Sean was a dead guy. He said that he was a stupid bastard. There were no laws and rules in the labyrinth. It was a limited space, so a small push could turn everything upside down. The place accepted high-level players, and in case of disagreement they went to a truce or used violence. Sometimes a reward could break off if you kept your mouth shut. Looking out the window, he said that it was fascinating to watch and how everyone obeyed his word. Behind him, they asked if he was having fun. Agatha looked at him and said that if it weren't for that trick, he would have died much earlier and asked him to stop acting like a big shot. Sitting down on a chair and laughing, he said that he recognized her because she was really strong, but this time the goddess of luck was on his side. An aura appeared near him, and not only was he summoned to a safe zone, but he also didn't come across a single monster near the city hall. Having folded the guy, he continued that even those who were afraid of him turned out to be ordinary weaklings, so he managed to eliminate them quickly. Holding his head, he believed that the adventurers in solo mode focused only on survival and therefore were not particularly strong. Looking at them, he thought that he was a little busy when they showed up. Presenting a knife to her throat, he thought that this was expected. People should use their brains first of all. Smiling, he said not to move, because they better be obedient if they want to save their comrade. Holding the girl's head, he said that this was stupid. Sitting down next to her, he said that they shouldn't have thought about the hostage, but fought with him because a smarter guy had used her because she was weak and kind. Twirling his finger near his head, he continued that the bastards in solo mode are nothing. They asked him through the door if he seriously believed this. The door swung open. Sean was surprised. The main character was walking towards him. The guy was puzzled. Oliver was serious, holding an object in his hands. He began to approach them. Looking at him in surprise, he thought, "Who is this?" The main character was approaching him. The guy's instincts were screaming at him not to let him get close. His eyes widened. Oliver was absolutely calm. Pointing his finger, he asked to stop because if he came closer, he would give the order to kill the prisoners in other places. Suddenly, they turned to the door because from there they asked to stop. A girl and a guy were walking. Holding his neck, she asked how he dared to say that he would kill the prisoners and if he crossed the line, there would be no side left. Sean sighed calmly. Straightening his hand, he said that he wanted power and safety and if they fulfilled two conditions, the prisoners would remain safe. Opening her mouth, she began to scream, because how could they give power to someone like him with an easy regime? Watching, he said that he knew how strong they were and then asked if they took the initiative, because he often did. Louise was angry. He said that she only led in homework. Holding the object in his hands, he thought how dare the little one go on strike with him and they are capable of killing monsters, but not people and the main character will not be able to lay a finger on him either. Suddenly, the phone disappeared from his hands. Oliver had a broken object in his hands. The guy opened his eyes in surprise. Looking at his hand, he wondered how he managed to do it because he did not even blink an eye. Oliver said that Sean oppresses people, does not obey the rules and the law, but forgot that he can also become an object of humiliation. His eyes narrowed. He reached into his pocket, telling him to die. Reinforcement fell from the ceiling. The guys shouted for the protagonist to be careful. All the reinforcement fell. The guys were shocked. Smiling, he said that he could not believe that he could inflict 20 damage on someone with such an incredible defense. Their eyes widened because he activated the interception. The guys were surprised because he was not damaged. Louise was also surprised. Oliver crawled out from under the reinforcement. He stood up and sighed. Opening his mouth, he asked everyone to come out and kill him. Two guys came out of the doors. People also came out of the others. The protagonist was removing notifications. A sword appeared in his hands. Louise was stopped because she could not believe it. The sword glowed while the enemies were standing near it. The sword froze. He said that he did not need to protect them. Suddenly, he struck and killed them. Sean had blood on his face, and he was surprised. Standing on the ground, he said that given the number of people on his side, if his opponent had been others, they would have definitely lost. He began to tremble because he did not understand what to do. Approaching him, he wanted to touch his head. People were talking on the path. One of them was bored. Ash was lying on the floor while the others wanted the internet because they had been there for a long time, but there was no news. Squinting one eye, he looked ahead. There were people in the building. The protagonist held Sean by the head in front of the cliff. Ash flew to him because finally the guy started doing something new. Grabbing his hand, he screamed. Standing on the wreckage, he called him a bastard. He held on with trembling hands and asked how he could exist. Looking at him, he said that he was starting to feel sorry for him because both times he died from his hand. Bringing his hand to his head, he asked again. Suddenly, Oliver squeezed his head and crushed it. Two of the guys were watching this. Putting him down, he told him to forgive him because he was killed in the same way. Sean flew down. There was a red aura near his feet. People looked at the corpse in surprise. Ash was near him. They told him that he was crazy and killed a man. Going further, they called him a murderer. Walking into the sunset, he thought about how it was before. He remembered how he ran because he was an ordinary player of the easy mode, and the bastard was the leader, and then he had to go through many difficulties. Behind him, they shouted at him to kill him because he could barely defeat him after many months spent in the depths of the labyrinth. His hand was covered in blood because this time everything was easy. Wiping his hand, they approached him. Opening his mouth, he said that he should be in danger now. Oliver said that he did not care. He looked at her seriously and said that they wouldn't be able to talk loudly anytime soon. Someone knocked on the table. It was Kurt, shouting that they couldn't just let him get away with it, and no matter how serious the situation was, he shouldn't kill people and he should be punished according to the law. There was a tall building. The girl was silent, looking at the table, but the guy continued that despite the fact that he was the instigator, what he did was just unnecessary lynching. She stood up after they said that he should be punished. Opening her mouth, she asked that she should punish someone she couldn't even handle. She looked at him angrily. Sitting, he said that this world was not a place where they would favor someone so reckless just because he had power and they had to control everything according to the law. Sweat started to appear on her face because it was difficult to talk to this person, and she invited him here because he would be useful, because he was a former congressman and a member of the civil party. She closed her eyes and thought that who would have thought that they would be so ignorant in understanding their world. People were talking, but she continued to think that they did not even try to go through the labyrinth, and all they did was turn the food given to them by their followers into a sword, and regretted inviting them here because they were only chatting. She remembered the image of Oliver and wondered what would happen if he was angered and he changed the target of his attack. She narrowed her eyes a little. Leaning on the table, she continued to think that everyone here wanted to return their former authority. Suddenly, a screen appeared near her. The man began to read. Another one, his mouth slightly open, also watched. A special quest was starting, namely the first wave, and the waiting time was 12 hours. The guys came in the door and asked if she had seen the window about the quest because it said that monsters were coming. Opening her mouth, she asked everyone to shut up because she would be giving orders sequentially, and initially she needed to calm down. Looking back, she saw that all the men had left. Getting angry, she called them useless bastards because they could only cuckoo. Oliver also read and said that the girl was able to take care of this herself, and in her past life she led the group well. Suddenly, a man appeared next to him. These were his friends who were standing next to him. Pointing his finger, he said that for the first time he saw him face to face, and thanks to him, all the other hostages were saved. Oliver remained silent, looking at them. Ash opened her mouth and asked if they could see her. Flying away a little, she said that she had no desire to give them the quest. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. Agatha looked at him in fear. Remembering how she looked before, she asked why he was looking at her like that. Turning his head away, he said that he was just glad to see them. Standing next to them, he asked if they had seen the quest window, because in 12 hours the first wave would begin and he would teach them something. They were surprised because they were asked to draw their swords. Ben watched while he was told that he had grown bolder, and it was good that he was not afraid of a challenge, but he needed to know his limit. Agatha was shaking and holding her hand to her chest. She was called timid, and thanks to this she was able to survive, but one day she would have to give up possible rewards because of this. Opening his mouth, he said that he did not want to see them die, and then threw out a request for a fight. It would be held with equal stats on both teams. The guys got a notification to accept. A purple aura flew out of his eye. Taking the sword in his hands, he said that this question did not have a clear answer, but at least they would find out how high their skill level was. Then, opening his mouth, began to shout that their levels were too low to fight him. Holding the sword in his hands, he said that with this skill, the stats of the participants in the battle are equal to the stats of the participant with the lowest stats, and the skills will not activate. He looked at the screen uncertainly while they told him to accept. Ben was initially silent because he was thinking. Then he pressed his hand and accepted the fight. Agatha asked if he was crazy. There was a smile on his face. Pulling out the sword, he said that he had a chance to show that he was not a weakling. Smiling from ear to ear, he thought that it would be impossible to win with their usual stats, but now there was a chance. Holding the sword in his hands, he said to do it already. Opening his mouth, he decided to attack. He flew at him, trying to hit. He struck the sword. They began to move his weapon. He looked surprised and tried to hold on. when suddenly he was hit. The girl covered her mouth with her hands in surprise. Grabbing his shoulder, he realized that he had been dealt 8 units of damage. His shoulder began to hurt, when suddenly he was dealt more blows. Oliver came up to him and asked him to admit that he was weak. He began to bare his teeth in anger. He decided to hit the main character again. Suddenly, the sword jumped out of his hand and he was attacked. Having fallen to the ground, he decided to catch his breath. Near him, they hit him with a sword. His eyes began to look up. Oliver, looking at him, said that feelings, the ability to judge and identify weaknesses, these are physical factors that create the difference between them, and that it is still not enough to survive in solo mode. Trembling, he asked how these factors can create such a big difference. He looked seriously and said that he would be his opponent until he realized it himself. Opening his mouth, he said that this was just the beginning. 30 minutes later, his sword fell out of his hands. He fell and decided to catch his breath. Oliver asked if he realized what level he was at now. With blood on his chin, he answered in the affirmative because he was at a very shitty level. Holding his head, he thought. Looking at the girl, he said that you need to know your limits. Trembling and stretching out her hand, she said that she was weak and there was no need to repeat herself and knew for sure that she would not cross her limits. Pulling out her sword, she said that her problem was different and let her get ready, then the duel began. Running towards her, he said so that she had time to react. Holding the sword in her hands, she began to scream. Sitting on the ground, she removed his attack. Standing up, she also blocked it. Her foot stomped. His weapon was right next to her head. With one hand, she began to remove his hand. Then she ran towards him, screaming. Ben, looking, thought that she was moving randomly, but at the same time she blocked all his attacks. Standing on the ground, she looked at him. Taking her by the shoulder, Agatha looked. Suddenly, the weapon fell out of her hand and she herself fell to the ground. Putting the sword on her shoulder, he asked how she was. Looking at her hands, she told her that she was not as weak as she thought. Crying, she was again told that she should not become too brave. Looking at them, he said that the training was over and now he would tell them how to get new skills and go through the labyrinth. Ben and Agatha looked at him in surprise. It was night, the whole city was plunged into darkness. Oliver looked at them. Standing next to the guys, he said that his explanations were over and now they could share information with others, then asked them not to die. There was a moon in the sky. They exchanged glances and decided to remain silent. Putting his hand on his hip, he asked what was wrong, Ben replied that he had unexpectedly said warm words, and before he thought he was a cold person. Closing his eyes, he said that if he were so icy, he would not have given so much information and had already told everything, so they could go rest. They went in different directions. Opening the notifications, he began to watch. There were 6 hours left until the first wave. Light was shining from the window. Holding his head, he said that all this was driving her crazy, when suddenly, they asked behind what happened. Oliver was near the wall. They asked him how long he had been there. Raising his hand, he said that it would be better to close the window because those with high stats could easily climb in. She opened her mouth and they asked her what the current situation was. Having drawn the mayor's office, she said that she wanted to divide the people and place them on all sides. There was a building with a green roof, and she continued that it would be difficult to defend the mayor's office from the inside because there were so many people there that it would be difficult to move, so she would ask everyone to leave before the quest began. Oliver listened to her intently. Holding her head, she continued that some refused to fight and it would be difficult to convince them. She looked at him in surprise because the guy asked to leave one side for him, and he could distribute the others to the remaining ones. Standing near the wall, they asked if he could handle it. Oliver said that was why he was offering. Holding the window, they thanked him. Having started to lick, he said that they would meet again. The most important thing was for her to survive. There were 30 minutes left before the start of the wave. People complained because they did not want to fight. Louise was on the southern side of the city hall. Ben was on the western side. Agatha was on the east side. Oliver was on the north side, all alone. The guy closed his eyes. There was a stone in the air. An aura was coming from it. He opened his mouth and said that it had already begun and that they had to defeat the enemy to survive. Louise turned around because something was happening. People saw that something was rising. A wall had appeared near the city hall. The ground was shaking from running. It was monsters running. People started running away because they were being attacked. Knocking on the wall, they did not understand why they could not get inside. The girl looked at them. Suddenly, they started attacking her. She asked them not to be afraid and returned to their positions. She hit one of the monsters. There was a monster near the guy. He himself was shaking. Crying, he screamed. Suddenly, he was hit and dealt 7 units of damage. Opening his eyes, he looked up. Suddenly, the monster was killed. Holding a sword at the monster, she said that their attack was not particularly strong and they had every chance of surviving. They just needed to be more careful and it was time to fight together. The man looked and asked another question that they would receive a reward depending on the result. The other offered to try. Looking at each other, they understood what to do. They began to fight the monsters. Looking at them, she said that they finally got down to business. One of the monsters was killed. Agatha and Ben ran with a sword and killed enemies. They came up to them and called them monsters because they were strong. Smiling, he said that they were not so strong and the real monster was at the other end of the building. Blood flew around the city. Oliver with 2 swords was near the monsters. Suddenly, he began to kill them all. Their remains fell to the ground. Ash flew up and said that it was easy to kill such people and how they could be intimidated by such insignificant enemies. Ash looked in surprise and wondered why the quest was not completed. She was told that it would end when all other sides were cleared. He leaned his hand against the wall. Then he hit it. Looking up, he realized that he could not pass through it. Ash believed that this was necessary so that people from other zones could not interfere. They decided to wait. There were hands on the ground and also tears. The guys looked at each other in surprise. How suddenly they began to rejoice because they won. Then smiled because the quest was completed and they would receive a reward after entering the labyrinth. They looked at the screen because the second wave was starting and they had to kill all the enemies defending the city hall. One monster came out of the portal. They thought that it would be easy to finish him off. Then looked in surprise. One of the guys ran to him, saying that the reward would be his. He hit him with a sword. He was surprised because the monster received 1 unit of damage. They grabbed him by the neck and dealt damage. The guy's head was missing. Then looked in surprise and did not understand what it was. The monster stood, there was a red aura near it. Suddenly, attacks began to occur. People were very scared. Seeing this, they began to run away. Turning his head, he shouted that they should not run away because if they retreated, they would die in vain. Opening his eyes, he realized that an attack was underway. He bent over, holding his head. Looking back, he began to cry. There was blood everywhere. He did not understand what it was. The monster opened his mouth, and Ben wondered if he should be defeated. They hit his head on the ground. Sitting on the monster, he said that this was cruel and they were literally creatures that needed to risk their lives to win. Oliver looked at the people behind the wall. He got up and decided to do it now. With a serious face, he ran. The main character and Ash were running near the wall. Trying to keep up with him, he asked if the walls prevented him from completely getting out of the zone. Monsters were crawling out of their portal in the building. He began to kill the monsters with his sword. He stood near the portal and watched. His face was calm. Then he said that he knew that it was here. Then a special quest began in the destruction of the vessel of the Black Swamp. Taking the sword in his hands, he thought that it was smaller than what was in the sky and therefore would not be the end of the quest, but if he destroyed it, then there would be fewer monsters. He pierced the Black Swamp with weapons. Suddenly, he was surprised. A monster with orange eyes appeared from it. The monster was Class D. There was a sword in his mouth. Suddenly, his mouth shone, and the main character fell. Kneeling down, he realized that it was loud and the numbers in the monster's name indicated strength. The smaller the number, the higher the rank. The monsters that made a full-scale attack with this wave were Class F and E. The wolf had the number 200,67511. It was evening. He had a 6-digit number and once people were on the verge of extinction due to attacks by D-class monsters. Holding the weapon, he thought that in his past life he could barely get rid of such a thing after the 3rd return. But now everything will be different. He stood near the monster. Jumping up, he realized that now everything will be different. He began to strike, reducing his health. There were large claws on his paw. Suddenly, he hit the ground with his paw. Oliver was behind her, saying that it was useless. He struck him by activating absolute zeroing of the first attack and also activating zeroing of the second attack. Then he activated an ice arrow. The monster's eye became icy. He flew up to him and said that he was strong and persistent. Oliver began to land towards him. The monster opened its mouth. Landing in the mouth, it began to make attacks. Striking, it activated a flaming ball. Flying away from it, he saw an explosion. He landed on the ground with 2 swords. Crossing swords, he said that it was doable. An hour later, he began to drink the potion. Standing on the monster, he said that it was all over. Taking the arrow in his hands, he threw it. It hit right into the portal. He began to heat up. Looking at the building, he no longer saw it. With a calm face, a notification came that he had successfully completed the quest and the reward would be received in the labyrinth. He also believed that his work was finished. Looking at the screen, he received this notification again. Ash flew up and asked if he had received 2 notifications. He was told that apparently the other side had also completed the mission. The girl sighed, holding the sword in her hands. Standing on the monster, she understood that it was all over. Then she turned to look behind her. She was surprised because many people had lost their lives. Only after seeing hundreds of dead fugitives, they finally realized that there was no other way to save themselves except to finish off the monsters. Most of them suffered a worse fate. They died in vain, without the opportunity to do anything. She narrowed her eyes. Putting her head on her hands, she began to tremble because she could have been better. There was still a wall. People were looking at it, as suddenly, it began to disappear and everything was over. Sitting, she understood that she had to help Oliver, and it didn't matter how strong he was, because such a monster could not be overcome alone. Going, she said that they needed to go and help on the north side. Trembling, she thought that she could not lose someone who in such a situation would be a great strength and help for them. Looking back, she screamed. She grabbed her shoulder, as suddenly, Oliver held her back and said that the server side was cleared and, moreover, was doing better than before. Dead people were lying on the ground. Winking, she said that apparently he was okay and, unlike him, they had to risk their lives. Opening his mouth, he said that they would have to fight with the risk of life and in the labyrinth. Standing and looking at the smoke, a notification came that they had survived and everyone would receive a reward, differentiated depending on the contribution and results shown by them. They will return to the labyrinth in 48 hours. They were buried because out of 100,000, 30,000 survived. Standing next to him, she said that he was more suitable for the role of commander. Looking at her, he said that he could not be one, and besides, he was an outsider and her people loved her more. Looking at her with embarrassment, they said that he could not protect everyone, but people knew that she fought, risking her life and did everything possible. She looked down. The guys behind her asked what they should do now. She waved her hand. Standing next to her, he said that she would be better off switching to first names with Death. Her face was dirty and bruised. Standing next to the people, she said that many people died today. The guys looked at her. Louise said that they had ended up in a world where civilization and laws were erased, a world that could disappear tomorrow. Agatha and Ben also looked. She said that returning would not be the end. Putting her hand on her chest, she said that they must survive. Ben looked at her. Louise said that they need to survive for the sake of the people who died. People were crying near the graves. The sword was lying on the ground. She said that they also need to survive in order to find out the whole truth. There was smoke. Then she said that they need to become as strong as they can. Waving his hand, he asked Oliver to wait. Opening his mouth, he asked if they would be sent again and scattered. The labyrinth opened. Oliver agreed and said that it was time to return to the labyrinth. Looking at them, he said goodbye until next time. Putting his hand on his chest, Agatha asked if they could see each other again. Raising his hand up, he said that next time he would beat him during training. Smiling, he thanked him and promised to try to become stronger. Putting his hand up, she asked him to survive. Extending his hand, he said that these were his words. Looking at them, he said that they should definitely survive. He went into the portal and teleported. His face was calm. Having landed, he said that he had returned to the labyrinth. End of the season. The beginning of the season. Oliver was near the boss room of the 10th floor. A notification came, which he began to read. His bonuses were written there. There were many of them and also 482 points. Near him were 3 different stones, and points could be exchanged for gold, characteristics, skills, or mastery level. Holding a yellow stone in his hands, he was told that the rate was 1 to 10 and he could get 4,820 gold. The rate was good, but not worth it. Looking at the pink stone, he was told that he could exchange points for characteristics in a ratio of 5 to 1, then he could get 96 stats. But given his current average stats, this was a waste. The blue stone is an exchange of points for mastery level 10 to 1. Taking the stone in his hands, he said that he could only raise this figure with time, experience, and effort. When increasing the mastery level by 20%, the essence of the skill changes. He could detect the weaknesses of the creature. The guy looked through the crack, because if to put it simply, it is the same as enhancing skills, but depending on the skill itself, the changes could be significant and insignificant. Ash was thinking, then he was called. Looking at him, he asked if he could hear him. Thoughtfully looking, he thought that after returning from the ground he was constantly thinking about something. Putting his hand to the fabric, he was asked what would happen if he instantly increased the mastery level of the Storm Scar sword. He listened to him, because he was told that he was not sure that this would end with something good, and it was definitely better to develop the body. No matter what knowledge he had, physical abilities are a completely different story. He began to scroll through the abilities. Having looked at several skills, he realized that these were good skills, but there was a chance that he would regret it if this turned out to be just an adventure for the sake of increasing his mastery level. Surprised, he realized that it was problematic to have such a large choice. Scrolling through, he stopped at the magic of the mastery level, which allowed 2% to allow the use of magic. Looking to the left, he asked if he should confirm it first. Something exploded in the safe zone of the 9th floor. Lily coughed because the combination was wrong. Suddenly, she heard a sound behind her. It was Oliver. The house had no roof. Surprised, she asked if he could instantly raise his skill level. Sitting, she could not believe that he could interfere with the internal systems of the labyrinth, and even she could not do so. Opening her mouth, she said that the skill level was regulated by the labyrinth, and in this place people could become stronger. But at the same time they were limited by the rules, so no one could change the rules, even help, and also asked how much he could increase. Folding his arms, he said that up to 50%. The girl was in complete shock. He looked at her. Then he began to examine the flasks with his eyes while they told him that it was dangerous. Standing up, she said that it was better not to tell anyone, because people would try to kill him as soon as they found out about this. Oliver was surprised. He folded his arms and asked if everything was so serious. Lily replied that he was mocking the one who was ready to cut off a finger for the sake of increasing her skill by 1%, because she only had 20%. Raising her hand, she said that the higher the skill level in magic, the greater the benefit. Putting his hand to his chin, he listened. He was told that his current skill level was about 2%, which means he could not even use beginner level magic. Having created magic, she said that in this labyrinth you can use magic of any level, but the standard of the magic used will differ depending on the skill level. Sitting, he listened. He was told that he was able to immediately master intermediate level magic, which was a unique case. Having made a ball, she continued that usually, if the skill level is somewhere around 20%, then you can use a maximum of basic level magic and somewhere around half of the beginner level. At 40% you can use beginner level magic, and at 60% you can completely control intermediate level magic. Closing her eyes, she decided to stop explaining, because they will help him make a decision. Putting his hand to his chin, he began to think. He walked back up the stairs. Standing, he decided to use 100 points to increase detection skill to 10%. Putting his hand in his pocket, he activated the detection skill level to 62% and could see through the weaknesses of creatures and non-creatures and allow him to detect hidden rooms and receive information about the enemy. Holding the crystal, he wanted to quickly increase the exposure, then he used 380 points and increased the magic skill and also received magic speed. A ball appeared in his hands. The skill level was 40% and now he knew how to use magic correctly. He held a large flaming ball in his hands and the delay also disappeared. Clicking, he activated magical acceleration. The ball flew far. There was a huge explosion. Conjuring said that he wanted to check other skills, which is why he activated an ice arrow. A large arrow appeared. Then he activated a magical explosion in this item, putting his hand to his head so that the fragments did not hit him. The fragments began to fall in different directions. Looking at them, he said that it was pretty good. Then he sighed and steam came out of his mouth. The boss of the 10th floor was an ogre fighter. He began to cast a spell near the door, activating a flaming ball and magical acceleration. The ball hit his face, causing 112 damage. Raising his finger, he activated confusion. The monster held his head, while Oliver activated magical acceleration. The monster's face was in complete shock. Activating a magical explosion, the ogre's face exploded. He was shaking, drooling from his mouth. Raising his hands, he said that he was not finished and then activated several more skills. The monster fell while balls and arrows were flying at him. Then a magical explosion was activated and a lot of damage was done. The ogre looked up because he was defeated and received an ogre ring. Raising his hand, he thought that with this magic he would easily rise to the 20th floor. Ash agreed, because magic was one of the foundations in this place. Putting his hands on his body, he was asked that it seemed he had finished thinking. Sighing, he agreed, because he was thinking why something like this appeared. Ida asked who it was. He seriously asked who destroyed their world. Some mortals surpassed themselves through trials. Whether it was strength or faith, once they reached a certain level in some area, they turned from mortals into superhumans. The guy was sitting on the ground. Only after their life was appreciated and they received a sphere for which they would be responsible, then they could turn into gods. He held a staff in his hands. After all, even if a superhuman successfully becomes great after getting rid of death and has extreme strength, his strength was still limited. The girls were standing and therefore it was not easy for them to recover after using their power. Ash, holding his hand near his face, said that monsters came and invaded the cities of their world, and there were a lot of them. Looking at him, he continued that when superhumans interfere with the affairs of mortals, they experience a huge loss of strength and therefore it is considered madness. There were beings capable of such things and they could interfere with the mortal world without losing their powers. These beings from the past and their names were lost. Spreading his paws, he said that they were natural-born superhumans, namely old people. These beings, whose lifespan was initially not determined, so when they got to the mortal world, they did not lose their powers at all. Putting his hands on the body, he said that he had never seen them personally. He learned about everything from folklore and local information. They disappeared long ago, so they were called old gods. Oliver asked about the disappearance. He answered sheepishly that there was a war between superhumans, and in any case, that is why he needed time to think about all this. Putting his hands on his hips, he asked why the beings attacked the earth. He was told that he did not know, but they could not send someone too strong. They did not lose strength, but there were limits. The guy began to think that if it was true and they really had limits, then the thing was that they sent an apostle that even Agatha couldn't defeat, and he couldn't believe that such a powerful being would appear. There was greenery in the room. He said that he understood, and that was enough for today. They were walking towards the stairs. Ash was angry because the bastard who killed him, the one who was supposed to conquer the labyrinth and all its levels. Removing the curtain, he was asked to kill the boss. An ogre was sitting at the table reading a book. Closing it, he said that he had come. Ash looked at him while he said that he had been waiting for this day, but it happened earlier than expected. Putting the book down, he said that it didn't look like he could defeat this adventurer, and if this was his end, he should first satisfy his curiosity. Ash began to get angry, when suddenly, he stopped. Looking at them, they told him to do what he wanted. He replied that the answer was unexpected and couldn't believe that it was said by the one who behaved so arrogantly and recklessly. He started pulling something out of his clothes. Pulling out a knife, he said that the seekers of the gods had rejected him. Even the Lost King despised him because he came from a destroyed world and was too soft. He remembered how he had talked to him and had not killed him because he was the only being who had listened. Ash laughed at that moment, and they told him that it was his fault. Pointing the sword at him, he said that he was a monster, and that he was an adventurer and was just doing what he had to do as a monster. Ash was angry and asked to kill this bastard. Oliver refused. The ogre was surprised because he thought that he was just a puppet under the warrior's control. Walking a little, he said that he wanted to know one thing from him, namely where he got the weapon. He had a small sword in his hands. The protagonist looked at him. Ash's eyes were devastated, and the ogre said that this was a weapon that an ordinary monster on the 10th floor could not have. Looking at them, they asked him where he got it. Smiling, he replied that he believed that he had changed the warrior. Looking at them, he asked how he remained calm, because there were countless creatures who hated arrogance, and these were not only gods, but also other adventurers. Ash asked to stop. The ogre explained that the Conductors of Sins gave him a weapon and ordered him to kill him because they threatened to deal with him, so he had no choice but to accept it. Ash began to get angry and yelled that he was a bastard. Folding his arms, the ceiling began to collapse. The protagonist remembered what Agatha had told him about the Conductors of Sins. Ash began to get even more angry, because he was told that they were too afraid to do it themselves, because he was strong, so they were able to kill you and therefore enlisted the help of a monster. Spreading his arms, he said that he said everything he wanted and now they can do whatever they want. Oliver took the sword in his hands. He put it to him. The ogre said that although he was weak, he managed to survive for quite a long time in such a place, because he took advantage of the loneliness of everyone in the labyrinth and used the art of eloquence in order to build closer relationships with them. Oliver stabbed him with a sword. He narrowed his eyes. Blood came out of his mouth, but he smiled and said that strength is the answer to all questions in this world and hoped that he would become powerful. Closing his eyes, he said that he would become. Opening his eyes, the monster hoped that he would conquer this place and become their salvation. Dead fell to the ground. He defeated him and completely cleared the 10th floor. The creatures began to pay attention to him. There was kindness and hostility in their looks. There was a sword on the floor. Oliver received it. Lev next to him did not know whether to thank him or curse him. Looking at Oliver, he believed that he should be thanked first of all. He received the relic of Cabot, a sword soaked in the blood of his ancestors. The relic was from a world that had already been destroyed. The strength was still 20. Holding it in his hands, Ash said to take it, because this sword had a deep history and even the forefather himself was ardent about it. Opening his mouth, he decided to say. He began to get angry and say that how dare they stand in his way and try to justify their actions. Looking up, a new knowledge began, namely, to kill everyone who was involved in his murder. Looking at him, he said that he would continue to accompany him. Ash replied that he did not see anything wrong with this because he wanted to see how far he could go. Poking at the screen, he decided to accept the quest. It was cloudy outside. Sitting on the grass, he thought. Smiling, he was looking for useful newcomers. He was a conductor of sin. Half of the adventurers who bowed to the cruelty of the labyrinth joined forces and created their own group in order to conquer the labyrinth. They were called Conductors of Sin. The way they chose to become stronger was not to challenge the labyrinth. Instead, they decided to become parasites. They limited the number of floors that adventurers can go through and created their own hierarchy and laws. When they find adventurers who break their laws and refuse to be one of them, they are killed. The foot stomped and broke the object. Standing near the boss of the 11th floor, he said that apparently the guides are on the floors below. Opening his mouth, Ash said that the leaders, who make up their core and are considered leaders, are on the deeper floors, and the rest of the lower ranking ones are mobilized throughout the labyrinth. Putting on the bracelet, he wrote that it allowed him to counterattack with a 1% chance. The ring was the same. Putting on the lion ring gave 3 damage to the dead. Walking up the stairs, he said that whatever it was, the essence of the fact that they must go further does not change. The second floor task began. The decomposed ghoul opened his mouth and screamed. He looked at him in surprise. Opening his mouth, they began to inflict damage on him. Standing next to him, he said that there were skeletons on the 11th floor and ghouls on the 12th. There were graves, because the theme of the labyrinth changed every 10 floors and the main monsters from the 11th to the 20th were dead. Opening the door, he thought that now he understood why he smelled a stench everywhere. Opening his mouth, he was surprised. Near him was the altar of Maria. Approaching it, he thought that, unlike the other altar, this one looked simple, and if the system had not reported this, he would not even understand. Looking at the ghost, he asked what the goddess Maria was like. He said that she was the goddess of choice. Flying up to her, he said that they were on different terms and therefore could not say anything about her test, but among the gods she was strong. Oliver looked at her. The ghost said that strong gods were usually not constant. Straightening his hand, he thought that in any case, now he had no time to be afraid or run away. There was an aura near him because an additional task had begun and she wanted to test him. The statue was smiling because Maria's area of influence had decreased and she was offering an enhanced test. Raising his hand to his face, he asked if she was offering an enhanced test right away. Ash said that rumors about him had spread and therefore she did not feel the need to give him an unusual test. Straightening his finger, he decided to accept. The goddess laughed. Holding a watch in his hands, he was given a choice. Looking at them, he asked what it was. She answered him to choose what he wanted. Looking at them, he thought that he would not know which option was correct anyway. He poked so that there would be few enemies because he did not know the correct answer. Then a new choice came. He decided to choose several types of enemies. Poking said that he would choose a battle with movements. Smiling, she was pleased with the choice. As suddenly, the watch began to wobble. The statue was removed. The hero was standing next to it. Looking at the room, he realized that it was getting bigger. He heard a sound behind him and decided to turn around. These were monsters that were coming out of the portals. Having created a circle, he said that he had never met these monsters before and if he left the zone, he would lose. A wolf and a large bird were standing next to him. He turned his eyes and looked. Monsters began to move towards him and also activated an attack while holding his breath. He began to pull out his swords. Having jumped up, he killed some monsters. Having straightened his hand, he killed a dragon. While killing the creature, he thought that the battle was different from all his preferred types of combat. Suddenly, an explosion from the creatures occurred behind him. He saw something nearby. A skeleton was standing behind the monsters with a ball in his hands. He threw something from his hands. The dagger flew straight into the skeleton's forehead. There was an aura near him. He said that it wanted him to risk everything to win. By creating a ball, he activated evidence of the struggle and would become stronger with each defeated enemy. Wild boars were running towards him. Suddenly, one of the monsters swung at him. A bat flew past him. He tried to block it with his sword. His leg was near the end of the circle. Having made a blow, he activated a strong attack. There were also monsters behind. The skeleton stood with a staff and cast a spell. While fighting, he tried to work with 2 swords. In his hands with a sword, he took someone's tail. With this tail, he hit the creature. The skeleton looked at them in surprise. The creatures tried to protect each other because arrows were flying at them. Oliver watched as they died. Sighing, he looked back. All the monsters near him were killed, but others were coming. Holding the sword, he said that they were coming in crowds like a colony of ants. He knelt down and took his hand. Oliver looked down with a devastated look. Having stood up, he asked if he was done with the majority. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to something. They were approaching him. It was a creature with red armor, definitely a Death Knight. There was a pendant on his neck because they usually did not wear such jewelry. Looking at him, he sighed. 2 creatures appeared, which were approaching. Having approached him, there were already 4. Having taken out the sword of self-sabotage, he restored his health. There were red marks on the sword. Straightening his hand, he showed them the sword. Looking seriously, he asked them to come closer. Having made a blow, he activated parry. Having dealt a gift again, he activated parry. Grinning his teeth, he activated it again. There were 2 creatures near him who were attacking. They were striking him, but he thought that using one parry had its limitations against all 4. One approached him and activated a force duel. There was a blue aura near the swords. He activated a powerful blow. The monster was surprised. Having made a blow, the creature moved away. Straightening his arms, he created a ball, activated a flaming sphere and an ice arrow. Making blows, he activated magical acceleration. The creature ran away from the arrows. Looking at them, he thought that combining the mastery of the sword and magic could work, but using one of them would be ineffective. The creature swung at him. Oliver was stabbed in the chest with a knife. He took the enemy's hand. Smiling, he said that he was caught and activated a force duel. A dome was created near them. Having hit him, he activated an attack while holding his breath. Taking the sword in his hands, he activated a powerful blow. He hit him in the neck with the sword. Having stood up, a sign appeared that he had defeated the Death Knight. Having looked around, he thought that his health was 1/10 left and that he could no longer resort to this method. Having looked around, he exhaled, because in a fight of 3-on-1, he could not continue to receive blows. He defended himself with 2 swords and blocked. Having hit one, he made a sharp blow. Near the other, he created a parry. Looking tiredly, he thought that his attacks were too rough. Having created a skill, he thought that the first sword was a storm scar, the second was a wolf's fang, a technique that struck with the ferocity of a storm and tore the enemy apart with claws, like a wolf. Holding the sword in his hands, he wondered if he could have performed it more smoothly. Ash flew up and watched. Spreading the sword, he thought that until now his movements resembled ink spilled on a blank page. Raising the sword, he thought that the sword moved more smoothly, but still retained its lethality. He hit one of them. Then he closed his eyes, taking the sword he struck. Standing next to them, he said that it was necessary to be smoother. Eyes were shining, but he tried to concentrate. Striking, he killed another one. Looking surprised, Ash said that he thought about teaching him this, but did not expect that he could handle it himself. Then the sword pierced the enemy's eye. Removing the weapon from him, he looked down. Standing up and looking, asked what kind of sword technique it was. Flying near him, said that the second sword was a storm scar, a dance of Maza. If the wolf's fang was an aggressive sword, then the dances of the muse silently destroyed the enemy. Exhaling, said that it was quite good. Opening the screen, read about the advanced level. Looking at him, said that although it was difficult to say which of them was better, but they caused confusion and helped a lot in mind, the ghost said that he planned to teach him gradually. Looking up came that he passed the test and would receive a reward according to Maria's assessment, because she was very pleased. Closing his eyes, received a shape transformation weapon and also a special active skill of freedom of choice, and also offered an apostle contract, but he refused. Surprised, asked what about the flow of power. The scales broke, because there was an activation of Maria's unreasonable choice and she invited him. Surprised, he looked and thought what to choose, because the answers were the same. Leaning over, he asked what it was. Nervously pointed his hand at the first. Oliver flew, because it was a forced choice. Both opened their mouths in surprise. Falling sent a notification that the world turned upside down and he was greeted by the temple of the deities. Closing his eyes, he held his head. Sitting on the ground, he asked where they were. Opening his mouth, he asked if the emptiness of the universe felt like that. Perplexed, he said that he was sure that such an invitation was simply impossible. Looking into the distance, he said that for the first time he saw a ghost trembling with fear. They began to walk to the place. He approached a large building. His face was confident. Entering it, Ash asked for a minute, because he could not just walk in. Oliver replied that he had to see such an outstanding person. He walked along the floor. The protagonist walked along an endless corridor. Precious stones scattered around resembled a flower garden. Looking up, he realized that the ceiling was so high that it seemed endless. Standing, he thought whether it was possible to say with certainty that such a thing really existed in their world. A girl appeared next to him. She was lying on the floor and looking at him. Her name was Maria. Holding out her hand, she was glad to meet him. Screens appeared nearby to choose. By looking, it was written that all decisions had been made. Ash was in a daze. Looking at her, he asked why she did this to the invited guest. Starting to unclench her hand, she smiled. He thanked her in bewilderment for taking pity. Looking at them, she asked how much water had flown under the bridge since that unfortunate meeting. Ash flew and was silent. Waving her hand, she introduced herself. She was a goddess who imposed another choice on mortals who had committed terrible things. Oliver looked at her with his mouth slightly open. Looking at her, he thought that the power he felt with all his cells was on a completely different level. Opening his mouth, he asked to ask a question. The girl allowed it. Podia asked if mortals could be invited to the temple of the gods, because it was impossible. Pointing her finger at him, she said that mortals really couldn't stand the presence of a god, but they could solve this problem from another side. The reason why he wasn't called was simple. Then she hit the floor, which broke. Ash looked. He was told that he was unworthy. Oliver looked at her and asked if he was worthy. Standing next to her, Maria said that he was worthy and wanted to personally look at him, because few agreed to pass her tests and even fewer people were able to complete them, and no one could withstand the strengthened ones. She remembered how he fought. Standing, she asked what she would have done if he had deceived her at the trial. Closing her eyes, she decided to say. Opening her eyes, she said that she wouldn't have liked him then. Her hair was near him. Opening her mouth, he laughed. The goddess said that last time he did just that. Putting her hand to him, she asked if he really didn't want to become her apostle. After all, becoming her apostle and everything he wants will be available to him and go down into the labyrinth as her representative. Also, no one would dare to say anything against him. Putting his hand on his chest, he asked for forgiveness. Removing his hand, she said that she respected his choice. Looking at her, he asked to ask a question. She agreed. Standing next to her, he asked how much she knew about him. Maria smiled with her lips. Clenching his fist, he said that she was not here for the first time and knew that the poor child was used, got confused in troubles, and lost his way. Opening his mouth, he asked her again. Closing his eyes, she said that they were prevented from getting where they should have been by right, and they also tortured them. Oliver brought his finger closer to him and said that she knew something. Approaching his face, she said that such stories require an appropriate price and cannot chat for no reason, but if he becomes an apostle, she will tell. The main character looked at her. Putting her hand on her face, she said that it was not time yet and let her come down here as soon as she became stronger. Looking up, stones began to fall on them, because the meeting was over and trouble had come. The goddess snapped her fingers. A black hole appeared near Oliver. Waving her hand, the protagonist began to fall. Someone appeared at the top and she said that he should have made the first step. The angry one listened, because she also wanted to get to him. Both fell to the floor. Having risen, they thought about what it was. Looking up, they wondered again. Looking down, he thought that in this labyrinth it was enough to increase the characteristics. Having understood the hand, he understood that Agatha had more. Squeezing his hand, he thought that the power was incredible. Looking at her, he said that he could get everything that could be obtained in this place. Thoughtfully wondered if he could withstand the gods, because he wanted to try. Oliver held a dagger in his hand and read that it turns into a long sword. The protagonist looked at the blade and thought that because of the invitation, he could not collect the reward for the trial. A projection appeared in front of him, which said about a special active skill, freedom of choice, which allows you to convert characteristics. The green aura enveloped the protagonist's body. He was suddenly surprised. In his hands was a multicolored flower, and Oliver read that it was a gift from Maria. A gift that the gods give to people they love currently has no effect. The protagonist showed this item to Ash and asked what it was, to which he received the answer that the ghost was also seeing this for the first time. Oliver looked closely at the flower. He put it in his inventory and suggested continuing to descend, and in his thoughts noted that since it was given with good intentions, there is no need to expect anything bad. The protagonist dealt a powerful blow and read that he defeated the boss of the 12th floor. Lowering his hand, the protagonist noted that they stink. He stood quietly and reasoned that now the usual bosses were too easy for him, he could not get decent rewards. Looking at his hand, Oliver wondered if there was any other choice but to collect what was there. He arrived at the cemetery, which was on the 13th floor. The protagonist opened the door to the room. A horde of zombies stood in front of him. Oliver swung his blade. Coming out of the room, the protagonist said that it was easy. Someone was watching the protagonist. There was a smirk on the guy's face. Taken aback, the protagonist thought that there was someone there and it was not a monster. He looked up. The guy jumped off the cliff. Oliver noticed a bright flash in the sky. The stranger landed on the ground and asked how much time had passed. Nick said with a satisfied look that he was glad to meet him. He was a member of the Sin Guides, and before they chatted, a horn appeared in the guy's hand. He began to blow it, after which a message popped up that the signal was activated throughout the current area. The monsters within it were approaching. The zombies paid attention to the loud sound. They suddenly turned around. The monsters rushed at Nick. He slammed his fists against each other and screamed that he did not like being interrupted, so he would take care of everything in advance. He began to beat up the zombies. Oliver watched the guy fight and thought that Nick, the dream guide, was definitely strong, but that was all. Holding the sword on his shoulder, the protagonist wondered why this fool was beating other people's monsters. Ash flew next to Oliver and said that this coward was still alive. He was one of those who were always afraid of him and ran away when they met, and now openly ignored him. Nick shifted his gaze. He closed his eyes. The protagonist sighed. Oliver stood with his back to Nick and began to kill zombies. Nick asked with a satisfied look if he also had the implantation skill. He concentrated energy in his fist and declared that he would not lose. After activating a powerful blow, Nick threw the horde of monsters aside. He asked with a smug look how Oliver had such an ability. The dissatisfied protagonist thought that Nick was so frivolous, and it was strange that he was fighting with all his might on the 13th floor with his 42nd level. And Nick at that time said that Oliver was boring, and if he continued in this spirit, he would not last long. Raising his hand to his mouth, Nick noted that with the protagonist it might be possible to get permission to the 20th floor, which is why he was prowling around. Looking at him, Oliver introduced himself. Spreading his arms, Nick said that he had a favor to ask him, after which he asked if he was considering the option of joining the Conductors of Sin. Ash flew up to him and said that it was his choice and the protagonist could do whatever he wanted. Nick held out his hand and said that as Oliver already knew, One could become stronger infinitely in this labyrinth, it was a blessing. But to think about destroying this place despite having already received so many favors was something only ignorant fools could do. His face suddenly became serious. Looking at him, the protagonist asked if it meant that he had decided to give up and not clear the labyrinth. Nick presented various statues and replied that he had rather let go than give up. This place was not meant to be cleared in the first place. Nick crossed his arms and said that the damned gods of this place were trying to kill them during the trials as if they were their toys. After which the guy stated that even in hidden places there were traps that were impossible to pass, and the guy hanging out with Oliver died the same way. The saddened ghost said that he died because of them, and Nick was just babbling about it. The guy held out his hand and said that in any case, they formed a group so as not to die in vain, and to become stronger safely, they create the law and manage the order in this labyrinth. His gaze fell on Ash, after which he noted that if the protagonist decided to join them, he would have to get rid of this guy's task, because they cannot accept someone who broke the law and attacked them. Oliver calmly began to talk about the law. Standing opposite, the protagonist asked if it was true that you need to get permission even to become stronger, to which he received a positive answer. The protagonist looked at him intently and listened that everything was not as he imagined. The deeper he goes, the more dangerous it becomes. This is just a minimum security measure. Oliver took out his sword and said that even the magicians and superhumans who created this place gave him freedom, and they, adventurers, create laws. Holding the sword in front of Nick, the protagonist noted that this was all talk and there was no chance for him to accept the challenge. Oliver stated with a serious expression that he did not like them. Nick spread his arms and said that he had no idea what he was talking about. He asked with a serious expression if the protagonist refused. The protagonist smiled and said that Nick understood correctly. Nick charged into the fight while Oliver reasoned that the Conductors of Sin were looking for new members for two reasons. One was to guide them to the path of sin, and the other was to kill adventurers who refused before they became too strong. The guy delivered a powerful punch to the ground. He had a smile on his face. Oliver was able to hold his hand back. The protagonist held Nick's fist and asked if the guy said that someone who broke the law should be punished, then asked him to punish him, noting that he was not sure he could. The guy jumped back and wondered what just happened, adding that he began to attack with the goal of taking him out in one blow. Nick prepared to attack and emphasized the fact that Oliver was still just an adventurer from the 13th floor and had no chance to defeat him. He rushed into battle. The protagonist repelled all his attacks. Swinging his blade, Oliver wondered if Nick had cleared the 20th floor and raised his skill level with the help of a bunch of hunts. The dumbfounded guy mentally asked who this fool was and whether the little bastard from the 13th floor had pushed him back. Oliver hit him with an attack, after which a message popped up that Nick had received 12 damage. Spinning the blades in his hand, the protagonist noted that the guy had a high defense indicator, but that was all. The movements were not very good either. The ghost flew above him and told him that he heard that Nick was a commoner. He had never been properly trained in martial arts, so he was somewhere on the level of a third-class mercenary. He was a pathetic person who could not do anything there because he had nothing to offer in this labyrinth. Nick was shocked by what he heard. He began to tremble with rage. The guy jumped on the protagonist and screamed at him to shut up. Dodging the attack, Oliver activated the reflection. The protagonist stabbed him with his blade. Nick flew to the side. He thought with a dumbfounded look that he did not understand how this was happening. Nick imagined Ralph behind Oliver and wondered if that old man who did not respect them gave him the skill. He gritted his teeth. The angry guy asked who the protagonist was. A powerful beam hit him. The protagonist stood above him and asked him to think for himself. Frowning, the protagonist asked if Nick was an adventurer himself. The guy jumped back, clenching his hand into a fist. The guy thought that this could not go on any longer and he did not think that he would have to use it there. Surprised, Oliver thought that this was the explosion glove, a secret function that could only be used once a month. A yellow aura hovered around Nick's hand. He delivered a powerful blow to the ground and thought that this function allowed him to deal damage to the enemy 5 times his basic attack. He was either stunned. Unperturbed, Oliver lay on the ground and asked if Nick was finished. The guy was shocked by what he saw. Nick was sitting on the floor and wondered who he had been fighting all this time. The protagonist was walking towards him, holding blades in both hands. The guy cowered against the wall. The ghost flew over Oliver's head and said that Nick was an adventurer from the 20th floor. He was not such a weakling before, but since he had not met enemies with whom he could compete, he became weak and his abilities regressed. Looking at him, the protagonist asked if Nick knew what he wanted to ask him, after which the guy asked if he would be left alive if he answered. Oliver said with a serious look that he would kill him anyway. Nick smirked and asked if he had no reason to answer. Ash watched him and asked if the guy knew what offerings they could make there to the superhumans. Nick was scared by what he heard. He knelt down and began to beg not to do it. The dumbfounded guy screamed that he would answer all the questions just so that he would not be given to them. Oliver stood in front of him and clarified how many people were in his group. Looking down, the guy replied that he didn't know for sure. He was only allowed to go up to the 20th floor. The further he went down, the more people there were, but he never went deeper. Nick imagined the descent below and assumed that there were hundreds of them, because most adventurers who reached this place agreed to join. Watching him, the protagonist assumed that there were few like him and the ghost. Oliver squatted down and began to ask Nick if he said that the number of floors you can go down to is limited and how it is determined. Now that he broke the law, will these fools from the lower floors go up after him? Holding his hand in front of his face, Nick explained that everything was divided into 10 floors. For example, the 20th, 30th, and 40th floors. The 20th floor was the second tier, the 30th was the third tier, and so on. They believed that each level had its own absolute rules. The deeper an adventurer went, the more reluctant he would be to return. They believed that it would hurt their dignity, so they would not rise until there was a need. Nick introduced the people in dark robes. The ghost hovered near Oliver and told him that it had always been like this, a long time ago. They all just revolved around a few strong people, a fragile group, but they would kill anyone who betrayed them. Kneeling, Nick cried out that he did not really know anything about the leaders from the lower floors, but there were a lot of adventurers on this second level. No matter how strong he was, he could not cope with them all. The guy was taken aback by the words that the protagonist didn't care about them. Looking at Oliver's face, Nick thought that his confidence and skills matched him. He was the same as him then. He imagined how he fought monsters and emphasized the fact that the difficulty level in this labyrinth was gradually changing him. He lowered his head. The guy with a smile on his face asked if he could have died more nobly if he had refused them. Swinging his blade, Oliver said goodbye to him. Blood splashed on the wall. The protagonist stood over the guy's corpse. He was taken aback when he read that his spirit increase was activated. Nick's corpse was shrouded in a light aura. Looking at his hands, the protagonist read messages about significant increases in his characteristics. Oliver clenched his hands. Examining his hands, the protagonist asked what kind of incredible increase in characteristics was this. Standing in front of the guys, he clarified how far the two of them had gotten. There was a smile on the faces of his comrades. Stretching out her hands, Agatha said that she and Ben had already reached the third floor, were now entering the fourth, moving slowly. Thanks to the points they received after returning to the ground, their characteristics had increased, so they had not encountered any serious problems. Raising his fist to his mouth, Ben suggested that those who were now on easy mode were having a hard time. He thought it was because quite a lot of people died upon returning. Closing his eyes, Oliver replied that nothing could be done about it. Everyone should already get used to the fact that death was wandering around. After which he clarified that on normal mode, to which he received the answer that nothing had changed there, except that, in his opinion, everyone became even more careful. Jake stood in front of the main character and said that he would now tell him that on hard mode. He told her with a smile on his face that most of the people on hard mode survived the mission to return to Earth, but his appearance was a big incentive for them. Everyone is trying to be even stronger. Maybe he will notice a lot of changes the next time they meet. Jake clenched his hand into a fist. Smiling, Oliver said that it was good and he was glad to hear it. Ben said with a serious look that when he went up to the fourth floor, he found the altar of a god, and his name was Balthazar. The protagonist was surprised to hear this. Standing in front of Oliver, Ben noted that that is why he thought about whether he can pass the test of the god or not yet, but he wants to take this test seriously. The protagonist looked at Agatha, who raised her hand and said that he was sure she refuses even if she receives invitations. But Ben seemed to be enthusiastic about it, after which the girl said that in fact, this time she also accepted the invitation. She noted with an inspired look that as Oliver said, she can't continue to be a coward, now she will be braver. Crossing his arms, the protagonist thought that Agatha and Ben have changed a lot, especially the girl. She is not like her past life self. Looking at the guys, Oliver said that their tests are different, so he does not know which one they will receive, but they have thought about everything seriously and made a decision, so he will not stop them. They can try, but they must not die. He removed the projection of his comrades. The protagonist looked at Ash and asked if he also received a test from Balthazar and what he thought of it compared to Rick, to which he received the answer that it is definitely easier and quite passable. Raising his fist to his chin, Oliver wondered if everything will be okay with them. He held in his hands the gloves, the secret function of which can be used once a month. The protagonist opened the characteristics window. Studying his characteristics, Oliver thought about the recent increase in spiritual power. He calmly noted that until now he had been steadily improving by defeating monsters, but this was the first time he had received such a powerful improvement. The ghost flew nearby and said that the protagonist had defeated Nick, although he was at the lowest rank, but he was still a member of the Sin Guides. He was sure that the rest would soon begin to act. Purple particles hovered around the protagonist. The plot takes us to the depths of the labyrinth floors, to the meeting room of the Sin Guides, where a mysterious man in a dark cloak sat at the table, and the girl said that she heard that there was a small problem on the second level. A new adventurer killed someone there. The guy extended a burning finger and clarified if she wanted to say that the adventurer from the 10th floor killed a player from the 2nd level. The guy's head began to burn and he said that this was a tempting talent, but he decided to become their enemy. They have no choice, after which he ordered to spread the search order for the rest of the 2nd level to kill him. The flames wrote a message on a piece of paper. We were transported to the 20th floor where the Sing guides were discussing the fact that Nick had died. An angry man asked if they were just going to stand there and do nothing, noting that they had to show what they were capable of. He showed the paper and said that management had issued a warrant for his capture. Pulling out the document, the stranger cried out that if they could kill this fool, they would move up to rank 3. The guys began to push each other, saying that they would figure it out. The man put his hand inside his shirt and offered to determine who would go into battle first in the usual way. In his hand was a polyhedral cube. He threw it on the floor and announced that whoever rolled the highest number on the dice would receive the highest priority. The guys took turns rolling the cube. A stranger named Chris, looking crazy, said that he would be the first. Raising the blade above his head, Oliver received a message that he had defeated a crowd of zombies. Ash was flying around and saying that he couldn't believe that the protagonist had defeated the monsters that were supposed to be killed using traps instead of attacking them directly. A growl was heard from the stairwell below. Chris jumped out of there. He madly attacked Oliver and asked if he was the fool who defeated Nick. The protagonist crossed his arms and asked Chris what he would do if it was true. He replied with a satisfied expression that he would kill him, of course, after which he thought that maybe Oliver was really strong, but he was still a guy from the 13th floor, he could easily beat him, then he too could rise to the 3rd rank. The protagonist punched him in the face. Chris flew into the wall. He was shocked by what had happened. Standing over the guy, Oliver asked what was wrong with him, and Ash replied that he remembered him. He was a noisy fool who was not very strong. Looking at Chris, the protagonist emphasized that the Conductors of Sin had arrived faster than he thought, but he seemed even weaker and more stupid than Nick. Chris tried to get to his feet and noted that he was sure that Oliver had used some kind of dirty trick. Claws and fur grew on his hand. There was a powerful explosion. Chris had turned into a werewolf. The surprised protagonist asked if people were capable of turning into animals. Chris pounced on Oliver, saying that he recognized his strength, but this was his end. Swinging his fist, the protagonist said that the monster had good fortitude, but he was too slow. The protagonist dealt him a powerful attack. Watching Chris fly away, Oliver noted that he had simply become a little stronger and there was nothing special about it. The protagonist turned around and started to leave. The stone was glowing brightly. Suddenly, the glow stopped coming from it. The man was taken aback by this and asked if the fire of Chris's soul had gone out. The dumbfounded boys assumed that Chris was dead. The boy stepped forward, saying that he was next. He said with a serious expression that he, Giuseppe, was a man who walked the path of magic, and that he would never let his guard down. The boy flew to the side from Oliver's powerful blow. Frowning, Giuseppe asked why the protagonist had attacked him without warning. The boy put up a magic shield in front of him to stop Oliver's attack. The protagonist saw the shield and noted that it was the first time he had seen someone use magic like that. A dark aura began to hover around Giuseppe. Holding the staff in front of him, the boy wondered if the protagonist was able to reflect his mental attack just by using his spirit, and if this meant that he had not simply defeated Nick and Chris because he was lucky. The protagonist stood still and read that Giuseppe activated particle dispersion. Looking around, Oliver wondered if this was a magic technique that could restrict the enemy's movements. They aimed ice arrows at each other. Giuseppe was taken aback by what he saw. He ducked from the arrow. He thought with a puzzled look that even the magic tower would recognize his talent. But the protagonist, a simple beginner, had a higher level of magic than him. It was simply impossible. Lightning began to flash above Oliver's head. A powerful blow was heard. Standing in front of the protagonist, the boy thought that this was great and he hit him. Covering his head with the blade, Oliver received messages that he activated the absolute nullification of the first attack and did not receive damage, after which he clarified whether such instant magic existed. Giuseppe was shocked by this. He fell to the floor and asked how this was possible. The protagonist stood over him and declared that he would continue. The soul stone went out. The guys were taken aback by this. The stranger, looking satisfied, declared that he was going next. His soul stone also went out. The puzzled guys asked if this happened again. Throwing the blade over his shoulder, the man said that he did not expect that it would be his turn. The man's soul stone went out. The guys noticed how the stones went out one by one. Standing in front of the table, the stunned man cried out that they all died in 2 hours. Turning around, he said that now it was the guy's turn, who replied that something was wrong with this and he did not want to go there. Frowning, the man thought that the difference in strength between the adventurers on the 13th floor and the 20th floor was the same as comparing a child and an adult, but Oliver was still able to kill half of the second-tier Sin Guides. Looking at the soul stones, he wondered what kind of monster the protagonist was. Turning around, he thought that he was initially forced to accept the invitation to become a part of the Sin Guides only because they threatened to kill him if he refused, and then suggested that they leave him alone, hide and wait. There was a smirk on the demon's face. He walked out to them and said that they still couldn't advance from the second floor because they continued to act like they did before, and the story introduced us to the demon Zack, who was a third-tier Sin Guide. The man stood in front of Zack and asked if he had come, and in his mind, he wondered why people from the third rank like him didn't stay on their 30th floor and why he kept going up to them and pestering them. Zack crossed his arms and asked where the others were if there were only half of them. The dumbfounded man explained that they had actually gone to another floor recently. Zack had a smile on his face. He hit the man and asked how dare he lie. The old man's mouth dropped open in pain. Standing in front of Zack, he said that all the people were dead. He thought with a satisfied expression that he had come there for nothing, but everything had changed now. He would be able to prove his strength if he killed this fool, and then said that he was glad to hear it. The boys listened attentively to Zack's words, who noted that he would avenge them, so they should take him to Oliver. Blood was dripping from the protagonist's blade. He stood quietly and listened to Ash, who said that the enemies were drawn like moths to a flame. The 5 of them threw away their pride and tried to attack him at the same time. Looking down, the protagonist said that it was too late a decision. Oliver imagined himself fighting the warriors and noted that they did have high defense and attack, but they had never fought together before. Their coordination was poor. It was a huge advantage to be able to level up and recover just by killing one of them. Touching the screen, Oliver emphasized the fact that thanks to this, he was able to gain 11 levels. He began to study his characteristics. Looking at the projection, the protagonist stated that however, due to such a level increase, the reward for completing quests will also fall. He began to examine his hand. Particles surrounded him. The ghost with a smile on his face suggested that now they should understand that he is not someone they can handle. The boys' faces were scared. Zack came out to Oliver. The protagonist looked at him and thought that he felt his power. He was different from those whom the conductors of Sin sent before. Shrouded in a blue aura, Zack noted that it was Oliver who defeated the second-rank adventurers. He touched his chin. Zack noticed the powerful purple energy around the protagonist and wondered if they were telling him that he had actually obtained such power on just the 13th floor, noting that it was a power that surpassed the 20th floor. Zack extended his hand and guessed that Oliver was a dragon. The protagonist stared at him silently. The Sin Guides asked with a surprised look if this was the species that was rumored to even be able to split dimensions, a species that was best left alone unless one was a high-level demon. Zack imagined the dragon and thought that judging by Oliver's power, he was sure that his presence was originally powerful because even the weakest dragon could not be defeated if their opponent had not yet reached at least the 40th floor. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face. Extending his hand, he asked what if that was the case. Zack looked forward seriously. The boy leaned over and said that if he really was one of them, he had no intention of stopping him and that he should continue his journey. The men looked at him in surprise and discussed how it could have ended like this. He walked here so confidently. Ash tried to hold back his laughter. The protagonist looked at him and asked if dragons were really that strong. Zack was taken aback. The ghost was flying in front of him and saying that they were ancient creatures, they could be compared to gods. The guy clenched his teeth in anger. Swinging his mana, Zack asked how dare he lie to him. He extended his hand and the system reported that he had activated the distorted vegetation of Decoravia. The branches surrounded Oliver. The protagonist watched as they wrapped around his hand and wondered what it was. The protagonist touched the branch with the flame. Zack covered his head with his hand from the fire, thinking that he had used the flaming ball. No matter what he did there, it would not change anything anyway. Extending his finger, he activated the spirit of the Raven of Decoravia. Birds appeared from the portal. Monsters flew above Oliver. The boy confidently swung his swords. Looking at the flying ravens, he thought that there were too many of them. The protagonist cut the bird. Ash flew in front of the fighting protagonist and said that he was using the magic of a god. It was clearly different from the magic created by demons. Zack frowned and shouted that the warriors should stop interfering. This battle was only between the two of them. He was taken aback when he heard that he could not worry. He was not going to help him. The protagonist raised his sword and thought that he did not expect that he would give in so easily. Was there really not a very good relationship between them? The protagonist watched as his opponent raised his mana and thought that it did not matter, it was only for his benefit. Zack sent a dark stream forward. Oliver created an ice flow in front of him and thought that the ice energy of his arrows did not work. He reflected the dark energy with his hand. The opponent looked at him in surprise and thought that he didn't know that there was a skill to nullify an attack, but he didn't care. The guy stretched out his hands with mana and decided that this fool didn't know anything about his skills. The protagonist raised his sword and notifications appeared that he was taking damage. Zack furiously clasped his hands and thought that he could very well win. Oliver was taken aback by the dark energy. The enemy looked at the cloud of mana and said that this was the end. Covering his ears in the darkness, the protagonist thought that Nibiru's despair was black magic that attacked the deep mind of a person. He closed his eyes. Ash flew above the mana cluster and said that black magic was quite difficult to understand, so it would be difficult for someone who encountered it for the first time to resist it. He didn't understand it very well either. He calmly looked down and asked if it was true that everything was different with the guy. Sparks broke through the cloud of energy. Zack looked forward in shock. The protagonist raised his sword and said that it was very good and asked if he could also learn dark magic. The opponent grinned and thought that he was able to reflect it by simply using his mental spirit, but it still wouldn't change anything. The guy created portals with crows. Oliver looked at the many birds around and thought that this was the spirit of the Raven of Decaravia. Individually they were weak, but there were too many of them. Raising his sword, he activated the reflection. The protagonist stood under the dome, thinking about the fact that the reflection skill creates formless energy around its owner and repels everything aimed at him. Zack stretched out his hands in displeasure and thought that this was impossible. Had he really already figured out how to resist it? Dark mana rushed forward. The protagonist swung his sword. He parried the attack. Frowning, Oliver explained that his flames should have time to burn everything, even itself, then he should have melted due to the residual heat. But strangely, he only got burned. Moreover, when he touched this flame, he had a strange feeling. It was just a substance in the form of fire. The opponent looked at him in anger. Raising his hands, Zack asked how such an insignificant boy like him could know this. Portals appeared around the protagonist and he thought that this was definitely the same principle as the magic he activated earlier. Looking at the spatial gap, the guy thought that the roots obviously only burst out from the cracks of darkness. If that was true, then he should be able to predict their movements. The protagonist looked at his feet and thought that he should take 3 steps to the left and 2 forward. Branches suddenly appeared from the portals. Zack looked ahead in shock. Looking at the guy standing between the branches, he asked how he was able to dodge them all. Oliver extended his hand with mana and replied that it was simple. Ash flew above the flames, thinking that everything was as expected. He figured out the essence of the skill, made the most reasonable conclusion and used it. The protagonist quickly swung his sword. Looking at the serious guy, the ghost thought that he was even able to figure out how to activate and how to destroy black magic, which he sees for the first time. As he expected, this is his strongest point. Ash imagined the ice flow and the flames, thinking that he understood that the stop and the trajectory of magic are separate, so he learned the magic of the initial level. Then learned that the sword movements and the technique of the Scar of the Storm are quite sharp. He removed this and received the second sword mastery, the Dance of the Storm. Looking down, the ghost thought about how he had a talent to grasp the essence of something even if he saw it for the first time. Was it right to call it a talent at all? Oliver raised his sword. Ash watched as he stood over the wounded enemy and thought that he got it through thousands and thousands of repetitions and so much effort that one could feel madness. Looking at the serious guy, the ghost decided that this was his own path. The protagonist looked at the dissatisfied opponent and said that he was still interested in something. Zack looked at the sword in fear. Drawing out the weapon, Oliver asked what he needed to do to learn black magic. The enemy looked at the ceiling. The guy was sitting near the wall and answered that dark magic is used with demonic energy and mana. He imagined a green monster and said that demonic energy used to be only owned by their race. But this place is a labyrinth, now others can use it if they fulfill the condition. Zack sadly lowered his gaze. He sat in front of the protagonist and told them that their goddess was here too. She had abandoned them all. Introducing the girl who had turned away, the guy said that she loved strong creatures. She could like him and pass her tests. Oliver looked at him carefully and listened that it was almost impossible, but she could grant something that was only available to them. The guy turned to the ghost and asked if he knew where the goddess of demons was, to which he replied that it seemed not very far from here. Zack desperately closed his eyes and asked to kill him, not to use him as an offering to the goddess, because he wanted a full death. The protagonist swung his sword. He turned to the notifications that his spiritual power had increased. He had leveled up and received entry-level dark magic. Looking at the window with information about the skill, the guy thought that he could not use it until he received demonic energy. The protagonist stood in front of the doorways and told everyone who remained to come out, stop hiding. Oliver looked forward seriously and said that he would soon pull them out himself and kill them one by one. The frightened guys came to him. The man put his hand to his chest and asked what he wanted from them. The protagonist looked away and replied that if he had to voice it, then experience and characteristics, he initially planned to kill them all, but at his current level it would not bring any benefit. Looking at the frightened men, he asked if they wanted to die. The guy extended his finger and said that in exchange for their lives, he would order them to do something. Let them do it so that the conductors of sin would not know that he was alive. The stranger was taken aback and asked if he really meant to lie to them, to which the guy agreed. Imagining himself beaten, Oliver said that they needed to mix lies with the truth, say that he died in a fight with an adventurer on the 30th floor. The man put his hand to his chin, listening to how they had not joined the conductors of sin of their own free will. If they did not want to die, they should do as he said. He nodded and replied that they agreed. Ash flew above the guy and said that he did not care because he was not an ordinary person who killed him, and he also wanted to ask about something. He flew up to the man and said that since he was a second-rank leader, he definitely knew the fool who ordered to kill him. The man raised his head in fear and replied that it was better for him not to know about him. Closing his eyes, he said that this was the one who inherited the line of the cursed kingdom, the woman from the dust, Sophie Gardenia. Ash opened his mouth in shock, listening to her order to kill him. He looked down sadly and clarified if she really ordered it. The man imagined the girl sitting in the forest and said that in any case, he heard about it, so he was even more shocked. Remembering how she smiled at the guy, he said that Sophie was the only one who had a good relationship with the leader. The guy clenched his fists in joy and cried out that he did it. Agatha put her finger to her lip and said that she was still in shock. She couldn't believe that they had passed the test of Balthazar. She imagined a large insect and said that he said that they should face their greatest fear. A huge spider appeared and attacked her. It was terrible. The girl turned to the guy, saying that he was really afraid of elephants. It was scary when such a giant rushes at him to trample. Oliver put his hand to his chin and thought about how this test of courage was worthy of the god of victory. If he were in their place, what would appear in front of him? Ben happily stretched out his hands and said that now he understood why he asked them to go through this. The difference in the rewards for victory is very big. Looking up at the ceiling, the protagonist said that he was very grateful for the advice. He looked at the ghost and asked if he was ready to talk. Ash looked down sadly and asked if it was necessary. Crossing his arms, the protagonist replied that he definitely did not want the mission he worked so hard on to fail because of one participant's regrets. The guy looked at him seriously. Lowering his head, the ghost said that it was not the most interesting story. He came here from a destroyed world in which only monsters remained, communication with whom was impossible. Ash remembered Sophie standing in front of him and saying that she was the only person he could communicate with, and they felt a kinship because they had similar fates. He looked down upset and said that he was just wondering why she ordered to kill him. Oliver looked at him attentively, listening that he should not worry, nothing will change. The protagonist followed him and said that this was enough. The plot takes us to the 14th floor of the labyrinth, where the guy was killing a monster. On the 15th floor, he hit a skeleton. Before entering the 16th floor, the girl looked at him in shock and asked if he had really gone that far. The protagonist pressed the screen and said that he could do almost nothing to increase his level. There was no choice but to go down here. He collected a couple of new magic items on the floors. Green energy rose up. Lily read a spell into the staff. The protagonist sat on the floor surrounded by mana. The girl stood in front of the guy and said that she saw slowing magic for the first time, so she could not say exactly how it worked. She happily pointed her finger at herself and asked if he wanted to try it on her. Spreading her arms, the girl said that it turns out that this is how it feels. She feels like she slowed down, and now everything is different. Oliver looked at her in surprise and said that it was the first time he used such magic, so he did not know how to dispel it. Lily looked at him in shock. She was sweating in fear. The protagonist looked at the steps. Oliver laughed at him and said that he was glad that the magic had dispelled after 10 minutes. The protagonist entered the cave and the system reported that the mission of the 16th floor was starting. It was necessary to defeat the boss and go up. The guy remembered how the man said that when he entered the 16th floor, there would be an empty room where the blacksmith was. He was the one he needed. Oliver looked at the door. He entered the blacksmith. A sword was shining on the table. Henry was standing in front of the furnace and asking if he was a new adventurer. Agatha remembered how she stood behind the blacksmith and thought that he was a stupid man who drove out dreams. She imagined herself looking at him and thinking about how Henry always seemed cold and showed little emotion. He only saw her as a business partner. The girl looked at him carefully, thinking that maybe because of the contempt and insults she received from the NPCs and the gods here, she was very grateful for this attitude. The man raised his hammer and asked the boy if he knew what he did. He extended 2 fingers and told her that there were 2 things you could get from the local monsters: equipment and materials. The materials were mainly sold in the store or used to create equipment. Oliver, crossing his arms, listened as if he was given the materials. He would create the equipment he wanted. Since it was his first time here, he would make it for free. Henry frowned and said that in any case, the warrior was here too. Ash flew above the boy and asked the blacksmith if he was surprised. After all, the last time they met was when he was still alive. The man hung up his hammer and said that he always believed that he would come down no matter what, and asked if he accepted his task this time. He looked at the calm guy and said that judging by the fuss the Sin Conductor had caused, he thought he had already been expelled. He didn't expect to meet him here. The blacksmith leaned his elbows on the table and said that if they guys wanted to continue doing business with him, they should remember this. He didn't care who he was dealing with. Henry seriously extended his finger and said that whether it was fallen humans or Sin Conductors, for him the materials and equipment were the most important, so they shouldn't bother him with exclusive deals. The protagonist looked at him and said that he wanted him to start making his equipment right away. He needed wrist guards. The man looked at the items in the inventory in shock and asked for materials. Picking up the bone, Henry said that there were a lot of them. Let them come back in 30 minutes. He took a piece of cloth and said that these materials were not from deep floors. They were simple enough, so there was no need to delay the creation of equipment. Everything was very simple. Oliver opened the door, listening to what they should come later. The protagonist went out into the cave. Having created the swords, the guy said that 30 minutes would be enough to clear one floor. He could do it in 10 minutes if he wanted, so it was better to go slower. 30 minutes later, he entered the blacksmith, who said that just in time, everything was ready. Henry handed over the equipment. The protagonist put on his shields and said that it was a good buff. The man took off his gloves and said that next time he would take money, but let him know that the price changes depending on the value of the item, and for now he would save some materials. Oliver touched the equipment, thinking that apparently he would need to go even lower to get good materials. The man was surprised to hear Ash ask if he could make something better. Henry sat with his back turned and said that of course he could, but he didn't have a lot of things. He turned around and called the warrior. The ghost flew around him, telling him that there were things that no one else could do, equipment of special power, things that could only be made from materials mined here, in a place that couldn't be entered without permission. The protagonist looked at him seriously, hearing that Oliver would definitely do it. Frowning, the blacksmith asked how he could say such things so easily. He knew what it meant to him. Ash flew in different directions and said that he had come to save his ruined world. This guy was like him. The only difference was that the guy could come back. Henry put his hand to his face and said that since he had accepted his task, he thought he could be trusted, but he was still a rookie who hadn't even reached the 20th floor. He wasn't sure he could trust him with all the secrets. He was surprised to hear about the 30th floor. The ghost flew up to the guy and told him that he himself thought that they were destroyed by the Conductor of Sin. Oliver was able to deal with the Conductor of Sin from the 30th floor, although he only reached the 13th. The blacksmith jumped up in rage and asked if he was mocking him because it was impossible. Flying up to him, Ash asked if he had ever lied to him. The man put his hand to his lips. The protagonist crossed his arms and listened as he said that he had an offer. He needed proof that he could really defeat someone from the 30th floor. Oliver frowned when he heard that it was necessary to defeat the monster that he would prepare. Then, without questions, he would accept the offer. The guy looked at the ceiling. Ash leaned towards him and asked if he really didn't expect this. He thought that there was no better time. The protagonist calmly looked at him and asked if it was worth it. The ghost smiled and replied that of course, he assures that it is worth it. If he earns Henry's recognition, he will become much stronger. Looking at the thoughtful guy, Ash said that if he wants to reach the level of gods, this can help. The ghost looked at the ceiling and said that he saw his glowing eyes when he met Maria. He could not help but notice it. Ash flew in front of his friend and said that if he really intends to go that far, in any case, he will gain invaluable experience here. The protagonist seriously entered the forge. Henry stood in front of the sealed Balrog. The man turned to him and said that this creature is very shabby and weak. Let him not worry. He is like the boss of the second half of the 20th floor. Looking at the chained monster, the blacksmith asked if he would accept the challenge. The protagonist created a sword in his hands and agreed. Henry tore a sheet of paper. Balrog furiously tore the chains. His eye began to glow. The monster rushed towards the guy. He breathed out flames. Oliver dodged the attack deftly. The protagonist raised his sword. The guy launched an attack at the monster. He extended his arms, activating an ice arrow. An explosion occurred around the enemy. Henry put his hand on his head in shock and asked if this was even possible. No matter how weak this Balrog was, how could he deal with it? The man stood next to the ghost and said that it was still strange. No matter how strong he was, he should not go beyond his stats. Looking down, Ash thought that this was indeed strange. Oliver's skills were mostly beyond the standard indicators, especially religious power enhancement. He looked at the glowing stream and thought that it not only increased his own stats, but also allowed him to use the opponent's skills. The ghost watched as the guy stabbed the sword into the Balrog and thought that this skill was an order of magnitude higher than all existing skills. How could a mortal even possess something like this? The protagonist held the swords in front of him and the system reported that he had defeated the sealed Balrog. Henry thoughtfully put his hand to his chin. The protagonist held the swords in surprise and listened to the man allow him to enter his world. The blacksmith extended his hand to the mana cluster. He created a ball and said that his world was destroyed in a special way, so he could send him there with the help of this crystal. Looking at the furnace, Henry said that the conditions here were quite good, but he was limited in his creation capabilities. Holding out the ball, the man said that only he, the master of the destroyed world, knew how to handle the materials located there. If he brought them, he would be able to create something more powerful for him. He put his finger to his chin and asked what he could bring with his current abilities, after which he added that the wild roots from the gray forest would be perfect. Introducing the dark trees, the blacksmith said that when he descended into the labyrinth and became stronger, it would allow him to bring materials from the deeper parts of his world. Notifications appeared that an additional task had begun. Henry had a request. It was necessary to enter his ruined world and bring wild roots from the gray forest. The man gave the guy a scroll and said that it was a map. He would understand how to get them when he got to the forest. Clenching his fist, he read the spell. Oliver covered his hand from the light. The blacksmith pointed his hand at the portal. The protagonist extended his hand through the gate. Henry watched as he entered and asked him to remember one more thing. Crossing his arms, he said that the world would try to kill him. The protagonist looked at the light in surprise. He and the ghost jumped into the portal. Ash flew along the stream, saying that this is the movement of space. This will continue as long as the light travels between the stars. You need to wait a little. Oliver looked at the planet ahead and thought that he would be entering a destroyed world for the first time, but in a way, Earth is also a world on the verge of destruction. Looking at the gray star, he thought that it could be the future of Earth. I wonder how different it is. The guy was stepping on the ground in confusion. The protagonist grabbed his throat and said that this place is strange. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought about the fact that he inhaled and something foreign got into his throat. Could it really be poison? Oliver waved his hand and thought about how he moved it and did not feel anything. If there was air here, he would have felt at least a slight wind. The guy looked down in surprise. He watched as the soil wrapped around his legs and wondered if the earth was trying to swallow him. Pulling his leg back, the protagonist thought that hostility was felt from all sides. The protagonist looked ahead warily, thinking about this star. Oliver walked with the ghost across the wasteland, deciding that the star itself was trying to kill all living things. The guy walked on the ground. He covered his face with his collar, thinking that fortunately there was some oxygen here. Ash flew next to him and said that he thought it was better not to move unnecessarily. If you move more than necessary, you will attract the attention of this star. This world is dead. Opening the map, the protagonist wondered how much more to go to the forest, whether he was going in the right direction. A spark hit him on the cheek. The protagonist walked with a companion on the ground. Looking at the ghost, he asked what the difference was between him and the Wanderers, thinking that the NPCs inside the labyrinth themselves called themselves Conductors. Ash flew around him and said that everything is simple. The difference is that some are limited and some are not. Introducing many chains, the ghost said that Wanderers are free, like him, and Conductors are tied to the labyrinth and cannot travel. Oliver was surprised to hear that in exchange for the fulfillment of their wishes, they make a deal with the sorcerer, which is why they are tied to the labyrinth. Ash introduced the girl and Ralph, saying that his wish is revenge, Lily's is the path of magic, and the man made a deal to find the goddess. The ghost remembered the serious Ethan and Henry, saying that the merchant and the blacksmith are no exception, so they ask Wanderers like him. The guy held his collar, wondering if this is why their requests turn into tasks, and asked how to become a contractor. Ash spread his arms and answered that there are different ways. The sorcerer himself contacted him. He lowered his head, hearing the guy ask who this sorcerer is. Looking at the serious protagonist, he said that he couldn't tell. He would find out himself if he went down below. The protagonist raised his head to the mana and asked what it was. A powerful whirlwind surrounded him. Raising his hand, Oliver thought about whether it was a sandstorm. Was the star really trying to kill him? He covered himself with his hands and thought that his skills seemed to be of no help. The guy stood in the middle of the whirlwind, thinking about how this storm was not going anywhere, as if it was aimed at destroying him. The protagonist crossed his swords. He quickly swung his weapon. The protagonist was inside the tornado and thought that it seemed like the darkness had no effect on him. Oliver created an incinerating ball. The guy furiously fired an ice arrow. Clusters of mana reflected from the whirlwind, and the protagonist thought about how magical attacks didn't work either. Was it really impossible to destroy him? He accumulated energy in his hands and activated slowdown. The storm around the guy became slower. Crouching down, Oliver thought about how he had slowed down. Fortunately, it seemed to work on the basic skills as well. The protagonist quickly ran out of the tornado. He frowned. The guy stopped in front of the storm. The protagonist calmly looked ahead. Looking at the remnants of the wind, Oliver said that it was gone. Ash flew up to him, saying that apparently if he couldn't hit the target, then his existence no longer made sense. A stream of mana went to the guy and the system reported that his spirit uplift was activated, but he received an awakening skill. The protagonist looked at his hands with energy and confusion. He stretched out his hand in surprise and asked what it was. Oliver looked at himself in surprise, unable to believe the awakening skill, when suddenly the system notified that the increase in spiritual power was activated and he received a new skill. With a puzzled look looking straight into the system notification window, the boy wondered what kind of awakening skill this was, and his companion noted that he had never seen anything like it either. Suddenly a little scared, the ghost assumed that it could be. Continuing to sort out the system notification window, the protagonist asked if he really remembered something. The great heir of the empire answered that he probably remembered something. Immediately after that, Ash, denying, shaking his head from side to side, explained that he was not sure yet and would tell when he collected his thoughts. Looking at him in surprise, Oliver noted that it would be nice. Then the guys began to move on, dodging the rubble. Holding the blades in his hands, the boy declared that he had already been through everything here, and the system promised that he had activated mental acceleration. Then the protagonist began to push off the rubble with great speed, making his way further. The system announced that he had activated Wolf Fang, and Oliver would release the spirit of the wolves from the blade. When the system announced that he had activated Dance, the boy would be covered in bright pink energy. With a deft swing of the blade, he would destroy all the rock fragments around him, and the system would announce that he had activated a breath-holding attack. Immediately after that, Oliver would land on a nearby cliff. Looking thoughtfully ahead, he could not believe that it had managed to penetrate his defense, declaring that there was no end to it. Suddenly, noticing something in front of him, the boy asked what it was. Right in front of him on the other side was an unknown source of black energy. With a serious look, looking straight ahead, the boy would declare that there was something on the cliff, and the ghost would say that he could not see anything. A moment later, the protagonist would push off from the cliff with great force, and the system would announce that he had activated acceleration. Immediately after that, Oliver was moving forward at a great speed. Destroying the rock fragments that were blocking his path, the boy thought that he knew it, and it was all in the skill. Then the protagonist pushed off the small boulders in the air. Then he jumped up with great force. Oliver flew forward with a serious look and thought that just a little more. Right in front of him was an unknown dark energy. Getting closer, the boy jumped straight towards the cluster of power and thought that the attacks were becoming more aggressive. Dodging the small rocks that were flying towards him, the protagonist stated that it seemed to be moving away as he approached. Realizing this, Oliver pulled his blades back to make a strike. Immediately after that, the boy concentrated energy into his sword. A moment later, he plunged his blade straight into the unknown cluster of power. At that moment, the black energy began to be absorbed by the blade. The protagonist watched in surprise as the black power disappeared in his blade. After some time, the boulders began to fall down. Looking at himself in surprise, Oliver received notifications from the system that his spiritual power enhancement was activated. Skill mastery increased by 2%, which also surprised Ash. Then the system notification window notified that an unknown awakening skill had a power level of 3% and an unknown desire. Seeing this, the ghost was very surprised by the words about desire. Remembering the endless mountains, he thought that in the world of Khafren, the star itself was trying to destroy the world. At the same time, images of a vortex of dark energy appeared in his head. After that, the earth began to split and rubble fell. Visualizing a vortex of dark green energy, the ghost thought that the star's desire was to prevent any creature from surviving. Remembering how this very power rushed to the stone planet, the great heir of the empire reasoned about what this desire of the world itself meant. While Oliver was enveloped in an unknown energy, his companion realized that this guy was able to resist his desire for a star. The boy, looking at the system notification window, asked what kind of skill this was, and the ghost flying nearby thought that this star was taking away his strength not only physically, but also in principle. With a puzzled expression on his face, Ash reasoned that when the extortion skill is low level, the star cannot take anything away, and his increased spiritual power is a level higher than the power of destroying a star itself. The ghost continued to look dumbfounded at the real protagonist in front, realizing that this is a power similar to the human sphere, and he stated that they think they should go there. At that moment, the guys found themselves right in front of an unknown tree, and the great heir of the empire agreed with his friend, saying that he also collected roots there. With a smile on his face, looking straight ahead, Oliver asked what it means that he can get better equipment if he brings the roots. Immediately after that, the boy rushed forward, and the roots of the tree began to defend themselves. Noticing this, the protagonist held the blade straight out in front of him. With a deft swing of the sword, he managed to destroy the roots. A moment later, Oliver found himself right in the epicenter of the tree, landing on a branch. Having done this, the boy laughed with a sly grin on his face. Looking at the old tree, enveloped in energy, he declared that they were huge. At the same time, the roots of the tree rose up. They burst out of the ground at great speed, enveloping the protagonist's legs. Noticing this, Oliver enveloped himself in golden energy, and the system notified that he had activated the jump. The tree roots couldn't get through the yellow energy barrier, and the boy said that they were in his way, so they should leave. After some time, he managed to break through the barrier. The root flew right past the protagonist's head, who managed to dodge and asked where their manners were, and the system notified that he had activated mental evasion. Immediately after that, Oliver made several swings with his blades, destroying the tree branches, and wondered where. He continued to destroy the roots that were heading towards him. Sharply looking to the side, the boy noticed black energy. Looking back, the protagonist noticed that the roots were huddled in the trunk of the tree. The plant right in front of him was enveloped in an unknown energy, and the protagonist asked if this was really it. At the same moment, a ghost, flying up to him from behind, told him to be careful. Surprised, looking straight ahead, the protagonist's companion could not believe that he did not hear him. Looking at Oliver, who was completely serious, the great heir of the Empire realized that he was focused on his goal. The boy rushed forward at great speed, bypassing the attacks of the roots, and the system announced that he activated the absolute zero of the first strike, while Ash reasoned that all this was to become stronger. The protagonist pointed his two swords forward. With a deft swing of the blades, he managed to destroy the tree located right behind him. Immediately after that, a vortex of dark energy appeared in the sky, and the system announced that the increase of his spiritual power was activated, and the mastery of an unknown skill was increased by 1%. Then Oliver grabbed a small root with his hand and said that he knew what was inside, and the system announced that he received a random root. When it was all over, a ghost flew up to him and said that this task would not be difficult for his level, and asked if he thought it was time to go back, and he noted that it was not that difficult. Puzzled, he looked up. The boy added that it probably was not difficult. At that very moment, an unknown rift appeared in the sky right above him. An unknown mythical energy was coming out of it. Looking straight at it, the protagonist assumed that this place really wanted to kill him. Immediately after that, Oliver took a step forward. Entering the portal, the boy said that they would meet next time. When there was a cut right in the middle of the forge, Henry asked if they were really here, and the system notified that the secondary task was completed. Leaving the portal, Oliver gave a positive answer, said that he brought everything, asking if this was enough because it seemed to him that these were ordinary roots. Looking at him in shock, the blacksmith said that of course it would be enough because he did not live in this world, and in any case they were doing pretty quickly, asked if they really brought what was needed. Showing him the collected root, the boy noted that, of course, this was true, and the system notified that it was a random root, an object belonging to the destroyed world, and nothing could be made from it alone, but if you grow it in a suitable environment, most likely, it will grow. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story moves to the forge some time later, and the protagonist asks Henry if this sword will do, looking straight at him. Looking at Oliver in surprise, the blacksmith asked what he really meant, that he could connect the root with the sword. Then the smiling ghost gave a positive answer, noting that he could use it as he wanted. After hearing this, Henry looked at the boy and his companion with a dumbfounded look. Then the great heir of the Empire would add that this sword was now his, and the protagonist would examine the blade in his hands. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist would remark that this was excellent, and then ask to combine the root with the sword. While the system would promise that this was Cabot's relic, a sword soaked in the blood of ancient ancestors from the now destroyed world, and it had outlived countless lives of royals. Taking the root in his hands, Henry would agree to do so if he wanted. Then, with a serious look, the blacksmith would add that he did not need to leave the weapon, because he could simply clean the roots and combine them later when they were done, so he could take the sword with him and come back in 2 days. Immediately after the recognition, the story was transported to the 17th floor of the labyrinth, where an explosion erupted in the middle of the cave. Oliver ran forward straight at his opponent, enveloping himself in energy. The boy was fighting the boss of the 17th floor, the Dullahan. After finishing the battles, the protagonist went down the stairs, saying that he turned out to be weak, and the ghost flying nearby asked if he was too strong, while the system showed the characteristics of the bloody dew earring and the leather armor that devoured lava drops. Continuing to go down, Oliver said that he wanted to go to the next boss because he was going to become even stronger in these 2 days. Then the boy dealt with the boss of the 18th floor, the Skeleton Mage Knight. Having defeated him, the protagonist went down lower and lower. He got to the 19th floor of the labyrinth, to the boss of the 19th floor, the Lick, and was going to fight him. A moment later, Oliver made a swing of his blade, which hit the monster right on the head, and the system announced that he had defeated it and gained a new level. Looking puzzled at his companion who was enveloped in energy, the great heir of the Empire was amazed that he had finally leveled up, while the system showed the stats window to the boy. Looking away sharply, the protagonist asked what they were now on the 20th floor. Walking a little forward, Oliver noticed an unknown source of black energy in front and asked what it was. At that moment, the boy was very surprised, looking straight ahead. An unknown dark force instantly appeared near his feet. Looking at the source of this very energy, the protagonist explained that this was the altar of the demon god, and he was the demonic entity itself that controlled all the other demons. As Oliver approached him, the system announced that this was Lucifer's altar, created by his followers, and was a corridor connecting them with the god. Since Lucifer was able to exert influence through this place, so the first bonus found was given for this, and his intelligence was immediately increased by 3, and his mana was immediately increased by 10. After that, the boy looked at Ash flying nearby and asked if he knew what kind of test he would give him, and the ghost, lost in thought, explained that he did not know, to which he wondered what it meant. He had not found anything like this before. With a serious look, looking straight ahead, the great heir of the empire declared that he should know that the gods always give tests suitable for their domains, and asked what he thought the demon god was testing him with. Looking at his companion, the protagonist asked that he was a god who only tested people from the demon clan. In response, the ghost explained that it was not necessary, because he simply had high standards when it came to people, and Oliver, who heard this, thought about it. After a short pause, the boy turned around and said that he would return there later, and Ash, who was flying closer to the altar, asked if he was really going to return with a stronger weapon. With a look full of menace, the protagonist stated that he was simply not sure what kind of test awaited him there. Immediately after this narration, the stories moved to the 20th floor of the labyrinth, where a huge number of weapons lay right on the stairs. Inside, on the 20th floor, a battle was taking place. Oliver rushed forward at great speed. Using his blades, he attacked the boss of the 20th floor, the Death Knight. Crossing swords with him, the boy asked if this was really all he could do. Suddenly, his gaze expressed rage, and the protagonist stated that it was slow. At the same time, Oliver was destroying the enemy's weapon with a deft swing of his blade, and here the theme announced that he had defeated the Death Knight. While the boy was shaking the dirt off his clothes, a ghost flew up to him and noted that this enemy should have been strong. Looking at several system notification windows, the protagonist noted that, as expected, there was nothing there, and his companion asked if he was really asking for a pleasant mission. Continuing to look at the system notification windows, Oliver gave a positive answer, suggesting that it seemed like there was still something hidden there. Suddenly, the boy felt something, and the system notified that he had a strong premonition. Right in front of him, the protagonist saw a brick sticking out of the wall, saying that this was a secret room. Immediately after that, Oliver touched it with his hand. A moment later, the wall crumbled in front of him and a passage appeared, and the boy noted that he expected this. At that moment, the sound of footsteps came from the cave. Looking ahead in surprise, levitating next to his serious companion, Ash asked if he was really at the level of a lord. The boys saw an unknown black knight approaching them. Noticing him, the protagonist became very serious. Finally getting closer, the knight asked what he was doing there. Then the warrior held his blade out in front of him, and the system announced that the Death Knight Lord had appeared. Throwing his sword over his shoulder, the monster stated that he must be the warrior's shadow, because he had always heard stories about him from the sage, calling him pathetic and weak. Hearing this, the Imperium remembered the sage he had met earlier and asked if he really knew this bastard. Then Ash looked straight ahead with a look full of disdain. Holding his hand out in front of him, the Death Knight Lord concluded that this was their shared secret, and asked if they, the guys who were tied to this place, had no right to more freedom. Suddenly, the monster looked through his visor with red eyes. Looking at Oliver standing in front of him, he asked if he really was his opponent, and stated that he was really strong and did not seem to be able to defeat him. The boy glared at him and said that he wanted to fight. Immediately after that, the protagonist grabbed his blades. Seeing this, the Dark Knight pulled his sword back, declaring that he would not throw his weapon away and run away with his tail between his legs, because hundreds of years had passed since the Wanderer entered this room, so they would fight. A moment later, they clashed in a battle, crossing blades. Fighting off his opponent, Oliver thought that he was strong. Making another swing of the sword, the boy thought that his level was higher than the 25th floor, and ordinary players would not defeat such an opponent. When the monster kicked him in the chest, the boy activated a complete attack nullification. Noticing this, the Lord of the Death Knights was about to strike again, noting that this skill was very amazing, and he became interested. Immediately after that, the monster plunged his blade straight into the ground. Swinging it deftly, he sent a huge amount of rock fragments towards his opponent. Silently covering his face with his hand, Oliver thought that he had complex moves, but he was huge, so he did not move that fast. Realizing this, the boy jumped away from the rock fragments with great speed and headed towards his opponent. Immediately after that, the protagonist struck directly at his armor, destroying it and surprising the knight. Having plunged his blades directly into the enemy, Oliver declared that he was really strong, and they thought that ordinary players would not be able to cope with him. Then, looking menacingly at him, the boy noted that he was not an ordinary player. Having completed his attack, the protagonist took the blades from the monster's body. Suddenly, he was very surprised when it suddenly moved. With the last of his strength, the Dark Knight struck his fist directly at Oliver. The boy took his opponent's attack without defending himself. Realizing what had happened, the protagonist looked straight at him menacingly. A moment later, Oliver made another strike with his swords. At this time, the ghost flying nearby called out to his companion. Puzzled, looking straight at him, the great and heir of the Empire asked why he did not use his usual skills in the form of he can just use magic or acceleration, and did not understand what it was. Hearing this, the boy silently covered his face with his hand and tried to catch his breath. At the same time, the Dark Knight held his head directly. Through the hole in his helmet, the warrior looked ahead with a menacing look. A moment later, the monster was about to attack directly at the protagonist, thanking him, and remarked that he could not believe that he was participating in such an interesting battle. Then the Dark Knight struck his blade, and Oliver dodged it. Suddenly, the boy jumped right on his opponent's sword, and he declared that he had been waiting for this day for centuries. A moment later, the protagonist rushed forward, running straight along the monster's blade. Oliver, with a look full of determination, moved forward. He pulled his swords back, preparing to attack. At the same time, the warrior with a crazy smile on his face turned to the traveler. Hearing this, the boy looked menacingly straight at him. The Dark Knight, with tears of joy in his eyes, said words of gratitude. The stories continue to take place in the dungeon of the Labyrinth. The Dark Knight, leaning on a stalagmite, was breathing heavily. Looking at the clearly tired Oliver, he thanked him. The wounded warrior, destroyed and armored, declared that he did not expect that he would deliberately not use his skills, and the boy standing in front noted that they were similar to him. Hearing this, the Dark Knight took off his helmet. With a clearly downcast expression on his face, the man explained that he was a knight and did not want to rely on these pretentious abilities. Looking at his hand, the warrior concluded that he only wanted to fight with a sword, but all of this was just his stubbornness, and he did not want to shift it onto someone else, so thanks to him, he could leave peacefully. Ash, with a look full of regret, listened to the Dark Knight say that he wanted to say that he was now free. Then the man looked down with a frustrated look. Looking at the protagonist standing in front of him, enveloped in purple energy, the warrior asked if he knew why people of their minds were tied to this place. Menacingly looking straight ahead, Oliver thought about what he said, that he was tied to this place, and gave a negative answer. Trying to get up, leaning on his blade, the Dark Knight explained that everything is simple and for some, this is a place of opportunity. Immediately after that, he imagined the stairs of the labyrinth in his head and added that for others, this is not the case at all. With a serious look, the man noted that he was sorry that he would not be able to tell the whole truth, but he was sure that he would be able to reach the deepest floors. The man also said that then he would find out everything himself, which greatly surprised the boy. Visualizing the mages and priests standing in front of the demons, the Dark Knight stated that there he would find out who they were and who the mages were, and when they found out, they should show compassion to those of them who could not escape. A moment later, the man disappeared, leaving behind only a blade, and the system notified that he had defeated the Lord of the Death King of the 20th floor of LABYRINTH. Taking the warrior's helmet in his hands, the protagonist received a notification from the system with a description and characteristics. Looking at the system notification window, Oliver asked about the speed of action, noting that this usually only happens in boots and, apparently, the helmet is good. Looking forward with a serious look, the boy noticed that his stats were much higher than the armor he had found before. Remembering the image of Agatha, the protagonist said that it was a frightening skill, receiving notifications from the system about the passive special skill of proving that he had the will to become a phenomenon among others. Immediately after that, Oliver put on his sharp boots, and the system showed their stats and description. Looking at the red power runes in front of him, the boy called up his status window. Analyzing his stats with complete seriousness, the protagonist said that because of the power rune, his stats increased by 20 and believed that he could catch up with Agatha before her changes, while the system showed his stats window. Immediately after this, the story's narration is transferred to Lily's room on the 16th floor, which was accessed by a small staircase. Lily immediately turned around when she heard her name. With a smile on her face, she noticed Oliver standing in front of her and asked if he had really gone down, and he explained that he had gone to the 20th floor, which greatly surprised his girlfriend. The girl with green hair asked what it meant. He had come to offer her something, and the boy, opening the system notification window, asked to teach him quickly. Immediately after that, Lily concentrated and began to read the spell, releasing energy from the magic stone. The power of green began to penetrate the protagonist's body, and the system notified that he had learned the jump in the air and that this was basic magic, showing its characteristics and description. Oliver was extremely surprised while he was enveloped in blue energy. A moment later, he jumped off the ground with great force. The girl with green hair looked at him puzzledly, laughing, noting that she tried it right away, as always. Then the boy stepped on the platform that appeared with his foot, and the system notified that he had activated the jump in the air. Then he pushed off from it and jumped down. With a smile on his face, looking to the side, the protagonist declared that the magic jump was an excellent skill. Immediately after this, the story moves to the 20th floor of the labyrinth to the Red Knight. Dumbfounded, looking at Oliver taking off all his equipment, the ghost asked why he suddenly did this and was really going to do something strange again. Flying closer, the great heir of the Empire assumed that he was doing this to learn the skill of canceling an attack, and the boy sprinkled fairy dust on himself, which the system notified, and said that he knew him well. And with a look full of incomprehension, Ash asked that there was anything else to learn in this skill. Throwing aside the bottles of fairy dust, the protagonist declared that he would find out now. A moment later, the Red Knight began to attack him, and Oliver dodged, while the system notified that he had activated the absolute nullification of the first attack. Focusing on the blows that flew right next to him, the boy received notifications from the system that he had activated the absolute nullification of the second attack. Flying right above the battlefield, the ghost asked that he was really going to use the nullification of the third attack as well, and did not think that it would work. At the same time, the protagonist looked menacingly to the side. Right in front of him was the system notification window showing the characteristics, and Oliver received the first blow from the enemy for 62 damage. A moment later, the boy did not dodge the second blow of the Red Knight, receiving 61 damage. Putting his hand out, the protagonist blocked the third blow and received 65 damage. The system announced that the defensive shield was 4 out of 192, and his health bar had not decreased until the third attack. Immediately after that, Oliver would kick his opponent directly, while the system announced that he had received a specially activated skill of absolutely nullifying the third attack. With his mouth wide open in surprise, the great heir of the Empire could not believe that he had learned absolutely nullifying the third attack. Wiping the sweat from his mouth, the boy said that he knew that there was a nullification for this attack too, and Ash, flying next to him, stated that such a skill cannot be obtained just like that, and could not believe that he had received the nullification of the third attack because it should not exist at all. Standing right on his companion's head, the ghost asked if he did not think that this skill primarily depended on the defensive shield, and the latter, imagining a monster in his head, stated that no one alive could pass Rick's test, so it is not surprising that no one knows. Having said this, the protagonist squatted down. Joyfully looking at his friend, the great heir of the Empire asked if he was really going to rest, noting that it was right and that he needed it now. Then the ghost added that he was exhausting himself too much when he suddenly noticed that Oliver did not understand what he was talking about. Enraged by this, Ash began to get into the boy's head, saying that he was a scoundrel and was really thinking about anything else except becoming stronger, so he asked him to rest, and he asked him to stop. Immediately after this, the narration of the story is transferred in front of the forge on the 16th floor when the protagonist was climbing the stairs and the system notified about the advanced Skillstorm Charm Sword, showing its description. Looking at the system notification window, the ghost noted that it was easy to lift him now because he was in the process of organizing what he had absorbed, and now it would be harder with him. When Oliver opened the door with his hand and said that, as promised, 2 days had passed, so they would go to the forge, and the great heir of the Empire flying nearby added that he was able to raise it by 5% in just 2 days. This is a lot, so this result will be enough. Entering inside, the boy was very surprised, looking forward. Looking at Henry, who was still working, the protagonist asked if he really came too early. Distracted from his work, the blacksmith looked in his direction and gave a negative answer, noting that he was just in time and he had just finished. Extending a sphere of energy in his hand, Henry stated that he created it in its simplest form, and when combined, a transformation will occur and it will become stronger. Then he brought the sphere directly to Oliver's blade and asked to give him a weapon. Touching the sword, the sphere of dark energy suddenly split. A moment later, the power locked inside began to be absorbed directly into the blade, which greatly surprised the boy and his companion, while the system announced that this relic was a sword soaked in the blood of ancient ancestors, and showed its description and characteristics. Looking at the sword in surprise, the ghost asked what it meant to improve it so much, noting that in fact its attack power increased by 25. Surprised, examining his new blade, the boy said words of gratitude. Waving his hand, the blacksmith explained that this was an exchange, so there was no need for gratitude. With a look full of seriousness, Henry added that he would go down every 5 floors and it would be problematic to do more because he had a lot of work, and wished him luck. Immediately after your story, they are transferred to the 19th floor to the altar of Lucifer, to which Oliver came. The boy stood right in front of the altar, which emitted ominous energy. Staring ahead in fear, Ash said that he felt a strange gaze, and the protagonist standing next to him asked what it was because of curiosity and irritability. Then Oliver stretched his hand straight to the altar. His fingers slowly approached the skull. After a moment, he touched the altar, and the eyes in the skull sparkled. Suddenly, the prototype of Lucifer appeared, asking that he did not feel curiosity, and the boy, stunned by this, received notifications from the system that Lucifer was inviting him to his territory. The demon smiled widely, while the system notified that he accepted Lucifer's invitation. Staring ahead in shock, Oliver received notifications from the system that Lucifer's territory welcomed him. Being right in front of the demon's altar, the boy asked what it was because he could not see anything. A moment later, the protagonist found himself in Lucifer's domain on the carpet. Oliver was sweating from fear and looking ahead. Bowing before the demoness, the boy greeted the demon god, and she, sitting on the throne, declared that he himself bowed before her. Lowering his head, the protagonist, after a short pause, added that he was not so stupid as not to read the name of the location, and the demoness, hearing this, smiled broadly. Amanda, sitting on her throne, noted that this was not bad and asked his name. Raising his head slightly, Oliver said his name. Menacingly looking straight at him, the demoness declared that if he challenged her, she would smash his head. A moment later, dark energy enveloped the frightened boy. He looked away with fear in his eyes. Then Amanda dispersed her power and laughed, saying that she was joking and, of course, could not smash his head. Waving her hand, the demoness noted that many things irritated her. At that moment, Oliver grabbed his neck and his companion asked if he was okay. Remembering the image of Zack, the demoness said that he killed her poor servant, and she was not going to interfere because it was a fair fight. Continuing to sit on her throne, Amanda added that there was one more thing. Looking at the boy bowed before her, the demoness said that he came to her and asked if it was because of demonic energy. After her words, the protagonist lowered his gaze slightly. Remembering his past battles against demons, Oliver mused that demonic energy is necessary to use black magic, and he needs it to use fake fire, a skill he received after defeating Zack. Then the boy looked forward and gave a positive answer, adding that he wants to get demonic energy. Suddenly, he was very confused when Amanda said that he is a human. After her words, the boy changed his look to a more serious one. Releasing her dark energy, the demoness said that she was the god of demons and demonic energy and belonged to her subordinates. With a sly grin on her face, Amanda added that humans did not fall into this category. Continuing to bow right in front of her, the protagonist asked what it meant that she could not give a person demonic energy. Hearing this, Amanda put her hand forward, telling him that if he wanted to know if she could give him demonic energy, then the answer would be that she could. Oliver abruptly raised his head, asking that didn't she say that she could not give people this power. Pointing her finger straight ahead, the demoness explained that usually it was like that, but he received her power accordingly. While the two companions exchanged glances, Amanda added that the one next to him could not receive it. The boy enveloped himself in purple energy while the demoness explained that he could do it because he had a talent for controlling demonic energy, which surprised him greatly. Sitting on her throne, Amanda declared that everything had a price, and bowing his head before her, the protagonist asked her to name it. With a look full of seriousness, the demoness concluded that everything was simple. A moment later, a system notification window appeared right in front of Oliver, and Amanda asked him to help her protect her young lamb, and he asked that she really wanted him to help her ward. The notification window that landed right in front of him informed him that there was an additional task for something, and Lucifer, the demon god, wanted to help his child who was being persecuted, but she was in a world where demons couldn't interfere, so she wanted him to go there and help her child. Dumbfounded, reading the information in the notification window and the system, the boy clarified that she wanted him to go to another world. Amanda looked straight ahead with a stern look and gave a positive answer. The demoness created an image of a world next to her, asking if he had been to Khafren's world, and explained that this world was not destroyed like that one, so he had nothing to worry about. Amanda sternly clenched her hand into a fist, concluding that her poor lamb was being persecuted and suffering in a world that had lost faith in her, and she wanted him to take her to a safe place. Oliver listened to the demoness's order with a serious look. Getting up from the floor, the boy agreed to fulfill her request. Putting his hand in front of him, the protagonist added that in return he would have one more request, which greatly frightened his companion. Looking menacingly at him after hearing this, Amanda asked how he dared to ask a god for something without an appropriate payment. Crossing her legs, the demoness noted that normally she would smash his head. Sitting on her throne, the demoness asked him to speak because if it was something insignificant, she would ignore his request. The ghost looked at the boy in surprise, who was about to voice his request. Remembering his home planet, the protagonist asked the demon god if she knew anything about the invaders of his world. Hearing this, Amanda smiled widely. Releasing her dark energy outward, she stated that she would forgive him for asking her for something for free, and asked if he really wanted to know who they were, noting that if he completed her task, she would tell him the truth. Looking straight ahead with a serious look, Oliver stated that this would be enough. Immediately after, the demoness created a portal in front of him and said that it was good, and although it was problematic, she thought he should be told the basics. As the boy slowly walked towards the portal, Amanda explained that the world he would enter was called Beguseta, and that magic existed in this world, protected by dragons. Sitting on her throne, Amanda continued to explain that the world itself was of average power, but that it was protected by a certain person. Looking ahead with great displeasure, the demoness announced that the world was being watched over by Hammon. Imagining his image towering over the city, Amanda explained that he was the god of light born on this land. The protagonist covered his hand from the energy coming from the front. Standing right in front of the portal leading to another world, Oliver heard the words of the demoness, who declared that this is where he would go and wished him luck. A moment later, the boy was transported to another world, finding himself right in the middle of the forest. Looking up, he asked if this was really Biguset, noting that there was nothing like that in this world. Immediately after that, the protagonist slowly walked through the forest while its inhabitants were spinning around. Flying next to his companion, the great heir of the empire asked that it was not visible from the conductors of sin since the human form is the most common. Looking to the side, Oliver declared that everything was clear and very good to him, that no one would bother him here, while the system announced that a presence was available for detection. Floating in the air just above the boy, the ghost noted that it seemed nostalgia was not easy. Looking to the side, the protagonist noted that he was right. Then Oliver kicked the ground with great force. He soared into the air and headed forward, while the system notified that the skill was activated, a jump in the air. Menacingly looking down, the boy received notifications from the system that a presence was available for detection. The protagonist, looking down, noticed something there. Right below him, bandits were running after a girl, and Oliver said that there were people chasing a person. Looking closely, the boy saw that it was a she-devil and wondered if she was the child that the demon god spoke of. Standing next to him, Ash noted that judging by the dark clothes, it seemed like she really was a child of the demon clan. At this time, the she-devil quickly ran forward while the people chasing her told her to stop. Suddenly, an arrow hit the ground right next to her. The girl continued running forward without stopping. A moment later, a rope was around her leg. Turning back with fear on his face could not believe what had happened. Then the man pulled the lasso, and the devil fell right to the ground while he declared that he had caught her. The girl tried to cut the rope around her leg with a knife, and the man noted that it was no wonder that she could not be caught for 10 years. Looking straight ahead in fear, the devil heard the words of the man, who said that she was an excellent runner and a real professional at it. Hitting her with his hand, the adventurer asked for forgiveness from the princess, saying that for now she will have to sleep. Swinging his hand, the man declared that if they split the reward, they would each receive 100 gold coins. The archer standing behind him was wondering if that wasn't enough, and he turned around, asking what he meant by not enough, since he was talking about 100 gold pieces. The adventurer raised his hand, saying that he had already paid all the debts for the chase, taxes, and the bribe for silence. Moving his hand to the side, the archer stated that it would be enough for everyone to receive 90 gold pieces. He would take 190. Hearing this, the swordsman was very angry and asked what he was up to, and he, looking at him menacingly, stated that if he was against it, he should just die. Suddenly, Oliver appeared right behind the man and asked if he could come with them. Noticing this, the man quickly looked away. Instantly jumping back, he stated that the boy had scared him. The group of adventurers, looking at the protagonist, reasoned that he had dark hair and perhaps he was a demon, but this was impossible since his hair color was a little lighter. Then they asked who he was, and Oliver, enveloping himself in purple energy, wondered what it meant for the demon clan members to have black hair and stated that he had business with the horned girl. Gritting his teeth in displeasure after hearing this, the swordsman asked if he was really a thief who stole the prey of the demon hunters. Bringing his blade right to the devil, the man stated that they would not let him take her away from them. At the same moment, he received a punch right in his face. The other adventurers who saw this were extremely dumbfounded, their mouths wide open in surprise. Their companion flew right between them at great speed. Standing right next to Amanda's child, the boy heard questions about who he was and what was going on. At this time, the girl remained unconscious. Taking out his blade, the protagonist wondered why he didn't say that he had business with her. Blood and rubble were flying all over the area. The frightened warrior, lying on the ground, said that he would tell him everything. The man, very scared, said that he would tell him everything he knew, but asked, please, to spare him. Hearing this, Oliver looked menacingly straight at him. After some time, the boy listened to his opponent, sitting opposite him, and everything became clear to him. Looking straight at the man, the protagonist asked what it meant that 10 years ago they were given a revelation. Lowering his frightened gaze down, the man explained that it was so. Imagining his planet, the adventurer said that humanity and the demonic clan divided this world into 2 parts, and before this place was quite ordinary and everyone tried to coexist. Then, visualizing the image of Hammon, the god of light, he added that everything changed after his revelation. With the help of his power, he parted the earth and declared that it was necessary to kill demons. Immediately after that, armed men came forward in droves, raising their blades and fighting for Hammon. They left behind only wastelands strewn with corpses. 2 years later, the Demon King died and the war ended, with his crown lying right next to his throne. The man said that a reward had been set for hunting demons, so almost all of them had been destroyed, and Oliver looked at him silently, listening to all of this. Even the man pointed his finger straight ahead, talking about this girl. Turning back, the boy looked at her and heard the words of the adventurer, who declared that she was the last princess of the demon clan. Menacingly looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that she needed to be delivered to a safe place by order of the demon god. At this time, his face continued to be unconscious, lying on the ground, and Oliver, who finally understood everything, said that the man could go. Immediately after your story, they are transported to a small cave, near the entrance of which the boy was sitting. After some time, the girl inside woke up. Noticing that she had woken up, the protagonist told her that she could rest a little longer and asked why she had gotten up so early. The princess of the demon clan held her head, which was hurting. Looking out of the cave, the girl thanked him for saving her, but asked him to go back to where she came from. Looking down, the servant of the demon god said that she shouldn't be near her because she shouldn't exist in this world. Then she remembered how her little head was stroked. Visualizing her friends and subordinates who were fighting against humans on the battlefield, the girl stated that there was no one left. Oliver looked at her with a serious look. Tears appeared in her eyes, and she said that those she could call friends were killed. The acolyte of the demon god stood alone, as if under a ray of light. Moving her hand to the side, the girl stated that she was being pursued not only by hunters, but by extremely influential people. Suddenly pointing his finger back, the boy asked if he was really like that guy, which surprised the devil. Standing next to her savior, Amanda's servant looked ahead and asked who was there. At this time, a man was hiding right behind the bush. Noticing him, the girl was very scared. Coming out of hiding, the knight said that he finally found the princess, and he, of course, knew the approximate location, but he did not expect to find her so soon. Immediately after this, Lucy held out a dagger in front of her, asking how dare he do this when he swore allegiance to her father. Hearing this, the man grinned widely. Clenching his hand into a fist, the man declared that it was all in the past, and if you think about it, it was a terrible mistake. Then he rushed forward with great speed, declaring that he could not believe that he swore allegiance to some pathetic demon. In an instant, the warrior was right in front of Oliver. The girl, frightened, looked away and asked him to stop, explaining that he was nobody to her. Suddenly, a bright light spread throughout the area. The boy managed to block the enemy's attack with his weapon. The protagonist did not even open his eyes until the man realized what was happening. Oliver blocked his attack with the hilt of his blade. Then the boy hit him with his fist right in the face. The man was extremely surprised by the damage he received. The devil was standing behind the protagonist and was very dumbfounded by what happened. Looking at the man who jumped back, Oliver asked if he was still alive. Smirking, seeing this, the boy noted that he was quite good. Looking straight ahead with a menacing look, the warrior declared that he was an ordinary village upstart. A moment later, he entangled himself in blue energy. Seeing this, the team's servant was very scared. The protagonist, in turn, did not change his facial expression. The knight enveloped his blade in energy. At that moment, Oliver looked at the ghost flying nearby and asked if this was the same aura, and he did not understand how he understood it. Calling his opponent to himself, the boy said that he owned something similar and asked to attack. Hearing this, the warrior immediately rushed towards him with great speed. Rushing forward, the man thought that some village oaf was not his equal, and therefore he would finish him off, wishing death to the protagonist. At that moment, Oliver blocked the opponent's strike with his blade. Looking straight ahead at the parry of the blow, the man could not believe what had happened. Holding the man back, simply holding his sword in his hands, the boy said that he did not think that this was enough to break him. After his words, the warrior clenched his teeth in dissatisfaction. Then he released his blue energy. A moment later, the warrior rushed to attack straight towards Oliver. The man made his strike using all his strength. When his blade was right next to the boy, he only smirked. The man declared that he would kill him, while particles of blue energy rose above the forest. At this time, Lucy, who was standing behind and watching what was happening, was trembling with fear. Suddenly, she noticed something surprising in front of her. The warrior rushed past the boy and was very surprised, because he did not cause him any damage, while the system notified that the skill of nullifying the blow was activated. Dumbfounded, looking back, the man thought that his attack had definitely hit him. A moment later, he rushed to attack again, thinking that perhaps he was a mage, using some kind of time manipulation magic. Swinging his blade, the man concluded that this was impossible, because even the best archmage of the tower is not able to completely nullify, and like this, as he did. At this time, Oliver only put his hand forward, and the system notified that the skill of nullifying the blow was activated. Immediately after that, the warrior was very scared, realizing that his opponent was a monster, while the system promised that the skill Nullify Strike was activated. As if going crazy from what was happening, the man dealt a huge number of blows with his blade and could not believe that even the aura attacks did not work. Blocking his blows with his hand, the protagonist suggested that maybe it was worth seeing how strong the aura attack was, and it was not such a bad damage, while the system notified that it dealt 63 damage to him. Looking at the sword that was rushing towards him at an incredible speed, Oliver said that it was worth trying everything, and received notifications from the system that evasion was activated and he would avoid the next attack. After that, the man trembled with fear. Pointing his sword forward again, he wondered who he was. His sword pierced the boy's torso and did not penetrate further. Then the protagonist, with a look full of arrogance, declared that he was a messenger. While creating a magical spike out of ice, Oliver was talking about aura. Using his blade, the warrior cut that very spike. The rest of the few flew right past him. The man swung his blade at great speed, destroying all the enemy's attacks, and did not understand how a simple villager could be capable of such a thing. With a thoughtful look, the protagonist noted that it did not seem like it could be transformed somehow, and it did not seem like it gave any enhancements, and it was a simple group of cutting power, so there was nothing special about it. With a clearly tired look, the man at that moment asked his opponent what he was even muttering. Not giving into provocation, Oliver continued to think that, on the other hand, it would be nice to learn such a good attack. Immediately after that, he turned towards the ghost flying nearby and called out to him. With a thoughtful look, he asked if he knew anything about aura, and Ash, flying closer, gave a negative answer and explained that there was none in their world. Recalling the protagonist's home world, in the middle of which there is a staircase to the dungeon, the great heir of the Empire asked that isn't it possible to appreciate magic, aura, or monsters in it, because it is difficult to find people who have reached deep floors, and it is even more difficult to find those who own aura. Looking at the real warrior from the front, Oliver asked that maybe he should just ask him, and asked how he could study the aura. After hearing this, the man with a look full of fear called him a monster. Opening the system notification window, the boy stated that he was completely crazy and it seems that he will not get the information so easily, but perhaps this will help. Then he activated the passive special skill Manifest Oneself. Everything he created will become a phenomenon and will surround him. Surprised, looking at the system notification window, the protagonist noticed that there was a power button there and asked that, doesn't this mean that it needs to be activated, and why is it called passive then? Without thinking twice, Oliver pressed the power button. Immediately after that, an ominous aura appeared around him. Noticing this, the man was extremely scared. He saw how a prototype of a dark, ominous force appeared right behind the boy. An avatar of dark energy brought its hand right to the warrior. Opening the system notification window, Oliver said that he did not think it was worth using it and turned it off, not understanding how this skill could help at all because it simply put pressure on the enemy. Looking down, the boy wondered how to make him talk. At the same time, a very scared man begged for mercy and said that he would answer anything he wanted, any questions at all. The protagonist looked at the man kneeling in front of him in surprise, while the ghost flying next to him laughed, suggesting that he seemed to be having strong hallucinations. Oliver lowered his surprised gaze down and realized that this is how it can be used. Then he used his dark energy and asked to tell everything he knew about aura. Kneeling, the man said that aura is a skill that a swordsman masters, and externally, as he sees it, it is just a blue flame, and he also heard that upon reaching the highest level it turns white, but he has never encountered it in real life. With his arms folded across his chest, Oliver asked what its characteristics were, and the man replied that its cutting power was almost absolute. Holding his blade by the handle, the boy wondered if it could only be used on swords. Answering his question, the warrior imagined a spearman and a swordsman in his head, explaining that it could be used on any weapon, but it wasn't that simple. Holding the blade in his hands, the knight explained that, for example, his sword, and most would only be able to use the aura on a weapon they had handled their entire lives. But the higher the level, the more freely the aura could be used. Looking straight at him, the protagonist asked about his skill level and how much energy it consumed. Then the man replied that it didn't, which greatly surprised Oliver, who was standing in front of him. Raising his head a little higher, the warrior explained that although there was a limit to how much aura he could emit, there was practically no time limit, and only slight fatigue appeared. After hearing this, the boy thought about it, thinking that it sounded very useful, and asked how he could learn it. With his hand straight in front of him, the knight explained that there was no special way, and this power came to everyone on its own because everyone goes their own way. As if chained, the man imagined silhouettes of great warriors in his head and said that his testimony was not so deep and thought that it was worth turning to sword masters who knew the aura. Standing right in front of his defeated enemy, the protagonist said that he thought he understood at least a little, and asked what it meant. He would not be able to help him, and he gave a positive answer, wondering if this was all he wanted to know. Pointing his blade at him, Oliver said that this was all for now, and the man, bowing his head, asked to kill him and end his suffering so that he would die in peace, looking at him menacingly, and the boy agreed to this. When he brought his blade right to the warrior's head, he began to cry and spoke of great things. A moment later, blood began to splatter around the area, and the system announced that the enhancement of his spiritual energy was activated, and the difference between his soul and the enemy's soul was too great, so he would not receive anything for defeating him. Immediately after this story, we are transferred to the moment when the guys were sitting near the fire, and the protagonist asked the demon princess what her name was. Hugging her knees, the girl said her name and asked who he was. Poking around in the fire with a stick, Oliver said his name, declaring that he was her protector, which greatly surprised the devil. At the same moment, the ghost, remembering the image of Amanda, asked his friend not to say that he came there at the behest of the demon god, offering to lie to her. Looking away, hiding the truth, the boy said that several years ago someone from the demon clan came to him and gave all his wealth so that he would protect her. Open-mouthed in surprise, Lucy asked who it was, and he replied that he didn't know because he died as soon as he agreed. With a serious look, looking straight at her, the protagonist asked if she knew where in this world she could hide. Looking down, the girl explained that there was no such place. Imagining images of people hunting her, the devil declared that wherever she went in this world, everyone wanted to kill her. Getting up from his place after hearing this, Oliver said that he understood everything and announced that it was time for them to move on, because he was sure there were places where it would be at least a little safer than there. After some time, the guys set off. They passed through majestic mountains. Meeting bandits on their way, the protagonist destroyed them and asked where they even came from. As Oliver continued to walk through the forest, he remembered Amanda's words, saying that she wanted him to protect her young creation. He had an image of the demoness explaining that her demons were currently being persecuted and suffering in a world that had lost faith in her, and he had to take her to a safe place. As he continued to walk forward with Lucy, he wondered where that place was. Then the story shifted to when it was already dark, and the boys continued on their way. Sitting on her knees, the girl addressed the demons, God, asking for their blessings with salvation and peace, and the protagonist, looking at her, noted that she had great faith. After which Oliver, grabbing his blade, thought that it would be better to practice than to waste time. He closed his eyes and concentrated, pouring his energy into the blade. When the sun was already peeking out from behind the horizon, the boy, looking dumbfoundedly at his sword, said that nothing was working anyway. Looking back, the protagonist asked how long she had been watching him, and Amanda's servant sitting behind her answered that it had been about 2 hours. Putting her hands together, the girl asked what he was doing. Oliver answered that he was trying to learn aura. Looking at her protector, Lucy asked if he was really trying to learn aura and said that she thought he owned it, and he explained that he had come from far away and learned about it for the first time. After hearing this, Amanda's servant stood up on both feet, explaining that because of all this fuss, she had never thanked him. Bowing in an aristocratic manner, the girl said her name, declaring that she was a princess of demons, and sincerely thanked him. With a smile on her face, the deviless said Oliver's name. Looking at her puzzled after what happened, the boy explained that he was paid for it after all. At that moment, the great heir of the empire, looking ahead, told his companion that they had guests. Ahead, the protagonist noticed an old man together, who asked if that was where the demon princess was, and his subordinate gave a positive answer. Looking at the uninvited guests, Oliver asked if they were magicians, and the old man answered that he was a magician from the Malfry school, the great magic tower of Barmandor. With a smirk on his face, looking in their direction, the boy noted that at least someone other than hunters might even be able to get something. With great displeasure, looking straight ahead, the sorcerer asked if that was how he protected the princess and called him impudent. Releasing energy from his staff, the old man declared that they obeyed the god of light and were obliged to kill the demon princess, so he told him to kneel before him. At this time, Lucy hid behind her protector. Taking the dagger in her hands, she assumed that it seemed that he had sent down his oracle because Hammond wanted to destroy them all. Turning back, the protagonist noted that they were still stubborn and asked the girl to hide in the cave. Immediately after that, the battle began, where Oliver used his blade to scatter his opponents. With a deft swing of the sword, he managed to strike the sorcerer. Jumping back, the old man did not understand why their magic was powerless against some boy. Then he ordered everyone to retreat and use their skills together, and his subordinates obeyed and sent forward their spells of different elements. Oliver, swinging his blade, destroyed all their magic. Creating an ice arrow in his hand, which the system notified, the boy asked that this was really all they could do, even if they united. After releasing a huge amount of ice shards, the protagonist stated that it was weak. The wizards looked ahead in shock, unable to believe that he was using frost without casting a spell. A moment later, ice arrows were piercing people. The wizards jumped back, trying to avoid the frost shards. Stepping on the corpse of a sorcerer, Oliver asked that they call it frost, and it's not bad. After destroying all his opponents, the boy apologized, but he needed to protect the princess. At the same time, the system notified that the Prove Yourself skill was activated, and the protagonist was enveloped in purple energy while he stated that he was the only one left. Looking at the frightened old man, Oliver said that he didn't need to worry, he wouldn't kill him so quickly, and in return, he would tell him about magic. Immediately after this, the story moves to the moment when the guys continued their journey through the mountains, and the boy said that, according to the mage, in order to use magic in Biguset, you need to cast a spell. Walking along the path with his friends, the protagonist added that basic spells for assessing the terrain can only be used from the middle level. Creating an ice arrow in his hand, Oliver noted that a frost or ice arrow is a high-level magic from the School of Ice, and, of course, he expected this, but somehow too meagerly. Holding Lucy, who was clearly unwell, the boy asked how she was, asked for forgiveness because she was just a little dizzy. The girl lowered her exhausted gaze downwards, while the protagonist stuck his hand into his pocket dimension. The ghost asked how many years she had been constantly threatened with death like this, and said that he thought that because of such strong pressure she was already at her limit. After that, Oliver held out a bottle of potion in her direction and asked her to drink it. Obeying him, the devil immediately drank the contents of the flask. A moment later, she was enveloped in red energy and asked the master what it was. Waving his hand, the boy explained that it was a potion of restorative power, and he knew that it would help her. And the delighted servant Amanda asked why he gave her such a precious thing, while he explained that it was not so precious, so she could not thank. At that moment, she wondered how she could repay his kindness. Immediately after this narration, the story is transferred to the moment when the guys again set up camp and sat by the fire, and the girl said that it was steamed fish, and she experimented a little, but was not sure that it would be tasty, wishing bon appetit. Looking at the fried fish on sticks, Oliver said with admiration that it looked delicious, and the devil thanked him for such words because she had not cooked for a long time, but hopefully not all was lost. Putting her hand on her chest to listen, Amanda explained that when there was no war in this world, she loved to cook different dishes for her loved ones. Then she remembered all her friends and servants, and tears rolled down her eyes. Having bitten off a whole piece of fried fish, the boy asked what it meant. Hammond settled there less than 100 years ago. Sitting on the ground right in front of him, Lucy explained that it was like that before. In this world there was no culture of believing in one special god, and each region and clan had their own. Lowering her gaze downwards, the girl added that then a god was born in their world. Imagining Hammond in her head, towering right above the planet, she said that it was him. Ash, flying next to his companion, thoughtfully concluded that this meant that he was not even 100 years old. Noticing this, the protagonist asked if he remembered something, and he gave a positive answer. Imagining in his head the image of Hammond, who was in the middle of the wasteland with blades, the great heir of the empire noted that he had already said that all those who were originally gods had long since disappeared, and all the gods that existed today were descended from mortals who turned into superhumans. Oliver, with a look full of seriousness, continued to listen to his friend. Visualizing the god of light, who was shrouded in an unknown dark energy, the ghost stated that it meant that he was also mortal 100 years ago. Because gods are beings obsessed with their possessions, so one can say that he went to extreme measures. Imagining how wings appear on Hammond's back, Ash concluded that in the end, he ordered the extermination of the demon clan. Visualizing the god towering over his world, the great heir of the empire declared that this was the only way he could become a full-fledged god of Biguset. Looking at his friend after all that he had said, Oliver asked if the demon god should do nothing and let things slide, and he replied that this was the case, and that was why Amanda sent him to a world where she had no power. The ghost also added that no matter how strong the goddess was, it would be difficult for her to fight a god outside her territory. And even though the demon god was on a much higher level, this was still Hammond's territory, and the boy looking straight ahead understood everything. Imagining the images of the demon goddess and the god of light in his head, he recalled Amanda's words, who asked him to stop Hammond and protect Lucy, the princess of the demons. Then the boys continued to sit silently right in front of the fire. The protagonist looked straight at the burning fire in front of him. Visualizing the planet shrouded in red energy, the protagonist thought that if he completed this task, he would be able to learn about those who tried to destroy his home world, Earth. The leader of the night squad said that you just need to look at how many of them there are. Looking at the sorcerers standing in front, he asked that even an advanced level mage was with them. And what kind of amazing sight was this? A sight that could destroy a whole city with such a crowd. Majestic warriors along with ordinary knights and sorcerers stepped forward under the cries that the demon princess must be killed. Oliver, leaning his head on his hand, noticed that there were so many of them. Sitting on a small hill, the boy called out to everyone below. At that moment, a majestic sorcerer, standing in front of the entire squad, asked if it was really him, the guardian of the deposed princess. With a look full of seriousness, the old man asked him to retreat, because they only needed the princess and they did not intend to fight him. With his hands behind his back, the majestic sorcerer explained that they were there to carry out the will of the god of light and kill the demon princess. From his seat, the protagonist refused as he had his own reasons for protecting her and asked if they could spread rumors about him. The old man glared at him after hearing this, asking what rumors he was talking about. From the top of the demon extermination squad, Oliver asked that they had all gathered already, stating that the more people the better, while the warriors below did not understand what he was planning. Looking straight at them with an arrogant gaze, the boy told them to move forward as it would be easier and faster to get rid of everyone at once. The warriors right next to him asked what he had just said. While the warriors bowed their heads in anger, the sorcerer stated that he was still wet on his lips to be talking such nonsense. The red-haired swordswoman looked straight ahead with a dissatisfied look, while the majestic sorcerer asked if he was really playing the hero to become famous. Jumping down after hearing this, Oliver asked if he was hard to hear and asked them to attack together because he was too lazy to deal with each one separately. Immediately after that, he activated the ice arrow in his hand, intending to say something. With a look full of self-confidence, the boy declared that it just so happened that he needed to experiment with something. Grabbing their weapons, the strongest soldiers said that it was frost. In a moment, the entire battlefield was shrouded in cold. Standing next to the rest of the warriors, the majestic sorcerer declared that he was casting spells and therefore they needed to attack immediately. The knight in blue armor rushed forward and called him a traitor to God who must accept his death. He struck straight at the protagonist and said that this was his end. Looking forward, the majestic warrior was extremely dumbfounded, while the system announced that the strike nullification had been activated. Then the entire battlefield was covered in even more frost, and the other warriors did not understand what had happened. The knight, looking forward, with a surprised look, declared that he was absolutely sure that he had pierced him with his sword. While Oliver confidently looked straight ahead, the old man said that it was enough to stand like idiots and that it was time to attack. Immediately after this, several warriors struck straight at the boy who was standing still, who continued to activate a huge number of ice arrow spells, and the majestic sorcerer gave the order to continue attacking. Rushing forward, the soldier declared that great, and the attacks began to happen. Striking straight at the motionless protagonist, he declared that this was his end, and the system announced that the strike nullification had been activated. Continue to raise his hand up, Oliver activated the ice arrow. His spell combined together, turning into an ice sphere, and the system notified that the ice arrow was activated. When the system notified that the last hit nullification was activated, the boy, fighting off the arrows, said that he knew that without an aura, it was useless. At that moment, several warriors fell straight to the ground from exhaustion. The soldier in armor, his mouth open in surprise, looked forward. The army of warriors looked at the huge ice sphere located directly above the protagonist's head and said that there were dozens of frost. With an arrogant look, Oliver explained that this is why he loves such open places. Enveloping everything around with frost power, he added that you can endlessly experiment on them. Then the boy raised his hand above his head. A moment later, the protagonist clenched his hand into a fist. Immediately after that, the sphere began to disintegrate into small pieces, and the system promised that the ice granule was activated. Enveloping themselves in dark energy, the sorcerers could not believe that there was so much ice in this sphere. At that moment, Oliver lowered his hand down, and the system announced that the magical acceleration was activated. At that moment, a huge sphere of ice fell straight to the ground and rushed towards the warriors. Some of them were frozen alive. The great sorcerer, along with other soldiers, was thrown back, and they did not understand what was happening. The entire battlefield was strewn with frost mages and ice fragments. The old man, with a stunned look, looked straight ahead, sitting on the ground. He was very scared, looking ahead, not understanding what was happening here. Right in front of him, all the soldiers were covered in ice, and the majestic sorcerer noticed that there seemed to be a dragon raging there. At the same time, Oliver came closer to his defeated enemy and said that although it took a lot of time to prepare, it was still very useful. Waving his hand, he asked if he really wanted to continue. Hearing this, the old man trembled with fear, looking at him. Then he abruptly got up from his place and ran forward with his subordinate. His cries for help were heard throughout the forest. Having reached the city, the old man called him a monster who guards the princess, and he is the incarnation of a dragon. After everything that happened, the protagonist, along with his friends, continued on his way forward, and Lucy, who was walking behind, turned to him, asking if everything will be okay. Hearing her question, the boy looked at her in surprise. The girl said with a slightly puzzled look that she meant those mages, because they would definitely spread rumors about him all over the world, and he would be declared a traitor to Hammon. Standing in place, the protagonist said that it was not a problem, because that was exactly what he needed. Looking back, Oliver said that he was expecting them to come, and the Devilis, looking at him in surprise, asked the gentleman what was going on. Turning around with a smile on his face, the boy said that the previous guys had greatly disappointed him, but he thought these ones would be good. Right in front of him, he immediately saw silhouettes of people. The ghost flying nearby laughed and noted that everything seemed to be going according to his plan, and rumors about him were spreading at a terrifying speed. The unknown warriors slowly walked forward. Noticing the enemy, they bared their blades. A squad of 4 soldiers was approaching the protagonist. The servant Amanda was very scared. Looking at them, they say that these people are sword masters. With a clearly displeased look, looking straight ahead, the guy with blue hair asked what all the trouble was to get here, and there are only 2 of them. While the red-haired soldier standing in front asked that she was a princess of demons, and this one next to her was her protector. At that moment, Lucy turned towards Oliver, saying that he needed to run quickly because he couldn't handle them, because they were elite sword masters with an aura, and besides, there were 4 of them. The girl continued to say that no matter how strong he was, she didn't think he would succeed, when suddenly she saw something approaching her. Having put her to sleep, the boy held the devil and said that she needed to sleep for now. Then he carried her to a nearby cave. Having done this, the protagonist went outside and heard the question whether he had finally finished with the greeting. The leader of the elite swordsmen noted that although it was more of a farewell, Oliver, who was standing in front of them, said that he appreciated it. The boy sighed heavily and said that it was hard to put her down, so there was no need to wake her up with your screams. The red-haired boy looked straight ahead and called him young. Looking straight at the protagonist, he said that he couldn't believe that they had to call the 4 of them because of him. The white-haired swordsman stepped forward and asked what he really thought, that he had come there of his own free will. The blue-haired soldier, looking menacingly to the side, asked him to stop crying because it was a direct order from Daya. Looking at Oliver, who was standing in front of them, he added that God wanted them to kill the demon princess, her dog. The man with the huge sword, slightly tilting his head to the side, asked how he dared to protect the princess because it was very brave, and the red-haired boy asked him to step aside. A moment later, he would draw his blade and say that he would begin. Enveloping himself in his energy, the warrior would state that he had heard of him. As the boy glared straight at him, he would add that he had heard that he could nullify his enemy's strikes. At that moment, the red-haired boy glared at his opponent. Controlling the swords that were flying right next to him, the warrior was about to see how many times he could do it. Then, blue energy began to float in the air, and a statement was made that he would face their sword masters personally. Several swords rushed forward at great speed, and the system promised that the nullification of the first strike was activated. When the blade pierced Oliver's body, the system announced that the nullification of the second strike was activated. The flying swords continued to attack the boy, when the system announced that the nullification of the third strike was activated. The protagonist did not have time to dodge the blade's strike, and it struck him, after which the system notified that 52 damage had been received. With his arms folded in front of his chest, the red-haired guy assumed that, apparently, his limit was 3 dodges, and that was nothing special. At the same time, Oliver looked at his wound, thinking that the attack of the sword covered in aura had dealt him 52 damage. It was not a big difference. Immediately after that, the warrior rushed forward, asking to show his strength, like when he got rid of those magicians. The red-haired guy struck with his blade, which the boy reflected, and asked that means he can only use that skill 3 times, and what will he do now? Menacingly looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that his swordplay was not much different from that adventurer from the 20th floor. Jumping back, Oliver thought it would be easiest to knock him out with magic. A moment later, 3 blades were stabbed into the ground in front of him, and the boy managed to jump back. With a serious look, he thought that if you think about it, swords covered in aura are more of a skill than swordsmanship, which is very surprising. Then, the protagonist suddenly rushed forward. A moment later, he crossed swords with his opponent. After that, the red-haired boy was thrown back a little, and Oliver continued his onslaught. The warrior gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction after what happened. The blue-haired knight, who was watching all this from the side, asked if he was really a mage, and his companion, who was standing next to him, added that he was also quite good with a sword. With a serious look, looking straight ahead, Oliver thought that his swordsmanship was so-so, which could not be said about his aura. Still standing right in front of his opponent, he reasoned that if he leveled up to the point where his aura could take shape, he would be able to freely increase his attack power without wasting stamina. Realizing this, the boy smirked, saying that he was not bad. Seeing this, the red-haired boy became very angry and pointed his blades forward. At the same moment, the protagonist used the skill acceleration and pushed off the ground. Noticing this, the warrior was extremely dumbfounded. Oliver rushed forward at great speed, destroying the enemy's blades. When the system notified that acceleration was activated, the boy smashed all of the red-haired boy's weapons with his blades. With his mouth wide open in displeasure, the warrior did not understand where he came from and why he was protecting some demonic spawn. At this time, his companions watched everything that was happening from the side in fear. The protagonist soared into the air right in front of the red-haired boy and was preparing to strike. With a menacing look, Oliver declared that he had come from the labyrinth to fulfill the client's request. Looking at the blade approaching him, the warrior did not understand what he had just heard. A moment later, the boy struck his sword directly at the enemy. After receiving damage, the red-haired boy was defeated. Having accomplished his plan, the protagonist looked menacingly straight ahead. Looking at the system notification window, he read the information that the spiritual enhancement was activated, and he had received the passive skill sword proof, assuming that, apparently, with such a level of spiritual power enhancement, he can finally get it. At this time, two great swordsmen looked straight at him with fear. Enveloping themselves in energy, they declared that he was much stronger than them. Releasing his blue snake, the white-haired swordsman noted that therefore it would be impossible to call them cowards. They looked at Oliver, who stood with his back to them. Suddenly looking at them with a menacing look, the boy said that the main thing is that they should not regret drawing their swords. Immediately after that, the sounds of battle spread throughout the area. After some time, the protagonist sighed heavily, saying that he was in pain. Turning his back to the defeated opponents, he said that he was very tired. The notification window of the system notified that the protective barrier was at 0 and stamina was also slightly spent. Suddenly, Oliver heard someone behind him say that he was a monster. Raising his hands up, the blonde man explained that the four of them could conquer an entire kingdom. With a small smile on his face, he surrendered, because he wanted to live, and said that if he tried to kill him, he would fiercely resist, but it would be great if he showed mercy, because he would do anything for it. Hearing this, the boy looked menacingly straight at him. The protagonist pointed his finger back, telling him to get rid of them first, because he needed a place where the God of Light would see them in all their glory, so he needed his help. Hearing such a request, the blonde man was very puzzled. Looking at his defeated allies, he said that all this was complete horror. Looking to the side with a little fear, the warrior noted that he was incredibly strong. At this time, an unknown person was watching everything from behind the bushes. They say that he finally found the princess. The demon in the cloak began to cry, talking about their princess Lucy. After some time, a certain silhouette appeared from the cave. It was a girl who was going outside and wondering where Mr. Oliver had gone. Suddenly, she was very surprised, looking to the side when she heard the question that she had already woken up. Running up to him, the devil asked where he had been, and he explained that he had to take care of a couple of corpses. Looking at Amanda's servant hugging him, the protagonist asked what was going on. A blonde man standing next to him said with a smile on his face that it was a very cute sight, and Oliver asked him to shut up. At that moment, Lucy noticed a warrior standing next to them and grabbed the blade, and he said that they had not seen the princess for a long time. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the blonde man said that she could not worry because he was not there for her soul. Grinning happily, the warrior declared that he had simply gotten lost. Then the boy, looking at his companion, asked if they really knew each other. Puzzled by the sideways glance, the demon princess gave a positive answer, explaining that he sometimes visited them when their father was alive, and so it means they are also hunting for her. Putting his hand in front of himself, the warrior gave a positive answer, saying that he then got lost and certainly was not going to demand revenge, so she did not need to worry. Looking straight at the majestic swordsman, the protagonist stated that he was too devious to be an executor of God's orders. With a smirk on his face, looking back at him, the blonde man assumed that perhaps Hammon was their main god, but he did not have much faith in him. Besides, he was sure that he left him alive for a reason, and asked what the reason was. With a look full of seriousness, Oliver stated that he himself knew everything, and he was very interested in the aura. Standing still, the guy said that with his level it was already possible to learn the aura. Asked what he was saying, he did not learn. Standing by the tree, the protagonist answered that after all, he was from another world, to which he repeated. The guy looked surprised and asked that he was really from that labyrinth created by the Archmage, to which he asked what he knew about him. Putting his hand to his face, he added that then, although he could be wrong, he did not think he could learn, to which the protagonist asked again. The man held a weapon in his hands. It was heard that they said that aura is a power granted by the god of swords. He chooses the world and rewards it with his power, which means that the inhabitants whom he did not choose will not be able to learn aura without his permission. Looking at the notification, Oliver thought that the god of swords. The guy lowered his head and said that he was sorry, but most likely he will not be able to learn aura. The protagonist raised his eyebrows. Looking straight ahead, he said that no, I am sure he can. He has received this right. A message appeared that the permanent skill is the way of the sword. He has received permission to begin his way of the sword. A view of the sky opened up. The sun set behind the horizon. The man swung his sword. Looking at his hand, the protagonist said that seriously, you just need to swing the sword. It was a shame he left him alive. Looking at him in surprise, the guy asked what he should do now, to which Oliver replied that he no longer needed him. He could go. Putting his hand to his face, the guy thought about it. He grinned and said that if he didn't mind, he would prefer to stay with him. Charlie closed his eyes and added that he was curious, wanted to see how he would learn the aura, to which the hero asked what for, and he replied that if he was afraid that he would somehow harm the princess, he could swear that he would not touch her. The girl looked at the protagonist and said that it was up to him to decide. She didn't mind. Stretching his hand forward, Oliver said that it was fine, but then they would do the following. The guy looked at him in surprise and asked what was tingling in his heart. He froze. A notification appeared that Oliver was offering to sign a contract with him. He could not harm them in any way. The hero extended his hand forward and said that it was a temporary contract, according to which he could not harm them. He could go with him if he agreed. Looking straight ahead, Charlie asked that the power of the labyrinth could do such a thing for all occasions. Grinning, he added that it was interesting. A message appeared that the contract was accepted. The protagonist swung his sword. He swung the weapon sharply. The guy opened his eyes wide and said that it was amazing. Standing behind the hero, he added that it was already the third day, and he still swung the sword for 22 hours. Looking to the side, Oliver asked why no one was hunting them, said that before it was hard to breathe, and now there was silence. Standing in front of him, Charlie said that there were only 8 sword masters in this world. 4 of them went after him, but they all fell from his hand. He thinks that after this there will be madmen who will look for him. Looking to the side, the hero said that well, it is logical, then it is better to continue training. The girl looked at the glow. People walked in front of her, and she asked who it was. The demon, looking straight ahead, turned to the princess. Lucy looked at him in surprise. Looking straight ahead, the man said that they were greeting her highness. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes and she said that he was alive. Havern knelt down on one knee and said that he managed to escape while the castle was burning. Let him forgive him, they betrayed her to survive. Rushing forward, the princess said that it did not matter, the main thing was that they were alive. Grinning, she added that it was fortunate that she was not alone. Turning around, the hero said that they should be left alone. Lightning flew around the sword. The protagonist swung the weapon. He pulled the sword to the side. Turning his head, he asked that he had reached the limit, said that he would continue to work on it on the way. Rushing forward, he added that until he finally learned the aura. Charlie watched him. Raising his head, he thought that he had felt the aura already on the 4th day. Raising his eyebrows, the guy added that it was the power of the labyrinth, and then said that the more he looked, the more impressed he became. A view of the dark sky opened up. Kneeling, the man said that thank you very much. He risked his life to protect the princess. Oliver closed his eyes and said that he had already been paid for it, so it was okay. Looking straight ahead, Havern said that thank you and asked if they should return to their lands. Smirking, Lucy asked that he would go with them, to which he replied that since they were going, then he should too. Looking straight ahead, the man said that it was a secret place to bring a stranger there. Stretching her hands forward, the princess said that she should not worry. He protected him. She was sure they would become friends. Looking at her, Havern replied that such was her will. He closed his eyes. Looking away, the girl turned to Charlie, to which he asked that since it had come to the feeling of an aura, then it was time for him to go. Yes. Waving his hand, he added that in that case it was time to say goodbye. He would be glad to meet again, to which the hero replied that as he wanted. The guy waved his hand. Pulling out a token forward, the man said that he asked to take it. The girl looked at it. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that it was made of a dragon's fang and would help hide them from the sight of God. Let him take it too. It was written that an accessory made of a dragon's fang, a dragon protecting the world, blocks the interference of superhumans. They walked along the gorge. Grinning, Ash said that who would have thought that he would wave a sword all the way? Damn maniac. Asked that it was an aura. Interesting. Flying up, he added that although he received permission for the sword path from that hairy idiot, he did not think that he would really succeed, to which Oliver asked that although it does not consume mana, there is still a certain limit. Yes, particles appeared around the sword. A message about the aura skill appeared. Looking straight ahead, the man said that they had arrived. Turning around, he added that he wanted to tell them later so as not to shock them so much. The hero looked straight ahead. The man looked at him and said that there, on the mountain covered with autumn leaves, a dragon lives. The protagonist looked in surprise and asked that a dragon lives on the mountain. He heard that he was welcome, greeting them. Looking straight ahead, Oliver thought that this voice, apparently, only he could hear it. The hero raised his eyebrows, hearing that the traveler who set foot on these lands, following the will of the goddess of demons. Stretching his hand forward, the man said that they had arrived. They lived in this village. The protagonist looked away. The view of the village opened up, and it was heard that many had already died or fled, so there were only 50 of them left. Havern smirked and said that the village was a bit run down, but they would give them the best hut for the duration of their stay. Holding the box in his hands, the boy turned to the princess. The girl looked surprised when she heard that he was welcome. The villagers standing in front of her heard how glad she was that they had survived, to which the girl replied that they were so happy when they heard that she was coming. Lucy's eyes widened and she said that they had all survived. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that now was not the time for that. The princess smirked and said that they needed to be introduced. This man had brought him here. Suddenly, she exclaimed in surprise. The protagonist disappeared and she turned to him. A view of the village opened up. Flying after the hero, Ash asked if he was sure that it was worth flying like that at breakneck speed. Frowning, he added that he felt incredibly strong. Oliver looked away, stopping. He said that he was indifferent to demons, so he doubted that he would attack him. The protagonist looked straight ahead. He stood in front of the entrance to the cave. The protagonist entered it. Looking up, the ghost asked what was imagining or his power was almost equal to God's, to which Oliver replied that here they came, and then thought that incredible energy, even 100 of his kind could not kill him. The hero frowned. He looked in surprise, hearing that he was greeting. He came here by the will of the goddess of demons. The protagonist stood in front of the dragon. A message appeared that he met with a golden dragon. Looking straight ahead, he asked that he hoped he would not kill him, following God's will. Looking at him, the dragon replied that he would never. Mountains appeared. It was heard that this had nothing to do with the gods, and no one would dare to raise a hand against the children of the demon goddess who had settled in his lands. The demon lowered his head. It was said that he had called him here only to satisfy his last curiosity. Raising his head, the protagonist asked again. Chains appeared in front of the dragon. It was heard that he was a dragon protecting the land. The dragon lowered his head and said that that was why he had always been interested in the place created by the archmage, where the gods and goddesses lived. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that the great labyrinth. Frowning, he asked that he should stop, what he meant by the ladder. The dragon looked at him. The girl opened her eyes wide. It was said that the young demon goddess was now furious. The man stretched out his hand forward. It was heard that especially at the man who was trying to kill her people. The demon lowered her head. It was said that she would tear this world to shreds with her own hands, and was waiting now only because her people were still here. She closed her eyes. It was heard that as soon as they were saved, the world would end. Oliver frowned. Looking straight ahead, the dragon said that he was grateful for satisfying his curiosity. The hero looked at him. The dragon's claw fell off, and he said that since he was the first mortal he had ever seen. The protagonist stretched out his hand forward, hearing that here was a small gift for him. If he found someone who knew how to handle it, it would be very useful to him. The dragon raised his head up and said that now it was time for them to say goodbye. He thought this was their first and last meeting. It was time for him to go get ready. Looking up, Oliver asked what to get ready for. Looking straight ahead, the dragon said that for his last battle. Suddenly the monster disappeared in front of him. A view of the cave opened up. The girl closed her eyes and asked where he had gone, saying that she had thought he had decided to leave without saying anything. People were standing in the middle of the village. The hero looked away and said that he simply needed to meet someone. The man held out his hand and asked what was going on, saying that he had also thought they had left, to which he replied that she shouldn't worry, that he would tell her when he decided to leave. The man looked at her in surprise and asked why they were staying here. Looking at him, the protagonist replied that they most likely were, and then thought that if it were safe for Lucy, the task would have already been completed. The demon closed his eyes, and he added that it was too early to leave. Holding out his hand, he said that he would then go prepare a room for him. Raising his hand, Habern added that since he had protected the princess, it was necessary to thank him properly. A view of the village opened up. Someone knocked on the door, and it was heard that it was Lucy. Opening the door, Oliver asked what was going on. The girl grinned and asked why she didn't want to drink with him, to which the hero replied that of course, let him come in if he wanted. Sitting on the bed, he asked where the wine was from, to which Lucy replied that she had asked Habern for a bottle. Pouring the wine, she said that they had made it through a lot of trial and error. That was all they could offer for now. Let him try it. Drinking, the hero said that of course. He looked at her in surprise. Notifications appeared that a poison check was starting. The check had failed. He had been poisoned. He would lose 5 health units every second. Looking at the girl, the protagonist thought that such wine was normal for demons. Maybe it was only poisonous to humans. Closing her eyes, the girl said that thank you very much. Only thanks to him she was able to find a family again. Even though he said that he had been paid for it, she still felt like she was in his debt. Holding a mug of wine in her hands, she added that therefore, if he wanted, he could stay here to live with her. Crossing his arms, Oliver told her not to talk nonsense. Looking at her, he added that he would have to leave, and she would stay here, let her live here in peace, find someone who would make her happy. That would be the best reward for him. Lucy's eyes widened, asking him to return to the labyrinth. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that this was the only place suitable for him. He stood leaning against a tree. Looking away, the ghost said that he had noticed this before, but he was a wimp, to which he was told to shut up. Looking at the notification, the protagonist heard that he had been poisoned. Everything was fine now, to which he replied that yes, it was written about a protective barrier and health. Looking down, Oliver said that it was true. The barrier had worn out by 150 points, and the quest was still not over. Looking to the side, he heard what it meant, and it was not safe for her here. The protagonist looked in surprise and wondered what this energy was. Looking at the sky, he heard something coming, to which he replied that well, yes, when everything was so simple. The creature flew forward rapidly. A bright beam hit the ground. The protagonist jumped sharply to the side. He closed his eyes and activated the evasion skill. Oliver, looking straight ahead, said that he was not one of the quiet ones. He encountered an angel. The angel pressed his lips. He raised his sword. A message appeared that his opponent was superior to him in strength. Looking straight ahead, Oliver said that great, he supposes the quest will end with his death. Holding the weapon in his hands, he added that well then go ahead, let him attack. The girl ran through the village. Holding a bottle in her hands, she asked that Mr. Oliver apparently cannot stay. Yes. Frowning, the demon said that so this is where she was. Lucy turned to him in surprise. Taking a step forward, she asked what they were all doing here, to which Habern replied that they were waiting for her. Looking straight ahead, he said that they needed to know something, asked that he drank all the wine. The girl, widening her eyes, replied that well, a little. Clenching his fist, the guy said that it was a relief, they were saved, to which the girl asked what they meant. Lucy opened her eyes in fear. Turning her head, she thought there was an explosion. Frowning, the girl shouted what they were doing, let him run quickly. They were hunters after all, we need to call the master quickly. Lowering his head, the demon said that he should calm down. Stretching his hands forward, Lucy asked what, why, to which the demon laughed. Grinning, Habern said that they notified him only a day ago, and he already sent an angel. Frowning, the girl asked if they had really abandoned the demon goddess. Standing before her, the demon said that they were tired. The girl objected, hearing that all this time they had brought any sacrifices to the demon goddess, but over time there was no strength left, and in return they had not received a word of comfort from the goddess. Pointing to the side, the demon said that he should look at this village. A view of the building opened up. It was heard that their great state had fallen, and now they were doomed to live in this hole where even the rain could not save them. He frowned and shouted that only a name remained of their appearance, and that they were doomed to begin each day not with a prayer, but with despair. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes, and she said that they still thought Hammond would spare them. He would kill everyone anyway. Particles appeared on his hand, and Habern said that everything would be fine. Raising his hand, he added that from now on they would no longer be demons. Didn't she know, after releasing what was inside them, it would be difficult to call them demons. The boy began to cry and apologized to the princess. With wide eyes, the girl said that they had all betrayed the goddess of demons. A bright beam struck the ground. The protagonist frowned. The angel held the sword with both hands. The grass bent from the wind. A message appeared that he had activated the skill of zeroing the first blow. The protagonist looked at the angel. Taking a step forward, he said that it was so annoying. Notifications appeared that he had activated the skill of zeroing the second blow. He had activated the skill of zeroing the third blow. He had received 5 units of damage. Looking straight ahead, Oliver thought that one of the few downsides of zeroing the attack is that it is activated even when it is not particularly needed. Then, a glow appeared around him. Messages appeared that he had activated the thirst for battle. He had activated contempt for the strong. The hero rushed forward, thinking that a couple of buffs and skills to confront stronger opponents. A message appeared that he had activated an impartial duel. He pulled out his weapon in front of him. A notification appeared that he had activated the Sword of the Storm of Scars, the first sword, the Fang of the Wolf. Swinging his sword, the protagonist thought that the damage from the attack should be enough now. The angel looked at him. He held the sword in front of him. A notification appeared that he dealt 0 damage to the Angel of Hammond, to which he asked again. Looking to the side, Oliver asked that even the Wolf's Fang with strength buffs could not deal damage. Apparently he would have to sweat. Frowning, the ghost shouted at him to be careful. The angel raised his sword up. Suddenly, he dealt an attack to the hero. The hero gritted his teeth and said that he was a damn bastard. A notification appeared that he had dealt 420 damage. Holding the weapon in his hands, the protagonist asked that it seemed like it was time to test it. He said that great, the aura should increase the attack power. A glow appeared around his feet. Suddenly, he rushed forward and activated acceleration. A purple beam appeared. A notification appeared that he dealt 59 damage to the Angel of Hammond. The hero swung his weapon. A message appeared that he dealt 51 damage to the Angel of Hammond. Looking straight ahead, he thought, great, now he is sure the aura has a penetrating power. The angel looked at him. He suddenly extended his hand forward. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. He dodged his attack. Bright beams flew around him. The angel extended his hand to the side. Frowning, Oliver asked, what? He is not such a weakling, huh? Jumping up, he added that he was probably going to finish him off. A devastating explosion occurred. A barrier appeared around them. Looking to the side, the hero said that it was annoying. A message appeared that he activated a forced battle. Then he activated an air jump and said that he cannot defeat him. Do you understand? He still has things to do. Suddenly, the protagonist activated a powerful blow. Grinning, the demon said that he should help her protect her child, bring her to a safe place. A bright light emitted from the barrier. A notification appeared that he had activated consecutive attacks. He had dealt 113 damage to the Angel of Hammond. Frowning, the angel said that he should save her. Frowning, the protagonist said that he would go further, so he should go away. He extended his weapon forward. Notifications appeared that he had leveled up. He had defeated the messenger of God. He had obtained the permanent skill of antitheism. He had gained divine power. A huge explosion occurred. Clutching her face, the demon said, "No, Master Oliver." Standing behind her, the man said that it was over. A mortal could never defeat the messenger of God. He grabbed her hand and added that she was destined to become their victim. Standing in front of the girl, Habern said that she should not resist her fate, to which she replied that she should let her go. Tears appeared in her eyes, and the girl heard that the demon goddess was asking to save him, to which she thought that the demon goddess had really abandoned her. Lowering her head, she heard that he should let her go. Looking straight ahead, the man said that he was. The girl looked at the hero in surprise and turned. With wide eyes, the demon asked how he was. Did the god's messenger really lose? Standing in front of him, the protagonist answered that yes, he had defeated the angel Hammond, and what were they going to do now? Continue living as if nothing had happened. Looking to the side, he added that the price of betraying the demon goddess was very high. Standing in front of him, the demon laughed. He closed his eyes and said that someone like that had come a little earlier, everyone would have been. The girl opened her eyes in surprise and asked what they were doing. The demons held weapons in their hands. The man raised his sword above his head and apologized. Lucy looked forward in fear. She fell to her knees and screamed. Looking at the demons, the girl asked what happened, why her people, why Habern. Lucy, wiping away her tears, said that now she really was alone. Looking at her, the hero asked that she still believed in her goddess. The girl lowered her head down. Tears were streaming down her face. She smirked slightly. Raising her head, the girl said that yes, she still believed. She believed that she was watching over her. The protagonist frowned, hearing that it was stupid, really. Standing next to her, he answered that it was not at all. Looking to the side, Oliver asked what kind of energy, and the ghost asked that the goddess of demons really decided to personally descend. The demon hugged Lucy and turned. The girl opened her eyes wide and asked again, hearing that let her forgive her and thank her. Looking at him in surprise, Lucy asked what the goddess of demons was. The goddess smirked and said that thanks to her, when everyone despaired and decided to betray him, only she believed until the very end. The demons were lying on the ground. It was heard that she knew how important such an act was for the god. Looking straight ahead, Ash said for the god to descend personally. The girl widened her eyes and asked what would happen to those who renounced her, to which she replied that nothing would return to her. Looking straight ahead, she heard that neither their souls nor their bodies, nothing would remain. The thought appeared that this meant that they would be abandoned here forever. Sitting on the ground, Lucy asked if she could at least take their souls into her arms. Looking to the side, the goddess said that she understood. Reaching out her hand, she added that in that case, go ahead. Widening her eyes, the ghost said, "Wow." The demon raised his head up. The demons began to revive. The people looked up in surprise. The hero walked along a long road and said that the castle of the demon goddess. Looking to the side, he added that they had returned. A notification appeared that the additional task was completed. The demons stood with their backs to each other. A thought arose that where could Lucy be safe at all, if you think about it? There was no such place even in the whole of Biguset. But if you think about it, it immediately becomes clear that the safest place for demons is next to their goddess. Sitting on the throne, the goddess said that he had completed the task. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked that this was her plan from the very beginning. If she could condescend, then why not do everything herself? Stretching her hand forward, Amanda said that it was necessary to wait for the right moment. If in the whole world there was only one person left who believed in him, there was no need to worry about the consequences. The protagonist stood in front of the angel. He extended the weapon forward. It was heard that and when Hammond sent it against the angel, she finally had a chance to condescend. Thanks to him, everything went as it should. Looking straight ahead, Oliver asked that in that case, now it's all over. Grinning, the goddess said that of course not. He was very good, too much. The hero looked surprised, hearing that so that he could enjoy the show, and the ghost asked that outer space. The protagonist widened his eyes, hearing that he should take a look. Flying in front of him, Amanda said that this is Biguseta. In this world there are no more of her people. Stretching her hand forward, she added that so now she can do whatever she wants, asked if that's right. The ghost looked surprised and asked that demonic energy was enveloping the planet. The planet began to collapse, and the man shouted that this is his world, this is his place. Looking at him, the girl answered that he was right, now his. The hero looked straight ahead, amazed. The demon goddess stretched out her hand and said, so let her die with him. She clenched her fist tightly. The man opened his mouth wide. Black rays flew around him. Amanda grinned and said, that's it now. The ghost, looking down, said that the star had died. A view of space opened up. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that she really was a monster, like an adult with a child. No, the difference between them was too great. She could have done all this without his help, and then asked if she really needed him. Sitting in front of him, the girl answered that if she had simply destroyed that world, she would not have been able to take back what was hers. Lowering her head, she added that souls, life, will, all of this would have been lost, and she did not like that. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked what she meant by hers, Lucy. The demon closed her eyes. She heard what exactly. Thanks to him, she was able to return her unharmed. Amanda grinned and said that this poor child, and grateful, everyone betrayed her and made her suffer, but she did not lose faith in her. He saved her. She raised her eyebrows. Oliver looked down in surprise, hearing that he was not bad at all. It was time to express his gratitude. Since he had fulfilled her request so well, she would reward him properly. The hero looked down. A notification appeared that he had received demonic energy. He had learned black magic. The ghost looked up in surprise and asked, What? A person who owns black magic is impossible. The protagonist looked away, hearing that he should check the status window. The hero's characteristics were shown. It was heard that the amount of demonic energy increased just like everything else. Increased the level, received energy. Stretching her hand forward, Amanda asked what? But this amount will not be enough, so here is another gift for him. Oliver looked down. He looked at his hand. A notification appeared that he had received the skill of capturing darkness. The hero clenched his fist. It was heard that after each kill his demonic energy would grow. He already had a similar skill. After all, the achievement of being honored by the goddess of demons appeared. The protagonist's eyes widened, and he heard that if he prayed to her, he would be able to better understand black magic. Precious items appeared. It was heard that, of course, not for free, like the god of magic, she requires offerings. Things related to demons would be best. The demon's eyes widened. It was said that she was in a good mood today, so here's something else. Notifications appeared that he had learned low-ranking black magic. Looking down, the ghost said that a distorted form of Decarabia, to which the hero replied that this skill was used by the conductor of that sinner. Amanda closed her eyes, asking, well, the last thing remains, the entities that led his world to destruction. The protagonist frowned. Looking straight ahead, he heard that his assumptions were generally correct. Monsters appeared. It was heard that they were super beings from the moment of their birth. In the present they are called old gods. The demon stretched out her hand to the side. It was said that once all the gods in the universe were old gods, they took their place, and they were sealed, including her. Looking straight ahead, Oliver asked what and why they all attacked his world. Looking down, Amanda answered that he was a little mistaken. They destroyed not only his world. Planets exploded, and she added that 12 years. That's how long it took them to destroy 258 stars. They approached it with enthusiasm. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. Looking ahead, he asked why they did this, to which she replied that even she did not know. The losers were just trying to fight. Do they even need to know their reasons? Looking away, Amanda said that there were a few things she could guess. The cars were driving along the road, and she added that they hated them. They took their place in the labyrinth. A view of the desert opened up. Everything was covered in greenery. It was said that adventurers also get into the labyrinth from each world. With wide eyes, the protagonist asked if it was possible that they were destroying worlds where people lived who could get into the labyrinth. Sitting in front of him, the goddess said that of course, these were all assumptions. One could not know for sure until she asked them personally, to which he replied that but the probability was quite high. Looking straight ahead, Oliver said that then he was interested in something else. Closing her eyes, Amanda replied that that was all. She could not say anything more. It was too early for him. The hero raised his eyebrows when he heard that what she told him was already a big favor. He would learn the rest when he went further into the labyrinth, to which he replied that he understood. Then, thank you, and then thought that they could tell a certain amount of information on each of the floors. Well, if you think about it, he was still on the low floors. The goddess put her hand to her face. The protagonist looked surprised when he heard that he was strong, but only on the first floors. The further he went, the stronger the enemies would be. He clenched his fist when he heard that the same applies to the tests of the gods. The gods who did not care about him could prepare a real hell for him, to which he replied that he would still give it his all. She should understand that since she was watching him. Looking down, the girl asked what if she told him an easier way. There was simply a way to become stronger. Raising his hand, Oliver asked what she was talking about the apostle's contract. He was certainly grateful for the offer, but Amanda frowned and shouted furiously, who was talking about a contract? The hero shuddered in fear and asked what was going on then. Stretching his hand forward, the goddess shouted that he didn't care. Let him go, one more word and she would crack his skull. A portal appeared behind him. Closing her eyes, she said that this would be her last favor. If he met any non-entities in the labyrinth, he could use her name. The goddess grinned, looking straight ahead. Turning around, Oliver thanked her. The protagonist looked away and thought that he could use the name of the goddess of demons. Standing still, he said that finally the 19th floor. Flying behind him, the ghost said that the gods were such powerful beings. He would never have thought that they could destroy a star like that, to which the hero replied that even he felt the pressure. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist wondered what all the gods he had met in the labyrinth were like. Rick smiled widely. The girl extended her hand forward. The demon goddess narrowed her eyes. A thought appeared that he could ever become as strong as she was. The doors swung wide open. The blacksmith stood near the anvil. He turned around, hearing his name, to which he asked that he had met the demon goddess, said that it was surprising that she recognized someone other than her people. Taking a step forward, the protagonist asked that how he understood, to which the man replied that he was breathing her power. Apparently he really was special if even the demon goddess behaved like that. The protagonist looked at his hand and said that he had some kind of sign on the back of his hand, to which he asked what, and she seemed to be seriously taking it. Well, for him it will not turn out badly. Looking straight, Oliver said that for sure, he has something for him. The claw of the golden dragon appeared. It was said that part of it, the protector of the world, can only be used by those who have exceptional skill. Looking at it, the man asked where he got it from, to which he replied that it was not from the labyrinth. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist thought that in Beguset he received not only the dragon claw, but also other pleasant bonuses. After defeating Hammond, he acquired a couple of skills. The angel held a sword in his hands. A description of the skills appeared. Looking at the notifications, the protagonist asked what, to which the ghost replied that it was interesting. Stretching his hand forward, he added that divine power is granted by God. To which Ash said that since this power can only be given to him by someone else, I wonder what will happen if he leaves it. Will anything change? Looking down, Oliver said that he did not know. Besides the skills that the goddess of demons gave him, a notification about black magic appeared. Raising his head up, he added that its description is very different from ordinary magic. He himself determines how much energy to use. Asked that it is also possible to change the power with range. Messages about low-ranking black magic. The skill of capturing darkness appeared. The goddess stretched her hand forward. The thought appeared that this sign acts as evidence. The hero clenched his fist tightly. Looking at the message, he asked that the black magic that the guide used, she calls a simple addition. A message about low-ranking black magic appeared. The demon stretched his hand forward. Looking at the claw, the man asked that he looked at all his skills. This is an extremely interesting thing, to which the protagonist asked that he could melt it. Stretching his hand to the side, Henry said that well, of course, it is possible, but in order to create something from it, it is necessary to select materials of the appropriate level. He suspects that to find them he will need to go down another 10 floors. He grinned, hearing that then let him lie for now. As soon as he gets them, he will immediately return, to which he replied that okay. Putting his hand to his face, Oliver asked that since they have already stepped over the 20th, the next will be spirits, to which the ghost asked how he found out. Someone told him. He looked to the side. The girl, sitting at the table, said that spirits appear from the 20th floor. They are not affected by physical attacks, so he had to sweat. Closing her eyes, she added that the first spirit was, it seems, a fire one. A low-ranking labyrinth spirit appeared in front of the hero and said that everything was as she said. A notification appeared that the 21st floor quest had begun. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in surprise. A bright glow emanated from the spirit. Suddenly, the protagonist activated an air jump. He stretched his arms forward and activated an ice arrow and a fire explosion. The attack rushed towards the spirit. Turning away, the ghost said that he should attack a little easier. Oliver landed on the ground. A notification appeared that he had dealt 0 damage, to which the ghost asked that there was no effect. What would he do now? To which he replied that he would have to act differently. Looking straight ahead, he said that he did not know how to use divine powers. He hoped it would work. A notification appeared that he had activated the false flame. A blow flew at the spirit and he screamed. Messages appeared that he had dealt 106 and 302 damage. He fell to the ground. A notification appeared that he had defeated a low-ranking labyrinth spirit. He had received the spirit core. Looking surprised, the hero asked that black magic had dealt him damage, and the ghost said that spirits were a natural life form after all. Monsters appeared. It was said that natural attacks did not work on them. The aura was given by God, so it would also have no effect. Looking at the hero, Ash added that however, black magic comes from demons, to which he asked that since it is unnatural, it can cause damage, and he added that yes, this is the concept. A notification about demonic energy appeared. Looking at it, the protagonist said that he does not have enough demonic energy yet to attack like that, and then thought that he needs to act based on Agatha's words. He quickly ran forward, and the ghost said that as he thought, he does not even need explanations. The strategy for the 21st floor is this: if he cannot attack spirits, let him avoid them and head to that room to receive a task. Oliver stopped in front of the door. He took a step forward. The hero looked away, hearing loud laughter. Flying around him, the spirit said that a guest, finally a guest. A notification appeared that he met a crazy spirit. With wide eyes, the spirit said that he was glad to meet. Looking at him, the hero said that he would like to go further through the labyrinth, to which he asked that he wanted to go down lower. Looking down, he said that for this he needed to defeat the spirits. Gritting his teeth, the spirit asked what to defeat. The spirits. He looked furiously and shouted that he should destroy them, destroy this trash that dared to abandon him, kill these bastards who said that he was crazy. Closing his eyes, Ash said that he had not changed at all. Stretching his hands forward, the spirit said that first 5 forward. Then 3 to the left, there should be a secret room. In it there will be a golem created by the king who abandoned him. Let him not get caught by him and return the hidden core, then he will grant him power. A notification appeared that the additional task had begun. He raised his hands up and shouted that he should go, he would wait, and the protagonist asked why he was always so strange, to which the ghost replied that well, it was already quite late, he was just crazy, his role was to teach him how to handle the spirits on the 21st floor, that's all. After this task he would become useless. Putting his hand to his face, Oliver thought that maybe everything was wrong. A view of the 21st floor opened up, a secret room. A golem of sparks appeared, created by the king of fire spirits. Looking straight ahead, the ghost said that the golem stops working for 1 minute every day, let it take the water during this interval. To which he asked what if they just defeat it, and Ash added that it was not to say that it was impossible, but wasn't it too dangerous? The hero frowned and said that he would do so then. The golem swung its hand sharply. The protagonist abruptly activated the jump. Suddenly he struck. A notification appeared that it dealt 0 damage to the spark golem created by the fire spirit king. Looking down, Oliver said that he had been dealing with enemies that were not damaged lately, and asked what about the aura. He abruptly struck again. A message appeared that he dealt 47 damage to the spark golem created by the fire spirit king. Looking away, the hero thought that he thought so. Golems are not spirits, the penetration power is effective, he can defeat it. 2 hours later, he also fought with the golem. The protagonist sat on the corpse of the monster. Notifications appeared that his level had increased. Spiritual enhancement was activated. Strength was permanently increased by 34, agility by 22, and health by 102. Frowning, Ash said that it was incredible, as if he was watching an automaton race, how he was able to fight continuously. Messages appeared that he received a fragment of the Spirit King. He received the ore of the Guardian of the Core. Oliver looked at the core. A message appeared that he had achieved great results through simple tireless repetition. A new skill, tenacity, was obtained. Grinning, he thought that finally, now he had all the basic skills to learn something new. Messages appeared that the detection efficiency had reached 100%. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that observation, maybe he should try it right now. A notification appeared that he had activated observation. The ghost asked again in surprise. Turning around, the protagonist thought that he had entrusted his dream to someone, and Ash asked what was there. Why was he grinning? Glowing particles appeared. A view of the entrance to the room opened up. Looking straight ahead, Oliver said that here, he brought spring water. A notification appeared that he had activated observation. The spirit began to drink the water. Grinning, he said that great, now he was one step closer to completion. With wide eyes, the crazy spirit said that it was time to give him a skill. The hero looked in surprise. A message appeared that he had completed the task. Raising his hand, he said that he had also defeated the golem. Looking down, the spirit asked that he had defeated the golem. Let him stop, let him have it for a second. A core appeared. It was said that it was a fragment of the King of Spirits, part of the power that the King of Spirits had sealed. Any spirit craves it. The spirit stretched out his hands forward and asked that he was different from the other guests. He was special, he could help him, he would help, a special guest, to which the protagonist responded approvingly. The ghost exclaimed in surprise. Gritting his teeth, the spirit said that then let him collect all the cores for him. Only with them he could become a full-fledged spirit, so he would become great again. A notification appeared that the additional task had begun. Looking at the hero, Ash asked that he would accept him. He already had a skill for attacking spirits, to which he replied that of course. He never planned to go down the labyrinth like everyone else did. I'm sure with this reward he would become even stronger. Standing in front of the spirit, he added that he would accept his task, let him say what he wanted. The ghost grinned and said fine. Raising his hands, he said that he was too unstable now, he needed to achieve stability. Rushing forward, the spirit said that later he wanted to become complete, and for that he needed to become stronger. He looked to the side and added that first he would have to hunt the owner of the 21st floor, let him kill him and bring him the core, just like he did with that big guy, then he would become stronger. Looking down, the spirit said well, good luck to him, amazing guest, retribution, his retribution is coming. Ash turned his head and said that hunting golems became mandatory for some additional task. Why did the labyrinth create this thing in the first place? Lowering his head, he thought that he could not defeat the golems even if he were alive. This task could be considered objectively impossible. The hero struck the golem. The thought appeared that but he took a difficult path and achieved the impossible. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist said that perhaps the gods of the labyrinth were hoping for someone there, to which the ghost replied that these were quite frightening words. Oliver lowered his head, hearing that well, this is generally considered impossible. Flying forward, Ash said that for obvious reasons, almost no one is able to achieve such power. The hero stood on the 21st floor of the labyrinth. Holding the weapon in his hands, he activated the ice arrow. The protagonist raised the weapon up. Messages appeared that the boss of the 21st floor of the labyrinth is a mid-ranking fire spirit. He defeated him. The ghost looked up and asked that it seemed like they decided to fill him with smelting materials, to which he asked that maybe it was because he met a blacksmith. It was worth visiting him. Notifications appeared that his level had increased. He received a spark of flame, a spirit jade. Looking to the side, Oliver called the status window. It was heard that she was saying that the demonic energy would grow from leveling up and killing enemies. So, the status window appeared. It was heard that it really increased. It was 10, it became 27. Stretching his hand forward, the hero said that he had completely cleared the 21st floor, and it was only growing in 10s. Apparently, if the indicator increased significantly, they would let him know. Grinning, he added that then maybe it was time to tell the spirit that they had completed his task. The protagonist approached the door. Flying around him, the spirit asked that he really did it, as he thought he was amazing. Looking at him, Oliver asked, "So, what floor is next in line?" The description of the flame spirit core appeared. Holding the core in his hands, the ghost said that thank you, now the 23rd floor, there should be a secret room. The floors of the dungeons appeared. Smiling, he said that he should kill its owner and return. Sulfur appeared in front of the hero. A notification appeared that the 22nd floor quest had begun. Striking at it, the protagonist heard that yes, it means the blacksmith did everything right. Thanks to an excellent weapon, he easily clears the floor without even using skills, to which he replied that that's it. Even he did not expect that. Looking at his weapon, he added that after enchanting, the attack increases by 10 and he acquires the element of fire. What will happen to the other ingredients that he has left? Messages about the relic appeared. The man held the ore in his hands. It seemed that he was talking about the ore that remained from the golem. I'm sure he was very surprised by it. He also wants to find out as soon as possible what will come out in the end. A description of the ore appeared. Oliver took a step forward and asked what it was. He stood in front of the altar. A notification appeared that he opened it. Looking up, the hero asked what the altar was. Looking in surprise, Ash asked what he was doing on the 22nd floor. Last time he was much further. Looking at the altar, he added that this is the god of proof. Looking at it, the protagonist asked what and how he checks, to which the spirit replied that well, everything can be understood by the name. Oliver opened his eyes in surprise, hearing that let him prove himself, prove that his entire path was not in vain, well, something like that. The ghost, looking down, said that if you evaluate only by the percentage of completion, then everything is quite simple, but unfortunately, this is not so. People were standing near the altar. It was said that most of the adventurers who accepted the test, not even the greatest, even ordinary ones, passed it. Ash threw his sword over his shoulder. It was heard that the labyrinth had never been kind to ordinary adventurers. Such a success rate was too strange, and after passing the test, many changed a little, either in the manner of speech or in character. Putting his hand to his face, the hero asked what the doubles were, to which he replied that they were definitely not them, but those who changed like that, they called fakes. Looking to the side, he asked what and what those who returned said. Stretching his arms out to the sides, Ash replied that to prove himself, that's all, there were too many strange things. He would not be able to find out anything about this test. He did not want to risk it, so he did not accept the task, but he would never back down. So, the protagonist, standing in front of the altar, said that of course, he would never stop. He frowned. Oliver extended his hand forward. A notification appeared that an additional task had begun. The hero looked straight ahead and thought that the local gods were aware of his level of power, which meant that this test of the gods would also match him. A double appeared in front of him. It was heard that this was the place. The protagonist looked in surprise. The double extended his hand forward. It was said that he should prove himself. Looking straight ahead, the ghost said that he was an exact copy of him, a complete reflection, to which he replied that he did not think so. The double swung his sword. It was heard that this is how those who see something like this usually respond. He is exactly the same, face, height, build, even equipment. Suddenly he rushed forward. The double struck, and the hero thought that it was a sword of the smiting storm. Grinning, he asked that even his skills. Particles appeared around his hand. The protagonist struck back. Swinging, the double said that he should die. His soul is now his. Oliver frowned and said that there was nothing special about him. The double parried his blow. He landed on the ground. The clone jumped aside. A message appeared that the power of the god had manifested. The range of influence was narrowing. He was offering him a difficult test. The hero lowered his head and said that he accepted. He frowned. A message appeared that the god was pleased. The double looked furiously. It was said that another soul was entering the clone's body. He smiled widely. Closing his eyes, the double exclaimed in surprise. Holding a weapon in his hands, he said that he had not been in the labyrinth for a long time. Looking straight ahead, the double said that he was glad to greet him. Pulling out his sword forward, he added that he was an apostle of the great god, the one who had stepped onto the lower floors. Looking in amazement, the ghost asked, "What's wrong, this?" Looking straight ahead, he said that he was wondering where he had been all this time, but it turned out that he had become an apostle. The clone widened his eyes and asked what he was doing here. Looking at Ash, the hero asked who it was, some old acquaintance, to which he replied that he had entered the labyrinth at about the same time as him. He was not connected to the Conductors of Sin, reached the 70th floor and, like him, used dual swords, although he held the second one with a reverse grip. The guy smiled. It was heard that instead of skills, he used more sword arts techniques. Taking a step forward, the clone turned. Widening his eyes, he asked what floor this was. The hero's stats were displayed. It was heard that it was the 22nd floor. Holding the weapon in his hands, the double asked what the hell, where on such levels could such stats, skills, and magic, even black magic, come from? Suddenly, he extended his hand forward and activated an ice arrow and magical acceleration. Grinning, the clone said that he could definitely have fun. They began to fight each other. Suddenly, the protagonist activated an air jump. Then he used an ice arrow. The clone gritted his teeth. Parrying the blow, messages appeared that he activated magical acceleration. He completely nullified the first attack. Looking at the notification, the clone asked what attack nullification. Damn, this skill is hard to get used to. Grinning, he added that he was sure it would be fun. Suddenly, the clone swung his sword. Oliver dodged the attacks. It was heard that what was he doing? Why was he combining his sword techniques with others? Swinging, the clone said that his sword art always seemed interesting to him. The hero frowned, looking at him. Looking straight ahead, he thought that he really was strong. He was already able to introduce a scar storm into his technique, but that was all. A glow appeared around the sword. Notifications appeared that he activated freedom of choice. Dexterity is greater than strength. Bright orange beams appeared. The clone parried the protagonist's blow. Gritting his teeth, he said that he still had a few aces up his sleeve. A message appeared that he had activated freedom of choice. Oliver's eyes widened and he said that it was too late. The double gritted his teeth. A sphere appeared in front of him. A message appeared that he had activated a false flame. The clone's eyes widened and he exclaimed. Suddenly, a flame burst into flames in the room. The smoke began to clear. The ghost lowered his head and said that, well, that was to be expected. The double grabbed his head and said that, oh my god. He lost the war drive for the first time. Notifications appeared that he had activated endurance. The fatal attack was nullified. Looking away, he added that he was sorry. Gritting his teeth, he turned to the Lord. Lowering his head, the clone said that what kind words. He thanked him. He grinned and added that he had fun for the first time in a long time. Notifications appeared that he had completed the test. His level had increased. The protagonist lowered his head. A message appeared that spiritual enhancement had been activated. The mastery of all skills had increased except for the soul skill. The clone in front of him disappeared. Ash looked in surprise and asked what, to which Oliver replied that the mastery of all his skills had increased by 2 or 3%, including black magic, which he had not used much. The hero opened his eyes in surprise, thinking that he had about 80 skills. According to rough calculations, the mastery in general had increased by 200%. The guy meditated. Messages appeared that the mastery of the cold mind had reached 100%. The cold mind had become a permanent skill. The protagonist waved his hand and refused the apostle's contract, to which Ash replied that there was nothing new. A sword appeared. It was said that the range of influence was narrowing. He had passed the test. He would receive a reward. He acquired the dagger of the past. Looking at the weapon, Oliver said that it was high time to change the weapon. Messages appeared that he passed the test of durability. He received a permanent skill. The hero stretched his arms out to the sides and asked what he would receive. A test? He knows what it is. A description of the permanent skill appeared. Looking down, the ghost said that, well, maybe he doesn't know what kind of test, but he is sure that he is close to death. The guy stood in the middle of the corridor. It was heard that skills quite often save lives. Surprised, his eyes widened. The protagonist asked what it is like a second life, to which the ghost replied that, well, most likely, and he added that it means that it will be much more difficult for him later. The guy grinned. It was heard that, but why did he do that? The contract with the apostle means that his soul is connected with God even after death. Oliver took a step forward. Looking away, Ash said that talent and luck, clearing the labyrinth is almost impossible even for capable people. People were standing in the labyrinth. It was heard that usually those who have lost their will or given up, or those who are afraid of death accept the apostle contract. A glow emitted from the hand. It was said that the strength is completely preserved, so it is very tempting. Looking away, the hero asked what he wanted to say. They are trying to preserve what they have achieved, to which Ash replied that, well, yes, because if they die, everything will sink into oblivion. However, by accepting the apostle contract and binding your soul to a god, you can protect your ego. The guy looked straight. It was said that he believed that there is no right answer to the question of what hurts more. However, he decided that the latter. Lowering his head, the ghost said that he did not think it was such a bad option, so let him think about it, although he did not think he would need it. Frowning, the protagonist said that he didn't think so either, to which Ash replied, well, then stop thinking, it's time to go. A view of the valley opened up. Looking at the necklace, the protagonist said, well, with such stats, the necklace is more than worthy of being worn. Oliver struck the ice spirit, his level was increased. A book appeared, notifications appeared that spiritual enhancement was activated. The hero held a weapon in his hands. He walked straight, it was said about dragon skin bracers. Looking straight, the protagonist activated observation and said that he seemed to have found it. A brick moved out from behind the wall. The wall in front of the protagonist moved apart. The spirit opened its eyes wide and said that let him defeat the owner of that place and return. Looking straight, Oliver said that to kill the boss of the secret room on the 23rd floor, I'm sure once he does this, the additional task will be completed, go ahead. He walked through the forest. Looking ahead, the ghost said that he felt a powerful energy. The hero lifted his mask and said that he agreed. The air was completely different, even breathing was difficult. Stopping, he said what it was. The beast took a step forward and asked what he was doing here. Particles flew around him. A notification appeared that the spirit of the shadow wind had appeared to him. Looking at him, the protagonist said that he was here on behalf of the white spirit. Standing in front of him, the spirit said that so he was from that madman, did that worthless thing order him to kill him. The spirit flew up. It was heard that he was incorrigible. He was a twisted spirit who could not gain reason. He would listen to him, and one day the end would overtake him. Looking straight ahead, the beast said that so he asks, let him return and fulfill his duty. This is his advice to him. Flames flew around the sword. Oliver looked to the side and said that he can ask, but this is his duty. He pulled the weapon forward. Flames appeared around them. Frowning, the spirit asked how he dared. He raised his head up and shouted that he had shown mercy, and he dared to set his lands on fire. Grinning, the hero asked what mercy was, said that he did not think he should show it. Looking at him, the spirit shouted that he did not want to hear anything, let him die. The protagonist took a step forward and said that he did not need any mercy, he would just continue walking further. Frowning, he added that he should come here. Starting to take out his sword, he said to attack. Looking at him, he said that he was not going to listen to anything and that he would rather die. A storm appeared near him. Looking up, he activated observation. Running towards him, he thought that he could now see his blades. Holding the swords in his hands, he decided to attack. Looking at him, he said that he was already able to defeat the golem created by the king. A ball appeared that was spinning. Raising his head, he said that if his limit, then he was finished. Standing next to each other, Hugh asked him to return to nature. He folded his hands and did magic. The monster paid attention because attack reset was activated. Jumping up, he activated acceleration and also a dash. Having made a blow, he first activated the skill of a powerful blow. Suddenly, his eyes became wider. Looking at him, he said that lower and middle spirits are not his rivals. Raising his head, he continued that this was all and with his powers he could not even touch. Oliver agreed because it did not work on him. Having run away from him, he thought that the same applies to him because he cannot reach him. Straightening his hand, he thought that his skills are more focused on defense than attack. Hugh looked at him while the wind was everywhere. Having run, he thought that the skill activation window was annoying from the moment of its first activation and it would not be possible to prepare. Having closed his eyes, he smiled. Having looked at him, he decided to use the spirit technique. Hugh, looking at him, asked what kind of grin was this, and in general he was a pathetic moth flying to the fire. Smiling, he said that he also wanted to learn this skill. Running towards him, the distorted flora of Decarabia was activated. Tree branches began to appear. He thought that at first he would use black magic, which prevails over spirits, to suppress him. Looking displeased, he said that it was not worth resorting to demonic power because it was useless, and in general how dare he use dirt to denigrate the spirit. Jumping off the branch, he began to approach the enemy. Ash was near him and said that it works and the enemy cannot block. Then Oliver activated the false flame of Marcosius and said that the false flame takes the form of a real one and causes constant damage. Hugh began to scream because he was dealt 210 damage. Looking at him, he said that their king would bring down his wrath on him and pay for harming the spirit. Opening his mouth, he asked if the king of spirits was here. With an evil look, he said that he was on the floor below. Near the trog was the king. Hugh said that he could not get there and that he would pay for his arrogance. Taking the sword in his hands, he asked not to worry, that he was going to fight everyone anyway. Running to him, he killed, defeating the high-ranking Shadow Winds. Looking at the notification, it came that he activated spiritual enhancement. Strength was increased by 32, intelligence by 22, and mana by 60, and also acquired a spirit skill. Ash flew up because he saw a new skill. The spirit skill allowed using mana for 100, the duration of more than 30 seconds. An aura appeared in his hand because he activated this skill. Surprised, looking, he said that for now it seems a little unstable and a feeling as if it will burst right now. Looking to the right, he received another high-ranking spirit core and unlimited spirit energy were not connected. Walking along the 23rd floor, he asked if the ghost had ever met the king of spirits. Flying up to him, he answered affirmatively. But he was not interested in this because he was a member of the Conductors of Sin. Oliver asked if he was the same adventurer. Starting to get angry, he asked if this bastard was also connected to his murder, and in general they had a goal and needed to tear him to pieces. Holding swords, he asked to put this off because he needed to deal with everyone else and go to the 20th floor. Having killed the monster, he defeated the spirit of the wind of the middle rank, raising his level to 55th. Looking at the screen, it was written that he had reached the level needed by the magician and he was satisfied with his growth, granting the ability. Oliver was surprised when he saw this. The rewards he could choose were written on the screen. Looking at Ash, he said that he received this on later floors and chose equipment, receiving a very good item. The armor was iron. Looking at the hero said that to get something like this, you will need to go down at least 10 floors. Oliver said that if the rewards are all about the same level, then the skill should increase by 3%. His hand was near the screen. Looking at the screen said that the 5th about the gods or the magician is not so bad, but it is better to choose the 6th. Both looked up, as suddenly a wall appeared near them. One of the holes glowed and said that he was a servant of the great magician. Oliver stood next to him, while they continued and said that the all-seeing Balvabamba, who descended into the labyrinth of the magician. Ash asked in surprise if he would answer the questions. Oliver asked who it was. There was a staircase down. The ghost answered that it was a guide who teaches everyone basic strategies, and with deepening through the floors appears from time to time to give a couple of tips. Standing on the ground said that he was a servant of the magician and this labyrinth was created by him. In his hands is absolute power as well as knowledge. The protagonist looked and kept silent. During this time, he learned several skills, and learning some of them is close to impossible, skills that are unknown even to adventurers who have reached the lowest floors. The guy was standing. There were a lot of screens around. Looking seriously, he said that he was interested in acquiring skills, whether the magician himself creates them, or is it the result of meeting some conditions. Svetya answered that he understood his question and wants to know what came first, the egg or the chicken. The glowing eye answered that he understood why he asked the question. Magic appeared near him. He answered that he did not expect this because he thought that he would waste such an opportunity, but he rushed to conclusions. Oliver asked what the answer was. They told him that skills are not created in advance. They arise when a person reaches some extreme level or repeats the same thing uncontrollably. Once it is created, other adventurers can also learn it. Standing in red clothes said that these are the skills of the labyrinth and the mercy of the magician. Looking at him, he thought that he guessed about it, and now he could become stronger than in his past life. Standing on the ground said that it was funny and whether he satisfied his curiosity. Oliver opened his mouth and answered in the affirmative. Bricks fell from him, saying that it was time for the conditions. The protagonist, looking at him, thought that everything was as described. In exchange for information, conditions and restrictions were applied. Standing on the ground said not to tell anyone about this. His eyes frowned. He looked up while the bricks were falling. He was told that they would find and kill him. Flying away said that now that he had answered his question, it was time for him to go and also to remember their condition because the magician was watching his every step. The guy looked at him. Going asked if he had left. Putting his hand to his chin, he began to think about the magician. Looking down, he said that it was curious. Opening the screen, Ash said that he had little to learn, and if he had left, it was time to check the rewards. He was given a snakeskin belt, which gave strength plus 10. Next, gloves used by the god of battle, attack over 30. Putting on the gloves, he said that it would be nice if magical things began to appear. There was a staircase going down. The creature was creating magic and laughing madly. Its eyes were crazy. Suddenly, he saw a man who approached him. Activating the observation skill, he thought that the unstable energy surrounding him had almost disappeared. The creature also laughed and said that there was very little left. Opening his mouth, he said to go to the 29th floor, there was a hidden world on it and to use it in the boss room. Looking at it, he studied the spirit skill and also thought that initially it was unstable, but now, on the contrary, it seemed absolutely calm, as if it had been replaced. There was a land of spirits or a paradise for the escaped. A tree grew on it. The roots supported the whole earth. Looking with crazy eyes, he said to bring them, because if he gets them, then everything will be over. His eyes were strange. Ash turned to the main character and said that it became more unpleasant to be with him and it was better to hurry. The creature said that they were wrong. Oliver looked at him. Taking the fabric, he agreed, but before that he needed to look at someone. He went up the stairs. It was very long and went in a circle. He began to approach Henry's room. Having forged things, he asked to take the boots. Looking at the notification, he saw that they gave an attack plus 15 and then asked what it meant to store the energy of the spirits. Pointing upward, he said that he could give them the energy of the spirits, something similar to the effect that he put on the warrior's sword. Remembering the sword, he thought that its effectiveness after that increased several times. They also said that if there is the energy of the spirits, then he can bring and use it. Having created a ball, he said that he would not have to wait long because he received it for defeating a high-ranking spirit. Having handed it to Henry, he said that he did not think that he would ever see something like this and asked to wait a little. Forging said that he would finish soon because he had imbued them with the energy of the spirit. The boots allowed you to get rid of any restriction imposed on them, and this skill could be used once. Having put them on, he said that the boots had a skill for removing the restriction, but the recharge was a whole day. Having looked, he smiled. Behind him, Henry said that he hadn't worked on such an interesting project for a long time, but he still wouldn't refuse payment and 3,000 gold from him. Smiling, he thought that he should give 3,000 for something like that. It was like free, and besides, after selling his rewards, he had saved up a good amount, so the price was not a problem. The 24th floor task began, and it was necessary to defeat the boss. Oliver was fighting monsters. Stopping, he said that it was time for them to appear. Smiling, he said that it was better for him not to spoil the fun and would hide for now. Ash flew away. The guy activated surveillance. Looking to the right, he realized where they were, namely, people. These were the allies of those who abandoned the labyrinth, namely, the Conductors of Sin. With a sword on his shoulder, he asked who he was and how he dared to come here. He was level 65. Twirling the sword, he said that here, as they descended the floors, the rank increased. The sword crossed another. Holding the sword, he thought that the difference could be up to 10 levels, but his health was almost the same. Then he apologized because he was not a member of the Conductors of Sin. I frowned. Pushing the sword aside, he said that he did not know how he got here unnoticed. Kyle ran at him. Swinging open his sword, he told him to die. Smiling, he decided to show him the difference in levels. Oliver parried his attack. Suddenly, his sword fell out. Looking at him, he called him a bastard. Beating himself on the chest, he asked him not to be arrogant. Although he knocked the sword out of his hands, the difference in equipment between the 20 and 30 floors is great and will not do anything to him. Ash grinned and said that he was an exception to the rule. Creating magic, he said that he has one idiotic skill against which any physical defense is meaningless. Starting to hit him, he began to inflict damage. Kyle fell to his knees. Pointing his finger at him, he said that he had never heard of anyone like him. Opening his mouth, he said that his friend went up and suddenly died. Opening his eyes, he said that he had heard that they both died. Standing and holding his hands in his pockets, he said that it was a lie. Pointing his sword at him, he asked what their leadership was doing now. Kyle replied that they couldn't go up yet. Looking sad, he said that they had been stuck on the floor for a long time. He heard that they had gone to conquer this floor a long time ago, so they shouldn't have been here anytime soon. Looking at the guy, he said that he felt sorry for these poor guys, and Oliver asked what he was talking about. They answered that the further you go down, the more illogical the floors became, and it seemed like clearing out an entire planet in an hour. And it could be like fighting 3 enemies of the same level as you at the same time, or hunting a dragon with a beginner's equipment. Ash asked if the girl had died. Kyle looked down. Sitting next to them, he said that he hadn't heard about her death and most likely yes. Ash said that was enough and didn't think that a small fry like him could know anything else. Smiling, he said that he hoped for a painless death. Then the level increased and spiritual enhancement was activated. Putting away the sword, he looked at the status window. His level was 56. Surprised, he asked how a 56 level could have such characteristics. Flying to him, he asked what would happen when he got to the lower floors. Oliver answered that it was time to go down because he still had to grow. He remembered people from the past. He seriously thought that he needed to change the future. The stone broke because Kyle died. A torch hung on the wall and glowed. Standing, one of the guys asked if he really tried to go to the 31st floor. Holding the stone in his hands, he said that he was on the 24th floor and that's why he gathered them. Looking at him, they asked if he was the guy who killed the one accused of murder and the one with whom the warrior's spirit follows everywhere. Neil, looking at him, answered in the affirmative. The guy looked at him and said, "What if it was a lie?" His eyes narrowed. Oliver walked calmly. Ash was next to him. Neil agreed, because there was a high probability that the rumors about his death were just fiction and maybe the surviving second-level ones lied, afraid of death. An anarchist, a dark-haired young guy with a ghost on his shoulder. He died in a battle with a pen in our jurisdiction on the 30th floor. Holding a stone in his hands, he said that it would not be easy to deal with him and that they needed to discuss everything and go up together. Folding his hands, he asked if he wanted them to go against one person. Neil answered in the affirmative, because he was able to win and there was no need to let down his guard. The man with a spear in his hand said that he was exaggerating his importance. The guy, smiling, replied that 3 of them would be enough. Scratching his head, he decided to go 2 to quickly finish him off and have time to get some sleep. Putting his hand to his chest, he said that the 4 of them should go up and run away if the situation required it. People were walking, one had golden shoes. The 2 looked at them. One of them greeted them and said that he was younger than he thought. Folding his arms, he said that one shouldn't judge by the cover, but he was too young. Looking at them, he asked if there were only 4 of them. Ash, waving his arms, said that considering how many he had killed, They should have all gone together, and it was hard to believe that they had only sent a couple of people and were still sitting on the same floor for several decades. Standing on the stairs, holding a sword in his hands, he continued that they had never met any special tests, so they had become lazy and were also full of empty self-confidence. Taking the sword, he said that such a sweet taste of peace and quiet was poisoning them. Waving his arms, he continued that perhaps things were different in the past, but now their fighting power was rapidly declining. Oliver narrowed his eyes. Taking the swords in his hands, he said that they all thought they would come together, then activated observation. The man with the spear who surrendered was called Oscar. He was level 65. The guy with the bandage on his head was called Shane. The weapon was a dagger. The girl's name was Naomi. The weapon was a staff. The guy with the bow who surrendered was called Travis. He kept silent, but thought that these people do not develop. Looking at him, they asked if he was ready. Opening his mouth, he answered in the affirmative, because there is no point in having useless conversations and whether they will have enough. Surprised, he asked what he was talking about. Taking the sword in his hands, he said that they can call all their people, then activated the deer following the wind's trail. Surprised, he asked him again. Running, he activated acceleration. He ran with a serious face, holding a sword in his hands. The girl bared her teeth and asked not to come closer. She also activated madness. Looking up, he removed her mental magic. The man with the spear said that she should move because he would take care of it. Having shot, he thought that he had hit. Having blocked the arrow, Ash said that spiritual power was capable of independently blocking such attacks. Holding a sparkling sword, he said that it was very convenient. Holding a spear with both hands, he was angry. Having started to fight, they dealt him 226 damage. Gritting his teeth, he realized that he was stronger than him. Having shouted, the girl asked to do something. Dodging attacks, she shouted that he did not give her time, throwing magical attacks. Smiling, he ran and said to leave it to him. Having jumped, he was near Oliver. He tried to strike with a dagger. Suddenly, branches began to grow near him because he activated the distorted flora of Decoravia. Looking down, he asked what happened. Standing on the branches, he shouted that this was black magic and he was not a demon and how this was even possible. Having landed, he asked who he was. Grinning his teeth, he wondered why he was hanging around the second level and playing with them like children. Suddenly, he fell to his knees. There were ice flows in his body. Oscar was dead. He said as he approached that it didn't matter what level they were, and how many of them there were. Looking at them, he said that people who didn't try to become stronger would never defeat him. Starting to get angry, he said that he wouldn't get off that easy. Having created a storm arrow, he shouted for everyone to move aside because that was the only way to kill him. Ash looked and said that they would finally see a third level mage with advanced magic. Having started to create magic, he said that he wanted the same. Surprised, he activated an impartial duel and for 10 seconds no one except Naomi could cause damage. A dome appeared. Oliver said that it was all over. He defeated them all and the level increased, and spiritual enhancement was also activated. His characteristics increased forever. Looking at the screen, he saw that he had received the initial magic of the wind blast. His characteristics increased by 100 and also received stealth. It allowed him to hide himself in his presence while he was too inexperienced. Having created a ball, he activated the wind blast and said that the skill was fast. The chest opened. Ash said that it was similar to the lightning strike he received in the secret room, not very powerful, but very useful due to the quick activation. A torch was burning on the wall. Looking at the stones, he said that they were dead. The guy asked to stop, because not even 2 hours had passed and was it worth fighting with him until he became even stronger. Putting his hand on his chest, he replied that it was impossible because he did not think that 6 could handle him. Surprised, he said that it was worth waiting for now because the chances of their victory were extremely small and therefore it was better to sit out and contact members of the lower floors. No one was sitting at the table because the management had not yet returned. Light was coming from the hole. Looking further, he saw a door. Looking at Ash, he said that they had not come as he had thought. Staring, he said that the conductors of sin had perverted minds and damn cowards who had decided to simply postpone their lynching for later and was sure that they would wait for their superiors to return. Scrolling through the screen, he said that no matter what, he would have to give them time. Opening his mouth, he said that a task had just appeared and it was time to return to their homeland. A special task was starting and they had to return to Earth for 1 week. People did not want to and asked to be left here, because last time they had killed a lot, which is why they did not want to return to Earth. Putting his hand to his face, he said that this time they were sending a lot more people. Oliver came up and said that it was because of the greater number of deaths during the first task and the labyrinth should be safer for easy and normal mode players. Looking to the right, he continued that he had posted the instructions for clearing out the community so that if desired, one could read them and asked if they were on the 7th floor. Putting his hand to his face, she confirmed. He held out his hand and said that they had another week, and if it came down to it, they needed to get to the 8th floor and get a ghost who would give them doable tasks. He remembered how he met him and said that they wouldn't have to risk their lives and so they shouldn't worry. The guys went and asked for help. He grabbed his head and said that the number of dead was decreasing and they were gradually moving down. She said insanely that she felt like she was going to throw up, and how could she cope with the thought that she had 30,000 people in her hands. Oliver said that it was her duty. She asked to let her whine. He looked at the screen and thought that the hard mode players would be useful, and this was good news, and said goodbye to them. Everyone teleported back from the chat. Ash removed the screen and said that not much time had passed and they were being sent again. He opened his mouth and said that he would break his leg until they figured out what was on their minds. Seriously thought that he had already been there once, so he knew roughly what to expect from the mission. There was an aura near him because it was too early to relax. The stairs went down. There was an explosion in the boss room of the 24th floor. Extending his hand, he defeated him and received the ball staff. It had a purple stone and gave +10 to black magic. Throwing it at the screen, he said that it could be given to the goddess of demons. Taking the ring in his hands gave pluses to the characteristics. Putting it on, bubbles appeared. Water appeared on the ground, about 3 bottles. This skill was difficult to call useless because sometimes there was not enough water. Squeezing his hand, he said that he would not lose anyone from dehydration and he would be priceless on Earth. Ash looked at him because after that everything went like clockwork. Oliver made an offering to the goddess of demons and received the black magic skill. Then he bought equipment from the store owner. He walked along the 25th floor of the labyrinth. Ash began to get angry and asked how he was trying to get a doubling skill. There were monsters near them. He turned and asked that when physically affected, the spirits on the 25th floor are divided in 2. They answered in the affirmative and the recharge time is 3 minutes. The monsters allowed to double, and also such a skill could only be obtained in a battle with a large number of enemies, and it was necessary to manage in a week. Opening his mouth, he said that the goddess of demons knew about his past and about the distortion of time. The girl with the staff asked if he planned to return to Earth. She was told that she already knew. Folding her hands, she said that she really did not know what his subjects were doing, and in general they were offspring, but it was hard to believe that they were so dodgy. Looking at her, he asked if she knew the reason for all this. Opening her arms, she said that she could not tell him. Looking down, he asked if he needed to go even lower for this. Smiling, she answered in the affirmative and asked if he had come for the skills. Holding out her hand, she said that for the staff she could gift him with basic black magic, because she wanted to spite the bastards and give him such a small gift. Opening her arms, they gave him black magic and his skill increased by 1%. He looked at him in surprise and asked what it was. Looking at him, she said that he would definitely need it and the time would come when black magic would be very necessary. Smiling, she asked him not to let himself be killed, because those bastards would definitely not sit still and it would be hard. Walking near the monsters, he said that judging by the fact that even the goddess of demons was involved in this, there was no point in doubting their involvement, and he thought that this skill would be enough for him. Flying near the main character, she asked where so many dark spirits came from because he did not even move. An aura appeared on his hand, and he thought that it was all because of the bracer, and it was more useful than he expected and never thought that the store would have something so unique. Looking at the bracer, a notification came that it would kill anyone except its owner. Opening his mouth, he said that he had never seen an item attack automatically, and it seemed that luck always accompanied him. Smiling, he said that it felt like the gods decided to play a joke on him. The room asked if he wanted to buy it. Courier said that the bracer had a high attack, so no one bought it, and whether he had money at all, he was answered in the affirmative. Looking at it, Ash said that it was intelligent and apparently he liked it. The seller asked if he had received the skill from the old man. He remembered the guy who grabbed him by the shoulder. Looking at the bracer, he was told that it was strange, but would give a head start to many and was sure that he would like it, when suddenly the object began to attack. Raising his hand, he said that it was worth the money and that it would be enough for the skill, although he was not sure that there would be enough time. Ash flew up and said that he realized that he needed a lot of enemies, but what he was going to do with them. Looking at him, he asked if he remembered the skill Tenacity, because he received it after killing the guard golem, and the effectiveness of the skill increased with repetition of movements. He remembered how he fought the enemy. Extending his hand with a sword, he said that if he killed them by connecting Tenacity, he would be able to get the skill increase, which doubles the damage. Waving his hand, he asked what the conditions were and whether it would work on his characteristics. Oliver answered negatively. Ash opened his mouth and asked what kind of skill without conditions was this. The main character said that he did not have much time and it was time to start, so let him be silent. The monsters were still doubling. There were many of them near the protagonist. He smiled and said that now it was time to begin. There was a crowd of dark spirits in the square. Oliver cut them one by one. Ash asked with a puzzled look if the protagonist wanted to say that this was the way to get a skill that doubled the damage, noting that he was simply swinging his sword from side to side. Oliver killed the dark spirits and received a notification that he had dealt more than 200 damage. Ash frowned and thought about the damage being dealt gradually, and then asked if the protagonist was going to double it. Oliver continued to kill the spirits and noted that, simply put, the effect of persistence is that the action becomes more effective with repeated use, including damage. The crowd of spirits was moving towards him. Raising his blade, the protagonist thought that in order to double the damage in this way, he would need about 200 attacks because the final goal is 480 damage. After killing the spirit, Oliver read that he had dealt it almost 250 damage. Shifting his gaze, the protagonist asked the next spirit to attack him. The protagonist was attacked. Oliver's hand relaxed. He noted with a dumbfounded look that he was tired. Holding his head, Ash asked how long it would take and if the protagonist was sure that this skill was even possible to obtain, adding that he thought that the number of spirits he had killed had already exceeded 1,000. The ghost looked at the horde of spirits and asked how it was even possible to control absolutely every attack and dodge at the same time. Wiping sweat from his face, Oliver replied that the value of the skill fully justified it. Many players could not even get the enhancement. He imagined the guy who swung the blade and added that those who had obtained this skill often played on hard. Enraged, Ash asked if the protagonist thought it was better to deal with them for now, rest, and come back after rest, because it was only getting harder. The number of spirits on the battlefield only increased. Looking at this, Oliver replied that it seemed to him that everything was quite real. He remembered how he killed various monsters and thought that this was nonsense compared to the first time he received an increase. He ran at the goblin and said that on easy mode he had to fight various monsters and such clusters were difficult to even find, so now everything is not so bad. The protagonist held the blade in front of him. While fighting monsters, Oliver thought about the subtle movements that his hands make, the distance between his legs, the speed of the sword, the direction of the sword and his gaze, the point of impact and the place where the sword strikes and stops, even his breath, everything must be exactly the same for tenacity to work. He swung the blade from behind his back. The protagonist ran across the battlefield and noted that it may seem easy, but the slightest mistake will ruin everything. He introduced Rick and noted that, moreover, due to the fight he received from the demon, his stats increase after each kill. He cut the spirit and noted that they directly affect the movement, so you have to try hard not to overdo it. Oliver looked away. The spirit struck him, and the protagonist noted that the worst thing is that the spirit's movements do not change at all. The protagonist was taken aback by this. The enraged ghost screamed that 4 days had already passed. He still had 3 whole days ahead, after which he suggested to stop screwing up when everything almost worked out. Throwing the blade over his shoulder, Oliver replied that this also pissed him off because he is a human. The protagonist looked at Ash and clarified what was wrong with his gaze. The ghost imagined Oliver drowning in water, fighting a rat, and covering himself with a shield, and then noted that although it sounded crazy, but still, every time he got a skill, he risked his life. In a sense, this time the skill was worth the effort. Sweat was running down the protagonist's face. He looked at the monsters and cried out that it was time to get ready and end this, noting that he thought he had gotten used to it enough. He began to kill the monsters. Oliver's face was serious. He raised his sword above his head. The protagonist frowned during the battle. He suddenly turned around. His eyes began to glow while Oliver thought that no matter how many times he had to repeat it, he would do it. He continued to deal damage, which gradually increased. The protagonist pierced the monster. He was stunned to see a screen that said he almost doubled the damage he dealt without resorting to outside means and received a special skill boost. Standing in front of the projection, Oliver reported that he had done it. Ash frowned and thought that after 6 days of repetition, 132 hours of hard work and over 1,000 attempts, he had finally received the magnification. A bright aura enveloped the protagonist's hands. He prepared for a powerful attack. The protagonist performed a series of attacks that struck the spirits. The ghost was taken aback by what he saw. Watching him, Ash wondered how a guy from the 20th floors could do such damage, adding that the synergy between his skills was simply incredible. Turning around, Oliver asked if this skill was useful. The angry ghost cried out that this was cheating, and then asked if the protagonist remembered that he would return to Earth in 2 hours and whether he was going to return there in those rags. Oliver was taken aback by what he heard. We were transported to the 25th floor of the labyrinth, which was surrounded by a blue sky. The protagonist continued to fight the spirits. A light aura hovered around him and the protagonist read that his level had increased. He was in the best condition, after which he noted that it was close. Ash calmly said that it was time to move. A dark portal appeared in front of the guys. Oliver entered the portal and said that he would see what these fools would do this time, noting that he would not give up so easily. He began to move to the planet and saw a message that a combat mission had begun. In 24 hours it was necessary to prepare for the next mission at the city hall. They returned to Earth. The guys found themselves in front of the city hall. The dumbfounded people said that they wanted to go back to the labyrinth. Looking around, Oliver wondered if this time it would all start from the city hall. His gaze fell on the frightened guys, after which he noted that last time everyone was not so depressed, now it would not be possible to lead them if he wanted to complete the mission. The protagonist seriously wondered if he really had enough energy to prepare for the next mission in 24 hours. He introduced his comrades and suggested that he would need help. Louise was filling out paperwork and wondered if anyone was thinking about her. The protagonist placed a hand on Louise's shoulder and pointed out that 70,000 of the 100 who had arrived had tragically died during the return to Earth, and now, while the rest were trembling in fear, the second sunset was approaching. The sun was shining on a tall building. Louise looked at the papers, dumbfounded, and asked when she would be done with everything. There were stacks of papers around her, and she said that she couldn't believe that she had to find out the stats, equipment, and combat skills of every player in the city hall to assign each of them a role, and there were only 12 hours left. Jake brought her another stack and asked if Oliver had assigned her to do this, at which point Louise exclaimed that there must be someone who could do this better than her. The protagonist climbed through the window and declared that there simply weren't any. Looking around the office, Oliver noted that it was more convenient to enter than to go through the hall. He saw the amount of papers on her desk and emphasized that it was too much, although not as much as last time, but there was nothing good about it. Putting his hand on her shoulder, the protagonist said that she had done well, so she shouldn't blame herself for it, and Louise suggested that they pass it on to someone else. Oliver crossed his arms and replied that he didn't have time for that, he had too many things to do, and Jake was better at helping than managing. The protagonist introduced his other friends and said that Agatha was too passive and Ben was too young. He imagined the men sitting at the table and added that those old men definitely shouldn't be trusted. He was sure that she herself understood that those who hadn't gone down into the labyrinth couldn't decide anything about creating a plan. Oliver thought about all his acquaintances. He extended his hand and added that, moreover, to suppress their cries by force, you had to be at least on hard mode, so Louise was perfect. The guy killed monsters, and the plot told us that during the third return, only 5,000 people remained alive due to the incident provoked by Sean, then even the appearance of D-rank monsters was perceived as a disaster. The eyes of the demons glowed brightly. People were running away from the explosion, and Oliver noted that most of them had given up and were trying to escape, and even in such a situation, Louise was able to save more than half of the players and send them to Seoul. Louise stood there and bled. Her eyes were exhausted. She had lost consciousness, and the protagonist wondered how things would have changed if she had lived longer. The girl lowered her gaze. Oliver began to climb out the window and asked her to try, because there was not much time left, and Louise asked if the protagonist had come to help. He jumped off the window and replied that he had enough of his own things to do. Oliver stood in front of a huge crack in space. Ash flew in front of him and reported that the crack was getting bigger and bigger, after which the protagonist noted that it was shaking violently, as if something was eager to break free, probably at least class C or B. The ghost looked at him and asked how he thought they were doing such a squirm. Watching the crack, Ash added that these fools were incredibly powerful, so much so that it was far beyond their comprehension. The ghost asked with a serious face why they would create cracks, send players on missions upon returning, and give them tasks, noting that they could tear this planet apart if they wanted. Oliver imagined a huge monster and thought that at first he thought that they were only able to influence the world through cracks, but the demon goddess destroyed an entire star in the blink of an eye. A demon goddess appeared in his imagination. Looking at the screen, the protagonist assumed that this was due to the interference of the gods of the labyrinth. Sighing, Ash imagined the various gods and replied that it was quite possible, whatever it was, they would find out as they went deeper into the labyrinth. Oliver took out his blade and said that they could find out sooner. A purple light began to come out of the crack. The man asked with a displeased look if they should go all the way to the city hall now. The crowd stood quietly and discussed how they were all afraid for their relatives. Louise held out her hand and asked them not to worry, as they had also become stronger after passing the labyrinth. She looked back and told the people to remember that the hard mode players would definitely cover them, and that there would be even more of them when they arrived in Yongin, so they needed to hold out longer. Louise was suddenly taken aback. Many huge monsters were flying towards them. Frowning, the girl ordered everyone to retreat, as the hard mode players would deal with them. A powerful explosion was heard. Ben stood in front of Louise and shouted that they would help too. Agatha swung her blade and killed the monsters. Oliver held out his hand and fired an ice arrow at the monsters. Purple mana enveloped the protagonist's hand, who shouted that they needed to deal with them quickly. Powerful attacks flew at the monsters. Ash flew above him and said that this bracer is really a great thing. The range is about 2 meters, and the speed is just fire. Oliver, with a serious look, said that it is useful, but he simply does not have time to catch everyone. Roots began to grow from the ground. The dumbfounded people asked what it was. A dome of roots covered the players. A blue aura hovered around the hand of the protagonist, who said that he wanted to try something. He created an ice sphere above his head. Waving his hand, Oliver said goodbye to the monsters. The ball hit the ground. The guys were shocked by what happened. Jake stood behind and asked what it was. Turning around, the protagonist said that there was no one left there. Dumbfounded, Jake said that they were also finished. He saw a huge crater in the ground and wondered if Oliver was a monster. A few hours later, the protagonist approached the building and covered it with vines. Having landed on the ground, Oliver said that people can go inside and rest. Tomorrow they will set out from the very morning. Simple monsters will not break through the vines, so you can sleep peacefully. Ash examined the people standing around the protagonist and asked what happened to them. The dumbfounded guys discussed that this guy who dealt with all the monsters alone. The enraged ghost said that only thanks to him they all survived, and instead of gratitude, they became wary. Turning around, Oliver replied that he did not care about it, he was already used to such a reaction. It was important to finish the task as soon as possible. His comrades approached him. Agatha stood in front of him and asked if the protagonist was looking for her. Looking at them, the protagonist clarified whether they seriously did not understand or were also going to take a comfortable nap. Ben looked out from behind Agatha and asked if Oliver wanted them to fight him this time too. Pulling out his blade, the protagonist said that this was true, so they should quickly go get their equipment. Encouraged, Ben replied that this was great, this time he would not lose so easily. Joyful Oliver noted that he was eager to see it. Ben rushed at the protagonist, saying that he was advancing. His comrades were lying on the ground looking exhausted. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that this was it. While they were on Earth, it was worth continuing training. Leaving the guys, Oliver asked them not to be lazy and get ready because they would soon be leaving. Furious, Ash flew around him and shouted that they were idiots, did not appreciate the fact that the strong showed mercy and trained with them. Instead of endlessly whining, it would be better to quickly recover and go back to battle and not give up halfway. The ghost was burning with rage and said that if he were in the protagonist's place, he would have beaten them up properly from the very beginning. Oliver thought with a serious expression that they needed to get stronger to fight the apostles, and then emphasized that they needed to take them more seriously. The guys gathered outside 3 days later. Louise looked at them and offered to go in first. The guy pulled out a spear and asked where they were going. Louise raised her hands and said that they were from Reentering and asked if that was Will. Taken aback, Will asked if she was Louise. The girl touched his hand and cried out that she was glad to see him. Will smiled and asked for a second, noting that he would be right back with their king. The door to the building opened. The guy seriously asked if they said they were from Reentering, and the plot introduced us to the hard mode player, Carl. Surprised, Louise asked if that was Carl. She started walking towards him and noticed that he was there too. Frowning, Carl called the girl by name. He suddenly smiled and asked if she had come after all. They shook hands and said they were glad to see each other. Nodding, Carl asked why there were so many of them and if they were all from the same area. Louise pointed at the people and said that there were about 20,000 of them. They were very lucky. Louise showed him her comrades and emphasized the fact that she had a couple of incredibly strong guys. Carl looked at them and asked if they were the ones that were talked about so much in the community. Taken aback, Ben wondered why Carl was staring at them. The guy clapped his hands and noted that he was sure it was hard for them to get there. Carl started to leave, saying that the mission was not over yet, so they could take a rest for now. The guys walked down the corridor and said that it was very spacious there and they could finally rest in peace. Ben stood behind Oliver and asked if Agatha thought the guy was strange, and the girl suggested that he did not know him well. Holding his chin, the protagonist replied that he didn't know. Carl had an expression on his face as if he was annoyed by something. It was so obvious that it was hard to write off as a misunderstanding. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he didn't know and maybe Ben was right. The guys were taken aback by this, after which Ben asked if Oliver had noticed it. The protagonist went further and said that he should look around for now. Those who needed to could rest, and those who wanted to could follow him. Sunlight enveloped the building. Low and medium difficulty players were sitting on the floor and shivering. The men were walking around the building with a satisfied look. Agatha, dumbfounded, said that something was wrong there. She didn't see a single player from the single mode except them. Holding his face, Ben noted that there were too few easy and medium difficulty players, not many solo players themselves, but there should be many more people from easy and medium mode. The protagonist seriously noted that they were right and that there was definitely something wrong there. He imagined warriors standing over people and noted that he walked around the Yongan City Hall. He noticed that people's facial expressions were divided into two types. A very small number were confident and happy, and the vast majority of them were intimidated and sad. It was clear at first glance that they were wary of something, like subjects in front of nobles. Frowning slightly, Oliver said that this place smelled rotten. Louise raised her hand and asked if he had a minute, noting that he had told her how everything was arranged there. Pointing her finger, she told him that she had learned about the number of people, the percentage of hard difficulty players, as well as the food supplies in the city hall. They went down the stairs. Turning around, Louise said that something was wrong there. The protagonist looked at her and clarified what was bothering her. Louise remembered how she walked past people and said that it seemed to her that the low and medium difficulty players were avoiding her. The guys said with a serious look that they would watch for now. The girl examined the shelves with food supplies and assumed that these supplies would last them for some time. Instant noodles and canned goods would not spoil so easily anyway. The protagonist imagined streams of people from different sides and said that he was sure that they were not the last ones to come there. People would continue to come, even if there were only a few of them. The food would run out pretty quickly. They needed to slowly put aside supplies. Louise laughed and said that it was a relief now that Carl was with them. She was sure that everything would work out. They discussed the hell that was happening in the labyrinth. Besides, many people were following him because he was strong and determined. Louise stood behind the guy and noted that although he was a little aggressive, it was not such a serious problem. Looking down, Oliver mentally asked if Carl was a little aggressive. We were transferred to 2 days later when people gathered in front of the building. Sitting on the roof, the protagonist thought that there was nothing to do until the special task was completed. This place was completely sealed. So if you go inside, you can't go outside. He was bored and did not believe that he would have to hang around there for 2 more days. Oliver was taken aback when he heard Ben's voice. The protagonist watched from the roof what was happening, then covered the people with himself and asked to leave the newcomers alone. Agatha, with a puzzled look, asked how they could be so ruthless and not give food to the sick. Pulling out his blade, the guy said that these people came from the easy mode, but now they are clearly not in the best condition, so he reacts quite accordingly. He smugly stated that when they got to Yongan, they had to follow the local rules, no matter what the community said, and that the players from the single-player mode were just chatterboxes. Ben was furious at what he heard. Carl came out to them and ordered them to stop. He asked with an enraged look what was going on. The bandits looked at Ben and told him that these people were trying to break the rules he had set. Agatha, taken aback, said that she just wanted to say that they were going too far. Carl walked towards her. Touching her face, he said that if she broke the rules, she should be prepared to be punished. He said with a mad grin that this should be executed, but since she acted out of ignorance, such a punishment would be too harsh. Carl grabbed the girl by the collar. Looking into her eyes, he suggested that they start with something simpler. Oliver held out his hand and asked what they were talking about and if Carl would mind if he joined in too. They looked at each other. The angry guy asked how the protagonist dared to look at him so disrespectfully. Carl raised his hand and ordered him to stop. Holding her throat, Agatha tried to catch her breath. The guy approached Oliver and replied that nothing of the sort had happened. They were just discussing with his allies how important it was to honor the rules. Oliver smirked and asked who came up with these rules. Carl got angry at what he heard. The protagonist touched his shoulder and said that the guy was in charge of these guys, but he shouldn't dare touch his people. Carl looked at his subordinate. He rushed into battle. Oliver managed to dodge the attack. The stranger moved after the protagonist, saying that he would regret insulting the king. Oliver dodged his series of attacks. Carl was taken aback and wondered if the protagonist could dodge the attacks of a hard mode player that easily. The protagonist grabbed his hand. He held him and asked if it was true that this would now be considered self-defense. Oliver delivered a powerful blow to the guy. While he was thinking that he needed to relax his entire body and hit as slowly as possible, he needed to control the blow as much as possible. The stranger flew to the side. He was amazed. Carl was shocked by what he saw. Oliver looked at him and asked if they wanted to continue. Looking away, Carl replied that this was enough. He began to leave, saying that he wanted to apologize for this incident and that he would punish the guy for attacking them. The protagonist's face was serious, enveloped in a purple aura. Oliver said that this was the last time he would let him get away with this, and next time he would kill him. Carl was furious at these words. Looking down, the guy wondered if the protagonist realized that he gave the order to see how strong Oliver was. Carl left there, saying that he would keep this in mind. An angry Ben remarked that they were fools. The protagonist looked at Agatha and asked her to explain what had happened. Agatha noticed a girl who begged for food and told him that while she was walking in the park, she noticed how they were oppressing the easy mode players. The guy swung his hand and screamed that they did not have enough food to share it with the sick. Agatha took the blow and added that at first she wanted to just pass by because she was scared, but things started to get serious and then she had to stand up for herself. An angry Ben shouted that Agatha was not to blame for this at all. Sighing, the protagonist asked them to rest, noting that since he defeated one of them, they would not dare to interfere with them for now. Oliver returned to the roof. Looking around, Ash said that this was an abomination. Wherever they were the same fools as the conductors of sin. The protagonist looked at the ghost and asked if he thought he had just insulted the guides, since they at least acknowledged strength. Ash looked down and said that Oliver was right. Carl only cared about hard mode players, so he was much worse. The protagonist introduced a guy who held out his hand and noted that he was the same in his past life. Carl claimed that only hard mode players could save the world, and it was he who created the system of rules and restrictions based on player ranks. Oliver introduced a scale on which players of different ranks stood. Agatha stood next to Carl, and the protagonist emphasized the fact that the only player limiting him was the girl from solo mode. Streams of blue mana hovered around Agatha, while Oliver reasoned that it was not enough to deal with all the hard mode players, and since most of the monsters were on her, there was simply no time to butt heads with him. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that this was idiotic. Ash imagined people fighting and noted that if things continued like this, then very soon the players of other modes would direct their anger at them, and from the single player mode, they would also stop being silent. Clenching his hand into a fist, Oliver said that this was true since he warned Carl that this was the last time he would not regret what he did. The dome surrounded the building, and the plot told us that a total of 100,000 people from the southern region of Gyeonggi arrived at the Yongin City Hall. Dejected that this was all that was left of the population of the southern region, they began to mourn the death of their loved ones. The players fell into sadness. A message popped up saying that a special task was starting. You need to choose your king. The king can give out roles to others. People cannot be forced to play their roles, but it brings great benefits. Repeated failure to follow the king's orders entails punishment. Whoever kills the king will suffer severe punishment. Having chosen a king, you need to survive, grow food, and protect your land. Build defensive walls and fight off enemies. Waves of monsters will come periodically. The duration of survival is 1 month. The guys gathered at one table. Louise sat opposite Carl. Looking at the projection, the girl said that she was interested in what was meant by the king there. Apparently it was something like a leader or manager, and then asked if they thought that this meant establishing rules that were still in effect in the system. Carl raised his hand and said that in that case he was putting himself forward. He had already succeeded in establishing rules, so it would be right to make him king. Louise was taken aback and asked again. Carl asked with an arrogant look if there were any objections. Ben pointed his finger and said that he did and asked how Carl could be trusted after what had happened. The guy folded his arms and asked if they had come there as refugees and were now declaring that they were not going to listen to the orders of the owner of the territory. Ben slammed his fist on the table and shouted at Carl to stop talking such nonsense. It was just a point in the task. He had no right to give them orders. Carl stood up from the table and pointed out that this was the place chosen by the task and that was why they should listen to its owner. Ben smirked and said that this was a self-proclaimed king who simply did not want to miss the opportunity to make his word law. Carl asked with a satisfied look what was wrong with that, adding that in order to control 100,000 people they needed a strict king, and only he was fit for that role, then asked if there was anyone else and would people follow Ben, a guy who still had milk on his lips. Ben began to tremble with fear. Carl looked at Agatha and asked if people would follow a girl who couldn't even speak normally. Carl looked at Oliver, who shook his head and emphasized that he was capable of it, but it was immediately obvious that he had no desire. He asked with a crazy look who would even trust a group where only 3 people could fight, adding that even if there were a couple more solo players, they were all weak, and besides, they didn't know that they wouldn't be sacrificed in a moment of danger. An enraged Louise screamed that this was too much and asked not to go that far. Carl spread his hands and apologized, adding that his emotions had gotten the better of him, and then asked if there were any arguments against him becoming king. The room fell silent. He assumed with a smirk on his face that there were no objections. The guy extended his hand and said that from now on he would be king. A yellow projection appeared in front of him. He slammed his hand on the table and noted that this was now his law. Louise was stunned as she read that easy and normal mode players could only eat with permission from now on. Without any achievements, they would receive food once a day. The orders of hard mode players were unquestionable. If they refused without a good reason, they would be punished. Exploration and food collection should be carried out by the selected easy and normal mode players. If they dared to disobey, they would not receive food. Whenever they met hard mode players, they were obliged to respect them and bow their heads, otherwise they would be punished. Louise recalled standing in the city and thinking about how she had been uneasy since arriving in Yongin. Carl's methods might be too cruel, but she thought it was necessary. A window appeared with information that easy and normal mode players could now only eat with permission. They were engaged in exploration and gathering provisions. The orders of hard mode players were unquestionable and must be respected. The girl looked at the screen in fear and asked what this was, adding that each of the orders oppressed the players, food restrictions to force them to obey orders, and also showing respect and bowing the head. The guy raised his hand with a smile and asked if something was wrong. It seemed like she had something to say. Louise waved her hand and shouted that, no matter what, forcing easy and normal mode players to gather food was too much. Carl put his hand to his chest and asked why they would do that. Raising her hand, she replied that many would die in the process. The guy imagined himself sitting on the throne and said that everyone had a role. That was the truth since time immemorial. Imagining an army of people in front of monsters, he said that hard mode players protect the weak from monsters and in return receive benefits. It is dangerous outside, even for hard mode players. Carl pointed his finger forward and said that since they also have to risk their lives, they should do everything possible. What weaklings can do is supply food. Imagining how the guys hide from the monster, the guy clarified if he was right. Louise looked down in shock. She gritted her teeth and asked if he wanted them to just die. Did everyone agree with him? The man looked at her seriously and replied that in some ways he was right. Technically, they were not the ones killing them. The guy sat at the table and said that he just wanted them to do what they were capable of. It was only natural. The girl slammed her fist on the table. Louise jumped up furiously and asked how they were any different from beasts then, since they used and humiliated the weak, and how was that any different from beast behavior? She frowned and shouted that she understood his point of view, but she would never accept such an attitude. Carl calmly waved his hand and said that she could do whatever she wanted. But this was the right thing to do. They had to sacrifice the easy and normal mode players so that the hard mode players could survive. The girl looked at him furiously and asked how he dared to say such a thing. Oliver crossed his arms and asked if that was right, since he was deeply mistaken. The guy looked at him seriously and asked if he wanted to say that he was wrong. The weak sacrifice themselves and the strong survive. What was wrong with that? The protagonist stood up from the table and said that he could not say that he was completely wrong. He looked at him carefully and asked how the guy was different from them, because easy and normal mode players were really weak. The protagonist imagined a destroyed city and thought about how the monsters were getting stronger and stronger as time went on. Imagining the guy in front of the monster, he thought that even hard mode players would not be able to cope with this power. Oliver remembered the scared Carl and thought that in the end they too became useless. The protagonist extended a finger and asked if all the easy and normal mode players went against him. Would he be able to stand? Would he be able to survive if they trampled and tore him apart? The guy looked at him fearfully and asked what he was talking about. Carl imagined hands reaching out to him and thought that no matter how weak they were, if they attacked in a crowd, death would only be a matter of time. The protagonist stood next to the girl and said that he didn't really care about their lives. Oliver looked at her and asked what she thought. Louise closed her eyes. The girl looked at him seriously and said that she couldn't accept Carl's plan. She sat down at the table and said that she was asking for a change of king. The guy pointed at the screen and said that it was impossible because he could read and he wasn't going to back down. Raising two fingers, Carl said that the second condition couldn't be used either because except for the two of them, all the hard mode players were on his side or she wanted to kill him. The protagonist looked at him and asked why it was impossible because the second condition was still in effect. The guy grinned and said that it was nonsense. He imagined himself standing with the guys and saying that everyone except them supported him because the right to vote was clearly intended for hard mode and they had no chance. The protagonist smiled and said that it wasn't quite like that. Raising his hand, he said that he was asking for a change of king. Notifications appeared that no equal players were found. The request was granted. Oliver stood in front of the table with the guys. A window popped up with information that they could change the king through debate, duel, competition, or another way. Carl looked down in shock and asked what it was. He didn't agree, and neither did any of them. The protagonist imagined a happy guy and thought that the king had not changed last time. Many tried, but no one could. Imagining Agatha walking, he thought that neither easy and normal nor hard mode players, even she couldn't handle it. What can I say? Remembering the three gods, Oliver thought that the requirements that the gods of the labyrinth wanted were too high. The protagonist clenched his fist and said that nothing could be done. Apparently he was the only one here who fits. The protagonist stepped on the table and asked the guy if he had warned him. Carl looked at him in fear and listened to him say that next time he would be finished. Oliver stood with his foot on the guy's table and said that he would like to end it all here, but it would be too boring. An alarmed Carl looked at him, listening to him say that he would give him a chance, so let him struggle for the last time. The plot moves us to the street, where the guy stood in front of an army and said that they were all hard mode players who were following him. Oliver smiled and said that there were quite a few of them. Carl held his sword in front of him and said that he would regret giving him a chance. The protagonist approached him and said that they would start if he remembered the conditions. The guy snapped his fingers and said that it was time to begin. The player rushed forward with a shield and said that he would block him and let them attack. He grinned and thought about the attack power being around 50. It would be tough, but he could definitely handle it. The guy jumped up with his sword. The protagonist clenched his fist. Oliver swung and said that he was sorry for ruining their hopes, but he only gave them a chance for one reason. The protagonist threw the opponent up and said that he could easily defeat them. The enemy flew into the wall. The guys looked up in shock, hearing that it turned out that he could fly. Carl took off from the ground, saying that since they weren't going to attack, he would do it. Frowning, he shouted that everyone should concentrate. He was attacking. The protagonist swung his sword. The dumbfounded guy pulled out his sword and asked what kind of damage this was, what kind of nonsense. Oliver ran past him and replied that it really was nonsense. After all, he had to control himself. The protagonist beat the guys with his elbows. Turning around, Carl shouted that they were hard mode players. They had risked their lives to become stronger. Everyone needed to pull together immediately. Liam held his spear in front of his friend. Frowning, the protagonist said that he felt sorry for him. He quickly ran forward. Oliver kicked his opponent and said that they were great, powerful, and amazing hard mode players. The guy hit Liam with his sword and asked how they were different from the easy and normal mode players who were looked down on. The protagonist glared at him and said that even a crowd could not do anything to him. The protagonist stood in front of Carl. The opponent was taken aback when he heard that he was the only one left. Oliver approached the frightened enemy. The guy looked at him seriously and said that he hoped he would be at least a little better. Carl flew into the wall. He grinned at the sword. The protagonist pulled out a sword and said that this is where it would all end. He was the same as them, just as useless. Oliver looked at him calmly and asked what he would do now, adding that if he wanted to continue, he would not stop him. Carl looked at him with fear. He was lying in front of the wounded guys and said that he wanted power, but not at the cost of his life. Looking down, the guy said that he would retreat. The protagonist turned to the girl, answering that this was a good choice. Louise looked at him seriously, listening to him say that he was not going to become king. Since she offered a change, she was sure that she could handle it herself. Carl stood in front of the guys and said that apparently the crown was now hers. Frowning, the guy said that even though the result was depressing, he did not think that he was wrong. He imagined the girl standing in front of the monsters, telling them that after all, only hard mode players could fight against monsters. The weak would inevitably become a burden. Carl watched the worried girl and asked if she thought about what all this would lead to, since she also wanted to protect them. He looked at her with confusion and said that he would give the crown. The guy pressed the screen and said that he was passing his role to Louise. The girl looked at her hand in surprise and said that she was the king. Putting her fist to her chest, she said that she would try. The protagonist looked at the notifications that he was the one who was most involved in changing the king, and that a bonus would be waiting for him upon returning to the labyrinth. A portal appeared above the dome of the building. Louise nodded and thanked the guy. The girl stood next to the protagonist and said that she was glad that he did not kill him. Oliver looked down, listening to her say that she was sure of the opposite. Imagining Card sitting on his lap, the guy thought that Louise was quite quick to notice details. The protagonist imagined a crowd of people and thought that if he asked for a change of king and killed him, the other hard mode players might rebel. Looking at the serious girl, he thought that since she had the most chances, the anger would be directed at her. Oliver calmly looked at his friend and said that since she understood everything, she should try her best. This is how she would thank him. Louise raised her hand to her face in confusion and wondered why he was so kind to her. Was the gentleman really that kind of person? Was he really going to make today's training especially harsh? Was that why he was so friendly? The protagonist sighed calmly. Extending his hand, the guy asked her to consider it a debt because he owed her something. The protagonist imagined Carl fighting, thinking that even though he had a bad philosophy, he was desperate to save humanity. During the second return, he personally fought in the vanguard against monsters. Oliver remembered the screaming guy and thought that if it weren't for Louise, the most ideal option would be to work with him. Even though he had a terrible character, if he beat everything out of him, he would listen. Imagining an angry Sean, the guy thought about the problems that happened on the third wave. Because of the riot provoked by him, most of the hard mode players, including Carl, disappeared. The protagonist imagined the monsters and thought about how in the end, during the next return, the road to Soul turned out to be real. Crowds of monsters appeared that they could not resist. People died as easily as toys break. Oliver remembered how he trembled in fear, thinking that then everyone thought that everything was over. He imagined Louise slaying the monster with her sword and thought that in that hopeless situation, she had saved half of them. Imagining the girl grinning, the guy thought about how he was among them. She could have run away, but she stayed and fought. The protagonist remembered the wounded Louise and thought that she did it because she did not want to watch people die. The girl bowed her head to him and said that she was grateful to him for everything. He does so much for them. She looked worried and said that she already had many concerns. Jake looked away in confusion when he heard that he had to get what he asked for. The guy reached for his backpack and said that they had indeed talked last time. He laid out the seeds in front of him and said that one of his friends was obsessed with plants. He remembered his address and brought some seeds from there. They said that they needed them: corn, watermelon, wild greens, a huge variety, but he was not sure that they could grow them for food. The protagonist calmly looked at him and said that they did not need it. Louise stood in front of the table and said that they were doing something similar to the action of a skill. The dumbfounded boys looked at each other when she asked if they wanted to get a skill related to growing plants. Oliver put his hand on the table and said that if many people could get it, even easy and normal mode players would have their own task. It would help solve any food problem, so it was a worthwhile adventure. The plot moves us forward a few days, where the building stood under a dome. Agatha stood with the boys by the flower bed and said that she didn't think they would be able to grow anything edible. The environment was too unsuitable. Sprouts were breaking through the ground. Turning around, the main character said that it was all starting. The dome began to collapse. The portal above the building lit up. The guy looked up and asked the boys to go and tell Louise to prepare for battle. He extended his hand to the sword. Monsters appeared in front of him and the system reported that the first wave was starting. The boys confidently ran towards the enemies. Many monsters were running along the street and the game reported that rewards would be given upon returning to the labyrinth depending on their actions. The guy held back the blow with his sword and asked why there were so many of them. Last time everything was different. The guy looked at the monsters in fear and screamed for help. Louise swung her sword and ordered everyone to stay alert. Frowning, she shouted that if they did not give up, everything would work out. Carl and Jake were fighting the monsters furiously. The guys were running after the protagonist. The main character was cutting through the enemies. The girl turned away from the explosion. Louise frowned and thought that Oliver was here so they could hold out. The guy was swinging his sword, listening to her screaming that everything would work out. The sun was setting below the horizon. The guys continued to fight the monsters and screamed that it was time for them to die. The moon was shining above the building. It was getting light outside. The guy confidently stepped on the ground. Ben happily raised his sword and screamed that they really won. The guys were smiling and screaming that they survived. Louise happily looked at her friend and said that fortunately there were almost no casualties. Putting her hand to her chest, she said that at this rate, they could easily last until the fourth wave. The protagonist stood in front of the portal. Frowning, he thought about how dangerous it was, the crack had doubled in size, how much stronger the enemies would become. Ash flew up to the guy and said that it seemed like they were desperately trying to kill them all, everything would soon become really difficult. Oliver pulled on his glove and replied that it was probably so, but it definitely wouldn't be easy. The protagonist remembered the happy guys and thought about how they had won a colossal victory over tens of thousands of monsters in the second and third waves. Imagining the corpses of the enemies, he thought about how the invading monsters were mostly F rank, there were a few E rank, the levels weren't much different from the first wave. The protagonist remembered how Louise raised her sword and thought about how, under the guidance of hard and single mode players, the number of victims had noticeably decreased. The guy imagined the jubilant guys, thinking that people were happily celebrating their victory. A window appeared with information about the fast cultivation skill. Remembering how people collected corn, Oliver thought that with the acquisition of the skill of fast cultivation, the problem of the lack of food for future returns seemed to be solved. The protagonist imagined how he walked away from the crowd and thought that then everything began to seem fine. Frowning, he thought about the danger approaching with each passing second. The plot moves us to the day before the fourth wave, where the guy stood in the street and said that today is enough. Agatha put her fist to her chest and replied that there was still a lot of time before dawn. Ben looked at him in surprise and asked if something would happen tomorrow. He remembered Louise standing in front of the crowd, saying that she organized the squads this morning, and clarified whether he told her anything. The protagonist calmly looked at him and replied that tomorrow would be difficult, it would be better to gather strength. The guy looked at him fearfully and asked if everything was that serious. Putting his hand on her waist, Oliver said that the main thing is that they don't die. The protagonist smiled and added that otherwise he would be upset. The plot moves us to the next day, to a glowing portal. There was an army on the street. The guys were holding swords. Louise was standing on the roof and telling them that they had formed and deployed squads according to their instructions. Oliver stood next to her and said that this was quite good. The wave would be different, so they had to be careful. The girl was surprised and replied that he should be careful too. Monsters appeared from the portal. Bloodthirsty enemies flew down and the system reported that the fourth wave had begun. The guy looked at the sky in fear and said that he had never seen anything like this. Louise looked ahead in shock and asked what it was. Frowning, Oliver replied that these were E and D rank monsters. With the current forces it would be extremely difficult to resist them. The monster was flying down. The blue lizard jumped on the people. The monster was wrapping itself around the screaming guy. The man was standing in front of the huge monster. He looked at it in fear and said that he couldn't handle it. How could he even fight someone like that? Carl blocked the blow with his sword. The guy held his paw and shouted at his ally to get up. They said that easy and normal mode players weren't much different from them, so let him prove it. The boy was running away in the crowd and shouting that he didn't want to die, and people were dying like flies. The monster pierced two guys. The guys screamed in shock. The octopus raised the corpses on its tentacles. Carl bared his teeth and said that damn them all. He looked at the fighting Ben and said that all the single-player players were already exhausted. Agatha was anxiously trying to catch her breath. A terrible monster appeared in front of her. He furiously released the chains. The attack broke the girl's sword. Suddenly, a stream of mana headed towards the monster. Agatha looked forward in fear. The protagonist stepped on the enemy and asked if they had decided to take a break. He raised his sword in front of him. The girl looked at him through tears, thinking that such an incredibly strong monster had fallen from just 2 blows, and said that thank God, as long as he was on their side, they would definitely be able to win. The protagonist looked down. Oliver walked towards the girl and said that he was sorry, but that was not true. Looking up at the sky, the guy said that he had arrived. A red glow appeared from the portal. Agatha sweated in horror and asked what kind of monster it was. The monster was peeking out of the crack. The monster opened its eye and the system reported that monster 48,881 had appeared. The enemy was crawling out of the portal. The protagonist looked at it seriously. The city was reflected in the monster's eye. Ash was flying above his friend and said that it seemed to be aiming at him. The monster hit the ground with its paw. People ran away in fear and asked what kind of monster it was. Oliver brandished his dagger and said that it was too dangerous to fight here, they needed to take it away. The guy jumped into the sky, shouting at the girl to take care of the others. The protagonist stood in the street in front of the monster and said that he was glad that he followed it, so he was the target after all. Ash frowned and asked how such a monster could appear so early. Because it was strong, even adventurers who had reached the 40th floor would have a hard time. The guy's eye began to glow and he said that everything was obvious. He was here to kill it. The protagonist examined the enemy and the system reported that he was invincible. There was no need for an assessment. Oliver frowned and activated the thirst for battle. He brought the sword to his chest and notifications appeared that impartial duel, contempt for the strong, and demigod doctrine were activated. The monster's eye began to glow. The monster rushed forward. The opponent swung at the guy. The protagonist looked at him in fear and thought that he was fast, which meant that speed was also his strong point. He imagined the gears and activated the first attack reset. Oliver swung the glowing sword and thought that the 5-digit number meant B-rank monsters, and they were on a completely different level. It was not the time to relax. He needed to give it his all. The guy thrust the sword into the ground. The monster pushed off the ground. The protagonist squatted warily. Frowning, the protagonist thought that his eyes were keeping up with him, and it was no surprise, but in that case he needed to activate mental acceleration. He walked towards the enemy surrounded by mana. Oliver dealt many blows and thought that now he could at least see his movements, but this was still not enough to fully parry the attacks. A wolf made of mana appeared. The guy parried the attack with his sword. Frowning, the protagonist thought that even the first sword of the Scar Storm, the Wolf Fang, did not work. He imagined a clock and activated the second attack nullification. The protagonist rushed forward, using a strong blow, addition, and consecutive attacks. A large wound appeared on the enemy's chest. Oliver looked away at the shadow and thought that he had disappeared. The guy suddenly turned around. The protagonist imagined an hourglass and activated the third attack nullification. He furiously hit the opponent with a sword. Ash flew above him and said that there were no more nullifications left. The real battle began. The protagonist crouched down and thought that these were specialized types. In his past life he fought with thousands of them. He was very fast. Oliver created a branch in front of him and said that he just needed to limit his movements. The trees wrapped around the monster's body. The protagonist flew towards the opponent, activating acceleration. He squeezed the handle and used an ice arrow. The monster looked at the flying ice flows. The protagonist shot lightning and said that he was so fast that he could avoid instant attacks. Oliver swung his swords and said that was all. His movements were too predictable. The guy bent down with his weapon in his hands. The monster looked at him furiously. Grinning, the protagonist asked if he really had nothing to brag about except speed. He flew up to the enemy with his sword. The protagonist looked away seriously. The monster's eye trembled. Oliver smiled and said that he hadn't had this much fun in a long time. The ancient god was watching him. Let him send someone stronger next time. The guy stood on the monster's corpse. Looking at the eye in the crack, he said that a B-rank monster, which was not in his past life, was trying to kill him. He looked up with a smile and said that he was a real pain in the ass and was not going to die yet. A message popped up saying that the hidden task was completed. The god of discord and death was descending. The ground in front of the protagonist began to crack. Ash frowned and said that he was coming. The deity flew out of the crack. The protagonist remembered how he had communicated with the deity. Imagining a smiling Rick, the guy asked if it was him. The god flew up and answered that he had power over discord and death. Oliver stood in front of him and asked why he had come. The guy looked at him seriously and said that in order to leave the heated place in the labyrinth, you need to sacrifice something. The god's eye was glowing and he said that he was lucky with the contract, or rather with the deal. He was very smart, so he could figure it out. The protagonist imagined the monster, thinking that strong enemies appeared much earlier than in his past life, and asked if this was somehow connected with that B-rank or even the ancient gods. Rick laughed and answered that he was right. Looking at the eye in the rift, he told them that they had crossed the line, so he had made a contract. The god remembered smiling and said that he would fulfill his end of the bargain first. Mana surrounded the boys as they fought, and Rick said that they could consider it both a gift and a reward for mortals. Oliver looked at the glowing sword in surprise and said that it was a great power. The boy clutched the hilt of the sword and said that it did not look like a normal reward, like a stat increase or a level. He held the flaming swords and asked if this was his power, something more fundamental and the acquisition of fighting instincts. The god hovered above the rift and said that it was true, let him be grateful and repay with respect. Usually only his subjects received this blessing. His eyes lit up and Rick said that such power was not usually meant for such insignificant creatures, but things were getting interesting. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and thought that he was giving such a powerful blessing as a reward. Even the weakest players of the easy mode would be able to become twice as strong. The protagonist looked at him seriously and asked what was going on. Rick flew in front of him and said that in his current state, he deserved to hear. Oliver imagined the sorcerer, listening, that they created a labyrinth that became a witness to the battles of great heroes and warriors. Imagining people fighting, the god asked if it was not exciting to watch the clash of strong personalities from different worlds. He remembered the spiral staircase and said that however, the pathetic ancient gods refused to accept defeat. Rick imagined 3 gods and said that they were destroying and ravaging worlds that could enter the labyrinth. Imagining a monster in collapsing planets, the god said that of course, and they were not idle. Oliver looked at him seriously and asked if that was why he called them into the labyrinth. Was the hour of destruction approaching? Rick remembered smiling and answered that it was true. Ash raised his hand and said he had a question. God looked at him and said that he recognized his courage, let him speak. The ghost looked at him fearfully and said that from what he saw, most people did not enter the labyrinth. He imagined a tower and said that they were only in copies of it, divided into easy, normal and hard. Ash imagined the guys standing on different roads and asked if this was also because of the gods. Frowning, the protagonist thought about how everyone except the single mode was fake. It was because of these modes that people had to split up. Rick looked at him seriously and said that if it were not for the intervention of the ancient gods, they would all have been able to get into their world, the labyrinth. Imagining a tunnel in space, he said that worlds were connecting, cracks were formed, and dimensions were distorted. This was annoying before, but not now. God hovered in front of the guy and said that this was all. If they wanted to know more, let them find him themselves. He would be waiting in the depths. Oliver looked at him in shock, hearing that he would be the one speaking now, and asked to become his apostle. He would do him such an honor. A notification appeared that Rick was offering him an apostle contract. The thought arose that he had already offered him this contract. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that, as far as he remembered, he had already rejected it, to which he was told that it was true. Sitting in front of him, the monster said that but the situation had changed. Even if the old gods were scum, they were very strong, so a mortal would never be able to cope with them alone. Besides, parasites were hunting him. He did not think that he wanted to die in vain, without having done anything. Looking straight ahead, Rick added that he would repeat himself. He was doing him an honor, giving him the opportunity to stand on his side. The ghost exclaimed in fear. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and said that he already knew the answer. An image of a man appeared. A thought appeared that by accepting Rick's offer, he would instantly become stronger, but this was not enough. He needed power equal to the power of the gods. He could not become attached to one of them and set limits for himself. Looking at him, the god said that he thought that he would refuse, otherwise the Taditsa would fall into a rage. Beams flew around the sphere. It was heard that well, it was fun. I can't wait to see his fighting spirit again. Rick flew up and said that he dealt well with that rabble, so here is a gift for him. When he returns to the labyrinth, he will see him. I am sure it will be useful to him. Oliver looked surprised. A notification appeared that he acquired a special skill, Apostle Transformation. Raising his eyebrows, he asked what he knew. Looking straight, Rick answered that of course, but everything suits him, so he does not plan to interfere. He smirked and added that besides, his journey was very fascinating. He couldn't let it end so easily. If necessary, let him use his name. The hero opened his eyes in amazement. Lowering his head, he said that thank you. Rick evaporated and said that he hoped he would still amuse him. Frowning, Ash asked that he had left. First the goddess of demons, now Rick allows him to use his name, and also offered the mortal to stand on his side. The protagonist looked surprised, hearing that he even understood what this meant, to which he asked what, and the ghost answered that it was obvious. Soon he would become one of the fingers of a god. His hand reached down, and he added that he would go beyond just an apostle and turn into a divine being. Even if this was not a full-fledged title, but he would already go beyond the mortal, not at all an ordinary thing. Lowering his gaze, Oliver said that a divine being, interesting, of course, but first it was worth going back. Looking straight ahead, Ash said that yes, it would be harder there than here. People were lying on the ground. It was said that after the last wave, the population of Yongan was halved, a terrible sight that had never been seen before. At the end of the day, everything finally calmed down. People were sitting near the graves. It was heard that the survivors buried the bodies, gathered all their determination and began to train. The biggest change from this return was Rick's blessing. The effect was much more amazing than expected. The hero fought. A notification about the divine blessing appeared. It was said that the techniques and actions that were not given even through severe training. The girl looked away. Ben frowned. The thought appeared that now they were obtained without much difficulty. Such changes definitely justify the name of the divine blessing. People trained, they began to conduct battles to understand their new strength, surprised and happy with these extraordinary changes. Throwing the sword on his shoulder, the protagonist heard that she couldn't even block now. It seemed to have become even easier to defeat. Didn't they all receive the same power? To which he asked, what, but they feel that they have become stronger? To which the girl replied that they do, but Oliver looked away in surprise, hearing that here he is. Walking forward, the girl said that they were looking for him, to which he asked what happened, some strange feeling. Putting her hand on her chest, she said that they came to thank. Without him they would have lost many more people, and now they were able to gain new skills. The guy grinned and said that by the next time they returned they would be much stronger, and the other added that they could help in some way. The warrior looked away and said that thanks to him their comrades had survived. Thank you. Oliver looked surprised and said that they had, and the ghost continued that those who had feared him before now respected him. Apparently his efforts had not been in vain. The hero grinned and said that yes, it was a pleasant feeling. Turning around, he added that well, let them live, and then they would see each other again. A notification appeared that the task had been completed, returning to the labyrinth. The protagonist found himself in space. Messages appeared that the bonus for destroying monsters was plus 383, the bonus for the first wave was plus 53. People were injured. It was heard that everything had been completely different before. Notifications about bonuses appeared. Oliver frowned. Putting his hands on his hips, he thought that he would not remain in the role of protection from now on. It came to show his grin. A message appeared that the calculation was complete. 1,280 points were awarded. Looking at the crystals, the protagonist said that he thought the best choice would be skill mastery. Notifications appeared in front of him and he added that it was probably most effective to spend points on skills with a slow increase in mastery, which meant that magic would be best. A warning appeared that if the skill mastery reached a certain point, the conversion conditions would change. Frowning, the protagonist asked what they decided to limit the increase in mastery. This had not happened before, and the ghost said that well, it is quite logical. If high-ranking skills are pumped up too quickly, it will upset the balance. People stood in front of the hero. It was heard that, for example, his Scarstorm sword or weapon mastery technique. The demon stretched out her hand forward. It was said that the black magic of the demon goddess, or simply magic skills when the balance is disturbed, no one will be happy. Let him consider it something like a fix patch. Looking down, Oliver said that it was sad, of course, but nothing could be done, that it was better to concentrate on all-round strengthening. Stretching his hand forward, he thought that converted points could raise mastery by about 75%, so it was worth distributing 5% to each, then some would already reach 100% mastery and improve. Let's see what it would result in. The hero looked surprised when he heard that the observation skill had reached 100%, to which he asked what this observation skill was. Particles appeared. A message appeared that the deer following the wind's trail was activated. It was written about the passive skill. Looking up, the protagonist said that the spirit skill streams became visible. Mana is a fascinating sight. I'm sure it will be extremely useful for fighting spirits on the 29th floor. Grinning, he added that so, they will check the rest. I wonder what's there. Suddenly, Oliver rushed forward. Notifications appeared about a special skill being used. The hero jumped up. A message about passive skills appeared. Grinning, he said that this is cool. The protagonist stretched out his hand forward. A notification about basic magic appeared. He grinned, looking straight ahead. Looking at him, the ghost said that he saw that he was pleased, but he was not interested in these skills, asked that he did not think it was worth checking the others. A notification about the skill appeared, and he added that Rick gave this skill. He had seen many times how an apostle contract was concluded, but he had never seen anything like this. Looking at the messages, the protagonist said that he thought it was a good reward for defeating those monsters. Ash frowned and asked that this skill hadn't changed at all. He still didn't know what it was. He said that it was the skill he got after defeating the angel. A message about holy power appeared. Standing still, Oliver said that it was useless for now. He didn't have divine power, so he couldn't use it. Looking down, he added that he was interested in one skill. The man looked at the core. The thought appeared that the name of which was unknown. Looking to the side, Henry said that he had become stronger again. He had never seen such a rapid change before. Well, I'm sure he didn't just look into chat. What happened? Looking straight ahead, Oliver asked what he said, that his world was destroyed by his own will, so he can tell more. A rift appeared in front of him. The man frowned and said that it was good. The core appeared. It was heard that, as he had already mentioned, their world was trying to kill them. Looking straight ahead, the blacksmith said that he did not know why, although the first prerequisites were long before that. The volcano was spewing lava. It was said that at first the birds were dying in flocks, the earth was cracking at the seams, and the volcanoes were erupting without stopping. Henry stood in the middle of the valley. The thought came that for no reason the world had quickly dried up. The lush green tropical forests had turned into a desert, and the tall buildings had crumbled into sand. He He froze. It was said that only then did they realize that the star of this world was trying to kill them. With his hands outstretched to the sides, Henry said that now only he remained, hiding in the labyrinth, asked that he had satisfied his curiosity, to which the hero replied that he had more than satisfied it. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that and also asked that they could go to his world. The man frowned. The protagonist looked at him. With his hand outstretched, the blacksmith said that he had expected this. He still needed something from there, so he would not refuse. Having opened the portal, he said that however it would be much more difficult than last time. Then the world did not recognize his presence and his intervention was minimal. It would be difficult to cope with the star that wanted his death, so he advised to hurry. Oliver looked to the side. A notification about the start of an additional task appeared. Frowning, he said that he understood. A notification appeared. It was said that a completely unknown skill. The man extended his hand forward. It was heard that he received it here, which means he can find some clues. The hero looked to the side and said that here they are back, and the atmosphere is the same. A message about the start of an additional task appeared. Suddenly an eye appeared in the sky. Raising his head, the protagonist said that although no, this time everything is a little different, his death, apparently, is a priority. Standing in front of the monster, he added that he does not particularly like such hospitality. A message appeared that he activated apnea. Oliver frowned and said that he would quickly deal with him. Suddenly he rushed forward. The hero smiled and thought that normal attacks did not work. He jumped up and added that it was better to avoid the locals. The monster's eyes lit up. The protagonist rushed forward and said that he was not going to lag behind him. A barrier appeared around him. He activated the resistance skill. A thought appeared that if everything was like then, fighting with each such giant was pointless. Black particles appeared. A thought appeared that there was probably a core somewhere inside that gave them orders. They needed to find it. Oliver looked to the side and said that he was sure he was not so stupid as to flaunt his weaknesses. A notification appeared that he activated a deer following the wind's trail. Suddenly he rushed towards the monster. The hero was approaching the creature. A purple glow appeared around his leg. Swinging, the protagonist activated a strong blow and said that he would see what was inside. The monster looked down. Suddenly, a blow flew at him. The protagonist looked at the core. Frowning, he thought that here it was. Oliver raised his weapon up. A black glow appeared around the monster. The hero looked at his hands in surprise and thought that his skill had increased. Spiritual enhancement interacted with the skills of opponents, which meant that his guess was confirmed. Looking to the side, he asked, "What the hell?" He won't even give time for a break. Raising his hand up, the ghost shouted that a storm was coming. It was much stronger than last time. Be careful. Suddenly, the protagonist flew up. Rushing forward, he said that there was no time to run from him. He would break through, and Ash asked, "What's wrong?" "He's completely crazy. Let him stop." Oliver suddenly disappeared from view. A notification appeared that he used boots made from golem ore and smelted with the power of spirits. The hero jumped up. A message appeared that he abandoned everything that limited him. Looking down, he asked what was wrong. It was possible. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise. Rushing forward, he shouted that there was a huge cliff ahead. Oliver grabbed the mountain. Raising his head, he said that they were trying to stop him with a mountain so high that he couldn't even see the top of it. What a fantasy. The hero grinned and added that he couldn't believe that the star was trying to kill him with all its might. He turned around. Hearing that the height wasn't the main problem, they were moving closer. They were trying to crush him. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that given the speed at which that cliff was approaching, he didn't have time to get to the top. A notification appeared that he had activated acceleration. Suddenly, he jumped up. Oliver bounced from wall to wall. He climbed out of the cliff. Notifications appeared that he had activated freedom of choice. The hero activated a jump in the air. Ash frowned and said that he was glad he wasn't crushed, but what was he going to do now? Looking away, the protagonist said he was going to get a new skill, what else, and then activated fortitude. He abruptly plummeted. Oliver landed at the bottom of the ravine and took 1,243 damage. The hero grabbed his head. It was said that he landed by jumping from a very high place. He received an activated skill jump. Flying after him, the ghost said that he was already starting to worry, but it seems he read everything, to which he replied that of course. The protagonist looked away and said that he wanted to calmly test all his skills, but doubted that they would allow him to do so here, to which Ash replied that it seemed like they had unleashed all the dogs on him. Looking straight ahead, he added that fortunately, the ruins were not that far away. Looking down, Oliver said that apparently what Henry needed was there. Go ahead. Cracks appeared on the door. The hero broke the door with a blow. Turning his head, he said that this place looks wretched and there are not many traps. The protagonist looked at the core and asked what Henry needed this pearl. Maybe it was a material for something incredible, to which the ghost replied that he was not sure. I would like to know the details. Liquid appeared on the ceiling. A view of the room opened up. The liquid began to drip onto the floor. Oliver opened his eyes in surprise. Suddenly, a creature began to appear. The hero looked away in surprise. Black particles appeared in front of him. He frowned. The protagonist crouched down and asked what it was. Looking straight ahead, Ash said that it looked like an aggregation of will, to which he asked again. The ghost looked at the monster and said that a strong will is capable of manifesting itself in physical form. This is quite possible. If behind it is the will of not one creature, but the whole world, it can be considered an incarnation. Looking straight ahead, Oliver said he understood, asked if it was a spatial distortion. If it weren't for the eye of compassion, he would have died without a single chance to resist. A dent appeared on the ceiling. A creature stood in the middle of the room. It was heard that the technique was really clumsy and slow. Rushing forward, the hero heard that the ruins were cracking at the seams. Let him hurry, to which he replied that he knew. Suddenly he jumped up. The hero swung his sword. He struck the monster. Notifications appeared that the spiritual enhancement was activated. He received a bloody magatama. A special task was completed. Gray smoke appeared. The doors swung open. It was heard that he had returned. I'm sure something interesting could be done from this. Looking at the pearl, the man said that for this he would have to collect 5 more materials of a similar level, to which the hero replied that it was not a problem. He relied on him. The blacksmith frowned and said that it was good. He was giving off some other aura. He had gained something there. The protagonist looked at him in bewilderment. He looked at the notification. A thought arose that there could be no doubt. After defeating the incarnation, he had gained something. Notifications appeared that spiritual enhancement had been activated. Oliver's eyes widened in surprise, thinking that after increasing his skill mastery from activating spiritual enhancement, particles were flying around his hand. A thought arose that his senses seemed to have changed. Turning around, the hero said that he himself did not know yet, so he lowered his head. Reaching out for the weapon, the protagonist wondered what this feeling was and how that incomprehensible skill was connected with it. Stretching his hands forward, Oliver said that he would go check, and then thought that he needed to find out no matter what. His eyes widened in surprise. The protagonist wondered what this feeling was and how that incomprehensible skill was connected with it. He needed to find out. He fought monsters on the 25th floor of the labyrinth. The spirits began to disappear. Looking down, the ghost asked what it was, to which the protagonist replied that he had no idea, and then thought that it was willpower. With each increase in skill, the description becomes more detailed, more words appear. A notification about the skill appeared, and he added that then. Walking forward, Oliver said that since he does not know anything about this skill, he will try until he finds out. An evil spirit appeared in front of him. The spirits rushed forward. Looking to the side, the hero said that every time the dark spirit moves, some changes in strength are felt. Many spirits appeared in front of him, and he added that and also an incomprehensible energy emanates from the labyrinth. Looking at him, the ghost asked that he not only feels an unfamiliar force, but also feels changes with each attack of the spirits, and what happens when he attacks, to which the protagonist replied that he needs to check. He grabbed his weapon. Suddenly Oliver swung his sword. Standing in the smoke, the hero asked that there were also changes during his attacks. What was it? To which the ghost replied that he had one guess. Looking straight ahead, Ash said that he had cleared this place. They would go to another, to which he responded approvingly. Lowering his head, the ghost said that he had been thinking about this power for a long time, suggests calling it simply willpower. Rushing forward, he added that for now it was necessary to find out what happens first, an attack or the action of this power. Let him fight that spirit. The boss of the 25th floor, a mid-level dark spirit, appeared in front of the hero. The hero frowned. The ghost rose up. The protagonist swung his sword. A notification appeared that he had defeated a mid-level dark spirit. A book appeared. It was said that he had acquired a blue grimoire. Oliver acquired a pitch-black cloak and said that it was not bad. Looking at him, Ash asked what and then look at things. Did he feel anything? To which he replied that at first there was a subtle burst of willpower. The hero swung his sword. It was heard that it was difficult to express it in words. When he thought that he needed to draw the sword, the body was already doing it, as if it was moving ahead of his thoughts while he was aware of everything. Ash looked surprised and asked what, seriously, and then thought that it was incredible. He did not devote an eternity to this and had already managed to reach such a level. Frowning, he said that it seemed that he had risen to a new level, to which he asked again. The protagonist lowered his head. It was heard that yes, after receiving the will of the world, he reached the stage at which he was able to read the will of everything, so that's what kind of power he received. Oliver looked at the ghost, hearing what exactly. Let him look. When meeting an enemy before attacking, he conducts a brief analysis, so, to which he clarified what he meant, gets into a stance and decides how and where to attack. The ghost looked at him furiously and shouted what exactly. He is able to read the movements of the enemy's sword, the movements of his muscles, his damn gaze, moreover, even his own thoughts. That's how far he has reached. The hero swung his sword and said that to be honest, he is not sure that it is so cool. There is a very small delay between will and action, so it will be difficult to use, to which Ash replied that what? Yes, it is because his skill is too low. He does not understand the value of such power. As soon as he gets used to it, he will be able to counterattack opponents before they have time to do anything. Frowning, the ghost thought that is that really all? A glow appeared around the man. The thought arose that Oliver had taken possession of the will of the world. The level of this power is too great to be limited to just reading the will. I am sure that upon reaching 100% mastery, everything will go beyond simple perception. What if it comes to the ability to embody someone's will? Ash began to turn his head, thinking that no, this is simply impossible, only superhumans can do this. A monster appeared. The thought arose that how could a mortal get the will of the world? I had never heard of such a thing before, especially about the spiritual enhancement that is activated every time you get the will. Closing his eyes, Ash thought that it was obvious that this skill goes far beyond a mere mortal, and then said that, my god, what is going on here? Turning around, the hero asked what he was standing for. We need to move on, to which he replied that yes, of course. Grinning, the ghost thought that he wondered how far he could go. The protagonist frowned, and he added that his expectations were extremely high. A staircase appeared. It was said that the 26th floor was cleared, the 27th floor was cleared. A bright glow appeared. A notification appeared that he defeated the boss of the 28th floor, a medium-level light spirit. A ring appeared. Its description appeared. Looking at the hero, the ghost asked why he decided to rest a little. After all, he reached the 28th floor quite quickly, to which he replied that there was no use in slowing down. He had accumulated quite a lot of items, so he thought it was time to sort them out. Suddenly, the mad spirit rushed forward. It was heard that, in addition, they still had a task hanging. He was talking about that mad spirit from the 20th floor, who asked to defeat the boss from the secret room on the 29th floor. Looking straight ahead, Ash said that he didn't like him, to which the protagonist replied that no matter how he felt about him, the 29th floor was right in front of them, so they needed to take a break for a bit. Holding the necklace in his hands, Oliver said that he would replace everything that could be replaced. Its characteristics appeared. Looking to the side, the hero thought that the secret room had some good things. A notification appeared about an earring that contained the blood of 100 people. Raising his hand up, he said that since he had acquired so many items of dark magic, he could offer them to the demon goddess. It was said about the mithril bracelet. Throwing the items on the floor, the protagonist said that he thought that was enough. A flash appeared in front of him. Flames appeared around the items. Standing in front of him, the demon goddess said that they met again, to which Oliver replied that it was all thanks to her. Black magic turned out to be extremely useful. He closed his eyes, hearing that she was glad to hear that. Looking down, Amanda asked what he meant by wanting a new toy. Stretching her hand forward, she said that she thought he deserved it for such a contribution. This skill would suit him perfectly. Let him accept it with gratitude. A notification appeared that he had learned Black Lightning. The hero opened his eyes wide and thought that a skill chosen by the goddess herself certainly could not be bad, and then said that thank you. Wide-eyed, the goddess of demons said that everything was happening much faster than she thought. It was because he went to the world of that guy forging iron. The power was inside him. At this rate, the day when the sprout would come very soon. Raising his head, the protagonist said that he did not quite understand what she was talking about. Standing in front of him, Amanda replied that he did not need it. It was even better this way. If he rushed, the sprout could die. Stretching her hand forward, she added that and one more thing. The goddess looked away and asked what that idiot god probably told him briefly about the situation. Standing at the portal, she added that he should just remember, next time she will descend to Earth, such is the agreement. The demon closed her eyes and said that so let him win, trust him. Grinning, the hero said that he did not have to say. Amanda stretched her hand to the side. A thought appeared that since the goddess of demons said that she would descend to Earth, the old gods would invade the next task upon returning. Standing in front of the portal, the protagonist said that he should hurry. I am sure that next time a simple B-rank monster will not do. Suddenly a devastating explosion occurred. Oliver ran away from the boss, and the ghost said that what a pain in the ass. I am sure that ordinary players of the 20th floor could not cope with this. His eyes widened in surprise. He asked, well, it's worth checking how effective his new skills are against him. Particles were flying around the hero. The thought appeared that they would start with the magic skill received from Lucy. A notification about the initial level magic appeared. Suddenly, he activated a random dash. The protagonist jumped up. Grinning, he said that he should take care of himself. A lightning attack was coming. A glow appeared around the monster. A message appeared that he activated Black Lightning. It was said about the initial level magic. Landing on the floor, Oliver said that as expected, the skill is great. He looked surprised, seeing that he acquired the Ring of Possession and the Star Bead. Holding the ring in his hands, the hero said that the Star Bead is a material, so he will put it in the inventory, but the ring can still be used. Equipment that increases speed is always useful. It was written about the Ring of Possession. Taking a step forward, he said, well, let's go, they're almost there. Looking straight ahead, the ghost asked, this is the floor the madman told him about. Looking at him, the protagonist answered, that's right, he'd been looking around since the beginning. The spirit turned around. It was heard that this was the land of spirits and a paradise for fugitives. The root of the tree that protects this land, it wants him to bring it to him. As soon as he gets it, everything will be almost ready. He opened his eyes wide. The hero looked down and wondered what exactly the spirit wants, that it will be almost ready. Turning his head, he said, "Well, observation doesn't show anything," to which he was told that apparently this floor will be much more difficult than the previous one, which means it won't be easy to find the entrance. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that they will try to use a skill of a higher level. A glow appeared around him, a notification appeared that he activated natural synchronization. Pulling out a brick, Oliver said that he found it. He looked ahead in surprise. Looking at the tree, the hero asked what a secret room was, said it was big, they would go to that tree. Putting his hand to his face, he said that the room was the size of a city, and also so bright, to which the ghost replied that he thought it would not be easy this time. A bright sun appeared. Flying forward, Ash asked that they were almost there, to which the protagonist replied that yes, there was some powerful energy ahead. Looking away in surprise, he said, "Stop, what?" The skeleton was sitting on the ground. Looking at it, Oliver said that so this is the strong enemy the spirit was talking about. Excuse me, he needs the roots of this tree. The skeleton's eyes lit up. The protagonist frowned. Stretching his hand forward, the skeleton said that the man who killed the creature of nature and destroyed the mercy left by the king of spirits is their territory. He better get out of here quickly. Taking a step forward, the protagonist said that he should forgive, he can't. Stretching his hand forward, he added that he had a task, and to complete it he needed the tree behind him. The skeleton's eyes lit up. It was heard that he was not going to retreat. Looking straight ahead, the skeleton said that he was a crazy white spirit. The spirit opened his eyes wide. It was heard that he knew whose task he took, so blindly followed it. Idiot. Looking to the side, Oliver asked what, and he, apparently, heard about the white spirit. The skeleton took a step forward and said that of course. He walked towards the hero and added that even such an idiot should have noticed that he was crazy. The great king of spirits originally intended him to be like this. Frowning, the hero thought about what he had intended. The spirits appeared. It was said that the only job of the spirit was to stabilize them, nothing more, nothing less. Spirits are essentially nature that has gained a sense of self, but it is not meant for this. Because of this, all spirits were initially unstable. Many spirits appeared. It was said that many fell under the weight of negative emotions, and someone had to take it all on themselves. Looking down, the ghost asked if it was too disgusting to call this the work of a spirit, said that in fact, he was turned into a cesspool. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that he did not care what kind of creature he was, their goals just coincided. Holding a weapon in his hands, the protagonist said that he received a task and worked hard all this time. The mad spirit waved his arms. Extending his weapon forward, Oliver said that so he needed a reward to become stronger, that's all. The skeleton stood in front of him. Gritting his teeth, he said that a pathetic little human follows the orders of a pathetic spirit, a perfect match. Raising his hand up, the skeleton said that he would never defeat him now, but with their strength. Suddenly, the hero rushed forward. Swinging his sword, the protagonist said that he could just die then. A notification appeared that he had dealt 534 damage to the skeleton. Many notifications appeared around them. Looking at the protagonist, the skeleton said that he was a little human without manners, etiquette, and order in his head. Grinning, Oliver said that he could forgive him, but he did not plan to show manners to the skeleton. The skeleton's eyes lit up and he said that the unfortunate creature, he would grant him a fitting death. Smoke appeared around him, and the hero began to run away. Rays began to emanate from the sun. Looking straight ahead, the skeleton said that this place was a sanctuary granted to them by the king, and he was born as its guardian. Raising his hand, he added that he would therefore kill him with the power granted by the king. Flames appeared around the skeleton. A notification appeared that this enemy would be difficult to defeat, and he activated an ice arrow. Looking to the side, the hero thought that the ice arrow had evaporated. A sphere appeared near the skeleton's hand and he said that this power was a favor granted by the king of spirits. Raising his hand up, he said that the sun inside him was the power of the king of spirits. A simple man could not stand against it. Looking forward angrily, the skeleton said that he should just die. The protagonist looked at him. Looking at the flame, he said that he should forgive already, but he was not the only one who could borrow power from someone greater. Oliver closed his eyes and thought that the king of spirits must have fallen into a deep sleep if that was the case. Looking at him, Rick said that he had dealt with that pathetic toy in a funny way, so he deserved a gift. Let him just use the power of the creature that controls the labyrinth. I'm sure it will serve him well. The demon stretched his hand forward. A glow appeared around his legs. Red rays emitted from his hands. He opened his eyes wide, heard that he should kill him. A notification about the activation of Rick's apostle form appeared. Suddenly, the hero swung his sword. The shockwave flew straight at the skeleton. He raised his head and said that this power, the power of an apostle. Flames appeared around him and he said that he should not accelerate too much. With such a body and not even a tenth of the potential will be realized. Besides, this power will soon absorb him. Grinning, the skeleton shouted that the maddened dog of God is not an obstacle for him. The protagonist gritted his teeth, hearing that this is an enemy, let him kill the enemy, fight. Looking straight, he replied that he should shut up. Frowning, Oliver thought that the skeleton was right, even holding back is hard, he needs to quickly figure everything out before he loses his mind. An explosion occurred in the middle of the meadow. Stretching his hand forward, the skeleton asked why. The hero took a step forward. He deftly dodged the attacks. It was heard that as a mere adventurer, he could withstand the power of a king. Rushing forward, the protagonist heard that he had been granted the power of a king, their king, to which he asked what, and the skeleton added that he would not leave it like that. Holding back the attack, he continued that how could a pathetic adventurer dare? Even if his rank had risen, there was no way his body would have time to become stronger. The power that surpasses the body should absorb it. Oliver smirked and said that it was true, but it did not matter. The skeleton was lying on the ground. A thought appeared that when he entered the form of an apostle, countless information entered his brain. This skeleton was a fire spirit that possessed the remains of a dead adventurer who sought the power of the Spirit King. The core appeared. A thought appeared that the source of his power was a fragment of the Spirit King. The power contained in it was capable of destroying the world, but now it was its limit. The hero rushed forward, thinking that he was not at all up to the level of a super being, and then asked that he dared to oppose such a toy to the power of the Apostle of God. He waved his sword and bid farewell to it. A notification appeared that he had dealt 1,563 damage to the skeleton captured by the spirit. Lying on the ground, the skeleton said that it was impossible. The protagonist stretched out his hand. Notifications appeared that he had activated the skill Deer following the wind. The power of the spirit wind surpassed the king's fires. Looking straight ahead, he said that with the change of rank, even a high-level spirit skill can extinguish the king's fires, and the skeleton said that how dare he touch the king's power if he ever meets this impudent man. He asks that this adventurer burn in hellfire and meet the most painful death. Rolling his eyes, he croaked. Oliver looked at the notifications and said that the rewards were not bad. There were messages that he had defeated the skeleton, his level had increased, and spiritual enhancement had been activated. He opened his eyes in surprise, and a notification about the title had appeared. The hero raised his finger and said that although he was weak now, this skill might come in handy someday. Looking down, he thought about the skill that applied a buff when confronting a strong opponent. A notification about a special passive skill had appeared, and he added that given the enhancement of skills, the effect was at least 10%, and finally, the skill of the apostle form. Looking at the notification, the protagonist said that while using the apostle form, not only power came to him, but also a huge amount of information. Particles were flying around him, and the thought arose that anyone else in his place could have lost their mind from this. Frowning, he added that a whole world had opened up that he had not perceived before. The skeleton was covered in flames. The thought appeared that everything that is hidden from human perception. Looking at the ghost, Oliver said that the lights of the King of Spirits almost did not damage him, asked that he guessed why, to which he replied that because of the difference in levels. Frowning, Ash said that usually even if he borrows the power of an apostle, he cannot use it 100%, but he almost fully revealed the potential. To put it bluntly, at the moment of activating the form of an apostle, there were practically no creatures left that could cause him significant damage. The hero swung his sword. It was heard that only other apostles or someone of a similar level, or someone too pumped up. Raising his head, he said that yes. Standing in front of a tree, the protagonist said that how ironic, he burned to the ground the world that he was supposed to protect. Looking straight, Ash answered that for sure, everything in the area turned to ashes. Oliver held the root in his hands and asked what he hoped would work. Looking at the root, the protagonist heard that everything was fine. The main thing was what was inside, not outside, to which he thought that the end of the task had come. Now he could become stronger. The protagonist grinned. A thought appeared that while using the apostle's power, he realized something. He looked forward furiously and added that the difference in ranks between creatures. A monster appeared. A thought appeared that the old gods and the gods of the labyrinth were still out of reach. A skull appeared, and the protagonist thought that the further he went, the stronger the enemies would be. Looking up, he added that he needed more power, he must become stronger, and then said that this was the only way to stand up to them. Oliver frowned. A thought appeared that the information from the apostle's transformation was still flowing into the brain. The man extended his hand forward. It was said that a super being is someone who has broken free from the shackles of earthly life and ascended, and thousands, tens of thousands of mortals. Monsters appeared. It was heard that they would fall from just one swing of his, such is the difference between them. A long labyrinth appeared. Putting his hand to his face, the ghost said that it was enough to think so much. Looking away, he added that he should imagine it himself. With such a level, it is difficult to count on such a powerful enhancement, and he is still unique because when an apostle transforms, he becomes stronger by about 30%. So, looking down, the main character said that but this is still not enough to defeat a truly serious opponent. The monster extended his hand forward, and he added that although the damage can be reduced, if the gap in level or stats is too great, It does not really matter, he will simply have to take more hits, and he will lose. Gritting his teeth, Ash said that but this is nothing special, asked what else he wants. The protagonist approached the forge and said that he understood, without the apostle's transformation, he would never have defeated that skeleton. Opening the doors, he added that he brought him some materials, to which the blacksmith asked what he came, again got something amazing. Oliver held a charred seed in his hands and he said that he found an item filled with the power of the Spirit King, no comment. An abyssal sphere appeared. It was said that it was a sphere found deep in the bowels of the abyss, sticking to nearby objects. Putting his hand to his face, the man said that the sphere would perfectly fit his boots, an obsession, no, more like a curse, it would definitely serve as an excellent material. Frowning, he added that well, he would provide him with a new pair of tanned boots. The sea would be used later along with the dragon's fang, find 2 more things, and everything would be ready. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that 2 more, not so many, the equipment would definitely be amazing, and then said that he was counting on it. He took a step forward, the characteristic of shoes created from golem ore appeared. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that they leave traces from each step. Ash looked at the tracks and said that he should not say that they have no restrictions on use. If a curse is imposed when stepping on the tracks, then you can set traps. To which he replied that the very fact that they can be used without any restrictions already pays for everything. They will find out how strong the curse is. Looking straight ahead, Oliver said that his skills are steadily growing. What will happen next? A room on the 21st floor appeared. The hero looked at the spirit and said that even though it took a decent amount of time, the task was still completed. The skeleton raised his hands up. It was said that he defeated the boss in the secret room, delivered the root. Everything is correct, here, let him hold it. Looking in surprise, the spirit said that he succeeded. Looking at the root, he added that he was sure, after all, they told him about him there, he is nobody. Frowning, the hero said that he got the gist of who the spirits are and who he is. Gritting his teeth, he answered that it is clear. Eyes looked at him. It was heard that he was originally created like this. During his birth, the first thing he saw was the contemptuous looks of his own kind. The first feelings were sadness and oppression. The spirit began to cry and said that but he was not against it. The spirit stood near the tree. It was said that on the contrary, he believed that it was enough for him to just be around. If he continues to play his role, then one day they will recognize him as an equal, well, or something like that. Squeezing the root in his hands, he added that but. Looking forward furiously, the mad spirit said that not at all, everyone had betrayed him, left him completely alone in the spirit world, and then he realized that he was not like them at all. The protagonist looked down. The spirit turned around and said that he had been treated worse than an animal to be slaughtered. Looking at him, Oliver heard that this was why his revenge would soon fall. A flame appeared on the man's head. He heard that he was being betrayed. Who was to blame for all this? The King of Spirits. Closing his eyes, the hero answered that yes. The spirit cried, saying that of course, he understood everything, he would never reach his level. Maybe he should just live quietly since stability had returned. But, looking at the exit, he added that this was not why he came here, revenge. He had made a contract and came for revenge. A glow appeared around the ghost and he said that even if his abilities were not enough, he was quite capable, he could kill the king. The protagonist looked away, hearing that they had turned him into a tool, and that was how his revenge would be accomplished. A notification appeared that the additional task had been completed. A glow appeared around him. It was heard that this was the path he had chosen. Messages appeared that his weapon had been imbued with a spirit. The effects of the weapon had changed. Ash looked at the sword in surprise and asked what was what. The NPC was the reward for the task, and what now? The hero looked away in surprise. With wide eyes, he said that he didn't think it was worth worrying about. The protagonist stood in front of the wall. It was heard, that's right, the apostle of the great magician who created the labyrinth. Suddenly, a glow appeared from the wall. Someone from it said that he hadn't been freed for so long. It even became interesting who it could be, but there was nothing surprising. Ash looked surprised and asked what and where he was from, to which he replied that the person responsible for the 21st floor had disappeared, so he was being replaced. It was part of his duties. A glow appeared near his feet. Suddenly the column rose. It was heard that he would have to temporarily create a task. Well, let him take care of himself. Looking straight ahead, Ash said that how nice, to which the protagonist asked that this is how the rewards are distributed in the labyrinth. He stood in front of the column. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that well, we need to see how much the weapon has changed because of the spirit. A message about the relic appeared. Oliver raised his sword up. Lowering his head, he asked what the new item was. A notification appeared. It was heard that additional damage to spirits is a very serious addition. Apparently, that white madman sacrificed himself for revenge. The man stood in the flames. The thought appeared that the damage increased in percent. Considering the effectiveness of the equipment in the future, the value of this is simply absurd. In addition, the damage to the king in total increases by 60%. I am sure such a bonus will have a significant impact on their battle with him, but most importantly, The ghost looked at him in surprise and asked if this item was too powerful. A sword appeared. It was said that it could transfer the effect to other weapons. A notification appeared that this effect could be removed and transferred to another weapon at any time. The hero closed his eyes and said that this was a final level item. You can use it until the very end. Well, now that all possible rewards of the 20th floors have been collected, you can move on to the 30th. He frowned. The boss room on the 30th floor appeared. The protagonist activated the small flame. He jumped up and said that this was the perfect moment for a test. Swinging, Oliver asked if he could take full control of the flame of the spirit of this level. Stretching his hand forward, he said goodbye to the boss. The hero sat on a stone and said that the 30th floor was so generous with rewards. Notifications appeared that he defeated the Ifrit, his level was increased, he completely cleared the 30th floor. Looking at the ring, he said that the secret room had not skimped on rewards. The protagonist read about the title and asked that they had not gone too far with the title for the 30th floor. He took a step forward. Ash waved his hand and said that it was not so easy to get it. The Sin Guides were unlikely to have it. Only the chosen ones of the labyrinth received it. It was a kind of qualification. Looking at the message, the hero said that the gods hated the guides, so everything was quite logical. His characteristics were shown. Grinning, he added that he was starting to like his stats. Well, now it was time to do something. Suddenly, the protagonist struck the wall. Lowering his head, he greeted and asked that they were meeting him for the first time. The guy, looking at him, said that he was a monster, and the other asked how so. Standing in front of them, Oliver said that he could easily find those who were hiding. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that they would put an end to everything. He looked surprised when he heard that he should stop, that he should better not do something he would regret later, to which he asked what for. The guy stretched out his hand and said that they had gotten in touch with the depths. If he touched them, he could forget about a quiet life. To which the protagonist asked what about the depths. He was talking about his leaders at the top of the hierarchy, to which he answered what exactly. The man walked up the stairs. It was heard that no matter how strong he was sure that he could handle the adventurer who had passed the 70th floor. The guy suddenly froze. He looked straight ahead. It was heard that he should give up now without waiting for him. Oliver looked straight ahead. Grinning, the guy thought about what was working. He doubted and then shouted that, well, what will he do now, idiot? Suddenly the protagonist struck him. A question was heard. The guy slid on the ground and screamed. Looking straight ahead, Oliver asked what happened next, said that he was only going his own way. Grinning, the ghost said that those guys had held out for quite a long time. Even though they were enemies, they evoked pity in him. The guy was lying on the ground. Looking at the hero, Ash said that they had endured for 10 minutes, not bad at all, to which he replied that spiritual enhancement would have pumped them up nicely. He wanted to test the skills he had received as soon as possible, but he could wait for now. The man stood in front of him and asked what the heck. He had been walking for so long, and everyone had already died. Putting his hand to his face, he asked that he had killed everyone. The protagonist looked at him. Standing in front of him, he asked what and what if he. Looking to the side, the guy thought that was impressive, and then thought that there were at least 5 corpses. An adventurer from the 30th floor had defeated 5 of his level at once. Oliver looked away, hearing how he was doing. A thought appeared that apparently the rumors were not lying. It was necessary to end everything earlier. Nate looked at him in surprise and asked what he was doing. Frowning, Ash said that they had not seen each other for a long time, asked how well he was living after the betrayal, to which he asked that he was the hero. It seemed that it was not well at all. Nate raised his hands and said that how awkward. Let him not get the wrong idea. Honestly, he did not intend to do this. The man swung his sword. It seemed that using an opportune moment to kill someone was so shameful. Looking angrily, the ghost asked what and what he was trying to achieve. Did he think he would spare him now? Looking away, the protagonist thought that his acquaintance, it seems, he is connected with the murder of that ghost, the head of the Conductors of Sin, who hired the boss of the 10th floor. Raising his hands up, the guy said that, well, nothing could be done about it. What's done is done. They were already dead. Frowning, he asked what they were going to intervene. Oliver activated surveillance. The guy looked at him. It seemed that he wouldn't even think about it. Let them do what they want. Nate smirked. Notifications appeared that some skill effects were sealed due to the difference in strength. Looking straight at him, he said that he was so weak that destroying the entire team was too much. Stretching his hand forward, the guy added that, frankly speaking, he wanted to lure him over to their side. Well, let him forgive. The hero frowned. A watch appeared. A notification appeared that he activated the nullification of the first attack. They stood in front of each other. The guy looked surprised and thought that he had definitely hit. So what the hell? And then asked what the hell. Oliver smiled widely. Nate extended his hand and asked what he was. The hero held a weapon in his hands. It was heard that how dare he let him kill. He grinned and said that he would find out himself. A message appeared that he had activated the transformation of the Apostle Rick. They began to fight. Notifications appeared that he had dealt 0 damage. The thought arose that this was really the transformation of the apostle. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that he should wait. There was no damage at all. Swinging his sword, the protagonist replied, "No thanks." A message appeared that he had dealt 2 damage. The ghost looked away and thought that there was still 0 damage. He was advancing, although there was no chance of winning. What was this? It was not like him at all. What was wrong with him? Nate's eyes widened and he said that he even resorted to black magic. It was absurd. It was still 0 damage. The difference in strength was obvious. He waved his hand and added that no matter how hard he tried, it was pointless against him. The hero looked at him in surprise and thought that the overwhelming power, as he thought, he would never be able to cope with him now, but he landed on the ground. The thought arose that in order to cope with the difficulties against an untouchable enemy, a skill obtained in a doomed battle for an unbroken spirit. Stretching his arms out to the sides, the protagonist said that finally, looking to the side, he thought that he was able to get it. A notification appeared that in the battle against the overwhelming enemy, he did not lose his fighting spirit. He acquired a passive skill, the Blade of Fighting Spirit. Ash grinned and said that he wondered why he was straining himself so much. It was all for the sake of the skill. Looking straight ahead, the guy asked what the apostle of the gods and Rick's apostle were, and black magic, to which Oliver replied that as far as he could see, he would continue to fight. Frowning, he added that the next attack would hit the target. Nate looked at him angrily and thought that no, if they made a mistake now, they would be finished. The goddess of demons grinned, and the thought arose that the gods did not favor them. Rick's eyes lit up, and the thought arose that even if they could not interfere with the affairs of the labyrinth, the guides would be destroyed at the first opportunity, since this guy was so loved by 2 gods at once, and they would kill him. Stretching his hand forward, the guy asked what they could finish, said that he did not think he could handle it, to which the hero replied that he should get out then. Grinning, he added that he should forgive, but he could not do that either. After all, he was their enemy, so he could not be let go. Raising his hand up, Nate said that everyone's opinion should be taken into account, not just his, so he would ask for his cooperation. The secret key to the labyrinth appeared. The ghost looked at him in surprise and asked what he was going to use it for. Lowering his head, he said that he could trust this item. It was sold only to those who had descended into the depths, to which the protagonist asked what and how to use it. To which Ash replied that it was simple, let him imagine that he was heading there, and he replied that he understood. A key appeared near the hero and he said that well, they would quickly finish everything. He needed to go down the labyrinth. Looking straight ahead, the guy asked what, were you going right now, and then thought that he seemed not to be afraid of the depths at all. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that into the depths of the labyrinth, he began to fall down. Oliver looked down. Stopping, he said that this. The hero stood in the middle of the room. Notifications appeared that he had arrived on the 70th floor. He had used a secret passage to reach the depths. He heard congratulations on arriving on the 70th floor. Stretching his hand forward, Nate said that he was probably the first of those who had gotten here lower than the 150th level, to which he replied that so this is the depth of the labyrinth. Grinning, the guy said that he could rest for now, and he would call the others, let them not worry, this is his little hobby, there is no poison in them. A table with food appeared. Looking at it, the protagonist said, well, okay then. Raising his head, he thought that the depths. The room appeared. The thought arose that they were completely different from the 30th floor, so huge, although this is not even a hidden room or a boss room. Oliver rose and said that he finally got there, asked what and what now. The girl grinned. The thought occurred to him that in his past life, only Agatha had been a conqueror of the solitary mode. The hero looked straight ahead and added that she had told him about things from the 70th floor. He began to eat the food and asked what he could do to go look. The meeting hall of the Sin Guides on the 70th floor appeared. The King of Lions extended his hand forward and said that well, everyone had gathered and frowned, and then asked why he had called them together. The King of Spirits looked away and replied that the reason was obvious. It was all about that adventurer with a ghost, with whom he had promised to deal, asked whether it was or not about him. Sitting at the table, the guy said that yes, there was one small but about him, he was here, he used their secret key, something like that. The man frowned and asked again. The King of Spirits looked away in bewilderment. Extending his hand forward, Nate said that they should calm down and listen, there was a reason for that. The man slammed his fist on the table and shouted that he had clearly told him to kill him without further ado. Considering their goals, every key was priceless. Looking straight ahead, he added that the reason for using it must be extremely significant. The guy extended his hand and said to calm down and let him explain. Lowering his head, he added that it seemed that the gods were favorable to him. To be more precise, Rick and the demon goddess. The images of the gods appeared. The hooded man turned his head and asked that the man was blessed by the gods, and the other clarified that even the demanding and self-centered Rick. The Spirit King looked up and said that he must have developed quite well thanks to the ghost. Was all this really for the sake of simple revenge? How low had he fallen? Looking straight ahead, the guy asked what they thought. This adventurer is just a ghost dog, and then thought that they were absolutely sure of it. The hero's eyes lit up, and he added that from what he saw, he acted of his own free will. A view of the chandelier opened up. The protagonist took a step forward. A statue appeared. He heard that he should stop. What kind of place was this? Looking at it, the ghost said that he could not believe that there was a secret room on the 70th floor. A notification appeared that he had found a statue of a nameless goddess. Standing in front of the statue, Oliver said that there was something here after all. The hero stood in front of the statue. Notifications appeared that he had prayed to the forgotten goddess. He had received a sacred blessing. A special task had appeared. Ash looked at him in surprise, asked what was what. There was even such a task. The protagonist grinned and said that yeah, if I hadn't known in advance, I would have missed it too. A message about a divine blessing appeared. Agatha, holding a mug in her hands, said that if she had not opened this task too late, she would have climbed the entire labyrinth in search of statues. If you pray to each one, then the recovery will speed up almost 10 times. Sitting at the table, Oliver asked what that is. When she found the statues, there was no longer much use from them, to which she replied that yes, on the 70th floor they are no longer very useful, because if you return to the previous floors and try to take the reward, it will be cut very much. A statue of the goddess appeared. Raising his eyebrows, the ghost said that he will collect everything and there will be another cheat skill. Looking at his hand, the hero answered that exactly, because the recovery speed applies to everything. He has a barrier and demonic energy, unlike the others, which means the effects are simply doubled. Surprised, opening his eyes, the ghost said that how unfair it is. Why is everything to him? Walking straight, the protagonist said that if there was a chance to get the skill in full, everything would be perfect. Looking to the side, he added that the guides would be back soon, so they should hurry. People walked forward. Standing in front of them, Oliver asked what all this was. The guy raised his hand and answered that he would like to, but not everyone wanted to come, so it was possible to bring only those who demanded a personal meeting. He looked to the side, hearing that it is true, they do not really give off a friendly feeling. The hero looked straight. A thought appeared. Surprisingly, he did not even flinch from their auras. The man frowned and thought. Looking at him, he said that he controlled the power, but he did not even move, amazingly, to which the protagonist replied that but still, he is still far from him. A glow appeared around the protagonist. The Spirit King looked at him in surprise and asked wait, why can he feel his aura? He said that it was the power he gave his child along with the lands he created for him. Let him speak. Oliver looked at his weapon in surprise. He extended his hand forward and asked what it was. A notification appeared that he had activated a small light. Standing in front of the king, the hero said that he got it after defeating the boss guarding the world tree on the 29th floor. He must thank him. He is very useful. The king closed his eyes and said that he knew he would be killed someday. He added, widening his eyes, that it still made him angry. Suddenly, flames rushed towards the hero. A message appeared that he had suffered 3069 damage. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that even a simple emotional leap would cause a threat to life, let alone an attack. Standing in front of them, he said that it was very strange to attack his guests like this. Turning his head, the King of Lions said that he should stop. If he died, it would be irreversible. Looking straight ahead, the King of Spirits said okay. Oliver closed his eyes and said that whatever they wanted, he did not care, so they would drop this pathetic bluff. He opened his eyes and thought that the conductors of sin are simple cowards, nothing more. Now they will not just stick their noses into him, and then said that they should stop playing their games. Frowning, the man said that he picked up a bad puppy. The ghost looked surprised. Ash raised his sword up. It was heard that he was famous as a conqueror of the labyrinth, revered by all the gods, and now he clings to a pathetic adventurer for revenge. He is not ashamed. Grinning, the ghost said that well, looking at them, he can say that he has settled down well. His eyes lit up and he added that, but more importantly, who ordered to kill him? The guy was sitting next to the girl. It was heard that where they hid her. She turned around and grinned. Closing his eyes, Nate said that she herself did not come. Gritting his teeth, the ghost asked, what's wrong? Said that apparently he didn't have the courage to look him in the eye. Well, okay, they'll meet her soon. The Lion King looked at him attentively. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that whatever it was, let them decide quickly. He'd like to continue the descent. The guy closed his eyes and said, well, let's get down to business. The protagonist walked straight ahead. It was heard that he knew that the gods had borrowed power to create the labyrinth. Looking to the side, the man said that they needed to make sure of something. Whether the gods had really given him power and were now protecting him, so they would call the demon goddess here right now. He held the ore in his hands. It was heard that if he really had divine protection, it would descend to them. Lowering his gaze, the Lion King said that the path would come out. Here was their tribute to him. A purple glow appeared in the room. The hero looked away. The goddess of demons appeared and said, oh my. Amanda crossed her arms and said, how dare such pathetic brats call her, what nerve. The man's eyes widened. Thinking it was incredible she had condescended so quickly for some obsidian, he thought he would need 2 or 3 more such offerings. The guy sat down and said that he should let her come to her senses. Frowning, the man said that she had arrived. Gritting his teeth, he thought that she had come so easily. Were they really connected? Looking at Amanda, the hero said that he did not look particularly pleased. A thought appeared, but why the hell was he bowing? Crossing her arms, she replied that yes, she did not yet know whether she was glad to see him or rather irritated by the sight of these losers, a strange feeling, so infuriating. Flying up, the demon asked what the joke was, why they had summoned her. She would listen, but only quickly, to which the King of Lions replied that he thanked her very much for his mercy. They were inferior, they only wanted to ask her one question. Looking down, he said that he had stated that he was studying black magic with his permission. He was telling the truth. Grinning, Amanda said that they were vile creatures. She and the magician had created the labyrinth to watch adventurers and their trials, and not to serve such smug parasites as he, and how they had all come to this. The guy looked at her and smiled. Stretching his hand forward, she added that it was a pity that they had decided to minimize divine intervention and that killing them would not work. They had paid a worthy price, so nothing could be done. That was their answer. Memories appeared. It was heard that yes, he had completed her task. Looking at his hand, the protagonist heard that as a reward he received magic that only his creations can wield. He is one of her favorites. A glow appeared around his hand. Frowning, the man thought that damn, it's true, touching someone revered by the gods is too risky. It's better to make an alliance with them at any cost. Looking at the goddess, Oliver said that they are his enemies, and therefore he is not going to get along with them at all. Asked if she could impose official sanctions on his duel against the Conductors of Sin. The demon lowered her gaze. The man frowned and asked what official sanctions. The hero looked at the people. It seemed that sooner or later he would still have to face them, but now the gap between them is too great. As soon as they leave this place, they will let all the dogs loose on him, so he would like to establish a few rules. Raising his head, he said that only fair duels, where both sides are equal and neither can guarantee victory, does not want to die without a fight. Amanda laughed and said that she liked him. Yes, now his appearance here makes sense. Looking down, she added that it was definitely not for the sake of seeing these serfs. In short, he would like to establish boundaries. Stretching her hand forward, the goddess said that it was not bad. She was not going to interfere in fair fights anyway. Let them listen carefully. From now on they can fight him. The people looked at her, hearing that but only under certain conditions, there can be no significant superiority of force in a duel. Her permission is required before the start of the fight. If the rules are violated, they should not expect mercy. Looking straight, the guy asked what could be a little more detailed about these conditions. Flying up, Amanda said that well, he had reached the 30th floor, but was much higher in level. In his current state, he could easily deal with several adventurers from the 40th and only one from the 50th floor. Grinning, she added that here was his reward for such a wonderful decision. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that everything was as she loved it. A notification appeared that he had received a blessing. Stretching her hand forward, the goddess said that this contract was backed by his name. Purple rays flew around the room. It was heard that those who violated would plunge into deep darkness. Turning around, Amanda said that she would wait for the day when he stepped on her lands. The guy looked at her. Nate looked surprised and wondered what the god had called the man by name. The protagonist grinned. The thought appeared that who was he? The gods appeared. The thought arose that the arrogant and powerful gods do not remember mortals. They do not even call the apostles by name. Gritting his teeth, the king thought that but she addressed the person by name. The hero clapped his hands and said that they can relax. It is over. No matter how angry they were at him, they will not go against the rules of the demon goddess. So, standing in front of them, he added that it was time for him to return to the 30th floor. The protagonist raised his hand up and said that they can send as many equals to him as they want. The king lowered his head down. He grinned and thought that if you think about it, everything is not so bad. The eyes of the people lit up. The thought arose that even if there are conditions, he can send someone equal in strength to him or someone who will become a strong opponent. Besides, now inside the labyrinth you can use sin conductors from the 4th to the 6th rank. The situation is quite workable. Frowning, the man thought that he would kill him, let him be sure, and then said that he could do whatever he wanted. He didn't care. Looking straight ahead, he added that he hoped they would meet again, although he wasn't sure he would survive. The Lion King grinned and said that he should go ahead, let him suffer as much as he wanted. Looking away, Oliver said that no, they would definitely meet, because he was sure. He landed and said that it was the 30th floor again, to which the ghost replied that they seemed to be safe, to which he added that everything went well. They even grabbed a couple of buns. The thought arose that he had finally seen the true power of the high ranks, which he had only heard about. People were standing on the mountain. The thought appeared that each of them had reached the limit of mortals. If he continued to develop, destroying conductors, one day he would receive such power. The hero grinned and said that he couldn't lose to them. The status window, his statistics appeared. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he managed to earn 3 levels, and thanks to spiritual enhancement, his stats also increased, to which the ghost replied that he should better check the skills he received for defeating the guides. He looked at the notifications in surprise and said that again these useless skills, there must be something else. It was said about basic magic and a special skill. Oliver landed on the ground. It was heard that yes, this one, the one he acquired in the fight with Nate, it will be very useful to him when he goes down deeper. Looking at the message, the protagonist thought that the warrior's spirit blade, if you add up the effect, then after doubling this arranged damage will be 6 times greater than usual, and then said that even an hour's break does not diminish the power of this skill. The protagonist read about the blessing of the demon goddess and said that it is also a skill granted by the demon goddess. Looking down, the ghost said that apparently it will work in battles with the conductors of sin, to which Oliver replied that he does not know how strong this skill is, but I am sure it will be useful. Taking a step forward, he added that it means it will be possible to become stronger even faster. It's time to move forward, to which Ash said that God, he is hopeless, asked what he is thinking about anything else. A labyrinth appeared. It was heard that they will go to the 31st floor. The door opened slightly. A notification appeared that the 31st floor task was starting. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that the labyrinth had become much darker. Well, Agatha had said so she wasn't particularly surprised. Grinning, Ash said that it was the 31st floor, and here he was, asking that he was sure he could handle the task, right? The protagonist stopped abruptly. He looked surprised, hearing loud laughter. The man waved his hand and said that he hadn't seen the adventurers for a long time and was glad to see them. Bargain looked at him in amazement and asked how long it had been since they had seen each other, to which Ash replied that it had been a long time, they had only seen each other once. Grinning, he added that since he was next to him, he was probably the adventurer the man had spoken of, to which the protagonist asked what he had heard about him. Lowering his head, Oliver thought that he hadn't heard about him for a long time. He had helped him become stronger on the first floor, and had given him a weapon technique that combined damage from weapons. Raising his hand up, the man said that yes, he praised him very much. Bargain extended his weapon forward and said that he had never met such an outstanding adventurer. The hero looked at him in surprise. Flames appeared around the man and he said that he should not worry. He was just an examiner, the ghost would tell him the details. Extending his hand forward, the ghost said that, well, in short, it was some kind of strength test. Looking straight ahead, he added that although he, in general, had no idea because he failed him, to which the protagonist asked again. The guy threw the sword over his shoulder. A thought appeared that the hero, who in life cleared 85 out of 100 floors, and even he failed, what kind of task was this? Smiling widely, the man said that he would check 2 things. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Rushing forward, he said that firstly, does he have the right to be here? Everything is quite easy here. Let him just show his strength. The hero grinned. A notification appeared that he activated the enhancement. He activated the disaster attack. Bargain struck the ground with his sword and shouted that failure does not mean that he will not be able to move further along the labyrinth, only that he will most likely die, so it is better to stay and be content with what he has passed. The protagonist parried the blow and asked what about the other test. Looking at him, the man thought that he blocked his attack, and then said that the right to step onto the battlefield of the gods decides whether he is worthy of representing the greatness of the labyrinth. Swinging his sword, he added that he thinks, already understands what is needed for this. Wide-eyed, the knight said that he is not bad. They will be a little more serious. A notification appeared that an additional task is starting. Bargain challenged him to a duel. Looking straight ahead, Oliver said what he had warned before the start. Frowning, he thought that fighting such an opponent without the risk of dying was a real chance. There was no reason to refuse, and then said, well, let's go. The man kicked the ground. A notification appeared that he had accepted the duel. Grinning, he said, great, they would begin. Let him prove that he had not blocked his attack by accident. Hundreds of adventurers had been here, and no one had succeeded. Bargain rushed forward. A thought appeared that the difference in stats was too great. He had no chance of winning in a head-on collision. The protagonist jumped up. A message appeared that he had activated a random flash. Looking to the side, the man asked what he had jumped, said, well, this is the end, now he can't dodge. Suddenly he rushed forward. Oliver activated air jump and asked what he wouldn't dodge, said, well, we'll see. He deftly dodged his attack. The man looked angrily. A notification appeared that he had dealt 64 damage. The protagonist looked in surprise and thought that everything except the penetrating aura hadn't worked. Looking to the side, the man said that his instincts were impressive, but there was too much of a difference between them. The protagonist parried his blow. He flew to the side, and the man asked what he would do now. He was still in the air, lost his balance. Oliver was flying down rapidly. A message appeared that he had activated landing. He landed on the ground. Standing in front of him, the man asked what even landing was. Unbelievable. A thought appeared that it was close, but thanks to this fight he understood something. Bargain looked in surprise and thought that he would never defeat him, and then said that now it was clear why he praised him so much. Incredible level. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that he would have to reach at least the 60th floor to have a chance of winning. Looking away, Ash thought that he was cornered, a rare sight. Even he could feel the difference in strength, and that now he would give up. A glow emanated from the protagonist's weapon. Grinning, he said that they were continuing, and then thought that meeting such an opponent would give him invaluable experience. Grinning, the ghost said that and what was he talking about, he would give up. Looking straight ahead, he added that he would never tire of watching him. Sparks appeared in the air. The weapon fell to the ground. A notification appeared that the duel was over. The protagonist frowned. Standing in front of him, the man said that this was it, a little more and he would have to fight at full strength. The thought arose that it was incredible an adventurer who had only reached the 31st floor lasted so long against him. Putting a hand to his face, Ash said that he did not expect Oliver to be so strong. The guy was sitting on the floor. The thought arose that he could not last even 5 minutes, but even this was considered a great achievement worthy of a great reward, and he lasted an hour. Stretching out his hand forward, the man said that not everyone could last an hour with him. He was impressed. He smirked and added that he thought he had earned the right to step onto the battlefield of the gods as a representative of the labyrinth. A notification appeared that the additional task had been completed. An image of a man appeared. Messages appeared that the additional task was beginning. There were gods who refused the will of the great mage who created the labyrinth. The hero raised his weapon up. It was said to go to the battlefield of the gods and win. Frowning, he asked what the battlefield of the gods. The hero asked in confusion about the battlefield of the gods. Bargain closed his eyes and replied that everything was simpler than he thought. He knew that there were many gods in the labyrinth, right? The girl was surrounded by people and it was heard that and what it means to be a real mage. The gods who accepted the will of the mage gathered here. In front of the girl's body, a bright energy was burning and Bargain continued to say that and those who refused still remain in the outside world. The weak gods who could not enter the labyrinth stupidly exposed themselves for no reason. The hero knitted his eyebrows and asked, then why not just beat them up, or should they just enter the labyrinth? The man waved his hand and replied that he wished everything was that simple. But it was not. Some gods outside turned the battlefield into their territory. Even the gods of the labyrinth will lose some of their power. The tower rose in space and it was heard that but for the outside gods to be able to enter the labyrinth. Ash frowned and said that the risk was too great to enter the labyrinth. They would have to destroy their own territory. Unless they had incredible power, their god rank could be destroyed. The god was floating in the air and emitting a glow. Bargain laughed and said that he was an expert on that. Oliver put his hand to his face and heard that this was why the gods did not think the risk was worth it. The hero replied that he understood. The man smirked and said that even if someone too strong tried to enter, the gods outside would completely block the entrance, but if someone too weak entered, only innocent adventurers would die. The finger pointed at the protagonist and Bargain continued saying that it meant that they needed someone strong enough to enter their world and powerful enough to defeat their servants. He looked at the protagonist and said that he was the perfect candidate. The man threw him something and said that he hadn't given him his reward yet, so keep it, it was for him. The board said a gold ring, its stats, and it was heard that it might be too valuable for an adventurer on this floor, but he had proven his strength, so he deserved this reward. Ash asked furiously, was he sure he could give the ring? Even on the 50th floor, such equipment was very rare. The ghost hovered in front of the man. He said that he knew it himself. The deeper he went, the less valuable things became. The ghost replied that it was still a long way off, but right now it seemed like too generous a reward. The man smirked and said that he seriously didn't think so. He would get to the deeper floors soon. It wouldn't be a problem. So what did he plan to do with the quest he gave him? Oliver put the ring on his finger and said that he would use this item well. He looked at Bargain and continued to say what reward he would get if he won the battlefield of the gods. The man smiled and said that it was more than enough to satisfy him. The images of people appeared behind the man and he said that the gods of the labyrinth would generously reward him for correcting the error in time. Naturally, he would too. The guy exhaled and said that then. He raised his head and said that this was a chance to become stronger. He would try. The board said that the side quest was accepted and Oliver said that how he could get to this battlefield. Bargain pointed his finger to the side and said that there was a gate leading to the battlefield. Let him go down 2 more floors, to the 33rd. When he arrived, let him go to the room that was in the far left corner. There would be a divine altar. Let him use it. Figures appeared on the ground. The man turned around. He waved after the hero, saying that this was not that far, so it would not take much time. Well, he would go. He would prepare the reward in advance. Oliver looked at the ghost and said that he couldn't get this quest, right? Ash replied that yes, he couldn't. He furrowed his brows and continued to say that they said that he needed to get stronger, so it was impossible for him. After that, he continued to go down into the labyrinth and eventually never came back. Suddenly, Ash smiled and said that but he knows something. People appeared in his thoughts and he heard that the deeper he goes, the more transcendents he meets who broke through here, even sacrificing their god rank, so calling them benevolent gods clearly doesn't work. The ghost flew past and continued to say that but he thinks that if he is careful, he has nothing to worry about. Oliver replied that the way he said it makes him even more worried. He looked up and thought that he feels that something big is about to happen. Being on the normal mode of the 10th floor, the guy opened his mouth wide. In front of him lay a goblin. The board showed that the reward for passing the 10th floor was 5 blue potions. He exclaimed that he did it. He finally defeated the goblin. Howard raised his hands and shouted that yes, he never thought that this day would come for him. The guy was chasing monsters and thought that he always ran away. After almost dying from a monster of the same level, he was stuck on the 5th floor for several months. Howard knelt down and continued the thought that because of this, everyone considered him a loser and he was never able to find a group for himself. According to the community, in solo mode, players must complete the labyrinth without cooperation, but in normal mode, where you can unite in groups, no one wanted to take him. He widened his eyes and said that he admits that he really has no talent, but now it is no longer true. In front of him appeared a board with the inscription of Divine Blessing. Thanks to this skill that he received after the second return to Earth, he was able to quickly become stronger. Howard handed over his weapon tightly and thought that thanks to that person he was able to get it. Now he can fight monsters that were once too strong for him. The guy looked at his hand, said the name Oliver and asked if that was his name. Then he smiled and thought that he gave him a chance, and if he met him later, he should at least thank him. Words alone would not be enough to express gratitude. In the labyrinth on the 31st floor, there was a fierce battle. The board said that the divine power increased by 1%. Oliver raised his eyebrows and asked, what divine power? What is it? Why did it suddenly increase? The hero turned around. A notification appeared that the divine power is +1. And the protagonist said that it was like when he fights strong opponents and takes their rank after winning. Or did this monster have divine power? Ash replied that it can't be. Even on the 31st floor, there should be nothing with such a special power. He pursed his lips and thought that it was only 1% and he didn't know the effects yet. Maybe he could just ignore it. The hero pointed at the board and said that now that he thought about it, he hadn't contacted them since his second return to Earth, the community window. The guys appeared in front of the hero. The board said that Oliver had invited Agatha and Ben, and he told them that he hadn't seen them for a long time and that they were both here. The girl called Oliver. Ben rubbed his head and told the hero that he was here. He thought he had disappeared again like last time. The protagonist closed his eyes and replied that it didn't matter how deep they had already descended. Agatha's eyes widened and said that it was hard, but she was doing well. She was almost done with the 10th floor. Ben said that it was because of the divine blessing. It made everything easier, and that he had heard that players in other modes were also descending faster than before. A monster appeared in front of his eyes and Oliver thought that this was the same divine blessing that Rick gave to all Earthlings during the second return and said that he was glad to hear it. Something else. The protagonist looked up. Agatha said that as Oliver said, the test of arrogance went well. To which Ben replied that she meant the quest where you have to fight water enemies, and the difficulty increases at each stage, and that he also stopped there. The hero twisted his arms over his chest and said that well, that's fine. As soon as he passes the 10th floor, he will get some rewards and it will become easier. Ben replied that yes, he will do everything he can. The girl opened her eyes wide and asked the protagonist if he checked the community, that topic about easy and normal mode. The hero sighed and replied that no, he didn't check. He doesn't even have time to read their messages, so how could he? What is there? Agatha laughed and said that it was nothing serious, and there was no bad news either. It was a long story. He would find out when he checked later. Oliver looked at her carefully and said that it was not particularly interesting to figure out the easy and normal mode anyway. He had a lot to do, so he suggested wrapping it up. Let them be careful. The guys answered him that yes, he should take care of himself too. On the 31st floor, the door was open in the secret room. Magic was pouring out of the chest and the board said that the sword containing the bound power, attack +25, the sword blessed by the gods. Now its power has faded, only remnants remain. The adventurer title is activated, the rewards from the secret room are doubled. The protagonist held the weapon in his hands and said that he would keep this sword, it will come in handy in the future. Ash replied that it was not bad. The hero grinned and said that okay, then we need to move on. Oliver flew past the boss of the 31st floor, the knight with the remainder of the ego. A notification appeared that he defeated the knight with the remaining fragments of the ego. A weapon appeared in front of his eyes and the board said that he received a golden sword. Attack +45, a flawless golden sword forged from a mineral that is not available in this world. The hero said that this sword has more attack than his current weapon, so it is worth switching. Next, skill mastery. Ash smiled. A notification appeared about the advanced skill Scarstorm sword. The thought arose that this guy from the 30th floor, he deliberately uses only sword techniques to break through. The hero put away the sword and thought that it does not look as easy as he thought. He looked up confidently. The board said that the 32nd floor quest had begun. You need to defeat the 32nd floor boss and move on. The reward is bloody armor. the hidden reward is unknown. Oliver said that this is the 32nd floor. You need to go, Ash replied. Does he remember what he told him before? At a certain level, learning swordsmanship on your own becomes really difficult. The guy's eyes lit up and it was heard that he was now at this difficult stage. This is a kind of fusion. Now he needs to combine everything he has accumulated with the swordsmanship he has learned to create something new. The answer was heard that yes, he knows. The hero closed his eyes and continued to say that it would not be easy. He would figure it out with time. Ash replied that yes, it was not easy. No, maybe he would be able to break through this limit sooner than he thought. The ghost grinned. Oliver looked up. The board said that the side quest of the 32nd floor, the trial of the god of swords, he found Edward's altar. The ghost said that Edward is the god of swords. The protagonist smiled and said that it was a perfect match. Then should he take the trial of the god of swords? The hero watched the altar. The board said that he found Edward's altar, pioneer bonus, strength plus 10. The protagonist's eyes widened and said that the god of swords, and this trial could be dangerous. Ash asked in what sense, to which Oliver replied that when they went to Begusetta to save Lucy, they stole the power of the god of swords, the aura. Images of the hero's swordplay appeared before his eyes and he heard that the skill that increased attack in Begusetta, or he really liked it, was destroyed. Did he think that he was angry with him now? The ghost looked at the hero and replied that no, it was all nonsense. Oliver touched the wall. Ash said that the god of swords is the most indifferent god in the labyrinth. Most likely he does not care about him at all. The hero replied that they will find out soon. His hand reached for the altar and a thought arose that cold energy was flowing into his body through the blade, and at the same time he felt curiosity, suspicion, and friendliness. The guy closed his eyes and said that it seemed that there was really no hostility, as he said, "Thanks for that." The altar towered over the boys and the board said that the side quest had begun. Edward's zone of influence was shrinking. He wanted them to come to his altar. If they agreed, an enhanced test would begin. The reward would be determined by Edward based on their results. Oliver adjusted his clothes and said that he was giving an enhanced test right away. Ash grinned and replied that even if Edward was a slacker, he had apparently heard of him. It seemed he wasn't just going to test the waters. Scary pictures appeared before his eyes and the board said that he had encountered a false follower of Rick. He heard that as far as he knew. The god of swords was giving out an enhanced test for the first time. What would it be? When he was taking the test, he had to defeat one of Edward's followers, just like with Rick. The hero pointed his finger at the board and said that he would most likely also have to fight one of his followers. A notification appeared that the side quest had been accepted. Ash's eyes widened and he said that it would probably be like that. Suddenly, energy began to emanate from the building and the board said that Edward's power was descending on the ghost. Oliver looked back at the transforming ghost, who was shouting to wait. What was going on? Someone's hand appeared in the air. A notification appeared that there was the first requirement. You need to deliver a decisive blow to the ghost under equal conditions. Legs appeared in front of his eyes and the board said that the second requirement, the use of skills unrelated to fencing, is prohibited. The guy gritted his teeth and the board wrote that the third requirement, the task will not be completed until all requirements are met. The protagonist's eyes widened and he thought that even the body of the dead was restored, so this is what divine power is capable of. Someone appeared in front of the hero. The guy looked at his hand and smiled. Ash opened his eyes and said that he really felt uneasy. The board said that the prince of the fallen world had appeared. The hero's eyes widened and Ash exclaimed, "That's right, Oliver, let him show you a mirror if he has one." The hero created a crystal. A notification appeared that he activated the frozen arrow. The guy exclaimed in shock. The hero said that there was no mirror, so that's it. Ash looked at himself and said that I would never have thought that something like this was even possible. He looked closely at himself and a thought occurred to him that the god of swords really had bad taste. Most likely, he created this temporary body for a ghost so that he could pass the test. The guy looked back and Oliver continued to think that when it ends, he will turn into a spirit again. Because of this, he now does not really want to pass it. Ash took the sword in his hands and said that and yet he must do what he must. He swung the sword and said that as far as he can see, his stats are exactly the same as his. Well, it cannot be compared with his prime, but it is not bad. Ash smiled and continued to say that besides, he could only use dance and wolf fang techniques, so the conditions of the test turned it into a completely fair fight. Oliver exhaled and thought that the second condition was a ban on all skills not related to fencing, and replied that no, not at all fair. He knew that fencing was not his strong point. Ash pointed his sword at the hero and said that was the point. Why were you whining? It was not like him to be scared because he was too cool. Oliver pursed his lips and it was heard that maybe it was annoying, but this was a great opportunity to practice. The guy asked with a smile how much longer he would stand rooted to the spot if he did not attack. The test would never end. The protagonist looked around and thought that he had fallen. In order to complete the test he needed to deliver a decisive blow. The ghost was a master of fencing, half-measured techniques would not work, which meant that this was the only option. Suddenly the hero pounced on the guy and the spirit burst out of his sword, to which Ash said that he would give it his all from the start, but the blow flew towards the hero and he gritted his teeth. The ghost made a sharp lunge, saying that the right decision will not work every time just because it is right. The thought arose that, as expected, everything is hopeless, the difference in abilities is too great. The guys flew away from each other and Ash said that this will not work, a different approach is needed. They merged in battle again and the guy shouted for the hero to attack. Ash deftly dodged, shouting that he will not be able to hit him and can forget about completing the test. Oliver frowned and thought that this was already the 100th attempt. Nothing works, no matter how hard he tries, his fencing style is still based on the ghost style. He looked at Ash and thought that the first sword, the wolf's fang, that the second, the dance, both techniques belonged to the ghost. He easily parried all his attacks, as if he predicted his actions. Besides, this warrior cleared all the floors up to the 80th. While he was alive, whatever he did, he parried everything, which meant he couldn't win. Should he give up, or something? The hero looked up and thought that no, he couldn't give up then. He closed his eyes and thought that he needed another sword technique, something completely new. The guys stood opposite each other. Ash grinned and said that it seemed like he found the answer. The thought occurred to him that he figured it out in exactly 100 attempts. Energy swirled around Oliver. To be honest, Oliver's talent is not that outstanding. If he was forced to list people more talented than him, he would immediately name at least 10. But what he definitely believes in is his true strength. No matter how difficult the situation, he will find a solution. Relying on his experience, this ability is much more important than natural talent for fencing, and now he realized that he will never win using his style. Ash smiled and thought that so, what solution did he find this time? What new searches will surprise him? The hero tightly clutched the sword in his hands and the scoreboard wrote that he began creating a new fencing technique. Oliver suddenly opened his eyes. The guy asked with a smile that it seemed he was finally ready. The hero looked at his opponent and answered that more or less. Ash got into a fighting stance and said that he had been waiting for an hour. Could they start? The protagonist answered that of course. The guy rushed towards the hero shouting that okay, he will not give in. The guys merged in the battle and reflected each other's blows. Ash flew back and said that the energy of his sword now seemed much more aggressive and violent. The patrol was much larger than before, but he was using it incorrectly. Oliver smirked and replied that it didn't matter. His hand was tightly gripping the sword and it sounded like the Scarstorm sword wasn't his to begin with, so he wouldn't be able to master it perfectly. The protagonist rushed into battle shouting that he would now focus on what he was best at. A fierce battle began. The scoreboard said that he had activated acceleration. Ash widened his eyes and thought that skills shouldn't work here. Oliver was flying at him and the thought occurred to him that why had the hero's speed increased so sharply? Even his lunges were twice as fast. How was that even possible? The protagonist's sword pierced the ground and Ash thought that the gods did not allow exceptions in trials, so this was his decision. He called the protagonist and said that this was his new sword technique. Their dreams connected in a strike and a message appeared that he had activated a strong strike. Ash gritted his teeth and said that the power was incredible. The thought arose that it was okay. The strong strike dissipated after activation, so he only needed to endure it once. The weapon cut through the air. Oliver threw the enemy and the board wrote that he activated the jump. The guy flew to the side and thought, what the hell, the effect of a strong blow is still active, and how the jump skill affected him too, then called Oliver and said what the hell is this, just don't tell me that he reworked the skill effects too. Energy swirled around them and a message appeared that he activated reflection. The hero looked up. He deftly jumped past the bright beams. Ash looked after him and thought, damn, now he began to move completely unpredictably. He exclaimed furiously that it can't be, what kind of broken fencing is this? The hero frowned and smiled. Then he lunged and said that he was open. The guy frowned furiously and a message appeared that he activated consecutive strikes. Ash flew away from the sharp blow. Suddenly Oliver's eyes widened when he saw the inscription that he had developed an advanced fencing technique, the Sword of Skills. Ash smiled, called the protagonist and said that he had finally created a skill that suited him perfectly. The board said that the requirements were met. Edward was satisfied with the outcome. After that, a yellow system message appeared in front of us where it was said that he was able to figure out and advance his fencing technique thanks to the Sword of Skills. Then we see how the white-haired guy realized with a smile that he had finally been able to create his skill, which suited him perfectly for everything. The system messages said that the requirements were met and he was completely satisfied with this outcome. A black silhouette with a sword stood. The system messages said that a special passive skill was the one holding a blade in his hands, and his mastery was 1%. This was a sign of recognition of the god of swords. In a battle with armed opponents, it was much easier to determine their weak points. Afterwards, we see a red mark on the sword, and the system messages said that the handle was made by a follower, and his attack was increased by 10 points, and the handle was made with the special diligence of a follower of the god of swords. And even the guy himself found this product satisfying, and it also contained a grain of power and helped maintain the balance of the blade. The protagonist raised his sword up, and the system messages said that he was able to develop his own sword technique and improve many of his attributes. And he also earned a new title, Mastery Qualification. And he also advanced in the Scar Storm sword technique, and it was originally built into the new skill sword technique. His advanced sword technique was pumped up by 7%, and the unique technique developed by the Labyrinth adventurer was built on the Labyrinth system, because it was based on the sword style that the principle of the Fallen World once used, and allowed him to perfectly integrate some skills and techniques. The dark figure held the sword outstretched, and the system message said that the title was a master's qualification, was someone who could develop his own swordsmanship style and allowed him to pass it on to his students among countless swordsmen. And only a few reached this level, from which his stats were greatly increased, and the mastery was greatly increased, and if desired, it was possible to teach them his style. Oliver pointed at the system message in surprise and could not believe what kind of master's qualification was being discussed. The guy with white hair thought, putting his hand to his chin, and said that he had reworked the original Scar Storm sword for himself, and it was a very cool title because the mastery bonus gave him positive effects of at least 40%. The protagonist was surprised and realized that titles were so cool. His comrade stretched out his hand and said that not everyone could get it, so he thought it was quite normal. Then he smiled and said that in addition to achieving the swordsmanship that he was able to create himself, hardly anyone else could think of such a thing. Oliver stood there questioningly. His comrade looked at the sword and said that somehow his swordsmanship technique had to activate all the skills and also change the effects. After we see how the warrior moved forward, and in the system messages it was written that the special active skill was acceleration, and the cost was 5 units of mana, its mastery was equal to 1%, and the user's movement acceleration allowed him to go towards the target, because usually acceleration was just an ordinary skill that allowed you to quickly get to your opponent. But in the fencing style that was created by another guy, acceleration also increased the attack speed with agility. The guy was running towards the fair-haired warriors at that time. The system message said that he was able to activate a special active skill, which allowed him to jump much further and higher, and a normal jump would lift the air user. This time he was thrown up himself. After that, a system message appeared where it was written that the especially active skill was an incredibly strong blow, and this fencing technique interacted with the labyrinth system and affected the effects of skills. The white-haired guy looked and said that the use of skills was not prohibited by the test, because it was only an exception in the test of the god. Oliver stood silently. After that, he pointed his finger at the system message and said that then he also did not use skills, but only used his fencing, because, as he told him, in the test of the god there are no exceptions. And then he grabbed the sword, said that he had no other choice, and the source of his strength was in the skills. He raised his sword in front of him and said that since he couldn't use the skills anymore, he had to use their effects through fencing techniques. The white-haired guy looked ahead and thought about it. He realized that his friend knew the conditions all along, but he still came up with such a complicated ability. He pointed at Oliver and wondered how he could even come up with something like that, because it was like some kind of sudden insight. Oliver looked up and said that he simply realized that he couldn't handle it with swordsmanship alone, and the difference in their abilities was incredibly large. We then see the white-haired guy attack the protagonist, because his most powerful weapon was in his hands, and he was able to advance so far in the labyrinth only thanks to his countless skills, and at first he assumed that the requirements of the trial meant that he couldn't use them. At this time, Oliver had a lot of blue particles around him, and also realized that when they started fighting, he finally found a loophole in this condition. He closed his eyes and realized that he didn't need to focus on the skill ban. Then he opened his eyes and realized that he was able to run away from enemies even before he was able to obtain the skill Accelerate. Then we see how he packed up the monsters, and without thinking about using his skills, he used normal natural movements in all battles. He stood and looked at his hands and realized that performing many consecutive lunges while holding his breath allowed him to increase the skill Breathless attack, and when he was exhausted to the limit and continued to take attacks, he received his incredible stamina. The protagonist stood guard from the blows. Thanks to this, he realized that he began to fulfill the conditions for obtaining new skills. Then he jumped between the rocks, climbing up, and he was also physically capable of jumping and hitting hard even before he received such skills. In order to be able to use them in the labyrinth, he had to perform them using his own body, and that is why he stopped consciously thinking about using the skill. Then he clenched his fist. He raised his hand and said that all the conditions for obtaining the skills had been met. He said with a smile that because he could do it anyway, he was able to use the skills once he understood all of this. Oliver's comrade stood there in surprise and realized that the skill worked when he himself could do something like that. He put his hand to his head and said that it was impressive and he had never thought of it that way. Then he walked forward and his body began to disappear, and the system message said that the area of influence was narrowing. He extended his hand and realized that he had to say goodbye to this body. Oliver looked forward sadly and said that he was very sorry. His comrade smiled and told him not to look at him with such a look. He smiled and hit him on the chest and said that he had fun in his own way. The protagonist exhaled and said that he really enjoyed it too. He turned away as his friend disappeared, saying that if it weren't for the sword god, they both wouldn't have been able to get this opportunity. Oliver walked forward to the huge sword and lost in thought, he realized what his friend had said, that the trials were a great opportunity for him to prove himself, but his swordsmanship had already stopped improving on the enemies of the 30 floors, because he was incredibly strong, and the god of swords, apparently, had given him an opponent with whom he would really have to try hard to help him grow successfully. The protagonist bowed before the huge statue. Then he turned away from the system message where he was offered the contract of an apostle, and his friend deflated with the question of whether he was bored because he was soon to become a celebrity among the gods. The great heir of the empire smiled and said that he was immediately returned to this body as soon as he disappeared. Then he ran forward, and they realized that all this was fun, albeit short-lived. The guy with white hair and held a rose in his teeth and said that his figure was not bad, and also he had perfect balance, and he did not have a drop of excess fat while he was alive in their kingdom. Oliver took a step and activated the jump. Then he jumped high, and his friend angrily shouted after him. After that, a lacy staircase appears in front of us and Oliver with his friend and warriors, because on the 31st floor they met many other people. It was the test of the god of swords, and on the 33rd they will also have an entrance to the battlefield of the gods, and for them it was an incredible holiday. After that, we see an empty room in the labyrinth of the 32nd floor. Oliver walked forward and realized that it was probably better to become much stronger before climbing into the battlefield. He stood up and saw the red knights in front of him, which was a great chance for him to pump up his skills. He grabbed his sword. His friend said that he needed to use a new style. Oliver took out his sword with a smile and realized that for now he would only use his exceptional sword anyway, and they were in no hurry all this time. After which he dealt many blows and activated the ability Sword of Skills. Then he quickly rushed forward, dealing blows. He appeared behind the enemy and struck him with his sword, and his comrade noted that the basis of his swordsmanship was a little raw. He stood up and walked forward to the last knight. After he grabbed his sword, a system message appeared where it was said that the special active skill acceleration greatly accelerated the user's movement towards the target, and also, when activated, it strengthened the advanced fencing technique of the Sword of Skills, and it increased not only the speed of movement, but also the attack speed of the sword, and the effect lasted as long as his rhythm was maintained, absorbing additional mana for each activation. After that, he suddenly disappeared using his acceleration. He quickly ran forward. Then he closed in and dealt piercing blows. He held on with his hand, used his strong blow. After he made another attack, which the enemy was able to block. Their swords crossed. The great heir of the empire watched them fight. Oliver grabbed his sword and suddenly realized that it only meant one, that he used the interrupt effect, and also the positive effects from his strong strike evaporated. Oliver looked at Oliver in surprise and realized that he needed his blades to rhythmically cross, and his activation difficulty was much more difficult than he actually thought. His comrade watched as Oliver examined the weapon and realized that other skills added the same effects to the sword in the same way, and each had some kind of specific condition. The great heir of the empire looked at Oliver and thought. He said that the enemies would not want to just stand there and wait for him to attack, because it sounded much more positive than he thought. Afterwards we see two spheres, one was dark and the other was light, and if he was dealing with enemies who wielded the powers of nature like spirits, then everything was completely different. Then a mage appeared who activated a green mana circle, and also for those who used such magic attacks, there was a different approach because they were much more difficult to use in battle. Oliver looked at the sword and realized that it would be much more difficult to fight enemies against whom timings could not be used. Afterwards we see how the guy's hair was doing. He fought in battle. He said that he still needed a good technique, because after activating his characteristics and positive effects from skills changed, so the opponents were initially perplexed by this whole picture. After the red won, the knight rushed forward. Oliver dodged a piercing attack. Then the knight stood in bewilderment when he activated a huge jump. Oliver looked at his opponent and realized that if he raised his skill, then the conditions should have become much easier, and his skill also increased by 1%. The protagonist pointed at the system message, which said that the advanced sword skill technique had increased, and his mastery was at 8%, and to increase it, he needed to continue killing enemies along the way. He remembered how he had gone forward with his swords, and wondered at what level he could achieve such a mastery of the Scarstorm sword so that he would not have any problems. Then the great heir of the empire looked at the system message and realized that the results of various skills were colossal. He did not understand why his sword skill was only at 8%. After he looked ahead and lost in thought, he realized that both were advanced levels, and then they should improve at the same time, but for some reason the difference was incredibly huge between them. He looked ahead and realized that one of the styles did not reach the highest rank of sword technique. Then we see a guy with long hair sitting on the ground. He realized that he had to stop, because the highest class skill was the Ilark weapon technique, and this skill was also created by interfering with the labyrinth system, because this technique was the one that combined the damage of all the weapons he had. The warrior looked forward while sitting on the ground. Yes, he realized that this was an ability that was also given to him by God after he surpassed his limits during the harsh training process in his youth. Then we see a gray-haired old man laughing, and also the skill sword also used the loophole in the rules of the labyrinth system. Oliver was standing near the stairs, holding a weapon. The great heir of the Empire smiled and realized that he still needed to refine this ability a little more. It can really become a top-rank sword skill. The protagonist at this time swung his swords. Then we see the defeated Red Knights and a bright light ahead. Oliver lowered his sword forward. He looked to the side and it seemed to him that he had already dealt with all the knights. Then he noticed something and realized that someone was following him. He turned his head near the door and realized that the person was nearby, and they were done with the arena and the bosses of the 32nd floor. Then a system message appeared, and he extended his hand with a sword and then activated an ice arrow. He put his hand forward, and the arrows flew to hit the enemy. The guy looked at the arrow flying past and said that the protagonist scared him, and then they asked him not to sneak up from behind like a suspicious person. He smiled and extended his hand, after which he said that he came to fight. Oliver, I looked to the side and remembered how people were kneeling, and then noticed that they had already agreed with these people to the conditions he accepted for a duel with the goddess of demons, and they would not be able to impose an unfair fight. The red-haired guy smiled and said that he would get straight to the point. He came here to explain the main rule to him. Oliver stood still and did not understand what rules were being discussed. The red-haired guy took a step forward and said that after meeting the goddess and the demons, they held a meeting with all their comrades, and while he was going down the labyrinth. As a result of this, they came to the decision that as soon as he could reach the 40th floor, then the 4th rank followers would go into action, who would be able to stop him. The red-haired guy lowered his head, and many people were standing near the red mana circle. He realized that he did not like this decision. He lowered his gaze, imagining how Oliver rushed forward, and realized that they would unleash opponents of equal strength on him. And exactly as they agreed with the goddess, and he would definitely become much stronger by that time, since they also warned him about this. Oliver looked ahead questioningly and realized that if the guy was done, they had to leave. The red-haired guy exhaled and said that it just seemed pointless to him because he was looking at the protagonist and a bunch of different thoughts were creeping into his head. After which the red-haired guy left the room, in which many corpses of knights were lying around. The great heir of the Empire said with a smile that Oliver seemed to be causing them conflicting feelings. After all, he was the personification of their past, and they themselves had tried to pass the labyrinth, but in the end they failed and gave up on the idea. The red-haired guy looked away and was dressed in a beautiful white uniform, because all the other guides were the same as him. They were ordinary players like Neva, and they were also full of confidence, which led them to believe that they would pass the labyrinth at all costs. Oliver looked ahead and thought about the past. He remembered how the guy patted him on the shoulder because before reincarnation he chose the easy mode and gave up before the destruction of the earth. After which many people lay lifeless on the ground, and he could only watch his comrades die, disappointed in his own weakness, and he realized that he had already screwed up once and turned back. He lay on the ground, clenching his teeth. Then we see many people going forward in hoods. Oliver realized that they were going to give up anymore, and he had nowhere to retreat. Oliver grabbed his golden sword and realized that he was not the same as other people, and he just kept moving forward with his comrade, who thought that he just gave him a task. He went up the stairs and did not understand where they came to, because it seems that the girl created a secret entrance on almost every floor. Oliver stood in front of the door on the 31st floor near the magician's room. His comrade asked why he went up instead of fighting the boss. The protagonist opened the door and said that he wanted to first learn a new magical power for his girlfriend, and on the next floor he was supposed to get to the battlefield of the gods. So he needed to bravely prepare for this moment. After we see a crystal and a book on the table, a green fog. The girl was running around the green fire and trying to put it out. She looked away with a smile and realized that the protagonist had not forgotten about her and had not visited her for a long time, but she was glad to see him. The last time they met was when he was able to learn the magic of jumping in the air on the 16th floor, and this is really quite a long time. After we see Oliver jumping high after learning this ability, the protagonist took things out of his inventory, said that he simply had nothing worthy of an offering for her. The girl raised her hand while many things were flying at her. She raised her staff up. Things were spinning in the air, and the mouse looked at all this. He did not understand why all the outlines of magic became much better visible than before, because now everything was completely different. Then the eye of God began to open while the girl was casting a spell. After we see how before they began to act, the girl stood and was illuminated by bright magic. Oliver confidently walked forward. Then he opened his eyes and realized that it was in his power as a god of magic, and he was able to learn the basic magic of the mark. The girl was surprised and assumed that the god of magic wanted to play a trick on him, but Oliver was unhappy that it was still basic magic. Then he poked his finger at the wall. He started drawing runes, and the system message wrote that he activated the mark, and then he decided to see how it all worked. He pointed his finger to the side, and an ice arrow flew out. Then it turned around. Oliver watched as it returned back. Then he realized that all his attacks would automatically fly towards the marked target. He thought about how he used fire magic before. He realized that the ice arrow and fireball were already directed where he wanted, so it was not very useful to have this mark for this, but in this case it was worth trying it on something else. He put his finger out and drew the rune again, then activated the mark and decided to see how it works. Then he jumped, breaking the roof of the house, which made the girl angry. He looked down in the air. After that, many system messages appeared where it was written that he accidentally activated a jump and also transferred him to a random point at a certain distance from his current location. Then he landed abruptly on the floor, which surprised the girl. She realized with tears in her eyes that he teleported directly to the marked place, and this ability would really come in handy for him. They stood next to each other, and the girl realized that he was ready to listen to her. She stood calmly and said that she was not sure of the veracity of this story, but still decided to speak out that God told her that he would soon give the protagonist access to intermediate magic. Oliver stood in surprise. The great heir of the empire was extremely surprised by this and could not believe that they decided to give the protagonist his intermediate magic. The girl pressed her hand to her chest and did not understand why this happened, because he was still an adventurer who could only conquer 30 floors. Oliver looked ahead and said that he did not understand the unusualness of this whole situation, to which he was told that he was sweeping the floors with enemies from 30 floors in the most ordinary elementary magic, and with intermediate and would be much stronger. Then he remembered how he stood near the crying people and how he saved those people and demons on the assignment. The great heir of the empire flew in the air and realized that the bunch of ice arrows that he used was precisely strong enough to scatter all the enemies at once, even though it was called elementary magic. But in general it was much cooler than martial arts, and people did not even have a chance to learn it without any talent, and he was also a special case. Oliver looked ahead and realized that, be that as it may, he needed this intermediate magic, and it should help him against the conductors. Then he described the red-haired guy and the other guides who were standing nearby, because most of them used intermediate magic, and literally only a few had access to advanced magic. Oliver realized with a smile that his power worked well against them, and when he could start learning intermediate magic, he would become much stronger. But the girl threw up her hands and said that she did not know when he would be able to start training, because when the time came, God himself would give him the necessary tests. Oliver put his hand out and began to collect a bright sphere, saying that he would look forward to this moment. Then we see an empty room on the 32nd floor with a boss arena. Oliver was fighting a black knight, and the system message wrote that he activated a jump, after which he delivered his blow, activating consecutive attacks. Then a chest plate appeared in front of us, and the system messages said that he was able to defeat the boss of the 32nd floor, the Black Knight, and he was also able to get the bloody armor, and he also got the Thorn of the Red Rose. Then we see the artifact, and also his pranya gave him plus 40 defense, and the armor that he wore until his death by someone long forgotten appeared here after his death. Oliver tapped his chest and said that the defense was quite high. He put out his hand with the artifact and realized that the thorn that he took from the Red Rose was guarded by the Witch's Garden, and when attached to something, it would become incredibly sharp. Oliver untied the bandages on his hand. He looked at his hand and tied the thorny artifact, after which he tied it around his hand, and the system message wrote that the bloodthirsty bracers absorbed the thorn of the Red Rose, which gave him plus 20 attack. He looked at his hand, and his companion realized that his artifact was able to level up on its own, although he had never seen this before and it seemed like a rare occurrence. The great heir of the empire held out his hand and said that he knew someone who could probably tell them a lot of information. Oliver looked to the side, and his companion realized that his equipment had just absorbed an item and strengthened, and that should only mean one. Then we see an old man who was trading various items, and he could definitely know how this could happen. Oliver looked to the side while his hand was wrapped in spikes. He realized that it was perfect, and he was going to look at him before he went to the battlefield of the gods again. And then he decided to go to him straight away, because if there was a way to become stronger, he wanted to learn more about everything possible. Oliver walked up the stairs and held his hand out in front of him. He said that automatically leveling items were something incredible, and the merchant was able to know something about him and tell him information. Afterwards, a system message appeared where the labyrinth's quest began. He had to defeat the boss of the 33rd floor and continue his journey, receiving a guard shield as a reward. Then we see a room with shelves. The merchant looked, holding goods in his hands, and did not understand why guests had come to him. This merchant owned shops on each floor of the labyrinth. Oliver showed his bent hand with an artifact and said that he wanted to ask him something. Did he know anything about this item? Because he absorbed the crafting ingredients and changed himself. Then he put out his hand with the artifact. The merchant thought, putting his hand to his chin. He sat down on a chair and said that the description did not say whose work it was, and he decided to sell this item to him, but he did not make it. Then in the system message there was information about the bloodthirsty bracer. It sought to kill everyone except its owner, and it was also made by the whim of the witch, and it also had unknown aspects that gave plus 25 to attack and plus 1 to defense. Oliver looked up and said that it was said here that it was made by the whim of the witch, and then asked the merchant what he knew about this. He clenched his teeth and, holding a pipe in his mouth, said that he was not so close to the witch to say anything about this. He pointed to the side and said that she gave him this artifact, and he never did anything harmful with it. He put it up for sale and did not think that it would give in. Oliver looked at his changed bracers and lost himself in thought. He realized that if there was someone who could create such equipment, then the chances were pretty high that he was still in the labyrinth, and the more he knew about this person, the better. The old man raised his hand to his nose and said that the witch was most likely still in the labyrinth, because she, of course, told him that she was not going to come here for years, but besides, she was a rather flighty lady. Oliver thought, imagining the green-haired witch, and realized that if she was still in the labyrinth, she must have come in a way that even the merchant did not know anything interesting about. The man sat and smoked a pipe. He asked not to call her eccentric, because she was most likely incredibly willful, and also he somehow did not care about her, but quite a lot of other people still liked her. The protagonist turned around and said that he had answered his question and he had nothing more to do here. He realized that the witch who could create self-evolving swinging objects was an incredibly useful and valuable person, and if he could find her, he could also get the opportunity to become even stronger, and he was extremely happy about it. Then we see Oliver slashing with his sword, defeating many opponents in the labyrinth of the 303rd floor. Then he quickly went forward, attacking with his sword. Afterwards, we see many system messages where it was written that he was able to defeat the boss of the 33rd floor, the Knight of the Black Hammer, driven by pure instincts, and he also gets the guard shield, and he got the ghost hammer palma. Oliver held his sword hand out in front of the system message and realized that there was nothing particularly useful here, although when he was quite happy with the leveling up of his swordsmanship. He advanced in the mastery of the Sword of Skills by 1%, and in the fencing technique of the Sword of Skills by 12%. He looked at his flaming sword, and his companion said that he did not think he would be able to get much from these enemies, because they were quite weak, and this was because he himself developed his style, and the mastery was able to rise by 5% for each clearing of one floor. Oliver looked away and realized that this was quite good. Then we see how he approached the knights. He swung his sword at the enemy and was lost in thought, because enemies with swords did not often cross his path, and he needed to attack as effectively as possible, and for this he also needed to move correctly. He struck the enemy's head, and the system message wrote that the special active skill 20% mastery aura was a reward for those who proved themselves in wielding a sword, and he also began to understand the aura of this element. Oliver stood still, holding the weapon, and the system message wrote that the special passive skill, Precise Strike, which had 20% mastery, had hits on vitals, which did more damage, and in turn, this damage was slightly higher than his double. Then he walked forward. Oliver looked at the red doors and said that they were able to reach the place the merchant spoke of, because someone had to appear and lead them beyond this labyrinth. Oliver touched the door. Then he looked forward in surprise. He smiled, and in front of him was a red evil aura. He was waiting for this moment, because the god of death and struggle was waiting for him all this time. After which a huge red eye appeared above him, laughing and enjoying their second meeting. He was in the center of the room and said that he was glad to welcome him to his battlefield for the gods. Oliver looked up and asked if he was in charge here. Then we see many knights who were holding weapons and were ready. The god said that he was indeed in charge here, and even though it was created by insignificant creatures, it was still declared a battlefield, and those who fought here were opposed to the gods who contributed to the creation of this labyrinth, and they did not deserve their interference, but if adventurers could subjugate this battlefield, then it would be a completely different matter. The eye of the god became angry and everything was covered in red rays. He said that it would be entertaining in its own way, and so everything would fall into place, then asked if he would decide to entertain him again by accepting the challenge. Oliver closed his eyes, remembering how he talked to the knight, and realized that for him it was a familiar situation, and it did not seem like there was anyone more suitable than him. The big eye said that the insignificant outsiders had imposed meaningless restrictions on this place, and that was why there had been no suitable person for so long. Then the red-eyed guy smiled fiercely and said that it seemed like it had been a long wait, and it would be rewarded because it was time to crush the losers who had opposed them. call back, a red system message appeared, and his companion wondered if he would come in this time. The message said that the start of the special quest was like this. He had to participate in the battle of the old gods and show the greatness of the labyrinth, and the conditions were to subjugate the battlefield. And the reward was like this: many gods of the labyrinth would give him a worthy reward based on his results. The protagonist looked forward confidently and accepted the quest. The man smiled widely upon hearing this. Then the room began to fill with a red aura, and the god shouted that it was incredibly wonderful, because a long time had passed since he last experienced such feelings, ascending this dull throne. The great heir of the empire was hiding behind his shoulder in fear. Oliver put his hand in front of him, and they decided to open a passage to the battlefield for him, after which a battlefield appeared between the two columns, and the system message said that the passage to the battlefield of the gods required having a level of 75. Oliver put his hand in front of his face and realized that there were no other restrictions here except for the level, and they decided not to test his skills and characteristics here. Oliver stood in front of the gate and realized that the level restriction ultimately benefited him because he had already mastered abilities far beyond level 75. He stuck his hand out to the side, after which he confidently stood up. His gaze was full of determination, and he realized that it was quite careless of the gods to leave him like this. The guy with a big smile said that he would show him his power on the battlefield. Then the evil energy started circling in the air. The enemy said that something had to wipe out all these insignificant and disobedient people from the face of the earth. The majesty of the labyrinth had to appear and also show all his power that he had gained in this very labyrinth. After which he said that he was dying of impatience in anticipation of this exciting battle. Then we see Oliver standing on the lawn. He looked ahead and realized that there were some unpleasant things here too. He saw a huge tower in front of him and realized that this was the work of the old gods, and there had to be rules for them to be able to directly interact with him. Then something began to appear in the air, shining brightly. The great heir to the empire put his hand to his head and did not expect to encounter such a god here. He remembered the huge opponent and realized that this time he was somewhat less terrifying than the last time they met because he was somehow friendly, and he wondered why it was so. Oliver looked up and realized that he had begun to treat him differently. He walked forward and assumed that the god thought highly of him. He walked along the lawn, remembering how the other comrades were kneeling, because most likely it was because he had decided to fight the opponents of sin after all. And after all, he had the opportunity to make an alliance with them and work together. The great heir of the empire smiled broadly and said that it all seemed so to him, because most people did not really think so. Afterwards, we see the white-haired boy turn away from his comrades, because for ordinary adventurers from the 30th floor, they were all too powerful, and when he faced this reality face to face, then taking their side was no longer so strange. Oliver walked forward, holding his swords, and he realized that no matter what, the path he decided to take would always be surrounded by struggle and death. And this matter is an extremely pleasant choice for this god, because this is how adventurers who received approval from several gods became so incredibly strong. Afterwards, we see a girl with horns and a smiling guy, because from the point of view of the conductors of sin, this was really an incredible problem. Oliver lowered his head and realized that the approval of the gods carried with it huge advantages, and yet he did not even consider it a sufficient disadvantage. Afterwards, he rested on the ground and used his jump. Then he jumped incredibly high. He flew in the air, looking around and using his technique, reconnaissance. He looked ahead, using the ability. He hovered in the air while on the ground they were fighting. He looked at all this in fear and did not understand what kind of a mess was happening here. People stood, crossing swords. For such a consistently small god, he was a strong warrior. He, in turn, did not want to admit, but he was also strong enough. Oliver in the air looked at many people and assumed that this was the field of gods, after which a red system message appeared in front of Oliver where it was written about the beginning of a special task, and he had to take part in the battle of the old gods and show them his greatness of the labyrinth. The conditions said that he should subjugate the battlefield, and the reward was that the gods of the labyrinth would give him a worthy reward based on his results. The protagonist hovered in the air and looked at a group of people for whom he felt sorry. They swung their swords and Oliver realized that the energy, by his estimation, was somewhere at the level of the 20th floor. The warriors crossed swords and fought. Oliver watched using his analog and realized that these guys seemed to be really busy with their business. He floated in the air and decided to ask about the other people who were hiding in the forest. Then we see a squad sitting in the forest. Then Oliver pushed off and landed in the forest. He looked up and greeted the guys and said that he had some questions. The guy gritted his teeth and said that his deeds were unfamiliar to him, and they decided to attack him. Then the warriors with weapons ran towards him, shouting that they were not going to listen to the excuses of a heretic. The blow rushed past Oliver. Then we see a gear in the clock output, and the system message wrote that one attack was reset. Oliver watched as the sword passed through him. Then he put his hand out and hit his opponent. He struck and pushed the enemy away. The guys raised their heads up. Then they flew into the crowd of people. The knight turned and saw the beaten guy, and then someone came out of the forest. Oliver was walking forward with the defeated warriors. He said that these were weaklings and died too quickly from his slightest exertion. One of them clenched his teeth and was extremely angry. Oliver at this time hit him in the face and said that he needed to know something, but he needed to rest for now. The protagonist looked away. He walked forward to the people with swords. He asked them to stop and listen. One of them, holding a sword in his hands, said that if he continued to remain silent, he would punish him in the name of God. Oliver looked at the end of the sword and realized that it was just time for him to learn a little about this world. He put his hand to his chest, and they decided to find out what god he believed in, but Oliver did not believe in any god. The bald guy, holding out his sword, said that he should not make fun of him because this was a battlefield that belonged to believers, and the atheists were not allowed here. And then a silhouette of a man with wings appeared in the sky. The guy said that if they laughed at him for being a follower of the great god of the sun, then he had to pay for it. Then we see a wide smile from the guy, who said that he should not be shy and not throw his loud words around in front of a stranger. He raised up, and huge waves rushed forward from behind. He said that the god of the sea was born from the earth and was the true and greatest god on earth. He pressed his head to the knight and tried to decide which of them was cooler. Oliver stood and watched their argument, not understanding anything, why he was trying to talk to them or find out something about this world. He stretched his hands up, used a fire sphere and an ice ball. Then he directed these spells towards the guys, told them to shut up. The magic hit the people, and Oliver exhaled sadly. After we see the affected grass, Oliver walked forward, and all the enemies were lying on the ground. He looked at the trembling guy and said that he was the last one left, and before you had to answer his question, what kind of place was this? The knight with a battered face said that it was the battlefield of the gods. Then a picture appears in front of us, where many warriors were meeting, ready for battle. It was a place where followers of different gods gathered to prove their greatness and power. The great heir of the empire, pressing his hand to his head, said that it seemed true, because they really were on the battlefield for the gods. Oliver looked at the wounded knights, and the boy told him that they exalted the name of their god by defeating the followers of others. He was shaking all over and said with a smile that only exceptionally powerful warriors were able to get here and no one gave them such an honor. He lay on the ground and then died without even explaining anything properly. Oliver looked at the system messages using his ability and realized that the levels were not visible and they were not in the labyrinth. Then red beams appeared near the dead knight. Oliver stood near the bodies and looked at the system messages, where it said that he destroyed all the followers of the sun god and the heaven born. And also the sun god born of the heavens was expelled from the battlefield of the gods. And he also destroyed all the followers of the sea god born of the earth, and the sea god was expelled from the battlefield. Afterwards, a crack appeared in the sky and the red aura began to disappear, going there, and did not understand what was happening when people were losing in this battle. Oliver turned his head and saw the guy. He realized that he still did not understand what exactly was happening here. The protagonist hit the guy in the face and wanted him to stand up. He looked at the scared guy and said that he had questions for him. He wanted to know how strong those who fought here were and what level his guys were at, but the man did not understand what level he was talking about. After which he looked forward in surprise. Oliver, with his arms folded, and the blonde guy was lost in thought. He realized that this man dealt with all the followers and was a real monster, and he also realized that he would not survive if he went against him. He began to tremble, and with a frightened look he realized that everyone here was powerful enough to become a great celebrity in their world, but on the field of the gods, they were among the weakest. Oliver looked to the side and realized that the closer to the huge pillar, the stronger the followers would be. Then we see a huge pillar and people who were praying, because it was there that the gods expressed their will and demonstrated their power. Oliver looked at his hand and wondered what methods could be used to drive the gods out of here or somehow take control of the area. The blonde guy said that there were few of them, because it was necessary to either finish off all the followers, as he did, or it was necessary to destroy their monuments. Then we see a huge map with various monuments, because in the domains of each of the gods, statues were erected, created in their image and likeness. Then the guy with long hair held his hand near a broken statue, because if one of them was destroyed, the corresponding god would be expelled. The great heir of the empire pressed his hand to his head and realized that this was a kind of land grab game. Oliver held out his hand, imagining the statues, realized that his task could be accomplished by destroying just a couple of statues, which sounded easy enough, and then he realized that this was exactly what the gods of the labyrinth wanted from him. Then we see a scared guy. The protagonist looked at him with a terrifying look and told him to tell him everything about the local gods that he knew about. Then he looked at the guy and said that he learned everything he needed to know and he didn't have to suffer anymore. He was about to ask to be killed. Tears appeared in his eyes and he asked for forgiveness because he failed his god. Oliver walked forward and the guy's power began to be sucked out. Oliver looked towards the tower, and the system messages said that he completely destroyed the last follower of the Azure Green God, and also the Azure Green God was banished from the battlefield. The great heir of the Empire looked and said that the gods of the labyrinth would be pleased with this achievement and would definitely give something real upon returning to the labyrinth. Oliver smiled, keeping his hand on his sword, said that he had a lot of time. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.